He he all time DM. Yeah, yeah. You I had to put it in terms. I had to put it in terms. He all time DM. All time
Damn right.
quarterback. All time DM. Yeah.
They got no problem with that.
O- okay, little baby. I see God of High School is too crunk to stay up and watch it, so you have to watch something else. Mhm. Anim- Anime too crunk for this little sleepy nigga. He try. He's sleepy. Yeah, but it's colorful. It's colorful. That's why. That's the only reason he like keep looking at the TV like that. You be watching that. I don't want no baby kisses. My foot. So this little dude had my phone, and I took it from him. Guess what? I don't know how he clicked on it, but he was like clicked on Denver, Colorado, like playing a trip to Denver. I'm like, hold on, what did you take? What did you say? You want to go see your uncle? Yeah, you want to go see your uncle? Hey, you, yeah. I said, so I don't think we can go. They going to New York. They go. They go. That's, yeah, I got you. Again?
$40. Here, here.
Here, man.
What did J. Cole say?
I'll just set the remote there.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on you. Three times, fuck the peace signs. Load the chopper, let it rain on you. Sorry, sorry. Jeff Bezos.
No, you won't. No, no, you won't. Oh, Tuesday. Oh. Oh shit.
Hmm.
But bro, you know who mine is. Yes, sir. Even though even though you don't respect it, but he got the he got the Dragon Balls, made his wish. He just fucked himself with it. It's
Who's
because he a kid, man. He young, bro. He young, bro. He young. He ain't had a chance to go mention.
okay?
Mhm.
Fact.
said no because I fell in love with the scary monster. Give me that back. He turned into a whole regular ass nigga. What the fuck?
Oh,
Yeah.
sad. That's crazy.
You if you watch it back, she goes, yeah, she and
He
she was
goes, what
mad.
the hell?
She was like, oh,
Back.
yeah, she was with it. Ooh. I think so. Noah's saying, I think I agree with him. Noah said,
Whoa. Let me. So
okay,
Noah said, I'm playing.
go ahead.
What's it called from Hunter x Hunter? Hunter x Hunter, Miruim. He was the leader of the Chimera Ant. That's my man.
He
I
was,
ain't gonna lie. Like I didn't like him in the series, but now I look back, I'm like, yo, that was like the most fun I ever had with a villain. You know what I mean?
yeah. I think for me, I don't know if y'all seen Sherlock, but Moriarty
Nah.
is a good ass villain for me because he's fucking smart and he doesn't give a fuck. Fact. I like the clever ones that the have like a because Moriarty doesn't have this, but that have like a sensible reason, like you can get where they're coming from. Yeah, like it makes sense what they're doing. Like it's not good, but you're like, oh, I feel them at the same time. You know what I mean? Because
Madara. Oh yeah, Madara.
he was
Yeah.
anyway. Yo, I love them.
Oh, and my other villain is Killmonger.
Ooh, Killmonger's good. I guess Loki is he technically not a villain anymore? Okay, yeah, then Loki's one of my favorites because he's pretty fun. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Same time you're killing people. Eh, you're on you.
I'm sorry. I have been on mute the whole time.
He probably been trying to talk the whole time.
No, favorite villain. I don't know. My favorite.
Oh, oh yeah. That's lovely. Madara was my favorite from your list. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know where mine is. Oh,
Does Magneto count as a yeah.
Yeah,
just about.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hold on, son. Hold on, dude. I gotta go check the door. I'm not sure if it's locked. Let me go check.
yes. Oh, I don't know if I told you, but I gave myself the lucky feet. I have some. Let me
Let me know. Let me
oh,
know.
only has one. Let me check his shit.
Mm. Ah, if I say I don't know.
I have to agree, sure.
Oh my god, because he's sitting there watching
I have.
Zootopia.
I don't even be looking at my phone. I have all this shit I could do, and I don't even be. Yo, hold on. Because I'm about to be. It's about to be real. I'm about to be a real kid. I have three. And that like.
It's
Yeah.
oh, I just gotta throw this poopy diaper away, and I will wash my hands, and I'll be ready.
Oh, heck,
Mm.
bro.
Real. But
Oh,
my God, I'm tripping
What happened?
because I have shit that I'm not even doing. I have so much shit.
All this stuff. Where I got a lot of stuff I ain't.
That's what the end of me doing shit. I'd be like, damn, how she do that? Wait, no.
I'm telling you.
Wait, I hid my, y'all know how to make the shit come back. I hid the fucking info.
Okay.
Wait,
I
but I
don't
made
get it.
Mm.
Yeah. I be reading, you know what I'm saying? I be trying to like study up on it.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. But the feeds though, I don't have any feeds. I have one. Marvin. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's great. So, I was about this. I had I was able to add a spell, a fifth level spell from my level up. It's Legend Lore because Legend Lore is going to be a big one. Is that cool? Is that cool? Okay. UA. No, wait. Wait, UA? still got UA. What's UA? What's that? Okay. Right. 100%.
Yep. But
Damn.
Damn.
love or love,
I'm trying to reset
Damn.
myself.
all of us.
Wait.
Yeah, no, I didn't have the opportunity. I didn't take notes last game.
I remember last game when we went into that room and we was fighting those things that was coming out the mirrors.
So
And
yeah, so before that, so we were okay. So we had just arrived at the we had agreed to go to the place like the what's it called? The fucking one where it was where all the soldiers were held. Yeah, we went there, but we went to the part where it was all the soldiers were at, but nobody was there. All right, nobody was there. And where's everybody at? So we ended up looking around and we ran into wait, no, that was before. What that was where we ran into yeah, we ran into the golem and fucking uh I snuck ahead and I was like, oh shit, y'all, there's a golem coming. And I, when I went back, and I was like, oh shit, there's a golem coming. And then we had like a couple minutes to get ready, and fucking we fought him, we won, okay. And then went to search through the rest of the shit. Oh, I don't remember after that. Oh yeah, no, yeah. And then found the fucking we split up, right? So we yep, split up, and then we fucking me and fucking Mister, was it me, Mister, and Yasuke? The demon. Boom. Okay. Mister, Endem, and Varus found the room with the motherfuckers in it, right? The beholders. Yep.
holders, yeah.
Yep. And we found me, Kadeem, and Yasuke found the room with all these mirrors and fucking a bunch of us's.
And clones started coming out.
I was like, fuck it, we
Yeah.
gotta fight all the us's.
And then we
Uh,
started shooting the mirror, but then something else happened.
yeah, what happened after? Because I feel like
Something like some the light or we started putting out the fires. We started putting out the flames to the
Right.
One slime going to split into two. It's coming back.
Nice.
Good
Nice.
recap. Good recap.
Lisa.
Okay, bet. Um, I have three clothes left, or just have three. Okay. I have, I have in the shit out with mage hand, like make it wave the flame out or snuff it out. Yeah, try and stuff it out with mage hand. Oh, that's not good.
Man,
Can I make it blow it out? Can I make it cause like a yeah, or is it too spectral? What if I use mage hand to knock it over? What if I knock it over to fucking put the flame out? I don't know about that. Okay, but if it has physical effects, I could theoretically ban. Okay, yeah. Um, you think I could? I got some like, and I got an entertainer's pack with some like clothes. Could I snuff it out with? Snuff it out. All right, all right, all right, all right. That's just my outside of the box thinking. Let me. No, no, no. You know exactly what I'm gonna fucking on. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use the Wind Reaper fucking Vulcan. What is that? How you pronounce that? And that's yeah. And I'm gonna use that to slam that shit down and create a wind and fucking see if I can bring it and calm down. Yeah. Oh, it's oh, he's putting it up.
I thought Yasuke was the one that told us. Yasuke was telling us to do it.
You did it. Oh, that's a nat 20. Oh, well, disadvantage, right? Damn. That's a nat 20 and then a nat fucking one.
Damn.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay, that's a 14. Oh shit. Oh shit. You're right. I'll use lucky and I'll take that. Okay, bet. You're right. You're right.
Fact. Exactly.
Hmm.
Yeah, I figured that shit out
And
pretty
I'm
fast.
about to
Plus 9.
cast telekinesis and start spinning people around the room.
That's a
Nice. Nice.
that Ray turns and notices Kadim's wind starting to do this, starting to do the wind shit. And then, oh shit, this wind sword does windy shit too. So she just reaches back, grabs it, and just swipes, swipes it out.
Right there. Mm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
All right, work it out. All right.
Mhm. Yep.
No,
So this is after I it's to try to grab the slime. And I remember my hand got she said, "Don't touch that. Don't you know what that'll do to you?" So me personally, I just back up. Varus backs up and oh, okay. I feel like the best thing to do right now is probably try and get out of here.
yeah,
Personally, that's Varus is kind of startled because I haven't encountered anything like this before. So yeah, yeah. Okay. Hmm. What should we do, guys? Let's get out of here. You know what I mean? Hmm. Hmm. All right. Do I have to roll to throw some smoke bombs?
He
Okay. Hmm.
that
I don't think that. I don't think that's smart.
here. You also have some spells, Mike.
I think I should switch it
You
up,
had a
man.
booming blade.
I think yeah, I'm getting soft out here.
Yeah, don't let Lars be a soft boy.
I'm getting soft.
I'll let Waters be Drake, bro.
Facts.
Mm.
Facts. Okay, so I'm going to go for a level one. Uh, make the ice.
You have ice.
Can I throw my ice knife at the slime goblin guy? All right, because I think it's six
You
sixty.
create a shard of ice and filing it at one creature. Filling file it at make a range. And then
That's short. Yeah,
yeah, because it explodes.
let's roll.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Let's see
It's
what
your
we
turn.
do. I was getting soft out here. What's
All right, so
happening?
it's gonna be D20 plus your attack bonus is +7, so we can do uh 5, 2, and 11.
Sounds like I kind of hit it. Mm. Thank you. Thank
Hold on, it's right here. Let me bring it up. Steady aim, boom, right here. As a bonus action, you give yourself advantage on your next attack roll. Boom. Okay. So yeah, you would the next time you're gonna have to use steady aim before you're gonna have to stay. I use steady aim and then
you.
throw ice knife.
Okay, nice. So it's
But
a before action.
no, I'm saying next time. Yeah.
Well, like,
Ooh, that's a dirty 20.
that's a 20.
When it's not a natural 20, so when it's not a 20 on the dice,
Yeah.
it's a dirty 20. And you,
Yeah. I made that.
yep, that D10
All
Pierce,
dice team up.
a deck save, 15, DC 15. Hold on, let me see if oh shit. All right. It's
Facts.
gonna take half this. So it's gonna take all of this piercing damage. I roll 10. Piercing damage is 6 piercing damage. And I did 9 cold damage.
Mm.
9 damage.
Mm. Stop playing.
But
Mhm.
Come on, dog.
Yeah.
and
Nice. So, mhm. Var. So once Var's backed up and he realized, uh, he thought about making an ice knife. So he starts conjuring the ice knife and throws it immediately at the one directly in front of him. Yep. And okay, so as the ice knife pierces it, it kind of just freezes all the way through. So yeah, that was it.
All right, so there's only one of them frozen.
Yeah,
Okay, so it's frozen. Like the whole thing is frozen. Like the damn. I wonder if I hit it. I wonder if I hit it with a shatter.
basically prone.
Oh no, I'm about to hurl Earth. No, I rolled damage. You got to roll to save. The DC save. Uh, will save be it'd be a 16. That's that's a 16. That's a 16 on the bludgeoning. hmm Um, so basically, I tell who was that Endem to stand back because I hit the one directly. Stand back and I kind of like do my little bending thing. I stomp in the ground, bring my fist together to pull the rock up out the earth, and then I kind of like punch it towards the slime golem.
See.
nice.
I'm a bitch.
Oh yeah.
Um, oh no.
Damn.
And
Ooh.
You out here.
just a little level two chromatic ore. Yeah.
Hmm.
Darker color.
Like to be like tears. That looks like a one liner.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Mm.
yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, so he gets bigger, or is he like the same size? Ooh, okay. I think we need. I think we need an ultimate gang attack.
Like I
I think we
say,
need an ultimate. Yeah, yeah. I think we
how
gotta power up.
how tall is that slime golem? Like how high would you say that is?
Let me see my. Oh man.
Say because I got watery spirit, but I can only conjure up a 10 foot radius on a point.
Okay.
Mm.
We gotta come up with some. Right.
Maybe you can put
Yeah,
like some
yeah.
Yeah, I just
like
ice
maybe
knife it
like
again.
like surround one of Mister's like rock shits with ice or some shit. Ice rock.
I think I just ice knife it again.
Can you combine something with the ice knife?
I'm not sure. It doesn't say
Usually,
it in the action.
We still deliberating.
Appreciate it, bro.
Nice. I don't
No.
remember actually.
Nice. Hell yeah. That's what's up. All right. So we can't like all right, we were kind of talking about like ice attacks and can you like hmm, what we got, yo?
Hit it with flurry of blows.
Mm-hmm.
Is it how many key points can I spend on that though? Spend one key point to make two unarmed strikes, and then I can use a key point. Yeah, but like I want to spend like two key points. Is that like four hits? It's two unarmed strikes as a bonus action. Okay, bet. Yep, that's the plan. They gonna double down on the
All right.
freezing. I'm gonna hit it with some flurries. Ooh,
All
sorry.
right. Oh, nice. All right.
This is conjuration. I think it's conjuration.
Yep. Conjuration. So with Varsnia, okay, okay. Right. Exactly. Wait, so are go ahead. So are we combining roles together after because we're conjuring together? No. I'm gonna take
For
this
extra
slime.
for your blows.
Oh, nice. I am. I am. Level one. What level am I casting my level one ice knife at?
This is level one. You can cast up to level three, right?
Yeah, I cast at the level three.
No, level five.
Oh,
We
five?
can add, we can add spell.
Oh yeah.
So you can cast up to level five slots.
Nice.
So you can do. So you only have two level five spell slots. So you can only cast two level five spells. You can cast four, and how many? That's what each you're doing.
I'm gonna cast mine at the level three.
Level three ice knife. That's going to. And he rolled a 17 to hit due to the damage. The cold damage 26.
All right, let's roll it.
I'm just
Um,
look.
Um,
Uh,
yeah, I said he.
I already. Want me to roll again? It was a 17.
Well, no, I'm good. I'm 17. Straight.
I
After
already
everything,
rolled the damage. Or
everything.
should I just again?
No, I'm good.
No, that's with the bottom. Yeah. Well, let's do this. This is gonna be. Uh, so that's 2d10, but then we're gonna do.
mine's a 19.
This is 21 cold
Okay.
damage.
Ooh,
21 cold damage.
Tearing them up.
21. Mhm. And
112. Well, the guy's got to be dead at this point.
My first roll was a 19.
Nice.
That's just that was just a hit. Do I need to? Or do I just need to roll damage? I might be fucked. Okay. The damage on that 19 is a 6, and then on the key point, I said on my bludgeoning damage that was a 6. I bludgeoning spent the key point to do another strike. My freeze blows. Got another 27 to attack, and then the damage on. Come on. Yeah, and I got a 7 on the bludgeoning. Can I use another key point to do another attack? Another unarmed strike? Okay. So I've skipped one.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I get okay. Got you. Nah, I just want to say, 26 to hit, and the damage was it 9? Nope, I got a 10 on bludgeoning, so it was 6, 12, and 10 on the damage.
Okay. Yep. Nice.
Mm. And the snowman throws the ice pipe.
Mm.
Very stagnant.
Very Chrysler.
Very sliced and
Very
very
sexy.
ice.
Yep.
Throw, he throws the ice pipe and then explodes. Okay, okay. He held it and then flew at it.
Flavor and spell.
I'm
Oh,
good.
do you want to build a snowman? Hold on. After I see that, do I see it freezing? Is it freezing? Okay. So Mr. Say Mi- Mr. Say's watching me work, and I run and I use my Murphle leap, and as I'm jumping up, I'm hitting it in like I guess would be soft spots until I work my way up to the face area. That's what mm, yep, yep. Mm-mm. Each blow 100 times stronger than the other.
Ooh, man.
That may not be a good thing.
But it's so other people, right? Oh God.
Um, that's why you must prevail and push forward. Then onward to the. Are we going up and down? We I forgot the way. Yeah,
Yeah, quite.
yeah. And Gabby already hate. Well,
But
not. But Ray already hates me. So
I don't hate you, but you did pick a fight with him. So you know what I'm saying?
I didn't pick a fight.
Yeah, you did, didn't you?
Backward to the. No, all I said was insolent children. No, 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 no. That
I
never
forget
happened.
exactly how it went down.
No, that's not. That's
Well, I
not.
forget exactly how it went down. I hate
This is a bug table, but this never happened. That never happened.
I remember that vaguely. She wasted no time.
Yeah, Ray is the most ready to fuck a bitch up. She was like, "Oh, a way to take out my childhood trauma? Perfect." Well, exactly as Khadij said, we must. That is precisely why we must go on. So, mm. And it's both good. Nice. I tell him, I don't think he's really a threat.
Yeah, because I mean, I got my little mind reading, and I can just read your mind. But
Oh damn!
y'all could be slick if you want to.
I'm gonna make a roll on that. Cause can I tell if he's can I tell if he's
Yeah,
trying to get in my head?
uh,
If it has a V next to it. Here, let me look up. Is tech dots here? Let me see. Cause Ray, because we love to tech gods.
Yeah, I don't know the personal space.
It's V and S. Visual, I think. Okay.
I just wave my little fingers under my like beside me, and
He
just
just
wave
goes
my little fingers.
that lays his hand. Ooh, black.
Wait, something does. I got like a bonus. Never mind. Okay, so
In the deck. Okay. You should be free.
14, but then plus the 6. No. Ooh.
Wait, did I get to roll?
Uh,
Should be right below the iPhone.
ah, damn.
You should have spell, attack bonus,
Uh,
your
15. 15. Yeah.
15 wisdom. And wisdom save.
No, yeah, I
I
tripped that
think
fast.
I'm gonna use no, no, I'm not gonna use it for this. I'm not gonna use it for this. I'm gonna save it. Oh, bet does it tell you? By the way,
But Ray doesn't make the same.
it's a 10.
Ooh. So I'm gonna read her more.
He should he
Wow.
should make a fucking wisdom saving throw for being in my head.
Oh my god.
But Ray
And
basically
I,
tells him in
I
Infernal, like,
kind of look
I
at
don't think he's
Yasuke
much
and
of a threat. I don't think I don't, in the sense that I don't think his intentions are to betray us or anything like that.
I look at y'all and I say, if there's anything you have to say about me, you can say it, please. I have no intentions on betraying you. That's neither here nor there. I'm here
You know,
for the beholder
in a good way.
and the Eldritch Owl.
likely he's reading our minds, but I should say, Kadeem, that the way for us to trust you more is to not invade our minds. So, just for future reference, I understand why you
And
did
I
it.
think for me to trust you guys is more is to not talk in a different language.
Hmm.
Shall we push on?
Why?
Well, I apologize for
It's
reading minds.
unfortunately a beautiful language. It, a lot of blaspheming.
I will not read. I won't read your minds while we in the dungeon. Oh, there's that.
Because those that's what
I
Jesus.
mean, that's how it happens. That's how a group begins. You know, people just they just join. I found them in the alleyway. You know, we had a little rough in, and I saved them. And I've just kind of stuck with them ever since.
You saved her.
I'm actually starting to like the game. So back off, Yasuke. No,
Yeah, you're not bad.
with
Doesn't
your
matter.
with your
Right.
southern bluntness.
Don't be edgelord.
Let's see. Let my actions, no, let my actions speak for my loyalty. I'm here. We're in this together. Let's get this shit. Let's get this shit.
Let's get this shit. Top of the morning. Top.
Wait. Well, I mean, all the fires is out now. I'm just,
Oh, facts.
yeah.
I'll do one too. Bet, because
Mm.
my investigation is 0, so I'm gonna give the help action to Kadeem.
Ooh. So I did an investigation check. All right.
What's the hit points? Take that shit out.
Right.
How big is it? 2 foot by 2 foot square. Mm, checking to see if I got something to store it in. I have a hard spot. We can put it in. Mm-mm.
So there's slime John,
Mhm.
frozen solid left.
I,
Mm.
I
Bitch,
vote
I'm
to kill it.
y'all gotta kill that bitch.
I think we should kill it, yo.
Mm.
Probably investigate it.
I make
Yeah. Investigate it. Yeah.
yeah, he's been in uh, for-
Yes.
I seen a yeah. Mm.
Mm.
Sentient. Investigated, but that
And
shit. But he rolled a 6.
yeah, I don't. Mm.
No, for got a 6.
Yeah.
That's
I give him my
that,
help.
right?
So that add.
Oh,
'Cause my investigation is.
boom. So he rolls again. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
that's and that's a 14 plus 1d10. That's gonna be 14 plus 3, 17. Well, it's gonna be a 17 plus 3. Bet I'm gonna roll Arcana. That's gonna be like a magical knowledge check, basically.
Nice.
Richie, stop.
And the yeah, and the water with the
Yo, what is it in?
You sleep.
stuff. Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. I'm not sure what they're making.
No, because you got a 21, so you have the most knowledge on it. Because you from back.
I was gonna go help end them with the beholder check. Uh, this will be my first time. See, no, not my first time seeing a beholder. I'm trying to. No, I'm trying. Nah, so this is my first time seeing a. So I'm kind of like curious and stalking around because she is frozen, right? Yeah. hmm I'm shouting that word at like how many number of eyes it has.
Noah 21 for
Mm.
the little bulb.
Mm. Mm. Oh,
Hmm.
I think I've seen this before. This is very familiar for some reason.
Okay, further explain.
Mm.
Hmm?
This seems this seems very dark, as we were saying earlier. Yeah,
Looking laying
I
down.
smell what you said in there. Mm.
Uh,
I think I
to
know.
my knowledge,
Yeah, dude. I'm in
yeah, right.
Mm.
Hmm? The Purple Dance family.
it.
See? It's a girl in a muffle. It's first of all, he denounced her. He denounced her family because of the bullshit they be on. All the shit that sounds like Ray, and it's Ray's fault because she got a girl. Yeah. Yeah. It's not her fault. Her family is rule every time. Purple ass. Yeah. Come on.
Forrest
Oh,
was like,
yeah, I thought I had problems. Mister put Mister Mister put his hands on her back because he can't reach her shoulder.
My life, bitch ass.
Varus says, Varus says, I take you guys see these purple people a lot, huh?
Yeah. Yes.
Mm.
Stuff black. That's a no. I gotta find. Check.
Dude,
I
I'm
mean,
out, man. I don't even know.
I can help.
Y'all can give Noah what's it called? A help action, or he can give you a help action actually. Another one, can he?
Mm. Oh shit.
3.
Mm. Yeah, let's do that.
Speaking stone.
That's the call.
Because
Mhm. Yeah, I don't,
I was a probably could. I told you. Yeah, I said I wrote a 20 or a 20. Well, yeah, I want to tell the, so I tell the group that that's what we're doing.
Hmm.
Yeah, let's meet back up. Shall we have them meet us here or meet wherever they are?
Yeah.
Oh, it's you know, you, wait, what she say? Okay. Well, Kadeem, they have some papers for you to look at. They couldn't understand the magical implications of what was in them, so we can go over there to meet back up. Oh, come to me. Oh, so I just basically direct them to where we came through to get to us.
Nice.
Oh my God. All right.
I give him Barney.
So it's 16 plus 7 is 23. Thank you. All this shit.
Is it evil infernal? All right, I look at
So
it.
I can tell the group group, like this is something I don't understand. And
Let's take a look. Uh-huh. Uh, is infernal. And do you have comprehend languages of it?
mhm.
The infernal part say. Uh, yeah, anyone who wants to take a look at it can. I just kind of hold it in front of me.
Mister wouldn't know what that says. What's the check? Yeah. So shit. I know this language,
All right.
kind of.
What does the part say and the straighter part person? So I can tell him and he can tell me and shit. Oh
And,
shit!
and
Right. So
oh, shit.
this looks like some our fucked up families are working together now. So that's
Hmm.
mm, yeah. Fact. So yeah, we have to. Fuck. This is yeah. This sucks.
Mm. Oh, not
Hold up my,
unnecessary.
I hold up my
You,
mechanical arm.
I think that the devil. The light no longer created. No, but they do.
Okay,
Please, in the
but I hold up my mechanical
And as you know, I am your now your
inconvenience. I kind of try to. Oh my
Mm.
god! It's crazy. Really? I gotta just tell
Like
the truth. It's
did on the
really-
village.
This is, this is no time. This is no time to band against each other. We must stick together. We've got some.
Oh, small genocide.
Yo, bars. Like, that's a bar.
Similar to the village. Man.
Get your rocks off. Mhm.
No, I just said I got. I just try to stand between them, and I'm just like, this is not time to bicker against each other. We must come together and figure out what's going on. Please. It's okay.
I, you know,
This
Yeah.
is fine. Mhm. It's
This
not a
just
low
got
blow.
strong.
It's a genocide that I didn't call.
wait, I want to make sure y'all can hear.
Can you guys hear us? You?
Yep.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear y'all.
All right.
Okay, how about now? Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
So Varus is his code name. His real name, no, he doesn't tell anybody.
Nope.
Hmm.
Oh, my name. Oh, my name's Bars. I'm just from around. You know what I mean? I was assigned to this job. Just taking it on with you guys.
Is that bars with a B or with a V?
Varus B
V.
as in Victor.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay. Bars. Like, it's like a bars. It's like a
Varus.
bars,
Deal.
but with a V.
Close
Okay,
eyes.
bars.
No, I don't think that.
Kind of just levitate in the air, and my cape starts like flapping vigorously, and my eyes turn gold. And then I cast like locate creature.
That's it, locate.
Level 4.
Oh,
Yeah, that's level 4. And yep. And then so I cast locate creature, and it says the direction. So all the doors are in the same direction though? No, it's just three different doors, right? Yeah. So yeah. So it says any creature up until 1,000 feet. So what's up? I'm trying to figure out. Hell yeah. Okay, so first I kind of like go back to the ground and then I explain to the others the situation. And I feel like we should go after the one creature and gang up on his ass.
Right, but do you think the creatures or the room with nothing or no creatures in them will hold some sort of important information or artifacts?
Now we gotta go where the monsters is at. That's where the good shit is at.
All right.
Yeah, I assume the one guy gotta be the strongest. He's in there by
Um,
himself.
seeing how we just got to fight with a slime monster, really not in the fight.
Suit up. Put your big boy pants on.
Stand up.
I mean, we gotta do what we gotta do.
I'm telling you. Hey, open all of them. Open both them doors.
Whichever one, whichever one
All
holds
right,
the
so
monster, since everybody want to
go
fight.
for the one monster first, if that's
One month.
down the middle.
Open the door. Open all the doors. Let me peek in the hallway. Let me just peek in the doors real quick. Let me see if I can see something.
We can go for just the one now and see. We have,
It's unanimous.
Just for the
No,
one.
I mean, oh, that's why Kiambre, you should go for the one. If you ain't ready to fight, you can just stand back.
Yeah.
It's
no, we're not splitting up again. You know what? If one of us is going somewhere, we're all going. So we're all going to the multiple then. So multiple it is. Fuck it. Let's go.
So we're going for the one? Nice.
All right, let's do it.
be prepared. Oh, thank God, 'cause I'm trying to make
Hmm.
1 minute. Oh snap! All right. Good, man. Um, mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, college is such a strong word.
Okay. Um,
Oh my God. I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, that's the problem. Fuck your boss. How much was the tax on that? What's the tax on that? I'll be having so many boxes at my job that I throw away. And yeah, I'll have like these like UPS tubes. They long and like triangular. But like that's what I do. Like I'm the shipping manager at my spot. So I sell medical equipment internationally. Yeah. So it's just like honestly, I'm just like shipping shit all day. And yeah, I use like so many different types of boxes, like so many different types of boxes. Oh yeah, but that shit is crazy. But then, I like that's all I do is shipping. So I see like shipping rates all day. But because I mean my job, we have our own rates through UPS, and then I see FedEx, and I see what it costs to ship from like the post office. I see all of the rates, and I got the like I choose the cheapest rate from all of it, and I do that shit all day, every day. But yeah, clearly I'm here.
Give me a couple minutes.
Give him a couple more minutes. Yeah. Mhm. I did take a shower,
Oh shit. Mm.
but I
That's-
am out here.
Oh shit.
Mhm. It's not a Billy of the Hill. It's a field Billy. Mm. I do miss moonshine sometimes, but because it don't take that much for you to be fucked up. Like literally, I can take me a couple shots and I'm fucked. Amen. But that's the thrill. That's what makes it taste so much better. That's what makes me want it even more. I don't want it, but the parasites in me, the parasites with it. That's the story to tell your kids.
Okay, cool. We
You know, you already know what Kadeem doing. He didn't sat down and he started meditating,
Mm.
conjuring, conjuring up some evil spirits. And let me get my little short rest on. What does that even do? Does that replenish my spell slot or no? Why I took no damage? Them little clones ain't touch me. Trust me. Endem's over there just shadow boxing. You already know.
yeah. Ray and Adam are having a little jam, a little quiet jam session. Yeah, we singing R&B thousand hits. Yeah, she's harmonizing with us.
A
Um,
man of many
um,
names. Sorry.
uh, I'm meditating, trying to understand my weapon that you gave me,
That energy.
the energy blade.
Um, it all depends on if my hunger is taken over. Okay, okay, bet. Your Mister is tinkering with my.
Who's thinking with arm?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, trying to see if I can make it spring out. Try to make see if I can make it spring out faster.
Yasuke smoking that Mary Bush. Mhm. Yeah.
Mister partakes.
It's- so, oh, there we go. Mm,
No, thank you. I need to stay alert.
okay.
Yeah, that's exactly why.
Yours.
Deeper.
Yeah, that's exactly why I don't want to smoke.
That's what I'm waiting to see.
I'll smoke
It's
when
um,
whatever it is back there.
I just like to say before that, when we slipped through the door, I think I slipped towards the back. Oh well, period. I need to be the last one in that down. Yeah, I know it's my idea, but I just think I should slip to the back. I got you guys' back. Put Mister in the front, on the front line infantry. I'm trying to slip behind and do. She's like, you don't know what's behind this door, woman. Send the strong soldiers first. put the new guy Boris first.
Oh man. Oh shit.
Ain't kicked in yet.
Shit, I'm telling you. Yeah, like probation period.
Oh
What
man.
the fuck is that?
Uh-uh. Um,
Here.
I think I have to go.
Nope. Oh yeah, I got True
uh,
Sight.
Rolling.
Yeah, Perception. 26.
I got an
Got
18.
17. Yours get
That's with or without the modifier. Yeah, 26.
yours is pretty.
Damn.
26.
Oh, hold on. Let me do that again. 'Cause I rolled two. Okay, hold on. Noah, Varus got a 23.
I see Thursday.
That's your stats. You have your best one.
Oh,
Just
hmm. I tell the others something fishy about this room,
Not
but I'm
sucker fishy, baby. You're hilarious. I'm pretty sure.
mm,
They're making beholders out of sculptures.
Ray's gonna cast. Uh,
why the fuck have
Ray wants
speak
to
with
cast
animals?
identify, or detect magic first, and then I want to see if identify if this is magical. The fish.
Don't end them got speak with. Yeah,
Oh,
Mister kind of
nice.
but it's different. Yeah, it doesn't.
Some Doolittle
In fact,
ass.
ask it what it knows about this place, about the organization.
The eldest eye.
Hmm.
I'm the motherfucking time. I say,
Uh,
shoot, we cook this motherfucker up. Looks like good eat.
Been down here. Let's get that.
you said a week.
We. Oh, okay. Have you seen? Have you seen anything? I guess I don't know to fish.
Have they seen any beholders? Do you know? Do they know what a beholder is? Beholders?
It get- Where, first of all,
Hmm.
where's his honor? Where's the people that we need? And who takes care of him? What you said his honor?
When is the
Who's
last time he
taking care?
saw his own facts?
Uh,
And
So
does his owner look like any of us?
hmm. There's a
mhm.
good one.
Is he bigger or smaller?
Does he have any idea where they went? Shit. All
I
right,
like
fuck it. I
this.
alone at the other room so everyone comes back. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the best idea.
We want to hide behind the fish tank.
I have one more question. Why are you in the small tank and not the big one?
And left
Hmm.
you in this small one,
What's in that treasure chest in your tank? Is that like
huh? Can we keep the fish, bro? I like him. Oh
Oh.
my god.
I'm not gonna I'm not gonna
Oh
cast
well.
watery spear so this fish could be
Yeah, I want to.
I will not
Right.
be responsible for fish. Kadeem,
Leave the
I will
fish.
not nor condone nor persuade you to take. I just don't. I will not be
But if
responsible.
we're going to blow up the whole dungeon,
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
why are you just
uh,
We're not
well, we can't leave this place in functional order. You know, they're going to just keep on making
Can I cash
more
transfer out
artificial
of space?
organs.
You want the
Transfer out
fish?
of trace on
By
Canadian?
all means,
Because he should be giving out a lot of
you
information.
don't have to justify your fishly needs.
We need the fish.
Eric.
Mhm. Okay. It's a
You know,
horseman,
ask him if he's had
the
a friend in
Minotaur.
his.
Or if he was a Minotaur, wouldn't he look like but I was gonna say, well, what does Mister look like? Because Mister's a goddamn
Say,
um
Mm.
like, I like Juan. I like furniture.
mhm. Something you don't have, Mister Fish.
How many
Because he's a
fins?
fish.
And also he a snake. Well, a slippery serpent ass nigga.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, oh yeah.
Yeah, we should
This
leave.
is
Let's
what we're
go.
here
Don't take the
for.
fish. Leave the fish here.
Don't don't be
Yeah,
fucking
this is not
okay,
good.
okay.
Don't, no, fucking don't take the fish.
Look, what
Endem
time
and
is
I will
it?
drag you away from here. We have to continue. We have to figure out the rest of what's going on here.
We kind of just sigh and then just walk towards the door.
Fuck. Go. Let's just go. Let's go.
Can I try? Can I walk through the mirror?
No, what the fuck?
Mm, yeah.
What is your deal, bro?
We should leave.
We should leave.
We should leave and go to the empty room. Go to the empty
What you
room,
mean?
investigate the empty room, have a breather, and then get ready to fight whatever is in the room ahead. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Y'all scared to fight the beholder lady? Or it's only one of them?
All right, all
Exactly.
right. Fuck it. I just didn't know if there was any information in the empty room that could assist us with the fight.
Yeah.
I was thinking too.
Fuck. All right, let's go.
We need to hide behind the fish tank.
Bro,
And then they gonna
Well,
see him.
listen.
You got coffee?
Well, let's go in the mirror. I mean, there's some things we could do. Y'all ain't got no clothes.
Flash without Trace. Mm,
I think
I
I
can make
could.
a
Yeah,
couple
that's
of
what I was
walls.
thinking. I was about to levitate us all on the ceiling. Oh, wait,
What kind of wall you need?
I got a wall of stone.
I can do that.
See, I got a wall of sand, and I got a wall of stone. I mean, I got a stone. I'm trying to.
Cast two walls of stones. I'm gonna cast the first one. You cast one right behind it. We just need to at that door. No, just put in front of the fish tank. Now, actually, just put it in this little corner right here. Block off the wall.
Yeah, see the wall of stone. Why do I have that? Oh, because I'm a fighter.
My, my shit is moving so slow. It's like disconnected like four times. So at this point, I'm, I'm.
Oh, a wall of sand behind his wall of.
What is that behind the fish tank?
Fire.
Hmm.
Can we do the invisibility and then make the wall invisible?
I know.
Oh, and I give her the help action on that. Oh, just for the fish. Literally just for the fish, because we love him.
So can we keep the fish after we kill the beholder? No.
Good point.
Fish
I
thing.
just keep him in a little like sphere. I can. I'm gonna shrink the one that he's in.
Please. Just get over the fish.
Well, if I get, I get. if we're invisible, then with the NCA,
Advantage plus advantage plus 10.
Advantage plus 10.
Okay,
yes,
so
no roll, yeah,
with
so
the
no,
with the with everything, Ray got a 33, and then with everything, Varus
22.
got a 21.
Got a 29.
and Kadeem got a 27.
Okay, facts.
33.
Ray
29.
Varus got a 21.
30.
Ray got a 33. Ray, steady aim. Ray and Varus prepare to steady aim.
Oh shit. Oh, I'm trying to.
Kadeem cast Blaze on. So,
Yeah. I'm a.
Good one. Got that. That's a lot of double D. There we go. That's what it lit.
Hello, lady.
Ready. Can I really focus aim? Yeah. Focus aim is ready.
It's only one finger. Oh, okay. Bum, bum.
Man, we here.
What else? I know, right? I'm ready to test my fucking skill. What's popping? Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Oh snap.
Fuck. Update. Yeah, I'm about to cast uh you said flat initially. No.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Man.
Ray's initiative is
Var's got a five.
Ray got a
And
9.
9. Up. And them look like
Well,
Kazoo got on there. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Bet.
All right. So once Endem attacks, are we all gonna be visible? But we still be. Ah.
Girl.
Mm.
doesn't notice everybody.
Hmm.
All right. So I mean, nobody can see this because I'm invisible, but as I levitate in the air, I start snatching the water out of the fish tank and I cast summon elemental. And so I summon a water elemental with the fucking water and fish tank. Oh, oh.
Mm. Wait,
And I
doesn't he shut
casted it
down
level
magic?
5.
Doesn't he shut down your magic if he sees you, or is that not? Oh, he only noticed him after he was already doing the shit. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, oh, I forgot how I find my tab. Let me see. Find it. Oh, yeah, you go back. I got it. Oh, we're gonna come back to the elemental. No, you're fine. So the first thing it says multi attack. The elemental makes two slam attacks. So I want to do slam, obviously. And so slam says +7 to hit, and it says hit is 13 2d8 +4. Uh, Separate though, right? 2d20 +13.
What do you think? So
What is it
choose
doing?
more spells
Mhm.
because we still need.
I'm confused. Okay, so the first one, why does it say 30, but then the dice roll says 17? Mhm. But the next one says 16 and the dice is 3. And is damage just a regular d20? The 2d.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right, you're right. The 2d8 +4.
Do, do
Oh,
two
it's
level
9.
and then three. We need two more
Yeah.
level.
Mhm.
So as my water elemental comes from the fish tank and oh the fishy friend flaps to the bottom, the water elemental like charges at him and then slams him down and then slams and picks him up and slams him down again.
Mm.
Business. uh, shit. I'm
I
going to
think
use my. I want to do a ranger. Uh, I'm gonna my key blast my breathe. Yeah, 3 points. Hold on, let me spend these 2 key points. Um, let's see. I am going to. I'm going to use my key blast 2d6 plus
Do you know?
force.
Mhm.
No, I got advantage because I'm invisible. I got a 13, so 21 to hit. That is a 10 on the Does a 10 on the force damage. Um, yeah. Do I still roll with advantage? I roll shit. Roll attack. I got it. I got a 12 to hit. Okay, but I still got focus aim, right? So I spend 3 more key points. I had 16 key. I had 18 keys. Oh, I rolled a 12. Three. Yeah, damn.
Okay, so would you say that? Okay, all right, look. Would you say that the beholder's effects are like magical inherently? Okay, boom. Here's what I would do. First, bonus action, hex. No, bonus action, hunter's mark, and then since I'm hidden, I can do sneak attack, right? Top of got you. Okay, boom. Okay, boom. So okay, boom. So first, I'm gonna use my movement to move back away from him, and then going to sneak attack. Oh, I'm far away anyway. All right, bet. If I'm far, then I'm gonna stay. So okay, boom. So yeah, I move back, and I'm going to shoot an arrow, sneak attack, shoot an arrow of anti magic at him. So that's gonna be that dispels all magic within a 10-foot radius for 1d4 rounds. So I'm gonna roll them rounds. Roll damage. Uh, okay, bet. Um, with advantage. Ooh, with advantage, that's a 28 to hit. And let me roll the rounds. Because if I dispel his magic, he can't dispel my magic, huh? Mm, we'll see. All right, that's the one, one good old round. One good old round of that. And then let me roll this damage. What's the sneak attack? Let's see. Extra 5d6. And that. Yeah, that's 26 damage. Oh, what do you mean?
All right.
Just shoot.
Right, Virus, fuck him up. Fuck
Mind
him
you, you
up.
have steady aim, so ranged attacks you do with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right. So I would like to.
I would suggest using sneak attack.
Mhm.
Since you already used it.
Yeah, I would like to use sneak attack. And
You can do an arrow thing since you have advantage on that. But you have advantage on everything else, so you could just do a spell.
I can use a spell too.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I would like to use the cantrip. I can use
You can
that.
use that.
Okay.
Oh, so you don't get spells. If you want, you can do.
Oh, okay.
So you do have booming blade.
I would like to use cast booming blade. Yes,
You gotta look at your attack. So
I want to do a group of five.
what's that?
So
That is
24.
yep. That's a 24 to hit, and then roll this damage. Let's see what the damage is for this. What level do you want to cast this at, baby?
Five. Stop playing.
You can cast it at level 5. You
Yeah.
can only cast it at 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Let's see. If the attack hits, the target is surrounded by magical energy and can't willingly move, or it takes 1d8 thunder damage. Ooh, that's cute. Okay. Okay.
Because remember, she's bound, so at least let a
Wait,
creature
how do we
damage.
reach for this? Oh, just 1d. Okay, okay. Let's see. 1d8, 5d6. Okay. Plus 1d8. That's 23 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. So as I approach forward,
You gotta.
yeah, I do a dash towards the monster. He can't see me yet, and I take my single melee. Wait, what melee
You can use
weapon
your
would I
energy
swing?
blade.
Yeah, I would swing my energy blade because I've been focusing with it
Yeah.
recently, and I'm interested in to see what it's gonna do. So I cast the booming blade as I swing the energy blade, and I guess under damage.
Yeah.
So
So a loud boom can be heard.
yeah, so a loud boom is heard, and he's moving a lot slower than he was before. So I guess, does he drop who he has bound yet?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I just kind of see what happens after that.
Yeah, that's somebody else too.
Mm. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Hey, listen up, Gen X.
Now let me
I'm
ask
on
you,
your ass
would
today.
the round that he's unable to use magic be just this round, or would it end after my turn? Did I move back a couple feet? You don't taste very good. Yeah. So I gotta make a save. Uncanny dodge. Dodge. Take half damage. Oh, guess what? Silvery barbs, bitch ass. Oh, that shit again. Sorry. Hold on. Does that hit? Hold on. Hold on. Damn, that still hits. Fuck. All right. Uncanny dodge though. How's that? How's that? Yeah, I'm just gonna have it. I'm just gonna have the damage. Attacker, the attack, attack, you have. Yeah, yeah. Jesus. Good. I thought he said 46 too. I mean, he said 4d6, but not 46.
Oh shit. He rounded up. Mhm. Mhm. And himself. T-shirt of his panties on. He got a he got an eye piercing. Mm. Okay, so and so with my turn, can I not like cast a spell and then do a bonus action? But my bonus action would be right. Well, I don't want to get close to it. Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna cast um probably lightning bolt. Shouldn't I? No, this is instantaneous. This is a stroke of lightning formed in one line, 100 feet. One direction you choose, each creature in the line must take a dexterity saving throw. A, a creature takes 8d6 lightning damage on a save. 15. Hey. So a creature takes 8d6 lightning damage. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Level 4, and it's the damage increases by 1d6 for each level, so it's just one more. So 9d6. Nine, nine. 41,
Hmm?
41 lightning damage. I cast my lightning. Yeah. Uh, yeah, so as I cast lightning, and then I cast it in a line straight towards him, and it strikes him, and you can just see him shake, and his eye pop out his forehead a little bit,
Mm.
and then you can just see the smoke come off his head. And then I'm I'm still trying to get the water elements over here. Yeah. Um.
17.
Okay, wait. So am I rolling for movement or am I rolling? Oh, okay, okay, okay. So it's
So that's yeah, so it combines them if you roll two d20s together. So it says 19, but you rolled a 2 and then a 17. And then you add.
yeah, and then I roll for damage on that. 2d8. Yeah, 2d8 plus 4. Wait, no. Yeah. 2d8. Um, damage is 13. Wait, what? Roll a hit.
Mm,
It's the worst.
wait, whose turn is it right now? What happened to? Oh,
I
So
thought the I thought the monster went last.
oh, you bitch ass nigga.
Yeah,
mm,
you didn't say that at the jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
You didn't say one of his legendary actions was to go first.
I
Oh,
know, but I thought okay, but I'm only had They're the only ones that attack twice.
Mhm.
No, I'm talking about end them in raid. Yeah. Okay.
Constitution.
Constitution. Let me see.
Give you a what?
Can I give him Bardic? Can I give him Bardic? Hold on, hold on.
Dexterity save.
That's a 17.
Come on.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
17 for Bard.
Yes, wisdom.
Hold on. Having trouble. Okay, now I got it. I got a 23 on the dexterity save.
Yeah.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, his was 17.
17.
My wisdom saving throw was 26. Period. My wisdom is like +6 anyways. I rolled a fucking 20, so
Shit. Hold on. Rashad woke up, so I gotta.
mm,
No. I'm good. Good. I just had to. Knock. Yeah, he knocked my tablet out my. I'm going to do. I'm going to cast. Make sure this not on the cast thunder. Yep.
like a killer
Oh,
call.
wave of thunder is for from you. Each character in a 15 Q originating from you must make a Constitution saving throw. On a fail
Yeah, he
save, the
about to
creature
kill us.
takes D8 thunder damage and is pushed 10 feet away from. On a successful save, you just take the 10D, you just take the 2D damage and you don't get pushed away.
So this is creatures that don't count for us. That's what I'm looking at. So it says on a failed save, the creature takes 2d8 thunder damage. And
It's a spell. Yeah, you got a Constitution. It's a Constitution save. So do I use my spell DC as a case of 16? You take the 2D, no, not 2D. Let me see. I just cast it at a level one. So you take 2d8 thunder damage. So do I roll 2D? Do I roll 2d8? Oh, come on now, tell it. Yeah, I'm about to roll that. Come on, come on. Each. That's a 10. 10 thunder damage. And then I just made like a loud boom 300 feet away, up to 300 feet.
Boy, hard.
Okay. Um, Cells right now. This turn. Y'all hear me?
Hmm.
Okay. Can I hex? Aha. So I'm gonna use hex bonus action. Uh, uh, he has to make. Does he have to make a save? I don't think you have to make a save on that. I think it just happens. Hold on. Okay, bet. Intelligence, and then so he has disadvantage on intelligence. Rollo themes psychic lance. So he's gonna take D6 or no, I have to he has to make a save. Oh yeah, he has to make an intelligence saving throw. Disadvantage on that. And he has to make a 17 save. I'm gonna say the name that he keeps saying. I forgot what name he said. What's his name? And I say Xanathar. to take that.
Oh,
I tried with the you know what I'm saying, with the disadvantage, but I'm fucking huge.
mm. Damn.
Right, that's half, right? That's half.
We need to tie him down and ask him some questions.
All right, so I was thinking about
Mine. Here's
yeah,
mine.
that's right.
Go ahead.
Mhm. I was thinking about I was thinking about casting slow into level 3 because it's slowing down. All right, you alter time around level 60.
Go ahead. What's the radius?
Already.
It's a 40-foot cube. Each target must complete a wisdom saving throw or be affected by the duration. An affected target speed is halved, and it takes a -2 penalty to AC and dexterity saving throws.
Yeah.
It can use reactions on its turn. It can either use an action or bonus action, not both.
Oh shit. That's not bad though. Oh, oh yeah.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Okay. Not gonna do that. Um.
I was about to say, not my water elemental.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. Let's just I'm gonna just I'm gonna
What
go
did
for
you?
the shocking grasp.
Oh, shocking grab. Let me see. What level?
Uh oh
Okay.
yeah.
Boom. So you get advantage
Sneak
and
attack.
sneak attack. Okay. The first one. Crazy. Can get any higher.
Mm,
Okay. Yeah. Now we're going with the 20. Uh, 20 to hit. with sneak attack damage too. Okay, that's 1d8 for the shocking grasp damage. Oh yeah, then he's gonna do. Do you want to do booming blade or just your sword attack?
Booming blade.
Booming.
Yeah, that's the one that you got.
Yeah, 1d8 thunder damage.
Mm-hmm.
Damage actually.
Get it right.
Uh, that's 25 damage. Yep, that's yep. Next time use that attack button. You have a lot of energy blade.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Reverse gravity. Okay. We make a dexterity saving throws. It's like, oh, for real now.
Silly Walker.
You- Oh,
Water.
Oh, I'm not. Wait, Ray's out of the circle. Ray's not affected by it.
Uh-uh.
Ah,
mm.
So you on the ceiling? Okay.
okay. I don't know. Intelligence. Oh no, he has disadvantage on intelligence. Ah. Ah. give you Bardic.
You are inspiration.
Finish him. Well, damn. Run shit, but we gonna get him with that shit eventually. He got that shit. I'm gonna hit him with the turn. And 'cause he's going down.
Like, with his one eye. Good eye.
What, man? Somebody get his.
I cast Wall of Light. Oh no.
Yeah. Yo. I know I can't use it, but he can. That's fine. I'm gonna get him.
So wait, what is he supposed to be trying to do to Ray?
Hmm.
Um, let me make sure this is doing what it's supposed to do. I said, let me make sure this is doing what it's supposed to do. I guess, I mean, I just, wherever he's looking at, if he's looking in front of Ray, I don't,
Oh,
I don't want him to steal her power or whatever he's about to do. Oh, would this affect him? And I'm just, yeah, I'm just, I can't see exactly where she's at, but I think diagonally would be good. No, about these bonus actions. Mhm. So if I have a cantrip like Fireball, I can't cancel. Mm. All right, well, oh, let me see. Yeah, and that is a concentration spell. Yeah. Um, nah. Who is Riddick?
Me, this Mister's real name, Chris.
Oh my God.
he oh, is he still 10 feet away? Um, going to hurl Earth. Uh, yep. Damage is oh shit. You get the 2d12, ain't it? All right. It's 15 on the damage. Oh, 15 bludgeoning damage. The
Mm,
uh, it's still my go.
do we-
Uh, can I spend the key point and hurl Earth again?
Hmm.
Okay. Oh, so spend 2 key points. All right. Well, damn. If I would know that, I would have just did a right bet. Can I do that instead of hurl Earth again? Oh, I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna. What is it? 25.
Kill him.
Dam- damage is 11 force damage. Mm, okay. And then uh, I can. Don't I get like an unarmed strike? All right. Oh no, I'm gonna. So can I dash? Uh, yeah, I did to do an unarmed strike. Me too. Not the, but the no, I threw a key blast. That didn't cost. Yep. Go ahead on. That's a 20, a dirty 20. Go on, miss. Oh, and I am going to roll for damage. Tablet flows. Give it a minute. Dirty. That is an 8 bludgeoning damage. And I end my turn.
With it, can
Take
I
us,
hex? Can I do all my stuff?
take us home, Ray.
Can I do the hex stuff? All right, all right,
We'll
all right.
show up.
We just
All
need a
right,
few
I'm
good hits.
going.
Gouge his eye out.
I have advantage. All right. I'm I'm going to. Oh, facts. Can I do that? I'm gonna do that then. Facts.
Wait, but I
I'm
got the
a
wall of light up there, though.
I'm gonna move behind you. Yeah, I'm gonna move, cast hex, and then try psychic glance on that nigga one more time. I gotta do it. Just roll the save, roll it twice. Uh, 17. Silvery barbs, silvery barbs. Fuck you. Thank you. Thank you. Give me that. Here we go. You want that 10 damage, 10d6? Here we go. This.
You just dot all your eyes, bro.
All one of
29
them.
damage. 29.
29.
Damn.
Huh?
Describe it.
Oh, describe it. Oh. So I point at him, I scream his name, and the you see a beam, like a spear, energy spear from my finger, and it fucking slices through his eyeball.
Mm.
Hey.
Yeah.
And I just
Investigate the
I
body.
run
Yeah.
up and I stab him a couple times in his eye. I just run up and stab him.
Stab him a couple times.
Hell yeah.
I investigate the body. No, the body. Dead body.
You start investigating the
Mind you, I
body.
have
Max,
never,
what's he got? Did he drop
never
anything?
killed.
Like fucking.
Body, yada, 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 yada. Mm,
A bag of what?
Rain.
Rings.
He just whooped Sonic's ass.
I'm
Okay, I'll take that.
I'm investigating them. Can I investigate them?
I ain't gonna let you
Or like
get some shit in my
or like
hand.
detect magic or
I was gonna use the
identify.
tech.
Yeah. Identify. Oh, let me. Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say I want to use legend lore for something, so I'm gonna use that on this on these rings. Ooh. Ooh.
What's that second one after invisibility?
Yeah, that's the one I need. Because y'all don't need that.
That's the one I
Yeah.
need because you over here reading everybody's mind.
And that's why I need
Ray's
it. So
accent
that way I
drops.
can continue.
You better know because I didn't tell them because I didn't tell y'all what it does. So y'all better stop assuming. I didn't tell
For
y'all
the
what these
time,
do.
I
for the
got Legend
time
Lord
being,
too, babe.
I
for
didn't
the
tell y'all what
time
these
being,
do,
I'm
y'all.
gonna keep all three rings.
All right, we go ahead and keep them, y'all. You know what it does, though. I'm not gonna tell you what it does.
I didn't say I was gonna wear them. I just said I'm gonna keep them.
You can keep them.
That's crazy, Mister. Mister, you were the only one that got hit.
Nah, I wasn't done. I just wanted. I ain't never seen a beholder, so I just wanted to investigate the body. Now I'm going to investigate the fuck. Well, I
Look
got a
around,
plus
but
nine
I'm
in the.
sleepy. Okay.
Remember that? So I
Yeah.
just said put it in the refrigerator at the opening.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, we whooped his ass. We whooped his ass.
We did.
And we did.
Mister took 11 damage.
I did. I took
Uh,
11.
Yeah. And we're playing the real way.
yeah. I don't know what that means. Um, I don't know. I said I don't know what that means playing the real way, but
I,
No,
I,
I mean
I rolled a nat
like
20 on
using all of our
investigation.
well, I am at least using all the stuff I have because I finally looked at everything that I got
oh
on my feats and everything. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I rolled a nat
Hmm.
20 on investigation of the
For the rings,
Man, I rolled a nat
of
20
the.
on going to sleep.
it's like Smiggle. You take them rings. Okay, yes. Good night.
All right.
Until
Good
next time.
Good night.
night, y'all.
Hey, hey,
Good
hey.
game,
We
GG.
do we level up?
Okay.
All right.
Bye, y'all.
Good night, everybody. Why everybody get mad at me for keeping the rings, bro?
backup characters just waiting for an opportunity to play them. Like Georgina LaCroix, the human noble who also runs the local black market for exotic beasts and who lost her father at a young age to a griffin attack, and is betrothed to the owner of the nation's largest fleet of merchant vessels, whose ship she's been secretly using to smuggle contraband animals right under his nose. And of course, some that are way more in-depth than that. Well, she's an elf, I'm pretty sure. I love creating characters. I suspect that you guys probably already knew that since I create so many of them for this channel, including regularly creating characters specifically for sponsorship spots. But whenever I join a new game, it's like all of the creative thoughts just flee my mind. I'm actually working on creating a new player character right now for an ongoing campaign, and man, no matter how many fun ideas pass through my head while I'm not trying to write a character, the minute I sit down to nail something down, nothing feels interesting enough, and everything suddenly feels super cliche. In fact, the vastness of possibility when creating a new character is a big part of what makes me feel stressed. I could make anything, so I have no idea where to start. That's why I unashamedly love character generators. Sometimes I think we get the most creative when we're operating under constraints. Pressing a button on a generator and then having to think about how you would bring that particular character to life can really get the gears turning in my head, and it forces me to think outside of the box of the characters that I would normally create. Ironically, it's often when starting from a pre-generated foundation that I come up with the characters that feel the most uniquely mine. So today, I am going to introduce you to a few of my favorite character generators, and we will come up with a sample character using each of them. And no, I'm not using this to procrastinate on working on my actual character, how dare you! Probably the most straightforward D&D character generator you could use is the one at tetracube.com. You pick out which source books you want to pull from, you can choose to define certain traits like race, gender, class, etc., and it'll spit out a combination of mechanics and character traits that result in a pretty fully formed character concept. If you really want a lot of guidance, this is a great place to start. The way I usually use it is that I'll randomize it a few times until I see something that piques my interest, and then I'll start gradually locking in traits that I like. So I might lock in a race, name, and personality trait, but continue to randomize the class or background until something else grabs me. It's very, very rare that I generate a character on Tetracube and keep it exactly as is. So let's try it out. Jank, Hammer, the Lizard Folk Divination Wizard, Far Traveler, female, 20 years old. Okay, I've never created a lizard folk. I tend to create humanoid characters because I love dressing up as them. But why not? Let's get weird. I love that her name means hammer, but she's a wizard. Bond, though I have no choice, I lament having to leave my loved ones behind. I hope to see them again one day. Why did she leave them? Lizard folk quirk. You hate waste and see no reason not to scavenge fallen enemies. Fingers are tasty and portable. Yes. Love a good cannibal. Became a wizard because, while exploring an old tomb, library, or temple, I found a spell book. I was immediately driven to learn all I could about becoming a wizard. High abilities intelligence, that makes sense. Appearance, unusual skin color, I would agree. Okay, so she's from the Underdark. So let's try and connect all this together. The Underdark, the exploring and found an old spell book, and leaving her loved ones behind. So maybe she found an old tomb in the Underdark, and in it she found a spell book. Okay, wait, I've got it. She found this spell book. It had divination magic in it. She flipped it open to a random page. She tried to do one of the spells, and upon reading it out, she was given a vision of something terrible that was going to happen to her loved ones, and she knew that the only way to save them would be to leave the Underdark, learn how to become a School of Divination wizard, and save them. Haha, perfect. Occupation artisan or guild member. Okay, so maybe she was exploring this tomb because she forages for old valuable items and like fixes them up and cleans them and resells them. Values greed, evil. If I were playing this character, I would ditch that. I don't really have any interest in playing an evil character unless I'm like playing an evil campaign, and that's the point. But I do think protective of a valuable possession makes sense. She has this divination spell book that she found that started her on this whole journey, and I imagine she'd be very protective of it. Flaw or secret has a powerful enemy. Ooh, okay, so maybe she worked for someone as a scavenger, like some sort of powerful person in the Underdark who commanded a whole retinue of scavengers. They wanted this spell book, and maybe she stole it from them and left. So now she has this powerful enemy down in the Underdark who wants that book. which would also explain why she's protective of it. A lot of this origin stuff doesn't actually line up with the idea of her being from the Underdark, so that's sort of like a glitch error in this generator. Oh, I guess I should figure out like what she saw in her divination spell that made her afraid for her family. This would be the sort of thing you'd work with the DM on, because you'd basically say, okay, my character had some sort of vision that threatened her family or the Underdark or maybe even the world as a whole. So the DM could then take whatever concepts they have for the larger plot and could say, oh, here's a description of the vision that Jank saw when doing this divination spell. Oh, I like her. Jank. I think this generator works really well as a way to inspire you to combine features in ways that you might not normally combine them, and also as a way to sort of workshop a character concept and get a bird's eye view of how it all looks put together. You could really easily go into this generator with a firm idea of your race and class and background and use it primarily to fill in the personality features. Or you could ignore the personality stuff entirely and use this generator to test out mechanical combinations and just see how they feel to you. It's one of the more flexible and customizable generators, but that also makes it a little bit more complicated and time-consuming to use. Good afternoon. Do you have a moment to hear the good word about Scarlet Citadel, an all-dungeon adventure book for 5th edition? Wait, you're not gonna sing? Oh no, that was a Kickstarter thing. Now the book is coming to the Kobold Press store for purchase. It was so great, I still remember it. It starts out in a ruined fortress and then delves below. Yep, that's the one. It's a classic dungeon crawl made for characters level 1 through 10. I think my favorite part is the map folio. It's a set of 13 beautiful full-color battle maps, 24 by 36 inches, just gorgeous. And there are 20 overlay maps that go on top of the battle maps to show traps and other dungeon features. Plus they're coded, so you can use dry and wet erase markers. I just feel like I'd be taking all of this in better if you were singing. That's funny. Anyway, it's available at koboldpress.com in print and PDF, or you can purchase a license to use it on your favorite VTT, like Roll20, Fantasy Grounds, and Shard Tabletop. Well, if you're not gonna sing... Okay, fine. If we don't have your VTT, then you can purchase all the maps online as JPGs. Just click the link, and you will see the Scarlet Citadel in any form that suits your needs. I feel like this one isn't as good. Where's the instrumental? Look, are you gonna buy the book or not? I have 262,000 more houses to visit. If you, like me, did text-based role-playing in the early 2000s, you are probably very familiar with the type of generator website that Springhole is, if not with Springhole specifically. Seventh Sanctum and fantasy name generators also belong to this same genre of generator website. Basically, they're full of simple, text-based generators on a ton of different topics. The specific generator that I like for D&D characters is Springhole's ridiculously awesome character idea generator, because it's the absolute opposite of Tetracube. It generates short descriptive phrases, just 4 words long. Since these are just general fictional character ideas, they might not all work for D&D, but again, this is really a throw spaghetti at the wall approach. Just throw a ton of concepts out there and see what sticks. Since these ideas are so brief, you could take them a million different ways. So what I'm looking for is not so much a character as a spark. I want something that makes me go, ooh, that's interesting. How'd that work? Let's see what Springhole has for us today, shall we? Sad damaged traveler son, nervous artificial spy bean. I want that one. Okay, nervous, ooh, triumphant spooky warrior girl. I love that. But I feel like I've made triumphant spooky warrior girl before, so let's go with nervous artificial spy bean. Okay, artificial, to me that reads some sort of construct, so let's go with Warforged. It makes sense that she was once a spy. I imagine this would probably make her a rogue. Okay, bean. This could mean so many things, right? But I feel like one of the most common uses of the word bean to refer to a person is like someone small and cute. So I like the idea of her being, since she was built to be a spy, like particularly small. Imagine like a Warforged that's the size of a halfling or a gnome. Maybe she's nervous because when she worked as a spy, she was operating under somebody else's direction, so she always had like someone to look to for instructions. But now that she's no longer working as a spy, she doesn't get orders anymore. She has to decide for herself what to do. And I can imagine that if you spent your entire life up until this point following other people's instructions, yeah, that would probably make you nervous. And then how can we tell that she's nervous? Because you know people, when you're nervous, you like sweat, or you shake. What if she has like, I'm thinking about the way that people will click pens. By people, I mean me. If she's a spy and a rogue, maybe she has like a lock-picking kit that's built into her hand or her arm, and it can like be sort of like activated when she needs to use it. And maybe her nervous habit is like flicking the lock-picking kit like in and out, like deploying and undeploying like little screwdrivers on the ends of her fingers and stuff like that. Oh, and what would we name her? Maybe like when she was a spy, she had some sort of like serial number that was assigned to her, and it was like artificial spy 4639 and like AS4639 or something like that, and then everybody in her party just calls her AS. I know it's like a very common trope for robots to have names that are like inspired by serial numbers, but it just makes sense. That's cute. It's a very like simple, straightforward character concept, but it feels like it has enough nuance to it that it would be interesting and it could unfold in a lot of different ways at the table. And I love the idea of just like a small Warforged, just like a little Warforged as a treat. What I love about the simplicity of this generator is that you could give 10 people the exact same 4-word phrase and they could all come up with very different D&D characters inspired by it. One person might hear Triumphant Fluffy Traveler Queen and generate a self-confident Tabaxi Ranger who was the matriarch of her clan but left to explore the world. Whereas someone else might hear Triumphant Fluffy Traveler Queen and instead create a proudly fat drag performer bard who goes from town to town putting on performances. It's not a character, it's a place to start brainstorming a character. Okay, this generator is arguably the most ridiculous, but also I'm completely obsessed with it. It's called Who the Fuck is My D&D Character? And this profanity-laden website, upon which I feel very at home, generates concepts that follow this simple formula: adjective, race, class, origin, and then ends with the seed of a storyline or personality, which is often truly ridiculous. The downside to this generator is mostly just that the storyline concepts are sometimes quite specific. So if a lot of people use the same generator, you might end up with a lot of people playing characters who, say, keep getting mistaken for a famous knight. But some of the storyline and personality concepts are much more flexible, like the character keeps a blacklist, or the character wants everyone to like them. Because of that downside, I think this one is most useful when you allow yourself to adjust stuff. Like, if you get the keeps getting mistaken for a famous knight bit, you might reinterpret it as being mistaken for someone else, like a local noble, or maybe the famous knight is your brother and you only get recognized as being related to him, and that makes you insecure. Basically just not taking the line too literally. Let's generate some fucking characters. Courageous tiefling bard from a haberdashery who has an outstanding warrant for their arrest. Okay, great. First of all, love tieflings, love bards, love haberdasheries. Who doesn't love hats, right? If hat making is your job, then obviously bardery is not your job, so presumably this is somebody who makes hats for a living but has dreams of being a bard. An aspiring bard, if you will. By day, she works in the haberdashery, constructing hats that will fit over tieflings' various types of horns, and by night she goes to like open mic nights and practices her poetry or singing or whatever. And she's courageous, she has a strong stage presence, she's not afraid to stand up there on stage and do her thing. The best sort of kickoff for a campaign would be she's working at the haberdashery, she's doing her bard thing, and then the warrant is out for her arrest, and that's why she leaves town and starts adventuring. And I would love to attach the warrant for her arrest to either the hat thing or the bard thing, or maybe somehow both. Let's say that she was hired to make new hats for the city guard, but she has suspicions of corruption in the ranks of the city guard. I don't know if there are any bard spells that would give her the ability to enchant something per se, so maybe she had to team up with somebody for it. I'd have to look into it. But she like enchants the hats to maybe eavesdrop on the city guard so that she can try and collect evidence to prove that they're corrupt. But she was found out. And so now the city guard, or whoever is corrupt within the city guard, is after her, has put out a warrant for her arrest. They probably have made up some false claims to get them to go after her so they can stop her, because now they know that she knows that they're corrupt and she has to flee in order to protect herself. But her ultimate goal would be to prove the corruption in the city guard and get the corrupt person taken out of power. There you go, it's a whole arc. What would we name her, this haberdasher tiefling bard? I love the tiefling names that are like adjectives or descriptive words. It'd be cool if it was something related to hats. It'd be even cooler if it could somehow be tied to both hats and bards. This doesn't even have to be her real name. It could just be like the name that she does her bard stuff under. What if she goes by Nightcap? Because she makes hats during the day, but at night she's a bard, so her bard name at night can be Nightcap. Oh, I think that's clever, and it sounds cute. I think one of my favorite things about this generator is the gimmick of the all caps and the F-bombs. Even though it's silly, it does lend each concept a kind of confidence that I find weirdly inspiring. Like, the way it's written, no matter how ridiculous the concept is, the speaker stands by it 100%. I think we should all have that kind of conviction about our characters. This was a lot of fun. I fell in love with so many randomly generated characters today. I would love to hear who were your favorites. Also, online generators are fun, but one thing that I've started to get really interested in is how other games facilitate character idea generation. I've heard that some tabletop games have really cool mechanics built in to help you come up with ideas. Many of you know that I mostly play D&D because that's what my friends play and that's what I know, but I've only dabbled in a few other games. But I'm definitely interested in learning more. So if you play a game that has a really interesting character creation system that inspires you to come up with unique and fun characters, I would love to hear about it in the comments. Hello friends, Ginny D here, and today we are going to talk about flavor. And no, I'm not talking about the official D&D cookbook, although I do have a cooking show where I make recipes from it, so check it out in the cards. I'm talking about narrative flavor, thematic details that don't actually affect the mechanics of gameplay. In my opinion, flavor is one of the best parts of playing an imaginative role-playing game like D&D, and Magic is one of the most fun places to show it off. So today, I'm gonna walk you through how to come up with your own unique flavor for your spellcasting character. Before we get into the how-to, I just want to dig a little deeper into what flavor actually is. The simplest explanation is that flavor is any descriptive element that doesn't affect the mechanics of play. To be clear, you can flavor a lot more than just spellcasting. You can flavor how your character fights, what their armor or weapons look like, how they perform a check or a save. I just want to talk spells today because I think they're super fun to play with, but these suggestions could easily be adapted to flavor other elements of your gameplay. Also, flavor is already built into some spells. For example, when you cast Chill Touch, it's described right there in the handbook as a ghostly skeletal hand. The way that it looks doesn't have any effect on how you roll your ranged attack or how much damage you do. It's just flavor. But where it gets really fun is creating your own flavor. For example, when my warlock Aisling looks through the eyes of her familiar, Nightshade the pseudo-dragon, I describe her own eyes going full black, iris and whites, with sort of an oil-slick purple sheen like Nightshade's own scales. This is a visual that helps me and the other players at the table visualize what's happening and just makes this particular action feel cool and interesting. You don't even have to accept the flavor that the handbook provides, but one crucial part of all of this is that you need to communicate with your DM. Some DMs will be really open to flavor, and others may prefer you to stick a little closer to what's in the handbook. Some may even allow you to change mechanics to suit the flavor, such as Matt Mercer in Critical Role, allowing Jester's Hellish Rebuke to deal cold damage instead of fire damage. Everything in this video is predicated on the assumption that you are in communication with your DM, okay? Okay, let's get started. Every spell has components listed, which are just the requirements to cast the spell. Components can be verbal, somatic, or material. These can be a great entry point for figuring out flavor. You might want to describe how you use these components, or if your spellcaster uses an arcane or divine focus, what that focus looks like and how they use that. Caleb in Critical Role is a great example of a very literal way to translate the listed components into flavor description. He always describes pulling a specific material item out of the component pouch, like bat guano for fireball, and then doing something with it, like rolling it in his fingers. It's a great narrative reminder that Caleb, as a wizard, is casting magic through study. He's practiced and prepared for and memorized all of the steps to cast a spell. Since my character Aisling is a warlock, she has an arcane focus, which she can use in place of components. So when she casts a spell, I often describe her as reaching up to hold the vial of soil that she wears around her neck, and then performing the somatic gestures with her free hand. For verbal components, ask yourself, what exactly is your character saying when they cast a spell? Maybe Aisling, since her patron is Fae, speaks her spells in Sylvan, the language of the Fae. If you play a bard, you may ask, what verbal component of hideous laughter is perceived by the target as being so funny? Speaking of which, allow me to shamelessly plug my Tasha's Hideous Laughter video from last week, which contains 50 terrible D&D jokes that would be perfect flavor for casting that spell. If a spell does damage, you can look to the damage type for ideas on how to flavor that damage. For example, if a spell does fire damage, where does that fire come from? How does it move? What color is it? Maybe your character speaks a few words of power and their material components ignite in their hand, and then they toss it towards their target. When it hits, it explodes into a massive arcane green flames. Or maybe they simply extend their hand to point at their target, and the ground beneath them begins to glimmer with embers before snake-like streams of licking flames rise up from the earth to circle their body. Aisling's patron is a homebrew archfey called the Woman of the Soil. She has the spell Chill Touch, which deals necrotic damage. So to combine that death energy with the soil theme of her magic, I thought of grave dirt. I thought of people being buried in the ground. Instead of one big ghost hand like the spell describes, I imagine lots of crumbling little hands formed of dirt and rotting bits of plant matter, emerging from the ground and clutching at the target's feet and clothes, like they're trying to drag them down into the earth. If it suits your character, this might be a place that your DM could allow you to make changes to the damage type, as long as they don't think that it's going to seriously skew how effective the spell is. But that's starting to get into homebrew territory, which some DMs just may not be into, so remember that you can still flavor damage without actually making mechanical changes. If you want your multi-class wizard cleric to cast a fireball that appears as a glowing golden burst of divine energy, you can still describe it that way, even if it deals fire damage. If you're feeling like there is a lot to keep track of while playing D&D, I feel you. Not only is it hard to take notes while playing, but it's even harder to take notes that are organized enough to go back and reference later. That's why 1985 Games has sponsored this video to share their newest Kickstarter, Dungeon Notes. These simple little journals are designed to make it as easy as possible to take and revisit organized notes. There's a player's journal for your character sheet, spells, items, and session notes, complete with a customizable index and even a little tracker for crafting or skill training where you can log how many hours you've put in towards specific goals. For DMs, you can use the session notes journal to keep track of your player's AC, passive perception, and max hit points, or to jot down stat blocks and sketch out maps. Plus, grab the campaign notes journal to keep track of larger scale info like your world's deities and factions, historical timelines, and important locations and NPCs. For more flexible or disposable notes, they have also designed these little sticky note pads, so that DMs can keep track of things like initiative order or last-minute NPCs, and players can easily keep tabs on hit points and spell slots session by session, instead of constantly erasing and rewriting on your character sheet. If you've been interested in D&D journals before but found it difficult to justify the price point, especially for multiple characters, you are gonna love how accessible Dungeon Notes is. Check out their Kickstarter at the link in the description to learn more and make your own pledge. Most spells are available to multiple classes, but that doesn't mean the spell has to look the same when used by casters who draw their magic from very different sources. Thinking about where your class gets their magic can inform how they might cast each spell differently. For example, Pass Without Trace would probably look very different for a ranger than it looks for a druid. For a ranger, Pass Without Trace might mean that they're familiar enough with the land that they can lead their party through areas that are quieter or darker. They have a magically granted understanding of which plants will rustle loudly when disturbed, or which types of dirt will retain clear footprints, which animals will cry out when they see a person. Meanwhile, a druid's version of Pass Without Trace might mean that nature shapes itself around your party as they travel, twigs choosing to snap more quietly beneath your feet, a slight breeze causing the shadows of leaves to shift to conceal your passage. Aisling is a multi-class warlock druid, but she was a warlock first, and her druidic origin is still tied to her warlock patron, so I tend to flavor even her druid spells with sort of a dark, spooky, warlocky feel. You can also bring elements of your character's personality into how they cast spells. Are they really showy and attention-seeking? Maybe they speak their verbal components in a booming voice, make grand gestures. Maybe there are effects that come alongside the spell that are purely for show. Or if they're shy, they might whisper or mumble their verbal components and perform more subtle gestures. If they get angry easily, they might be the type to hurl their spells or deliver them with martial-looking strikes. Or maybe the magic itself is red and orange and aggressive-looking. If they're a very precise, detail-oriented person, their spellcasting might be very intricate, or the magic might manifest itself in geometric patterns. If you're not sure what your character's personality is, I have a video to help with that. You can check it out in the cards. Aesthetic and theme can come into play here too. For example, Aisling has flowers growing from her hair, so when she wild shapes, there are also flowers growing from the fur or feathers of whatever creature she's turned into. Digging into your character's history can also inform their spellcasting. How did they learn these spells? If they learned magic in a school or in some sort of structured way, they might be methodical and do the same thing every time. A spellcaster like that might warm up each morning, practice their somatic movements in the evenings before bed. They may even mutter the memorized steps to themselves or count them as they cast. If their spell attack misses, it might be described as them forgetting or mispronouncing a word. Their community or geographic location can also have an impact. Maybe a caster who was raised in a seafaring community sings or chants their verbal components, like a sea shanty, a work song to time their rowing to. Or maybe a caster raised by a militant tribe or clan learned to channel their magic through weapons. Aisling learned her magic while living in a community that judged and shunned her adoptive mother, who was labeled as a witch. So her magic in some ways comes from a place of shame. She's never going to be a showy caster because she grew up believing that magic was something to hide and feel guilty about. I imagine this means that she speaks verbal components quietly. She probably hunches and turns away from people while making somatic gestures. In the end, as long as the mechanics stay the same, you do not have to do the same things that everyone else is doing. Have a perpetually sniffly character who casts spells by sneezing. Cast ranged spells by folding your components into a paper airplane and throwing it. Make all of your verbal components wordless yells. Cast spells through dance. Do whatever sounds fun and interesting to you. I feel like I always say this, but it's a game. And better yet, it's a game where we have total control over how it's played. So why not do crazy things? D&D is the absolute last place you should be thinking inside the box. I'd love to hear about how you flavor your spells and actions in the comments, and as always, if you have any tabletop gaming or character building questions that you would like me to answer, please let me know. Loot in D&D should be fun, but a lot of the time it just ends up being annoying instead. It's like Dungeons and Dragons, more like debts and disbursements. It's a game where we all play accountants, and it's really boring. D&D YouTube has talked loot to death. We've talked about why the gold system is screwy, how higher level players build up masses of gold with nothing to spend it on, why D&D's economy is broken and doesn't make sense, how 3.5 did it better. That's right, I said it before you could say it in the comments. Got 'em. We've talked about how tons of loot doesn't actually make sense, like monsters having gold on them. We've talked about how magic items quickly get boring or overpowered when there are too many. And if you want to hear more about that stuff, just search D&D loot and you'll see a lot of people with really good thoughts on this. But you know me, I'm not really running a mechanics channel, so what I want to talk about is how to make loot more than just a mechanic. How do we weave loot and player rewards into the story we're telling and make it exciting and part of the narrative instead of just an accounting obligation? Sounds like you need some advice. Who, me? Oh, I don't have any advice. I've never had any advice in my life. Oh, that advice. Earning gold is only fun when there's something worth spending it on. If you use the treasure tables in the DM's guide, your players are likely going to end up with a lot of gold. So in order for that gold to be interesting and useful for players, you have to make sure they have opportunities to spend it meaningfully. Just like in real life, you can reach a level of wealth where you don't really have to work for anything, which makes for a super boring game. As your players amass riches, they should have the opportunity to spend those riches on bigger ticket expenses that feel worthwhile. They should feel like their wealth is opening doors that were closed to them before. This might mean that your players can purchase property, build a homestead or a library or a business. They might gain access to an enchanter who can customize or create specific items for them, which is a big investment. And just like in our world, experiences and travel can eat up a ton of money. Say, hiring an airship or a boat, buying their way into a prestigious event, or paying for access to resources like teleportation circles or private collections. If your party is the type to feel charitable, introduce opportunities for them to use their money to help others. Perhaps your party's cleric wants to build a temple to venerate their god and serve their local community. Maybe bandits stole from a town and then burned it to the ground. Even returning the money the bandits took isn't going to be enough for these people to rebuild. Maybe your players would like to contribute. Your players might not necessarily think to initiate these things themselves, but NPCs can help let them know that these kind of options are on the table to encourage them to use their gold productively instead of just hoarding it in the basement and occasionally going for a swim like Scrooge McDuck. I am usually the first one to say that pursuing realism in D&D is a fool's errand. So if it's easier for you for items to be basically interchangeable with their listed gold value, that's up to you. But incorporating a little more realism into your in-game economy can help put guardrails around players' spending and make loot more interactive by creating problems to solve. In a realistic economy, items don't generally have a set, unchanging value. We live in a world where a brand new car famously loses value the moment you drive it off the lot. If you buy a ring at a jewelry store and then walk across the street to a pawn shop, you are not going to get all of your money back. This means that your players will most likely not be able to resell items at full value. How much they can get for an item, or even whether or not they can sell it at all, should depend on where they are, the condition of the item, who they're selling it to, and their bargaining skills, among other factors. Not to mention, the more expensive the item, the harder it is to resell, which is why there are entire professions that just consist of valuing and reselling antiques, art, and other expensive or rare items. Maybe your party obtains a phoenix egg and wants to sell it. They might have to go on an entire quest to form connections, earn trust, and then deliver the egg to a buyer before it hatches, because I guarantee the shopkeep at the general store is not going to buy it off of them. Maybe they need to build a relationship with the city's black market before they can sell items there. Or maybe selling a certain item ends up getting them in trouble with the law or with sellers of similar items in the area who don't want competition. If reselling items becomes a puzzle to solve, then each item they loot has more meaning than just a token that they exchange for money. The rewards they're gaining after encounters aren't just padding their pockets, they're also part of the story. Hello? Professor Tree? Please, that's my father's name. Call me Professor. Your first name is Professor? A name change is way cheaper than college. Have you come to bring Eldamon into your D&D or Pathfinder game? Yes. Roll for Combat just launched their new Battle Zoo Eldamon Kickstarter, but I have some questions. Like, what are Eldamon? They're ancient elemental creatures that we've learned to befriend and even train to fight. They're slightly out of sync with reality, giving them the ability to phase in and out and even meld into items or people. Watch. Whoa, what's that? This is Squirrelash, an excellent starter Eldamon because they're very friendly. Aww. Ow! Also made of fire though. Here, look. This one is in its pet form, which it can return to any time, but someone with the Eldamon Trainer class can invoke its battle form, Squirrel Ember. But any class can befriend Eldamon, right? Yes, The whole party can collect them together and even duel each other for fun. There's also a class where you can merge with an Eldamon and manifest powers based on their element. It's called Elemental Avatar. This sounds awesome. How do I get started? Visit eldamon.com to learn more and pledge on Kickstarter. You can also get the Battle Zoo Bestiary, which has more than 150 award-winning monsters, the Year of Monsters, where you get monthly new playable monster ancestries and races, and the Eldamon Battles card game, a fast-paced standalone dueling game. Sounds good. Can you take this back? I am on fire. There is little more exciting than adding a new skill to your character's arsenal. Introducing new abilities as rewards can keep players on their toes and shake up the regimented, scheduled nature of gaining abilities at regular intervals from leveling. And there is precedent for this, by the way. The Dungeon Master's Guide has some fun resources for non-treasure rewards that people tend to sleep on, maybe because they haven't read it. No shade, it's a textbook and they have hidden it behind nearly 100 pages of magic items. But starting on page 227, they suggest rewarding players with blessings and charms when they achieve meaningful milestones. These supernatural gifts include stat increases, weapon improvements, temporary or permanent access to spells, and more. There are also epic boons, which are supposed to be just for level 20 characters, which, whew, that's the dream, huh? But if you want to mine these for ideas for lower levels, most of them are pretty easy to scale back. For example, Boon of Peerless Aim gives a character plus 20 to one ranged attack per short rest, but you could easily lower it to plus 5 once per long rest or something like that. You can always build on these sections by granting a feat, pulling abilities or spells from other classes, or bringing in third-party resources to give players a truly unexpected spell or ability that feels really special. And of course, you can always make stuff up. There are infinite possibilities for how to tie new abilities to players' successes and experiences. Maybe they defeat a magic user and their spellbook contains a new spell for the wizard to learn. Maybe when the monk goes head-to-head against another type of martial fighter, that combat teaches them something, unlocking access to a new skill. Maybe the party rescues a powerful fae who grants them all Mask of the Wild. While this kind of reward can get overpowered if you use it too often or incautiously, it will feel very special and very exciting if you use it in moderation. Also in the other rewards section of the DMG is a subhead called Marks of Prestige. These include things like titles, land, medals, letters of recommendation, and special favors. I think we could reasonably add things like NPC allies and even hirelings to this list. This means granting your players things like noble titles, trusted positions of power, and symbols that give them access to important people and places. It might mean that the party earns the respect and gratitude of powerful allies who can make connections, offer resources, and potentially even fund or fight alongside the characters. I really like rewards like these because they both naturally arise from and contribute to roleplay. If you save the town and the mayor says, "I owe you a favor," that's both a powerful reward and a reward that can really only be fulfilled in a narrative way. These kinds of rewards don't necessarily have cash value, which can make them very special. A lot of the things on this list can't realistically be bought. I also like prestige-related rewards because they can be really useful steps on a quest or even quest starters. Owning property or having a noble title might come with responsibilities. Being trusted by a powerful leader might mean that they ask for your aid. And gaining access to protected spaces or information could be a key piece of the party's larger journey. You're already feeding your players information in various ways. Maybe NPCs tell them important things, maybe they do their own research, or maybe they learn crucial details from sleuthing or bribery or scrying. But remember that information can also be a part of your reward system. If players are fighting a baddie relevant to the plot, planting a letter with key strategic information onto one of the bodies makes players feel like this combat was important to the story. Letters, journals, objects that act as clues, clear tracks, last words, all these things can function as rewards. In Matt Mercer's Rewarding Your Players video for Geek and Sundry, he also— yes? I've been blessed. He also mentions access as a useful reward. This is something I think a lot of us have seen used in video games, but might not have intentionally brought into D&D before. In a tabletop setting, this could be a building, a dungeon, a city, a country, an entire plane. This might mean that by clearing dangerous monsters, a certain travel route becomes accessible, or by defeating some sky pirates, you now own an airship. In one of my games, after finally clearing out a huge mansion that was infested by undead, we learned that a secret passage beneath the chapel led down into a whole abandoned underground city. This kind of thing is naturally a very exciting reward to get, because instead of just adding some numbers to your gold pieces count, you're literally opening up an entirely new place to explore. I'm not in the punishment punish your players' DM camp, so I personally think this kind of thing should be used sparingly, but introducing a little risk can really spice up your loot game. Magic items are fun and exciting, unless they're cursed. Maybe you looted a magical amulet off that corrupt noble you killed. Turns out it's a family heirloom and that noble's son has vowed to hunt you down and reclaim it. Were you recently running around town spending platinum like it's burning a hole in your pocket? Well, word travels fast, and being visibly rich makes you a target for thieves, bandits, and scammers of all kinds. Now again, I think this should only be used occasionally, because the last thing you want is for something that's supposed to be rewarding your players to instead punish them. But by introducing the occasional pitfall, you can not only teach players to be more thoughtful and wary about loot, you also remind them that taking something off of a body isn't just a transaction. It's part of the story, and there might be consequences attached to it. If you're worried about giving out magic items because you're afraid of making your players overpowered, you are not alone. And you're not crazy. It's way too easy to hand out magic items like candy and then suddenly realize that your players are punching way above their weight class. That's why when it comes to magic items, I say the weirder the better. Not only does it help mitigate this issue of overpowered magic items, but it also pushes players to be more creative with their problem solving. If you give a character a +1 weapon, that weapon is going to be more powerful in every combat. You have permanently increased this player's damage output. Same thing with, say, a Ring of Protection. That's a bonus to AC that will apply to every single encounter from here on out. You can see how offering up a ton of items like this can quickly make your characters beefier than they might otherwise be at their level. But when you give them a Chime of Opening, they can use it to unlock 10 locks and then it's done. It'll come in clutch when they use it, but there will also be plenty of times when it's not helpful, and eventually it will be consumed. The more specific the item, the less likely that it will seriously skew your game balance, and the more likely that it'll actually be fun and narratively interesting in your game, rather than just adding a +1 to something. A great example is Qual's Feather Token. It seems like everybody has a story of using the tree token in an unexpected way that throws the entire encounter into chaos and leaves the party feeling like total badasses. That means players thought outside the box, activated a single-use item in a creative way, came away with a great story to tell about an amazing session, and now the game balance has returned to normal. Single-use, limited-use, and consumable magic items are an excellent way to prevent items from making your party overpowered, but even non-consumable magic items that are weird enough are unlikely to completely screw up your game. Consider items like the immovable rod or slippers of spider climb. They will undoubtedly save the day in some circumstances, but they're not a magic win button, and they demand that players be engaged and inventive in order to benefit from them. I'm all for fun, exciting new magic items and weapons. Trust me, I love that shit. But no amount of fancy stuff is going to make loot exciting if it functions only as a currency counter ticking up and down. It is completely possible to make loot part of the story you're telling. But to do that, you gotta go beyond rolling on the treasure tables and start thinking about how you can reward your players while also drawing them further into the narrative. Speaking of making items more than just items, if you want more like this, you have gotta check out my video about ancestral magical weapons that grow more powerful alongside characters as they adventure. It is super badass, and also, I make a lot of puns. You're welcome.
That you are righteously constrained by your own humanity. You must approach this sacred task with some humility, knowing that your wisdom will forever be scarred by your perspective. You know that, then you know him. He's not perfect, he's just you, but in a leather bat suit. Your decision here must be made beyond a reasonable doubt, and the facts show that we doubt Batman and therefore we doubt this case. So my argument is this: no matter what he does, behind the cape, behind the cowl, the bat and everything, he is a damn person. And because he is a person, a man, Batman can make mistakes. We are not Job talking to God. We are the citizens of the city speaking to another citizen. However good he is, we can be just as good. However flawed he is, we can be just as flawed. Don't turn Batman's mistakes into a damnation of an innocent man. If you condemn Freeze for Batman's error, you condemn Batman. You say guilty, and you put the bat into the same cold cage. You all raised your hands when asked if he saved you. Now it's your time to save him. And so, the jurors take another vote, and it was unanimous. Freeze was set free. As Bruce leaves the court, he talks to Alfred, stating that he's going out. Prepare the original suit. He doesn't want to wear the suit that he was in when Alfred tells him yes. And Bruce then says that he needs to get back to he was He is lost. He needs to remember who he is, who Batman is. As the next person in line walks up to the Gotham Airport immigration desk, the woman at the counter asks the man coming up for his passport. The man hands it over, and the woman looks at it, and she says, Mr. Zimmerman, welcome to America and welcome to Gotham. What is the purpose of your visit? Mr. Zimmerman says business, and he holds out his prosthetic arm stating that he works for Foundation. It helps country people who have lost limbs. There is a fundraiser that he'll be attending. The woman stamps the passport stating that that's great to hear. That's a really good thing to do. Mr. Zimmerman takes the passport, and he says that he hopes so. But as the bat signal shines over Gotham, Batman and Nightwing get to work patrolling the streets. As the two sit on top of a nearby building, Nightwing says, Mamma mia, mommy, daddy, and me. All of which Bruce says, no, no, no. The two jump down to fight back the rise of the mummy creatures. And Nightwing says, you were never one for puns. Instead, all you do is grunt and look sad. Batman knocks out on Mummy, telling him, do not grunt and look sad. I just don't want to say funny things when I fight. Nightwing says, okay, for the sake of argument, how about you just grunt instead? Nightwing hits a Mummy, and Batman grunts. And then Nightwing grunts, stating, see? Boring. But while Batman and Nightwing make sure that Gotham is a little safer, Mr. Zimmerman stops by a gun store telling the clerk that he would like to buy a rifle. The clerk says they have a lot of rifles. He's gonna have to be a bit more specific. Mr. Zimmerman reaches into his coat and he takes out a small photo and he slides it to the clerk. Clerk picks it up and says, oh, that's very specific. I can do it, but it's not going to be cheap. Mr. Zimmerman tells him that he understands, but he has the money. The clerk finishes his cigarette and he blows smoke through his nose, stating hip hip hooray. So you want to wait for the government checks to come in, or would he rather pay the late night expedited special? Mr. Zimmerman tells him expedited, please. Next, Mr. Zimmerman goes to an all-night diner and he orders a hot dog. While sitting and listening to the people coming and going, he takes out a pen and he begins to write down something. He then pays his tab and he heads out, leaving behind the note. As the rain starts to come in, Mr. Zimmerman heads to an apartment and he knocks on the door, ringing a random person. A short while later, the man opens the door up, shouting it's 3 a.m. How many times is he going to ring the damn bell? Mr. Zimmerman tells the man that he's sorry, but his mother lives on the 8th floor and she isn't answering. He wanted to make sure that everything was okay. The man sighs and he lets Mr. Zimmerman in, and as he gets to the 8th floor, he knocks on a door to his mother's apartment. Moments later, Mr. Zimmerman grabs a man by the throat and he squeezes as he holds him down. The man struggles to try and pull the hand off of his neck, but slowly he loses his strength and he lets go. With no more distractions, the man walks over to the window and he unlocks it. He drops his duffel bag, taking out the rifle, and he begins to set it up, perching himself at the window as he takes aim. Meanwhile, back with Batman and Nightwing, they respond to a signal that Gordon put out, and the two ask, how can we help? Gordon lights his pipe, stating that he found something at a diner over in Midtown, a napkin left on a table. The message on it read, who's afraid of the Joker? And the question mark at the end was oversized. Batman says that it's the anniversary of the end of the war, but Joker and Riddler are still in Arkham, or at least they're supposed to be, being checked out. Nightwing then yells, that's the problem for Napkin Man, I just don't. But before he could finish, there's a sound, and Nightwing reacts to a shot in his head. His head falls back, and the blood splatters. And from across the way, Mr. Zimmerman lowers his rifle as Gordon shouts to get a medical team up there. Mr. Zimmerman shuts the window, packs the rifle, and he leaves. The next day, a man sits on his couch, slowly nodding off when he suddenly hears banging at his front door. A voice in Russian calls out that he can hear his fat wheeze through the wood. Put the gun down and open the door. The old man grabs a shotgun and fires at it, blowing a hole through it, stating that it's open. The door is then kicked in and the old man looks up, stating, Tolia. Mr. Zimmerman says, father. Back in Gotham at the same store that Mr. Zimmerman brought his rifle from, Batman simply tells the man, run. The clerk runs and jumps out the front window. As he gets back up, Batman stares at the glass, throwing a batarang that wraps around the clerk's neck, pulling him back in. Later at the Batcave, Batman says that the clerk confirmed his suspicion. The shooter isn't Holy, KG Beast. Alfred asks, can you find him? And Batman says, Beast is a professional killer, unlike any other, perhaps the best. Alfred sighs and says, Master Dick, sir, can he be found? And Batman says, he can, and I will. Back in the cabin in Russia, Beast asks his father how long has it been since his last drink, and his father says 26 years. Beast picks up a bottle, looking at it, asking, that long, huh? Whenever I could remember you, you always had a drink. Always raging through the house, face red with a bottle in hand. I had a name for it when you started the hard beatings. The Beast pours 2 shots and he goes, the Beast. Beast then picks up his glass, stating, to the Beast. And his father looks at the glass and with shaky hands grabs it, stating, the Beast. And he drinks it. As Beast's father pours another glass, he asks what happened to his arm. And Beast says, "You know the Batman, yes?" Beast's father goes to the drink asking, "Did he take it?" And Beast tells him no, he tried though. Beast motions like he has a knife stating, "I had to cut it off to escape." Beast's father asks, "So Batman had 2 arms and you have 1. And Beast drinks again stating, "I escaped." Beast's father smacks the glass out of his hand stating, "I raised you to be a man, but I can see you're still a little boy." Beast then pours the last of the bottle for his father asking, "More?" And Beast's father tells him, "If you have more, then why not?" His father sighs, telling him, "You were always prepared, but I would have figured that you would have taken the man's arm." Beast himself reaches into his bag stating, "Well, I did take something else recently. I took Batman's son and a lot of money for the privilege of doing it." His father says, "The son and the money, that's good, but an arm would still have been better." Beast pulls a gun out of the bag and he says, "An arm is important to a man. What good really is a son?" But a short distance away from the cabin, against being told not to, Batman marches in the storm. Over the radio, Alfred tells Batman that he should come back. He's beginning to lose signal. "Please respond. Master Bruce, please." But as the radio goes silent, all Batman can hear is the sound of crushing snow beneath his boots as he continues to walk. Over in the cabin, Beast's father takes another drink asking, "Why do you keep me alive? You killed the rest, your brothers, your sisters, your mother, why not me?" Beast tells him, "Because they were weak and you were strong. I loved you, I still love you." Beast's father scoffs, telling him, "For that, you are weak. But that is my fault. I let you be weak because I loved you too." His father finishes pouring the next drink and suddenly there's a loud bang as he's shot in the head. Beast lowers his gun, picks up the glass and takes the drink. And as he finishes, he hears the sound of crushed snow getting louder. He sets his glass down and he takes aim with his gun at the boarded up door. As Batman reaches the cabin, he reaches for the door, but suddenly ducks as a bullet is shot through at him. Beast unloads the rest of his clip at the door, and with one of them hitting Batman in the shoulder. Beast then pulls the trigger until he hears it clicking. He looks out the window, and hears the sound of crunching snow. And then a batarang is thrown in, hitting the prosthetic arm. The 2 men groan as they look at each other, and Batman throws another batarang, with Beast jumping through the window at Batman. Beast pins Batman to the ground, and Batman gets his foot into Beast, flipping him over. As the 2 get back up, Beast swings his prosthetic arm, cutting into Batman's face with a hooked end. As Batman gets back up, Beast punches him down again, and he kicks his body across the snow. Beast then walks over, looks down, and starts to kick Batman in the head. As Beast gets ready to end it, Batman reaches for his belt, taking out his grappling hook, firing it upward, hitting Beast in the chin. A loud snap can be heard, and Beast falls backwards onto the ground, motionless. As the snow begins to set in around him, he tells him, "My neck is broken." And Batman tells him, "Yeah." Beast goes on telling him, "If you help me, I'll tell you who hired me to shoot the boy." Batman looks back, telling him, "I've got a bullet in my arm and a body of hurt, and there's a 300-click walk ahead of me through nothing but snow and ice." He spits a mouthful of blood. He begins to walk away, stating, "I'm the world's greatest detective. I'm gonna find out who hired you and break them too. You can get your own damn help." Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, a man who has built an empire from nothing. Many would say that he wouldn't know what it feels like to feel loss, or what it would feel like to answer to a higher being. But as we watch the Penguin fight Batman and be placed into Arkham, we see that the Penguin does in fact answer to someone. And those men are Bane and Batman. As Penguin's men clap and cheer for the return of their boss, Penguin's mind is more focused on something else. The clapping slowly dies down and Penguin asks, "Where is her body?" The Penguin's men bring him to the morgue and they state that they didn't want to bury her yet. They didn't know what to do, so they waited for him to return. Penguin looks down at the coffin, telling them, "Sunday, at Gotham Gardens, get 2 plots near my grandfather. One for her, and one for me." As Sunday comes, the Penguin stands before the grave of Penny Cobblepot. Penguin bends down and he tosses a handful of dirt, stating that they all thought that she was small and silly. Just another thing to be passed around from man to man. The way that she was treated as if she was less than human. They never understood, they never even considered that maybe, just maybe, she had a soul. As the rain follows, Penguin walks back to his car, telling his men that their friend has expressed his disappointment with the Freeze situation. Fortunately, we put some blame on Bruce Wayne, claiming some of how Gotham's first citizen manipulated the jury to help his pal, the Batman. We are to punish Mr. Wayne. Should we fail in this assignment, we are to be perceived as having failed with Freeze, and we will bear the next punishment. One of Penguin's men asks, "What are we gonna do to Mr. Wayne then?" And Penguin tells him, no, nothing as dramatic as that. Our friend has plans for Mr. Wayne, but for us to earn back our lives, we'll have to kill Wayne's manservant. Later, atop the roof of the GCPD, Gordon lights his pipe asking, how's the kid? Because if you remember, my dear viewer, Nightwing was recently shot in the head and presumed dead at first. Not answering, Batman asks, what do we have here? Gordon goes on stating, we had an officer like that one. He came back all the way. It was hard. Batman asks, again, what do we have here? Gordon takes a puff of his pipe, telling him, yeah, okay. Same as before. Clot, drop in temperature, one difference. Scene of the crime. On our third search, we got lucky and found something underneath the floorboard. Turned out to be a feather. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Alfred tends to his cleaning duties when he hears an alarm going off that there is an intruder. He heads over to the Simonson suite to find a small bird laying amongst a pile of broken glass. He kneels down to examine that bird, and as he looks up, he notices a red dot aimed directly at his forehead. Later, inside of Penguin's office, Batman tells him, I know about. But before he could finish, Penguin holds up his hand to quiet him. Over the intercom, a man says that they have the Wayne Butler in their sights. Are they to pull the trigger? Penguin says, no, I think not. Instead, kill yourself in the pilot. Now. The man tells him, you got it. And there are 2 gunshots. Penguin looks back at Batman and tells him, please sit. We have much to discuss. A few moments later, Batman slams his hands down on Penguin's desk, telling him, I don't believe you. Penguin lights a cigarette, telling him, I have the evidence. How he's killed those 3 girls, tampered with the bodies. Batman tells him, no, you knew about the 4 women that he killed. Penguin tells him, my actions are irrelevant. Bane is essentially running Gotham from inside Arkham, and this capacity has asked me to, on several occasions, help with several projects. These women, the Wayne manservant, some minor trifles here and there. Likely, he has others doing other projects, Batman. Batman stares at Penguin and tells him, no, Bane is in Arkham, in a cell. He is incapacitated. Penguin laughs. What a pathetic little man you are in a pathetic little costume. You have no idea what Bane is. Believe me or not, it is the truth. Meanwhile, over at Arkham Asylum, Bane curls up in his padded cell, asking, can I help you? Batman looks at him and tells him, get up. Bane covers his head. Please don't. Please, I don't want to hurt. Please don't hurt me anymore. Mommy, the waters are coming. Batman reaches down, grabbing Bane, asking him, did you not hear me? I know. Batman slams Bane against a wall and he tells him, please, don't hit me. Batman throws Bane across the cell, telling him, this deception is over. You've lost. As Batman begins to beat on Bane, he says, I know how you framed Freeze. Killed those women, tried to kill Alfred Pennyworth. Bane tries getting back up, begging Batman to stop, but Batman tells him it's not hard to see that he worked with the Beast. You shot my boy! And a loud crunch can be heard as Batman's boot kicks into Bane's face. Bane falls to the ground and Batman tells him, get up. Bane slowly gets back up, telling him, yes, please, just don't. But before he could finish, Batman punches him again. Batman grabs Bane by the head, telling him, say it. Shout it proudly. I am Bane. Say it so I can tell you I'm Batman. Batman grabs onto Bane's head, and as hard as he can, he headbutts him in the nose. Gordon kicks the door open, yelling, what the hell are you doing here? And Bane starts to ask for his mommy. Batman turns back shouting, Bane has captured Arkham. He's using it as a base to launch attacks against me. This is all an act. Gordon runs in, pulling Batman away, asking, are you insane? Bane has been under my watch ever since you put him into a catatonic state. Bane can't walk. He can barely talk. He hasn't even left his damn room. You need to calm down. This man is... But Batman, he turns, punching Gordon, yelling, I know what he is! Gordon wipes the blood from his mouth, telling Batman, get out. You are trespassing on city property. I will let you off with a warning if you leave now, but if you don't, all of the Gotham PD will descend upon you. And if that doesn't work, I'll just call the damned Justice League. You think you know better than us? Well, I'm getting pretty sick of you. Get the hell out of my sight. Batman leaves. Bane is taken out to be treated for his injuries. But as he lays there, he opens up an eye and he smiles. With no other clues to go on, Batman takes to the streets, tracking down all of those who have recently been in Arkham Asylum. First is Maxie Zeus, but as Batman beats him down, he doesn't get the answers that he's looking for. To make sure he didn't get out of hand, Batman captured Penguin, and Alfred has been watching over him. Next on Batman's list is Firefly. Batman throws Firefly out of a building without his jetpack, and as Firefly screams, Batman slowly loads his grappling gun. With one carefully aimed shot, Batman begins to reel back on the wire with Firefly screaming. Firefly shouts that he's only been in Arkham for months. He saw everything. Bane was just in his cell the whole time. He didn't even come out. Whatever you heard, it isn't true. You got to believe me. Batman presses the button and lets Firefly free fall, asking, "Do I?" Following him was Kite Man, but all Batman could get was a hell yeah. And finally, with the last victim, Batman looks down at him, telling him to talk, and he doesn't say anything. But on the life of his child, stop hitting him. Yeah, he had a cell next to Bane, saw him every day, but he was broken. Just tucks himself into a corner crying all night. That's the truth, oh my. Before he could finish, Batman kicks him in the face. After not getting any of the answers he wanted, Batman heads back to the Batcave, and as he arrives, it's pitch black. And then he hears a groan coming from where Penguin was being kept. Batman hurries over and he finds Alfred on the ground, asking him what happened. And Alfred says that he's here. Batman shouts, asking who? And Alfred tells him, your father. Behind Batman, standing tall, is Thomas Wayne. As blood rushes to Batman's head, he tells himself to open his eyes. He needs to open his damn eyes. Soon his vision comes back and it's still fuzzy. But that's good. He needs to evaluate and reassess the situation. What is it that he's seeing? Pig, the enemy. Okay, now what is he doing? He's hanging, tied by ropes. How did he get here? How does he get out of here? You can see Pig talking. They always talk. Let them. Let the villains talk. But why can't he hear Pig? It doesn't matter. He needs to work on the ropes. The rope hates the knot. The knot wants to be straight, to be free. Listen to the rope. Let it guide you. Feel the movement. Warm the fibers. Let it stretch. Work the rope. Let it give way. Good. After blinking, Batman sees blood splatter. Why does he see blood? Why is he screaming? Why can't he hear anything? What is going on? Blood. It's in his nose. It's in his mouth. Gathering in his throat. Stop screaming. Swallow the blood. Breathe the blood. Forget the blood. Focus on the rope. The rope is giving way. One finger is free. That's enough. Reach for the batarang tucked under your shirt. Now pull it. Carefully. And then saw. The rope, it's talking. Now it's screaming. Understand it. Sympathize. Thank it for its help. And cut. All right. Now he's free. Evaluate. Reassess. Pig is attacking. He is shouting. He is grunting. Why can't I hear him? Doesn't matter. Pig is getting closer. And now! Good. Knocked Pig away with a headbutt. This gives me time to cut the ropes and get my feet on the ground. Pig is still talking as he holds his knife. What is he saying? Doesn't matter. They all want the same thing. Day after day, week after week, year after year. I can't give it to him. I have to stop him. Jump on him. Tackle him. But no. Jumping was foolish. That allowed Pig to stab me. That gave Pig an opening. Now there's a knife in my gut. It's okay. It'll be fine. I've been stabbed before. I'll survive. Stop moving. Gently grab the handle and pull. Not quickly though. Can't let it break off. Every inch of the metal slipping through the flesh. Feel it because it means I'm alive. Pig bows. Good. He surrendered his weapon. All he's lost is blood. Pig lost his weapon. Feel the balance of the blade. Judge it. Master it. Throw it. Batman throws, and as the shiny metal spins through the air, the handle hits Pig square in the forehead. Good. Pig is stunned, but he's laughing. Pig loves to laugh. Everything's a joke. Everyone's a joker. Everyone but me. I've won this fight. Press the boot on his chest. Apply pressure. Break a rib. Threaten to break his heart. Find out his plans. Find his helpers. Solve the mystery. He has to talk. No one wants pain. They ask for it, but they don't really want it. Press harder. Bend the bones under the boot. Wait! Any more and you'll kill him. Step back. Something's wrong. Why can't I hear Pig? Reassess. Evaluate the information. Understand what is happening. We're in a butcher shop. Blood. Tied up by a rope. A man in a mask. Pig. A knife. The knife. Pig has the knife. He traded the blood for the knife. Now Pig has the knife, and all I have is blood. Okay. Pig is talking. Plan. Ignore the smell. Rancid corpses of all the slaughtered pigs. Evaluate. Reassess. How did I get here? How do I get out? Bane. It all started with Bane. Bane is running Arkham. Running the city. He put up an act. Made me hit Gordon.
Talked with the inmates, they all denied it. Returned to the cave. Alfred was there on the floor, wounded. He said something. Your father, and then Master Bruce, why? Forget Bane. Focus. There's a fight right here. Throw something. Batarangs, 2 of them. Twist the fingers, let them spin. But Pig catches them. How? Am I that weak? Focus. I need to fight. What is Pig? A metaphor, a myth, a story, a dream. In ancient Cyprus, there was a sculptor named Pygmalion. He took a brick of marble and created the most wondrous woman. She was so beautiful that he prayed for her to be real, and then he kissed her lips. He was met with her warm lips. He broke away from the kiss, and the woman smiled. They loved, and they lived happily ever after. Wait, that's it. It's just love. I fell in love. I saw the ideal. I saw his ideal. He built his ideal from nothing, from a boy in an alley to now. I prayed. For the second time in my life, I prayed. I went to the rooftop, but Dick Grayson was shot. Alfred isn't safe. Bane, Gordon, no one is safe. Let go of Pig. Ask him. Batman lets go, and Pig stands up, and Batman looks him right in the eye. How did I get here? How do I get out? Pig stares, and after a few moments he says, little pig, let me in. No, not by the hair in my chinny chin chin. He reaches for his mask, and he takes it off. It's not Pig, it's Damien. Reevaluate, reassess. A metaphor, a myth, a story, a dream. Everything changes. Finger Tower. He was going to leave. Then Selina appears. It was perfect. They kissed. And then there was Constantine. He said something. You're just another dream. At the end of this, she's going to die. No, he can protect her. Constantine worries too much. Go home, rest, be with Selina. But then he hears Constantine's voice again. A few more days, she'll be bleeding. No matter what you do, she's dead, and you know it. It doesn't matter. It's none of his business. Constantine shrugs while sitting in Batman's bathroom, stating, no, it's not. I'm just trying to help. I need to show Selina how to get to the cave. 10:48. Change the time to 10:48. The time it showed up. Constantine, he's here. He needs to leave. Get out. Constantine takes a drag from his cigarette, asking, what did you say, and what was the point? Be married. Have fun. Enjoy her while she's here. Enjoy all the beautiful, if temporary, comforts of love. Have a bloody ball. Live the dream. Hit him. Stop him from talking. Constantine could have been one of the greats if he wasn't such an idiot. Later, Constantine steps onto the roof. Batman holding Selina. She was shot. It could have been the Beast again, just like he shot Dick. Constantine lights his cigarette. You know that this is a dream, right? They have you strapped to a machine, using Scarecrow gas to induce this, all of this, Batman. Whatever came before, whatever comes next, they're trying to drive you mad. Batman asks, are you here to help? To get me out? And Constantine tells him, no, I'm here because you can't get out. You'll never get out. You will go mad. Not that you'll remember it, but maybe next time. Batman says, you're not real. And Constantine tells him, no, I'm not. No one's here. In fact, you're quite alone. Just like everything else around you. Just another dream becoming a nightmare. Batman blinks and everything changes again. Now he's in a ballroom with Selina and he asks her to dance. Everything keeps changing. He's been having these dreams, these nightmares. Children killing children. Damien in a pig mask. Joker in a sewer. Her dead. Her talking. Her laughing. Selina tells him, you're trapped. How? Batman says, a while back, I exposed myself to every variation of the Scarecrow toxins. I memorized the effects, how they work and how they feel. But this is different. My last memory before these effects took place was in the cave. Alfred, my father coming for me, just as I was coming for Bane. Bane controlled Arkham, controlled Scarecrow. One would assume that Bane and my father were working together. They isolated me, captured me, and injected me with the serum to try and drive me mad. Selina asks why, and Batman says, before this, the last time I saw him was during the Button investigation. The last thing my father said to me before he died was, don't be Batman. That's why they're together. Bane and my father share this motivation to stop me. Selina asks, will they? And Batman thinks, and he says, I need to get out of this dream. It took me some time to remember, but the first clue was when Constantine came to warn me. Constantine was part of me fighting back, and then I was struggling to get free. They must have increased the dosage. In experimenting with toxins, I found the solution. The toxin induces fear, but too much fear can overpower it. I just need to find a fear greater than this. Selena asks, what is your greatest fear? And Batman says, you left me. I read your note. It was a lie. I couldn't ask. I should have asked, but I was afraid. I should have asked you why. She asks him why? Isn't it obvious? Can't you see? It's your vow, your suicide. And that moment you forswore love and chose war. You can't love anyone or anything other than the vow. Your greatest fear is your simple truth. You don't love me. Batman says, no, it's not true. Selena tells him that she's sorry. He doesn't know how sorry she is. He tries to think of something and he says, I love you, I have to. She pulls him close, telling him, no, my love, you don't. She kisses Batman on the cheek, stating, thank you for the dance. It was lovely, but the dream is done. It is time to wake up. Bats flutter and Batman calls out for her, shouting, no, cat, cat! Everything is a dream. Everything that Batman has seen, everything that he's been through, it's all been a dream. No, it was a nightmare. A nightmare caused by Scarecrow's fear toxins. Focus on that. This is a dream. This is a dream, and it is time to wake up. And Batman screams, "Ah!" as he breaks free from all of the wires and tubes connected to him. But as he does, he hears a voice. Director of the company wakes early for a morning flight. He realizes that he forgot some papers at work and he goes there. In the office, he meets the night watchman who is leaving for him. The watchman stops the director and tells him that he shouldn't fly. I had a dream last night, he says. I saw you crash. I saw you die. The director heeds the advice, and sure enough, the plane goes down. The next day, the director returns and gives the watchman a generous bonus, then fires him. Why did the director fire the watchman? Batman stumbles out of his mechanical prison and without saying a word, grabs the Riddler by the head and slams it down onto his knee with all of his strength, sounding off a loud crunch. The Riddler falls to the ground, gasping for air, and Batman leaves as he says, the night watchman said he had a dream last night. That meant he was sleeping on the job. Batman continues to walk through Arkham Asylum, brutally beating every villain that Bane has released, calling out to him, Bane! Batman asks, do you think this is enough? Nightmares? Do you expect me to curl up into a ball and cry for my mommy? Is this the marvelous plan? After all the years of being humiliated, time and time again being broken down, and your answer to it all was give me bad dreams? Do you even know what my life is? Do you have any conception of what I've been through? You challenge me with nightmares. I live the nightmare. Don't you understand? I'm Batman. I am the nightmare. In the next room, Mr. Freeze points his freeze gun at Batman, stating, Batman grabs the gun from Freeze's trembling hands, telling him, you were a great professor, a smart man, so consider this. And let me ask you this. Wasn't it all a waste? Speaking scientifically. Freeze slowly steps back, stating, but before he could say freeze, Batman punches him, asking, isn't this easier? The next area that Batman walks into, he shouts, Scarecrow, show yourself! You smell of fear! Scarecrow jumps down from the ceiling, spraying Batman in the face with his toxin. But Batman throws him off his back and into the wall. The hallway fills with the toxin, clouding Scarecrow's vision. And as he gets back up, he asks, Batman? Through the haze, Batman tells him, it was your formula. And Scarecrow tells him, you just took enough gas to panic a herd of elephants. As your doctor, I would strongly advise lying down. I would advise you surrender. Batman tells him, I owe you for the insight on the new formula. I owe you for all the fun. He then raises up through the smoke, and seconds later, Scarecrow's screams can be heard all throughout Arkham. After that, Batman looks up at Amygdala and Solomon Grundy. The two men loom over Batman and he cracks his knuckles. Yeah, okay. But he doesn't groan as he gets up, he laughs. He laughs as he walks away from the knocked out bodies of the two hulking monsters. After that, Batman punches Two-Face into the ground and the Harvey side cries out, please, no more, I surrender. But the Two-Face side shouts, touch me again and I'll kill you. Batman punches again, telling him, look, I've always liked you, Harvey. I can trust you, so I'm gonna trust you to deliver this message. He throws Two-Face against a wall and he asks again, can you do it? Harvey tells him, yes, please stop. Two-Face yells, go to hell! Batman grabs Two-Face by the collar, slamming him into the wall, yelling, I was talking to Harvey! Batman gets close and through his teeth he tells Harvey to give him a message. Tell him that I wish to speak to him today, but I just woke up, so I'm a little tired. I'm going home, my home, in my city. But tomorrow, I'm coming back. And I'm coming back with my army. So tell him, Harvey. Tell him tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will talk. Batman releases his grip and he lets Two-Face slide to the ground. He walks out the doors. But later that night, as Batman sits at his computer, he hears the same words over and over again. Intruder, intruder, intruder. He rubs his head as he looks up and then reluctantly grabs his mask, putting it on before walking upstairs. As he walks into the dining room, Bane sits at one end of the table, raising a glass. Welcome home, Bruce. However, it isn't just Bane. Right behind him, in his own cowl and mask, is Thomas Wayne, Batman's father from another world, standing there with his arms folded. Bane tells him, please, have a seat. But Batman stands there telling him, I'm gonna break your damn back. Bane grits his teeth, but he holds himself back, telling Alfred, maybe Bruce would feel more comfortable if we served him some food. Alfred says, yes, Master Bane. As Alfred walks over to Batman, he asks, would you care for some soup? Batman doesn't answer, smacking the tray out of Alfred's hands. He then grabs the table, throwing it, calling out to Bane, I'm gonna break your damn back! Bane laughs and Batman punches him, with Bane punching back. The mansion wasn't the first place Batman went to. No, he made good on his word, and he assembled an army, and they struck. Except the hospital they attacked. It wasn't Arkham. At least it wasn't the Arkham that Bane had built up. After the attack on the hospital, Batgirl says that she saw it with her own eyes. She got into their servers, deep into their servers. There's no record of anyone getting out of their cells. Bane was a wreck before he was beaten. Now he's comatose. Everything that Batman saw, everything that he claimed in the nightmares, never happened. Batman tells her, I saw my father. My father hurt Alfred. Talk to him. He'll tell you. Batgirl tells him, she did. At great length even. Alfred never saw Thomas Wayne. He never got hurt. He said after coming home he was worried. Ever since Catwoman. And Batman shouts, this is not about her! Tim steps back, telling him, you're in a lot of pain right now. We get that. It's okay. That's just who we are. Tim reaches out and he places his hand on Batman's shoulder, telling him, you have to let us in. Let us help, Bruce. Batman stares and tells him, I don't want your help. I don't need a damn thing. He pushes Tim's hand off and he punches him right in the face. But back in the current timeline, at the mansion, lightning strikes and Batman jumps into attack. He punches Bane over and over again, each punch hitting harder than the last. Bane grabs Batman by the neck, but Batman breaks free, headbutting Bane with enough force to even knock him down. Blood begins to drip from the wound on his forehead, and as Bane lays there, he opens his eyes. He allows Batman the small victory, and he gets back to his feet, wrapping his arms around Batman's neck. He drags him through the house, throwing him into the portrait of him and his parents, and it shatters. Batman gets up, wiping the blood from his mouth, putting his fists ready to get back into it. He charges forward, knocking Bane into the next room. But Bane punches back, punching harder with each and every punch. The two go back and forth for what feels like hours until Bane kicks Batman in the head. Bane picks him up by the cape, slamming him headfirst into the wall, stunning him. Bane then picks up Batman's lifeless body, and he brings him down to his knee with a thundering crack. As Bane tosses Batman's body to the ground, Thomas steps out of the shadows, watching every second of what just happened. The following night, Batman is strapped to the back of a horse, while Thomas checks the lines to make sure that he's secure. He sings to himself as he hops up on the saddle, and he pulls on the reins to get the horse going. They begin to walk forward. Over Thomas's singing, the sound of a coffin being dragged in the sand can be heard behind him. The next morning, Thomas wakes up to a figure standing over him, and he tells him morning. The ninja helps Thomas up, and he tells him good morning. We are the death of the desert. Thomas tells him, yeah, I know who you are. There's only 5 of you. Do you think that's enough? The ninja tells him, you on to Batman. And Thomas punches him, telling him, I am now. Thomas continues to sing to himself, beating the ninjas until finally the last falls, and he carries on with his journey. Night falls, and Thomas stops to eat, listening to the crackle of the campfire. He eats his beans when suddenly Bruce's eyes open up and he shoots up, screaming, Bane! Thomas places his hand on Batman's shoulder, telling him, it's all right. You've been through a lot. Just remember what you've been taught. Batman turns back, swinging his tied-up arm, shouting, "Bane!" And Thomas grabs the punch, punching him back, telling him, "It's okay. You can be scared. It just means that you have to fight that fear." Batman stumbles back and Thomas kneels down, telling him, "Look, it's over. You've been defeated, broken, body and soul, but that's behind you now. It's time to rebuild. We're gonna show them how strong you really are. There's nothing to worry about. Father's got you." The sun begins to rise, and Thomas readies the horse, stating that he did his best to put the spine back together so that they could ride for now. Batman rubs his head, asking, "Where are we?" And Thomas tells him, "The Middle Sands, about 100 miles out from Kadam." Batman scratches his head, wondering, why? And Thomas tells him, "You're the world's greatest detective. When the drug wears off, you'll understand." Batman climbs onto the saddle, asking, "What's in the coffin?" And Thomas tells him, "You'll understand that too." The two travel day and night, each morning Thomas fighting off another group of ninjas. And as they get closer and closer to their destination, one morning, Batman asks, "Those ninjas, those are Ra's al Ghul's personal guard. That means that we're going to the Nain Pit?" The only reason why Al Ghul would send the death would be to prevent people from ever going to the pit. Thomas laughs. "You're getting it now. I'm so damn proud of you, my boy." Then it hits Batman. The coffin. It's his mother. They're dragging Martha Wayne. Thomas stops the horse and he turns back, telling him, "We have come a long way. We bled, we burned, we've earned some rest. A right to go home. And when we do, we're going as a family." Batman stares for a moment and then asks, "Where is it?" Thomas tells him the saddlebag, so Batman reaches down, putting on his mask. Once he's done fitting it, he says, "I remember the blood, the pearls, knowing that I would never see you again. I forsook my life and surrendered to a vow. And now, what was it worth? Where did it get me?" Thomas tells him, "You made your choices, and you saved who you could. You're a good man, and you made your father damn proud, Bruce. But now it's time for the resurrection, for the final end of our plan." The next morning, Batman helps fight off the next group of ninjas, and Thomas makes sure to leave one alive. As he takes up one of the horses, he readies it and asks Batman if he remembers the book that he used to read him back when he was younger, the one about the little animals. Batman stands up, telling him, "The animals in the pit." Thomas goes on telling him, "Yeah, it was a strange book, a horrific thing. All those friendly animals on their way to the church, but they all fall into the pit. They had little contests, meaningless things, but whoever loses, they ate. When there were only two left, one of them tricked the other into killing himself. And in the end, we never find out if that one animal got out of the hole. Never understood why you enjoyed that story so much, Bruce." Later that night, the two stop before the giant hole in the ground, and Thomas says, "This is it. The pit. The demon's proudest secret, where you can trade one life for another." Batman gets off his horse, asking, "How did Mother go in your world? How did it happen?" Thomas tells him, "She didn't die easily. But that's not important. We're here, and soon she will be as well. We will be a family once again." Thomas secures the ropes, and the two slowly climb down, carrying the coffin and the body of the ninja. As they reach the bottom, Thomas picks up the flare that he tossed down, stating, "I needed you at a low point, to be broken. After Bane, after the nightmare, after her. We have a way out. You can have the love and the sympathy that you deserve. You can have back what we've lost. We can be a family, Bruce. We can live a life without the cape. Together." Batman pauses and then tells him, "The reason I liked that book so much was because I idiotically thought that maybe it would change. I was waiting for someone to get out of the pit. I knew that it was impossible, but still, I couldn't give up the hope." And with that, Batman punches his father. They fight, they punch, they bleed. Two Batmen fighting for what they believe in, for hope! And as that struggle rages on, Batman throws Thomas into the coffin. As Thomas gets up, he notices the coffin is filled with stones, and he quietly says, "No." "When?" Batman tells him. "While you were sleeping. Mother is buried in the desert, and you will never find her." Thomas asks him why. And Batman says, "I wasn't sure that I could best you, but I thought at least here, in this hole, I could hurt you enough that we both never would get out." Thomas runs at Batman, throwing a punch, but Batman hooks his arm underneath, landing one right into Thomas's face. He swings again, shouting, "You're broken! We broke you! You can't be Batman! All you can be is my son!" Morning arrives, and the horses neigh, shaking loose the sand from laying down on the ground. One of the horses walks forward as the line leading down tightens, and a hand reaches out of the pit.
As the rain beats down in the city of Gotham, a cop car speeds through the streets as dispatch tells them that they have a 3773 at 2020 Spring apartment number 2. One of the officers responds to the dispatch stating that they are 6 minutes out. Let the commission know. The first officer asks the other if they got all that. And the Joker responds with, 2020 Spring, apartment 2, got it! Later, as the Joker and Riddler arrive on the scene, they look at the 2 bodies of Dr. Double X. Riddler says that they were both shot in the head. Twice. Can't really help himself, huh? Joker looks in disgust, telling him, he never could. My guess is that if you looked hard enough, you'd find the damn coin. A few moments later, Riddler calls back to the commissioner telling him that it's confirmed, but they have no clue what he is doing. The commissioner tells him that he appreciates the updates. They know what to do. Canvas and witness interviews ASAP, and if they kill anyone, he'll want their papers in the morning. Riddler asks, are you gonna light it up? And the commissioner says, yeah. He doesn't really have any other choice. The commissioner heads outside, turning on the bat signal. And just as always, Batman comes. Except, it's not Bruce Wayne. It's Thomas Wayne. Thomas goes back to the Batcave to go over the case, stating that the Double had enough super strength to go up against Superman. Harvey couldn't have done this alone. He would have needed someone. The ventriloquist holds up a pot of coffee, asking, would you like some? And Thomas ignores his butler as he gets ready and leaves. Once Thomas is gone, the ventriloquist sits down and he begins to hear a voice. And the voice tells him, you're just one of Batman's little servants. How adorable you are. Where's my cape? Where's my coffee? Where are my slippers? Such a pitiful waste of good skin and bones. If they has you, they have the world. Later in an abandoned warehouse, Harvey says as long as the numbers are right, and they are, everything will be good. There's 2 of him, and there are 2 of them. Amygdala says that sometimes that man worries him, and then Grundy shouts, Solomon Grundy, born on Monday. Just then the Batmobile crashes through a wall, and Two-Face begins to yell, no, no, no! Inside the car, Thomas asks, ETA? And a woman tells him, 7 seconds. Thomas springs out of the car, telling the woman that she has 3. And as Solomon Grundy breaks the Batmobile in half, Thomas starts counting down, 3. And when he says 1, Gotham Girl shoots through the wall, punching Solomon out. Gotham Girl looks back, seeing Amygdala coming at her, and she says that she's got a lot of drama in her life recently, and this isn't drama. She then picks up Amygdala, throwing him into the ground, and as he gets back up, he asks, is that all you got? He charges at her, and she dodges, telling him, well, I do have laser beam eyes. That's something else. Two-Face points a gun at the Harvey side of his head, shouting, that's enough! If either of you move, Harvey gets it. I know you got orders, and I know you need me alive. This isn't your city, it's my city. Thomas pulls out a batarang, telling him, the Joker told me a story once. The Joker held a gun to his own head, and he threatened to pull the trigger. And with that threat, he got the false Batman to do whatever he wanted. But that was the false Batman. He was a child. I am not. And with that, he throws a batarang into Harvey's eye. Later, as Two-Face's body is thrown on the ground, the commissioner looks at him, telling him he's dead. Thomas tells him, no, I just severed some nerves, separated the sides of his brain. One side is damaged, the other is not. He wanted Two-Face alive, so here's Two-Face alive. Thomas then returns to the Batcave, and the ventriloquist asks, didn't you leave in a car earlier? Thomas begins to change, not answering the question. And then he asks, what's for dinner? The ventriloquist tells him that it's all laid out. He cooked it himself, and their guest is there too. Back at the jail, Psycho Pirate walks into the interrogation room stating, hello, Two-Face, I am here to cure you. And back at the Wayne mansion, Thomas Wayne sits for dinner, telling Alfred, I apologize for being so late. Things have been busy. Alfred tells him, I could imagine. In my experience, it normally is. Shall we? Alfred then tells him that he knows that he will return, right? And Thomas tells him, no, he won't. Not this time. And Gotham Girl's currently watching the city to make sure that none of your fancy friends come. Sorry to disappoint. Alfred stares. No, Thomas, I'm sorry for what he's going to do to you when he returns. And so, it is another night in Gotham City, where the criminals patrol the streets protecting and serving the community. Well, not so much protecting. But all while this goes on, a small little drone comes to visit Bane, and Bane tells him, I don't care about your multiverse. I have this city, something that no man has ever claimed. And Lex says, I understand. This is your city after all. All can be doubted. All but Bane. But up above Gotham, Captain Atom tells Gotham Girl, I have orders from the president that all superheroes are forbidden from entering Gotham. A lot of folks are listening, probably because they've never gotten an order before. However, I myself have gotten plenty, and I can tell a good one from a bad one. Gotham Girl tells him, that's cool, now get out. Captain Atom laughs, asking, do you know who I am? She cracks him across the face, stating, not really, and honestly, I really don't care. But over at Arkham, the Tweedle brothers begin to make their escape with Scarecrow and Kite Man. Suddenly, one of the brothers is shot. Kite Man yells, we don't have time for this, we gotta move! Thomas loads his smoking gun, telling them, stay where you are, you're not going anywhere. Kite Man tells everyone to run, and the three jump out of the window. As Kite Man glides, holding Scarecrow and the other Tweedle, he said, you're too much weight, we're not gonna get far like this! Scarecrow holds out his arm, stating, basophobia, the fear of falling! A gas is sprayed into the remaining brother, and he screams. Kite Man then releases him, stating, oh, good grief. But back with Gotham Girl, she holds Captain Atom's body up in the air, stating, I took care of our problem here. Should we give him the old pirate treatment? And Thomas laughs. No, that's not the deal. We negotiated. Just like last time, the villains go down, the heroes go out. Gotham Girl uses her strength and throws Captain Atom's lifeless body out of the city, stating, and he's gone. Later, as Scarecrow looks around a room full of kites, he asks, is this safe? And Kite Man tells him, this is Kite Quarters. I built it myself. Of course it's not safe. When Batman comes, and he is coming, we're gonna turn out just like all the other villains. He's gonna torture us, enslave us, and use us for whatever he wants. Scarecrow then asks, are you scared? And Kite Man shouts, it's Batman! I'm Kite Man! Hell yeah, I'm scared! Elsewhere, a defeated and broken Captain Atom tells Damian that he fought for his country against everyone. He fought with the League, against everybody. That girl. He's never fought anything like her before. After that, he's arrested for going into Gotham. Lex Tech dampeners have his powers in check. However, Gotham is peaceful, and that's all they care about. Not who's running it or how. Not the bad being done there. Just as long as they get to brag that the villains are gone. They should get out while they can. Doing good's criminal now. No one cares anymore. No one gives a damn. And back with Kite Man, he looks out the window telling Scarecrow, maybe there is hope out there. Maybe we can get through this. Maybe we can help him. Yeah, maybe. And that's when the glass shatters as a batarang is thrown into his chest. Thomas bursts through, kicking him with Scarecrow shouting, oh my! Thomas stands up and looks right at him. Easy or hard? And Scarecrow tells him, very well. Hard. Please. But later, on the outskirts of Gotham, Damian asks Tim if he's heard yet. He says, yeah, Gotham Girl downed the League in minutes. But the issue for her is that the more she uses her powers, the more that she loses. It will kill her eventually. Damian tells him, I don't care about her. I would deal with Superman if I needed. Tim says, right, fine. I don't care, but what about Alfred? Damian goes on telling him, that's not my problem. And Tim asks, is it though? If you go into the city, you violate the law. If you get caught, you know what he said. Any member of the Bat family found in Gotham means Alfred's dead. Damian then asks, since when do we care about what a villain says? Lightning strikes, and Tim shouts, since he came, since he hurt us, since he took over our city and broke our father. Damian grits his teeth, kicking a stack of bricks, and he falls silent. And after a few minutes, he says, I don't know what to do. We have to do something though, don't we? Later, Damian sets foot into Gotham, with Gotham Girl greeting him, stating, oh, hey, you know sneaking in here is useless, right? You're gonna get caught. She fires off her laser vision, forcing Damian to jump, and then she asks, you know I can hear everything, right? Super hearing? Did you hear? You probably should just stop. Damian lands, telling her, yeah, I heard. I just needed to get a little closer. The wand of Clarion can only be used once. Didn't want to miss. He holds up the wand and he simply says, set that dibnum. And just then, the magical chains shoot out from the ground, wrapping themselves around Gotham Girl. Damian tells her, I know how to deal with super people. Draw a circle on the ground, then a pointy star, chat with some demon, blah, 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 blah. Presto, you're done. Later, Detective Zsasz and Scarecrow stop a man walking his dog, telling him that the maximum allowed leash is 3 feet. Are you aware that you're using one longer than that? The man looks back and Zsasz goes on, telling him, you may not have heard of us. We used to torture people for fun, but now we do it mostly to enforce the city ordinances. Zsasz then punches the man down, stating that they will take care of the dog for him. Scarecrow might be a fair shot. She should die quickly. But before Scarecrow can pull the trigger, Damien drops down on top of him, with Zsasz pointing his gun, stating, "Oh, this is going to be fun." He fires off a few shots, stating that they should put a slash under his right eye, so that every time he looks in the mirror, he can remember. And Damien dodges the bullets, kicking Zsasz in the face, stating, "You really should just shut up." A short while later, as Thomas looks over the city, he says, "Let's not make the same mistake. I'm not some silly villain or bumbling police officer. I'm not a pretender to the throne, destined to fail. I'm Batman." Damien walks up. "No, you're not. I know exactly who I'm dealing with. This is the man who let his wife become the Joker in his timeline. This is the man who let his whole universe collapse because of a button. This is the one who gave up Gotham to Bane." Thomas kneels down. "Please." But before he can finish, Damien punches him, shouting, "You are just pathetic!" Thomas wipes the blood from his mouth, telling him, "You must be my grandson, Damien." As the two begin to fight, Thomas asks, "You heard the cost of Bat family members coming into Gotham, right? The warning that you ignored? The promise that he made?" Damien tells him, "No, I heard. I just chose not to listen." Damien punches into Thomas, but Thomas responds back, hitting Damien. Damien falls to the ground, and Thomas asks, "You understand what's about to happen right now, right? Because you defied the warning." As Damien gets back up, Thomas sighs and begins to stomp on Damien, telling him, "You're stubborn, naive. You are your father's son." Soon after, Damien begins to wake up, feeling his arms tied behind him. He can hear a voice stating, "Please, no," and then another stating that he must understand his position in here. "This was not my choice to make." The first voice then asks, "Please, please, 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 just not here." And the second says, "I would have liked to have just sent you on with a solid beating. However," Damien opens his eyes to see who the voices belong to, and he screams, "No!" And the first voice then asks, "Please, not in front of the boy." And the voice tells Damien, "This is not your city. This is not Batman's city. This is the city of Bane." And that's when we hear a loud crack as Damien watches Bane snap Alfred's neck. Damien begins to cry, tears pouring down his face, asking, "How?" And Thomas kneels down, telling him, "You would assume now that with Alfred gone, the rest of the family will come. But you're forgetting that we now have a new hostage. We have you. And perhaps it's good. Perhaps now they'll listen. Perhaps now they won't be as childish as you were." As the sun shines down on the crystal blue water, Catwoman asks, "How do you feel?" And Batman tells her that he's fine. Cat smiles, telling him that she likes how he lies, and the two pull their kayaks onto the beach. And Batman says that he's not sure what she wants him to say. He's fine. Everything's fine. As the two lay in the beach, Cat tells him okay. She believes him, but then Bat smiles, telling her that he likes how she lies. As the day goes on, Cat asks an important question. What are they? And Bat says that it doesn't matter. In a few days, according to the boys that she talked to on the mountain after the only thing that can defeat Bane is coming here. If they can take it, they can take back Gotham from Bane. He was hurt. He is training. And with her help, Bat is getting better. And he's going to be better. And that's all that matters. And as the night comes, the two go to their separate rooms. But as Cat lays down, she says that she can hear him awake over there. The walls are thin. And if he's awake, she's awake. So go to bed. Bat says that everything is fine, but Cat tells him no, he isn't. It's his breathing. It changes when he's sleeping. The tension that he builds up all day fades. It's nice to hear him letting go. He leans up, telling her that it's just breathing. He doesn't do anything different when he sleeps. And Cat says that he does when he's with her. Now he needs to go to sleep. She's tired of worrying about him. Batman lays back down, telling her that he doesn't, he's fine. Everything's fine. And Cat asks him if he ever gets tired of lying. So Batman says, yes, all the damn time. And the next day, the two go out into the forest to continue the training. But before jumping off the waterfall, Batman asks, I thought cats were supposed to hate water. And she smiles, telling him it's about hitting the water, feeling it trying to drown you and enjoying that, knowing that you'll come back up. She leaps off into it, stating that she'll race him to the bottom. And as the two jump, they swim. And they come back up laughing. Cat swims over to Batman, pulling back the cowl. But before he can say anything, she tells him to shut up. Just shut up. She moves her lips closer to Batman's, and she stops. No, it doesn't matter. So Batman pulls the cowl back over his face, telling her, yeah. And later, as the night sets, the two sit around a campfire, with Kat stating that she used to imagine them growing old together, and that they weren't all that different. They were still the bat and the cat, the lion and the knight, just older, and they had a daughter. And she was so much like him that it was almost annoying, always sullen, trouble-making friends, forever trying to help anyone. At night, they would talk about the surreal old days, the Joker and the Penguin, and all the absurd rest of them, and then they'd laugh. They'd argue over whether it was a boat or the street. Where did they meet? But that day, when she jumped, the future died and she killed it. She thought it was fine. She was a hero. She did what heroes do. She sacrificed for the needs of others, and everyone needs Batman, and Batman can't be happy. She's here to help Bruce Wayne be happy, but she was convinced that if Bruce Wayne was happy, there would be no Batman. So she did what she had to do, and she jumped off the roof. She left him, and it was fine, but it wasn't fine, was it? He didn't just get over it, and neither did she. She kept seeing it. She tried to forget, but there it was, the two of them, holding each other. She spent so much time crying and even stupidly hoping that he'd... Sometimes she'd sit and wait. She'd wait for him to come out at night. But then she realized the problem. She wasn't a hero. Heroes don't wait like that. They don't cry like that. A hero would celebrate the victory. The world was saved. She wasn't a hero. She was a thief. So she waited, and she wept. The wood logs crackle, and Batman tells her, I waited too, and I wept too. The next morning, the two go back to training, and Kat tells him to throw the stupid batarang. And he does, but he says that it's not a good idea. She snatches it out of the air, telling him that she is trying to get him stronger. He has to throw it like it's real. She's not a teenager out trying to steal her first purse. Throw it like you mean it, like this. And she throws the batarang back with force, forcing Batman to catch it inches from his face. And he says, this isn't. But she stops him, yelling, throw it like you're angry. Pretend that you were this close to happiness, and I took it from you. Pretend I made a decision for the both of us. Pretend that I decided that you needed to be alone forever. That you could be Batman forever. Come on, Bruce. You have to feel the weight of it. What I did to you. Put that in there. It doesn't matter. I'll catch it. No matter how hard you throw it. With all that anger, I will always catch it. Batman grips the batarang, and he drops it. No, you weren't the one who did this to me. I was afraid. Afraid that I couldn't put anyone above the vow. That's why you left. You knew me. You knew my fear. She pushes him away, stating that he doesn't know a damn thing. And Batman tells her, we were close and we didn't make it. And it broke me. But never in all that time did I blame you. You believed that I needed to be alone to be Batman. You believed this because I believed this. What if I had to be brought low to see that? That I had to die and awake to see it, to really see you, to see what if it's not true? What if maybe we don't live because of hurt? We live to fight the hurt. Kat tries to state that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but Batman tells her, I'm not fine. Everything's not fine. My world is dust without you. So Batman picks Kat up and they kiss. And the next morning, Batman walks out onto the beach, seeing Kat sitting down, stating, I didn't notice you leave. She smiles, telling him that she can be quiet. Batman sits down next to her, telling her, you didn't need to do this, any of it. And she leans back into Batman, stating that according to the boys on the mountain, Magpie is selling her stolen venom here in a few days. They take it back, they take Gotham. They needed to do all of it. And later that day, the two sit at a bar listening to the news when a reporter mentions Gotham City, about how the seemingly endless crime waves have suddenly stopped, and only now that the criminals are running the streets. There's also reports of a sadistic Batman carrying out acts of violence on those unwilling to cooperate. Another man at the bar laughs. Good. That place is a damn cesspool and somebody's finally doing something. Guess that Batman finally grew a pair. Kat tells the man, whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. The man reaches over, touching Kat's leg, stating, come on, what the hell do you know? You ever been to Gotham? I got a cousin in Gotham. He's special forces. Times are finally changing there. So Kat punches the guy out of his chair, telling him, yeah, she knows, and they're the ones changing them. As the sun sets, the two suit up and Batman says, Alfred signaled. He's safe. I'm sending Damian in. Kat sighs, telling him, so we owe some to the Endless. And Batman looks at her, telling her, I wish we could stay, just us here. She hugs him, stating that people are hurting, and he needs to fight. He needs her. So fight for them with her beside him. And she'll fight for them with him beside her. The two wait, and Batman tells Kat that he loves her. She tightens her grip, stating that she loves him too. And later, as Magpie's yacht sails by, Batman asks, are you ready? And Kat tells him, quote, Kite Man, hell yeah. Once in position, the two board the ship, taking out the guards, and as Kat kicks Magpie to the ground, she tells her that it's over. They got the venom and the payment, but she is lucky that she gets to go back to Gotham. She says that she's going to guess that she's supposed to deliver a message to Bane. The cat grabs the diamond necklace, ripping it from Magpie's neck, telling her, oh no, he's Batman, I'm Catwoman. We are the message. So the next morning, the two walk along the beach with Kat looking at the necklace, stating that this is a Connor diamond from the Gotham Museum. She's stolen it 4 times, and he's caught her stealing it 4 times. She tosses the diamond into the air, and Batman tells her that she can't keep it. She drags the guy out of the cold gutter, gives him hope and love. Set him up. Join him in the greatest fight of his life. And he won't even let her have an itty-bitty, teensy-weensy little diamond. As Batman snatches the diamond before Kat can catch it, she sighs, stating, apparently. She then walks off asking, anyone told you that you're no fun? And Batman stands there. Thank you. The two look at each other for a moment, and Kat smiles, stating, this is what love is. It's who takes care of you, and that's all it is to it. And Bat tells her that that time, on the street, before the bat, even after when he wore the costume, it was. He was not fully formed. He was not yet Batman. But when they saw each other again, later, on the boat, he had embraced the identity. It was his truth meeting hers for the first time. So the truth is of whether or not they met on the street or the boat is both. And after what happened, maybe he's more than the bat, more than the vow. Maybe he's something. Maybe they can meet again, here, now. She hugs him, stating that they met on the beach. And Batman tells her, yes, we met on the beach. And after a few moments, Kat says, wait, we agreed? Holy crap. Bane is in trouble now.
As rain pours down on Gotham, a man walks through the streets. He turns the corner to go into an alleyway, and he's called out by Officers Pig and Two-Face, asking what does he think that he's doing. The man doesn't answer, and Two-Face asks, don't you know what city you're in? There's a curfew that passed a while ago. Guess that means we're gonna have to break some of those bones so you'll know not to do it again. Just as Two-Face reaches up, the man hits Pig and Two-Face in their throats, sending them to their knees. As the man catches Pig, Two-Face takes out his gun and he opens fire. So the man throws Pig into Two-Face. And as Two-Face gets back up, he grabs his gun asking, don't you know who runs this city? And the man finally speaks, telling him, yes, I do. Two-Face pulls the trigger 2 more times, and then he stops, realizing who he just shot. The man knocks the gun out of Two-Face's hand, and he punches, standing tall as the smoke leaves his chest from the bullets. He looks down, opening up his shirt, pulling the slugs off of the Batman symbol underneath, and he tosses them away. Batman may have lost Gotham City to his own father and to Bane. This may have become the city of Bane, but Batman is not going to stand by. Later, as the bat signal goes up, Hugo Strange, the new commissioner, tells Thomas that the Pig and Two-Face haven't checked in. It could be nothing, it could be something, but it's probably nothing knowing those two. Thomas Wayne looks out over his city, and after a brief pause, he simply says, he's here. Tell Bane. The commissioner takes off his glasses, cleaning them, telling him, no. He wouldn't. With what that man experienced, he was broken. He lost love. His own son was shot in the head. He lost his own surrogate father. No one comes back from that kind of loss. Soon after, Gotham's police force finds themselves under attack. First the Mad Hatter, then Kite Man. Hell yeah. Gotham Girl attempts to look for the intruders, but as she uses her powers, she begins to feel weak, and Thomas Wayne tells her that she should stop and go home. Without another dose, she needs the rest. Gotham Girl grabs onto Thomas's cape, asking, am I gonna die? Like Hank, my brother? Thomas tells her, no, but for what he's done to you,
he will. While more and more villains are taken off the streets, Thomas Wayne focuses his attention on Gotham Girl's recovery. And as he tends to her, Wesker opens the door, telling him, I apologize, but there's a message from Thomas asks, what is it? And Wesker tells him, because of your unwanted presence and her inability to stop him, it is ordered that you kill the boy and display the body publicly. Thomas looks back at Gotham Girl and he gives her a kiss on the forehead before leaving. He then walks down into the Batcave where Damian Wayne hangs from the ceiling, a prisoner ever since he tried to come into the city and resolve this himself. Thomas Wayne takes out his gun and he holds it to Damian's mouth. But before Thomas could pull the trigger, his hand trembles and he says to himself, I can't, not to my family. Damian scoffs as he cuts the rope, telling him, we are not family. The butler was family. Father is family. But you and I, we're not family. Before Thomas has a chance to react, he swings around and the entire Bat family is surrounding him. Batwing hits Thomas in the side of the head while Tim Drake cracks him across the face. And Batgirl swings, followed by Batwoman. They tell Thomas that they had a debate while they waited, whether to tell Bruce what he'd done, to see what Bruce would do. They thought it would be the right thing, watching Bruce get angry. But then they thought, why let Bruce have all the fun? They have anger. They have pain. And he killed Alfred. Don't they get to do a little bleeding? They voted. And in the end, it came down to Orphan. They all looked at her for an answer. Should they let Bruce do it or just handle it themselves? And she looked up, and then she said, Alfred. Orphan slams her arm down into the back of Thomas's neck and continues to beat into him. As Thomas is gasping for air, Huntress stands over him with her crossbow, telling him they should just kill him. It'd be easier to deal with him if he had an arrow in his spine. Tim tells her, no, that's not the way. The way is, they offer him mercy. Damian says, yes, of course, and when Father says no to mercy, then we put an arrow in his spine. Thomas coughs up on blood, telling them, he made all of you, children, fighting for him, an addict spreading his poison, trying to make himself seem normal. What is wrong with my boy? Huntress says that she's had enough. This is for Alfred. The arrow is loosened, but Thomas catches it. He says, this is for my grandchildren. You ask for mercy, so you may have it. He takes the arrow and slams it into Tim's chest. Punch after punch, kick after kick, blow after blow. Even after sustaining all of his injuries, Thomas Wayne takes out the entire Bat family, and he wins. As the grandfather clock leading to the Batcave ticks, Thomas bursts through, calling to Wesker, telling him, I need some tea! Now! Wesker hurries into the dining room to pour a cup, and as Thomas sits down in his chair, he tells him, send a word to my boy, using their devices, that everything went well, that his father is gone. My boy's clever. I'm almost proud of him. To sacrifice his man, to get all of them, to surprise me. It was so clever. It almost, well, Bruce keeps forgetting. He is my boy. And I'm Batman. Meanwhile, over into Arkham, Bane sits on his throne thinking. He unties the laces to his mask and he tells Bruce, standing in front of him as Batman, we ought to do this without masks. Batman reaches back, taking off his cowl. No masks, no help. Bane looks over at Catwoman asking, and what about her? And Batman tells him, it's not her city, not her fight. You took my city, Bane. You orchestrated all of this. He throws the utility belt to the ground and then takes off his shirt. No help. Bane scoffs, pulling the tubes from his neck and hands, taking off his harness. No venom for him. No help. Bane gets ready to charge, yelling, I am! And Batman stops him, telling him, Bane, I get it, and I'm Batman! But there's one thing that you keep forgetting. She's Catwoman. As Bane gets ready to swing, there's a crack, and Catwoman's whip wraps around his arm. Before Bane has a chance to pull it off, Batman punches Bane to the ground, and Bane shouts, you said it was your fight! You said no help! Batman reaches for the batarangs taped to his back, telling him, yeah, well, I lied.
The two lunge towards Bane with Catwoman wrapping her whip around Bane's neck while the two batarangs hit their marks on Bane's chest and cheek. Catwoman continues to pull Bane to the ground, telling him, "And you said that this plan wouldn't work. Bane would be too smart to fall for that." Batman kicks Bane in the head, telling her, "Hey, I never said he was smart." As Bane tries to get back up, Batman says, "The venom will kill you, but there's an antidote. Are we done here?" Bane pulls at the whip around his neck, telling them, 17 years I was alone, forgotten. Every night the tide came in. Every night I pushed to the top, kicking, pushing. While the crabs, the leeches, they all clung to my body, cutting me. All I wanted was for it to stop. Stop kicking. Stop pushing. Stop. Stop. Stop! They drowned me. Everyone drowns me. You drowned me. And yet, I'm still here. So no, you pretty rich boy. Bane gets up, grabbing Batman by the neck, chucking him into the wall. Catwoman tries to control him with the whip, but Bane's strength overpowers her as he pulls on the whip, dragging her closer. She leaps up with her claws out, ripping away at Bane's face, asking, "What's the matter? Can't speak? Cat's got your tongue?" Bane leans back with it, launching Catwoman across the room, slamming her face into the wall. And then he shouts as he pulls the batarangs out. But before he can walk over to Catwoman, Batman charges into him from behind. Bane's head hits the concrete floor with a loud crack. And Batman picks his head back up, slamming it down, telling him, "For everything that has happened, I could kill you. But death would only end your agony. So instead, I'm gonna break your damn back." Batman bends Bane over his knee, lifting him high into the air. But before he could bring him down, there's a gunshot. Batman suddenly feels a sharp pain in his stomach as he calls out to his father. And as Thomas Wayne is standing there with a smoking gun, he says, "Son." The room fills with silence, and Thomas turns to Wesker, telling him, "We have come to the end. Fetch the pirate." Later, Batman slowly wakes up, seeing himself at a dining table in dim light. He looks at all the silverware and the plates, all nice and neat. And he looks forward across the table, his eyes widening, his jaw dropping. The person sitting across from him is the lifeless body of Alfred Pennyworth. He quickly scrambles across the table, calling out to him, but his cries, they're met with silence. He cries, holding his friend, his father, his mentor for what seems like an eternity. And when he can finally move, he unties Alfred from the chair and he picks him up, laying him on the couch. His eyes never leave Alfred as he takes off his cape and he drapes it over him. And the only question that Batman can think of is why? Why did this happen? And when he looks up, he finds his answer. Written in red across the wall, he reads the words, "You are not Batman." Batman stands back up, checking all of the doors in the room, each of them having been stacked with cinder blocks. He does the only thing that he knows, and he kicks, and he finds nothing. So he punches, and he finds nothing. And punch after punch, each with more fury and rage than the last. But as the bricks remain intact, all Batman can do is scream. With his anger and his frustration, Batman turns, and he begins to destroy the room. He flips the table, throws the vases, he rips down the portraits. Why must he go through this? Why did this have to happen? And as he falls to his knees, he looks up again at the words written in red. You are not Batman. He stands back up, and as he gets closer, he runs his fingers along the words. And he stares for a moment, and then he hangs his head. He reaches along the leather mask with tears rolling down his cheeks, and he takes it off. But he doesn't continue to cry. He turns his sorrow into determination. And that's when there's a loud explosion. He looks back, and Catwoman tells him, he says, "You're ready." So Batman gets up, following Catwoman without saying a word. He passes by Timothy and Barbara, Kate and Luke, Cassandra and Huntress, and then Damian, his son. He puts on his mask as he walks through the door, and across the room is Thomas Wayne, along with the pirate and Wesker. Thomas tells him what he's heard. He killed him. Is that enough? Are you finally finished with this Batman obsession? And Batman doesn't answer. So Thomas says, I have your family. I took your city, your woman. Is that enough? Will you finally stop? And Batman doesn't answer. So Thomas gets up on his chair shouting, "Is it done?" And Batman takes a moment to collect his thoughts, and then he simply tells him, "It's never done. There is no progress. Another year is another year. Yesterday becomes today as quickly as today becomes yesterday." His lips curl into a smile and he finishes by telling him, "You will never stop, and neither will I. One more time, Father, for Alfred." A punch is thrown and Batman falls to the ground. Thomas tells him, "Alfred is dead. Bane is broken. Take off that goddamn mask, marry the girl, and settle into a life of warmth and peace. Listen to a man, your own father, who chose this life, who suffered the consequences of being this horror. For once in your damn life, listen. Do what I should have done. Stay down, Bruce." However, to understand how Thomas Wayne became this, we have to look at things in reverse. It all began on a night when a vow was made. After Thomas read little Bruce's favorite bedtime story, he told him that he swears on the spirits of his parents to protect his life. He'll do so by spending the rest of his life warring against anything that might cause little Bruce pain. But he couldn't. You see, in Thomas's world, his origin wasn't that he and Martha were shot. His son Bruce was shot, and it sent Thomas down a spiraling path of vengeance. He swore that day to never let anything like that happen again, no matter the cost. And in Thomas's anger, he found Bruce's killer. He held him down and grabbed a large rock. Thomas told Mr. Chill that his son wanted to help people, maybe become a doctor like his old man. Before Chill could speak, that rock came down again and again and again, and it was the first time that Thomas took a life. However, it wasn't the only loss that Thomas felt in his lifetime. Martha had a hard time dealing with Bruce's death and became the villain that Batman would fight over and over again. Martha Wayne, the Joker, and Martha killed Alfred. After that, Thomas wore the cowl and punished anyone who would do wrong in his city, and the cost was their life. First, he killed the Penguin, then Mr. Freeze, then Bane, then Riddler, and then finally, he approached Catwoman. He held the gun as she told him to do it. She has no family. No one will care if she's gone. Anything is better than nothing. And Thomas began to squeeze the trigger, but then he stopped. He told her his name and how he had a son about her age. And that was how the Bat and the Cat met in Thomas's world. The two of them would work together to take criminals down, and Catwoman would begin to see him as more of a father figure. But tragedy would once again strike in the form of the Joker, aka Martha Wayne, shooting Catwoman. Thomas would often go to Bruce's room to talk to him, but one night he had something important to tell him. He told Martha that their son was alive in another world, that he had seen him, and that he had become that world's Batman, and he had come to their universe with their Flash. And she laughed, and she killed herself. Thomas took another drink, stating that this world is useless. Useless to his son, useless to him, to Martha, to even Selina. And because of that, he was going to kill this universe. And what followed was the Flashpoint. Thomas was supposed to die, but he didn't. He fought the Reverse Flash and he won. And it didn't stop Eobard from coming back and giving him the ultimate revenge, putting him in a world where his son was alive and had become Batman. That was how Thomas Wayne got to this universe. When Thomas Wayne killed Reverse Flash, he didn't kill him. Reverse Flash is a paradox that cannot be killed, and to get revenge, he brought Thomas here to suffer. So Thomas watched from afar, seeing what kind of a life his son had had after taking up the mantle. And he hated it. He was disgusted by it, and he decided that he needed to put an end to this. He needed to stop Bruce from ruining his life any further, and that was when Thomas went to Bane. He was going to revive Martha Wayne in the Lazarus pits, and he was going to stop his son from becoming Batman, and they were going to live a happy and normal life. And that was how we came full circle. Back to when Batman stares in the eyes of his father, and he tells him one thing. For Alfred. And Batman steps forward as Thomas punches him. Standing face to face with his father from another world, he was just about to lose until Catwoman saved him. She cracked her whip around Thomas's neck, pulling him back, kicking him. She tightens the grip and Thomas shouts, "You can't!" And Catwoman stomps on his head, telling him, "Oh honey, we just did." She crawls down telling him, "You did a good job leaving me here with the pirate and the ventriloquist. But the more powerful weapon is controlled by the only person you can't control, because no one controls Wesker." except Scarface. She opens her hand, showing the eye of Scarface, and Scarface shouts, "Wesker, you two been nothing? I told you that she wasn't gonna give me back if I..." Catwoman goes on asking Thomas, "Where do you think the doll that Wesker spoke to has been this whole time? After Batman took him, ever think to ask what else I fetched from the memory on the mountain?" Thomas glares back at Wesker, yelling, "You!" And as Thomas lunges at him, Batman jumps in the way, knocking him to the ground. The two begin to wrestle, and Thomas looks up, telling him, "I pushed my good boy so hard, but you won't fall, will you? We're Waynes after all, and Waynes, we rise." Thomas pulls out a gun from beneath his shirt, holding it to Batman's head, and then he climbs up, pushing Batman to his knees, telling him, "You are a fool. This was your chance to be with her, to live without your mask, to live without pain. I showed you! You are not Batman!" Batman struggles, telling him, "After the alley, the pearls, I was just a child. I thought it was the end. I went to kill myself with a knife, but instead, I took a vow. I killed myself with the vow. I swear by the spirits of my parents to avenge their deaths by spending the rest of my life warring on all criminals. That's what I said. I live by that vow. I am the vow. I am Batman." And he takes a deep breath and continues telling him, "And I am no longer a child. Life is now a trap one makes when we are 10 and hurting. Life is a choice that we make every day. Every damn day. I chose her. I chose happiness. I chose family. And I chose Batman." The cold gun is pulled away from Batman's cheek, and Thomas tells him, "I killed the universe. I killed so many. Burned the city. Killed Alfred. All of you. Bruce, my boy. When will you finally listen to your father?" Batman looks up at Thomas and he tells him, "I listened, but right now it's time for you to understand something." And he punches Thomas with a hard right, and as Thomas falls to the ground, Batman tells him, "You are not my father." And that was it. Time went on. Batman won again. The wrongs were righted. The things went back to normal as they could get for Batman. And later, as he took off the costume and stopped by a local sports bar to catch the Knights game on a big screen, the announcer stated that there was only 1 minute and 37 seconds left in the game, and it all comes down to Campbell. Campbell is 0 for 7 on fourth quarter comeback situations over the last 2 years. He's already had 2 interceptions and a fumble in this game alone. And Batman asks the man next to him if he thinks that Campbell can do it. And the man says nah. With Rios maybe, but Campbell no. The two watch as Campbell gets ready to throw a pass, and he overshoots it by 5 yards. And the man laughs. "Ha ha ha! See?" And Batman smiles back, telling him, yeah. The man introduces himself as Chuck Brown, and Batman tells him that his name is Bruce, and that he stopped by when he heard the game on the radio. Chuck says that he should have just stayed in the car. With Campbell in the lead, it's just pain and misery all the way down. So Bruce holds up his glass, telling him, "Here's to the Knights. Here's to the pain. Here's to the misery. Where would we be without any of it?" Chuck picks up his glass, and they toast, as he tells him, "Hell yeah." Chuck takes the drink, stating that it's the same thing every time. This Campbell, this is what he does. He gets set up, and then he loses the ball over and over again. Just like everything, man, it's always the same story. And Bruce tells him, stories can change. People can change. Maybe Campbell has taken enough hits. Maybe he knows how to go down and how to come back up. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just enough. The ball snaps, and the announcer calls out that there's 2 seconds left in the clock. The Knights need 6 to win. Campbell is in the shotgun. 5 receivers. It's a blitz. Oh, Campbell dodges his left. How did he get away from that? Campbell launches the ball long. He's got a man on the far corner. Raph and Colin both leap on him. I can't believe it. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. The crowd gathered beneath the statue of Alfred Pennyworth. The family stood behind him as Bruce cut the ribbon, finishing the dedication of the Alfred Pennyworth Children's Hospital. They all think it. Barbara, Rick, Damien, even Jason, who ignored Bruce telling him not to come, and he snuck past security. This isn't what should have brought them together. They listen to his speech. They hear Bruce's voice catch on every tear that he refuses to cry. He was always good with words when he would want to use them. And when night fell, the family took off, as were Alfred's final wishes. As the moon rose in the sky, our more familiar Bat family left to grieve, while other friends leaped among the rooftops. Catwoman, Batwoman, Orphan, and Signal were there. Gotham would be protected as it always was. Tim had found a spot, a sleazy corner of Gotham that even the villains had overlooked. He rented the place for the night, sweeping it clean of any bugs that might have been put in place. And as the door swings open, the family entered. This place is filthy, Damian comments as they stare around at the dingy interior. You have no idea, Tim tells them. Be grateful you didn't have to scour the place for bugs. I saw things under the tables that I'm never going to unsee. Barbara looks at him asking if maybe it was overkill, but Tim disagrees. It's important that we talk freely, he tells her. They all saw him tonight, Bruce looking rougher than ever. Jason smiles at all of them from behind his sunglasses, ever the black sheep of the family. If we're gonna get right into the heavy stuff, I'm gonna need a drink, he tells them, motioning to the fully stocked bar with no one behind it. Rick leaps over the counter, offering the pour. What do you want? Jason, right? Right, you know, the old dick wouldn't have been so quick to serve me. Jason smiles at him. Rick just looks at him, letting him know that he was only here because he knows the butler took care of him when he was a kid. Anger shoots through Jason and he points at Rick. The butler? Really? Show some respect. Why did they even invite you? You're not even a part of this family anymore. He yells, with anger bubbling up within the rest of them, and Barbara yelling, pointing out that neither of them were even in the city when Alfred died. Jason turns on her. Don't give me that crap, Barbara. I was steering clear because Bane said that he'd kill Alfred if any of us entered the city. Not everybody listened. He yells, waving his hand at the dejected-looking Damian. Enough, Bruce tells them from the door, his voice quiet yet authoritative. This isn't what Alfred would have wanted. He crosses the room, sitting quietly at a table. The others don't quite know what to say, offering merely platitudes. Damian finally speaks up, asking for a glass of ginger ale from Rick, the liquid fizzing as he holds it up. To Alfred, who kept me and Bruce from tearing each other apart from the beginning. The bar seems to fall away as Damian tells a story from years ago. They were standing in the cave, Batman standing angrily over them. No night patrols for 2 weeks, he finally snarls, turning and racing to the Batmobile. Anger was flashing through young Damian as he pauses as Alfred puts his hand on his shoulder. What you should do is empathize with your father instead of waging a war of wills that pushes you further apart. He tells him, a dustpan in his hand. He ruffles the young boy's hair, telling him a time-honored rule of destroying equipment in the Batcave. You break it, you clean it, he tells him, walking up the stairs to the manor. Of course, Damian didn't listen, and later he moved through the streets of Gotham on his motorcycle. The night was quick, with Damian saving a bus full of hostages from the Mummy Gang. As he admired his work, Damian turned to see Batman in the shadows beckoning him over. But getting into the car, Damian was surprised to find it was actually Alfred beneath the cowl. My boy, you disobeyed a direct order from your father. Against my better judgment, I will not reveal this evening's excursion to Master Bruce. But you are indeed grounded for 2 weeks. He tells him as the car rumbles through the streets of Gotham. You're the best, Pennyworth, Damian told him. Yes, I know. The story ends and they all look at Damian at the bar, tears streaming down his face. He knows that they think that this was all his fault. He was the one who disobeyed the order. He was the one who broke into the city. You're right. I forced Bane's hand, the hand that snapped Alfred's neck. I can still hear it. He was a good man. He deserves more, he tells them, and finally he turns and walks out the door, telling them, don't follow me. Bruce doesn't move, not even looking up as his son leaves the room. Barbara begins to yell at him, telling him that Damian clearly doesn't know that he still belongs here. But Tim interrupts her, lifting his own glass. To Alfred, our secret agent man. The bar seems to fade again, and Tim is now the new Robin, having only worn the costume for a few months. Firefly buzzes over his head, tossing his shurikens. He brings the villain down to his level, tying him up with his electric bolo, and the GCPD arrives, flashing lights, forcing Tim to leap away before he can regain his equipment. He curses himself, having ignored one of Bruce's rules. Always be mindful of your tools and tradecraft. He never actually learned that Alfred had broken into the GCPD evidence locker, and then he woke up the next morning to find his equipment gift-wrapped for him. He stands before the family now, finishing his drink. He came into their lives when Bruce was at his lowest. He can do it again. Help out in the cave, move back into the manor. I just need you to ask for help. Otherwise, I don't know what good it'll do, Tim tells him. No, Tim, I'm not going to ask you to do that, Bruce tells him, and Tim nods, moving towards the door. He tells Bruce that he needs to fight through the demons, to bring the family together, to be the adult that they all need him to be. And another moment passes with Jason raising his glass. To Alfred, my favorite pain in the ass. Jason is sitting in his apartment, watching as Alfred puts down a bag of groceries that he knew the young man needed.
As he has done numerous times, Alfred informed the man that he can always join them for dinner at the manor, but Jason knows that he isn't truly wanted at the manor, as the constant reminder of the son that Bruce couldn't control. Don't fit into the Wayne dynamic. Never have, never will, Jason tells him. Alfred doesn't respond, instead holding up one of Jason's pistols. These will fail you in the end, he tells him, but Jason smiles, picking up the other one. These days, my weapons are the only thing I can count on, he tells him. It was later that the Batmobile exploded through a wall, and a voice yelled over the speakers. Put your weapons down! Red Hood looks up from where he was tied to a pole, armed goons around him. I'd listen to him if I were you. The goons raise their weapons, and the Batmobile begins to fire non-lethal takedown charges, dropping them, and moments later, they drive away with Jason turning to Alfred, who was driving the Batmobile. Hell of a rescue, Al, he tells him. That's why you can always count on family, Alfred tells him as they rumble off into the night. And Jason finishes his drink. He refuses to blame Bruce for all of this like the others seem to be doing, but he knows that Bruce needs to fix things as well. You need to see how angry the rest of them are, and put that incredible brain to fixing it, or there won't be anything left to fix, he tells him, walking off into the night. Barbara now sits across from Bruce, and she tells him that he needs to understand what the city has gone through in the last year. Bane, evil Batman running around, and now they've lost Alfred. Each of us, we need Batman right now. We need the man that inspired us to be the best versions of ourselves. We need the best of you so that we can heal. Bruce doesn't say a word, anger rolling through Barbara again as she smashes the glasses off the table. But that anger passes, and then she finally opens her eyes looking at him. To Alfred, and how he was always able to find a way to celebrate something special about us. A car is moving through the woods, 3 hours outside of Gotham, and Barbara smiles from the passenger seat, blindfolded as Alfred still wouldn't tell her where they're going. Finally, they stop and Barbara looks up at Mount Cain. What are we doing here? She asks, surprised. Climbing, silly, Alfred tells her with a smile. Finally, they reach the summit just before dawn, and Barbara stares at the beauty of the sunrise, thanking Alfred. You're welcome, he tells her, pulling out a single cupcake with a candle. I've noticed as Batgirl you've been using your cycle instead of swinging in the city canyons every year at this time. To celebrate the anniversary of leaving the Spine Rehab Center, look what you've accomplished after the doctors told you that you wouldn't be able to walk again. You're my hero, Barbara Gordon. The story ended and Barbara walks out of the bar, and Rick comes out from behind the counter offering Bruce a glass. I don't drink, Bruce tells him with a wave of his hand. I know, it's ginger ale, Rick tells him with a smile. Rick finally asks what story Dick Grayson would have told if he was there. There's no contest there, Bruce tells him. You see, it was a few years ago that Nightwing followed Alfred into the city, and he had noticed that the man was always sad on a specific day. He had watched as Alfred placed roses on the spot where the Waynes were murdered, whispering a prayer for them, and Dick leaped to the streets before he could pull away, smiling and waving. Hey, Alfred, I could go for a chocolate shake from Fina's. You? He asked, leaning into the window. It was later, looking out over the city as they finished their shakes, that Alfred finally told him. Today was the Waynes' wedding anniversary. I would rather celebrate their union and all the joy and good civic works they brought to Gotham, along with a baby boy who would do amazing things for his native city. Don't take this the wrong way, Alfred, but I feel like there's something else. And Alfred nods, looking at the ground. He reveals that Thomas had told him to take the week off and that the Waynes could drive themselves into the city that night. Alfred was at the manor, packing, when he heard the news and rushed down to the precinct to get Bruce. I took great pains to hide the guilt over not disobeying Thomas's plan that fateful night, Alfred tells him. Sitting across from Bruce, Rick nods, thinking that Dick Grayson sounded like a great guy. He feels that Dick would have been the one to help bring this family back together right now. You're right. You would have said the right thing to keep them from leaving, Bruce tells him. But sadly, Rick isn't that guy anymore. He tells Bruce that he knows that Alfred was a good man, that he spent his life keeping the family together. And he reaches into his pocket, pulling out a photo and pinning it to the wall amidst all of the other pictures that are cluttering it. You have a lot of hard work to fix everything that man built for you. To honor him right, Rick tells Bruce as he walks out the door. But before he leaves, he looks over his shoulder. You know, you never gave a toast to Alfred, the one that comes from the heart. But I guess Bruce sits alone at the bar, standing at the table. And finally he pushes away, standing and crossing the room. He reaches out, taking the photo that Rick had pinned to the wall, and as he stares at it, in this moment of silence, tears brim on his cheeks, and sadness overtakes him. The photo shows Alfred sitting in front of the Bat computer, the full costume family standing around him, the family that he loved. To Alfred, Bruce whispers, And there you have it, a heck of a long, full story for Batman. I hope you guys enjoyed. We're going to try to start bringing back some more of the full story videos relatively soon, but don't forget, if you made it to the end of this video, you, sir, deserve a cookie, some ice cream, and your own bottle of milk. Put those all together. If you're lactose intolerant, you'll hate life. But thank you so much. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, and I'll see you next time right here at Comic Story.
What's going on, guys? This is Rob. If you guys enjoy my content, make sure you hit the subscribe button and make sure you hit that little bell so you never miss out on my sexy voice. So what I want to do here is have a discussion about Batman Rebirth. And what I'm hoping is that at the end of all this, you'll have a good idea of where the series stands and how it expects to shape up going into the future of DC Comics. So much like Green Arrow and the rest of the Rebirth releases, Batman draws on a combination of pulling the past and the present together. However, the difficulty of this concept comes in the idea that DC has never been straightforward about Bruce's past events in relation to the New 52. What I mean here is that where the rest of DC's lineup largely received clean-cut reboots, Batman's past continuity was left ambiguous with occasional references here and there, including Batman Eternal, which saw the return of Thomas Elliot, who referenced the pre-Flashpoint story Hush, while Barbara Gordon discussed her recovery after being shot during the pre-Flashpoint story Killing Joke. To this end, while this did offer the potential to maintain the canonicity of some of Batman's most iconic stories, including Nightfall, on the whole, the reader was left in a quagmire, being expected to believe that everything from Crisis on Infinite Earths to Flashpoint all happened in a 5-year window, while not actually being told whether it did. Now, where much of the confusion fell to the wayside in the face of Scott Snyder's run with the introduction of the Court of Owls and the return of the Joker during Death of the Family and Endgame as part of Snyder's multi-part epic, the fact remains that even if fans weren't beating down the doors of DC for answers, at the very least, some measure of cohesiveness was expected to be forthcoming, if for no other reason than to add depth to Bruce Wayne's life experiences. While fans looked to the idea of Rebirth as a way for DC to provide the answers they were looking for, instead, readers walked away empty-handed, being left with a multitude of unanswered questions and a bit of confusion. Written by Tom King and Scott Snyder, one of the biggest drawbacks of the issue is that we don't actually know whose hand is in the cookie jar. While the book feels almost exactly like something Snyder would write, Tom King's name is still listed as co-writer, leaving us to ask whether or not the book is an actual representation of what to expect going forward into the series. But initially opening up with Alfred in the midst of tending the garden, Wayne Manor is visited by the arrival of Duke Thomas in response to a previously extended offer. To sidetrack for a second, Duke Thomas was one of several heroes introduced as part of the We Are Robin line of comics under the banner of DCU. Written by Lee Bermeo and drawn by Rob Haynes and Kerry Randolph, while it only spanned 12 issues, the story focused on Duke Thomas along with a handful of other teenagers, all of whom adopted the mantle of Robin and operated as vigilantes after being inspired by various members of the Bat family. Receiving fairly high reviews but experiencing mediocre sales, like many of DC's titles, We Are Robin was cancelled between the announcement of DC Rebirth and the lead up to its launch at the beginning of June. However, focusing on the story, the events contained within center on a kind of tour of Bruce Wayne's life as it progresses throughout the length of a week. Meeting with Lucius Fox on a Tuesday, the conversation between the two is not of stupendous importance. Instead, it follows a standard method of Snyder's storytelling, providing a bit of mortar between the bricks of Batman's events, giving us some insight into his own personal life. To this end, with Lucius Fox recounting a conversation with Bruce's father on why Thomas Wayne became a doctor, where Lucius found it a bit foolhardy and the definition of insanity by helping the sick while knowing they would only get sick again, the rhetorical question is designed to highlight the necessity of Bruce Wayne being Batman, and that while the criminals he catches always escape, creating an endless cat-and-mouse game, the cycle exists because it needs to, if for no other reason than to keep criminals from achieving their goal and Gotham falling into disarray. Following this, the story transitions to Wednesday, with Bruce Wayne revealing to Duke that Gotham has been met with the return of Calendar Man, a being whose life changes with the seasons, meaning he dies in the winter, is reborn in the spring, and ages through the summer and fall, with the cycle repeating itself. Now, where this is really just background stuff with Snyder and King giving us something to read while we make our way through the comic, the overall theme here is that Duke continues to stay along for the ride. Bringing him to the Batcave, the purpose behind Duke's presence is revealed, with Batman providing a home for him in the wake of his parents' insanity. To sidetrack here, during the events of Batman Endgame and Joker's attack on Gotham, with the Joker intending to reenact the death of Bruce Wayne's parents by using the parents of Duke, the toxin he had used had permeated their minds, pushing them into insanity without an immediate cure. Where Bruce was able to rescue Duke and escape, Duke's parents were left behind, leaving Duke himself as an orphan. Using this as a jumping-off platform, while neither King nor Snyder offer a direct answer, the implication seems to be that Duke is being offered a position alongside Batman that is akin to the Robin mantle, but remains ambiguous. With Duke appearing receptive to the idea, this revelation is really the only standout part of the story. In truth, things essentially fall back into rank and file, with Batman coming to the realization that Calendar Man had planted spores around Gotham, which if released, will kill everyone in the city. Now, as far as I'm aware, there's no real explanation available about these spores, and it seems to be designed that way. What I mean here is that because this Rebirth issue appears to be written in the form of A Week in the Life of Bruce Wayne, it plays on the notion of every comic being an end of Gotham scenario, and the idea that Batman is the only one who can save the day. While the story does see Batman succeeding and destroying Calendar Man's machines, as well as depicting his rebirth in the form of shedding his old body and emerging as a younger person, the events shift their focus to a conversation between Batman and Duke, with Bruce revealing that where Duke is concerned about Calendar Man returning and constantly thinking up new ideas, their roles as heroes is to meet the challenge and come back themselves equally more intelligent and capable. And so with the story wrapping itself up, this seems to reveal the shortcoming of the issue. Nothing really happens. The comic makes no reference to Snyder's Batman aside from Duke's parents during the events of Endgame. It makes no reference to the supposed death of Bruce Wayne after Endgame and Commissioner Gordon taking on the mantle of Batman, and as far as I can tell, the entire issue treats the events of DCU as if they never happened, picking up almost immediately after the Joker's perceived death at the conclusion of Endgame, with Bruce Wayne taking Duke on as a ward. So as we continue our discussion on DC Rebirth, for those of you guys that had a chance to see my episode of Comics and Coffee on Sunday, we had talked about how with Hickman's Fantastic Four and with those various videos being ongoing stories in the background of my regular videos, that I was kind of experimenting with you guys. I was looking to see how you guys would be receptive to having double videos almost every day and having stories in the background of our existing content on, character discussions and different things like that. And so what I want to do is I want to start paying a little more attention to DC, simply because it really didn't make any sense to change from Marvel Explained to Comics Explained if I'm not going to give DC some due diligence. And to be honest, I'm really just now getting around to reading a lot of the DC Rebirth content, but I'm absolutely loving Batman. And so what I want to do is basically run over this story, I guess the entire 6-part series, Batman I Am Gotham. We're going to do one video over the course of this week, or I guess one issue over the course of this week, so you guys will get the full brunt of the experience and decide for yourselves whether or not, Batman from DC Rebirth is something that you're interested in picking up. But I Am Gotham, of course, is the official start of Batman Rebirth in DC Comics under the writing of Tom King. Now, one of the big differences here is in the Batman Rebirth #1 issue, that was basically kind of giving us a status quo. And what it was telling us is that Duke Thomas, a character who appeared as part of Snyder's run on Batman, who was the leader of the vigilante group calling themselves Robins, that he's basically been taken under the wing of Batman as the new Robin. And so at this point, we basically had several Robins. Of course, the first was Dick Grayson, the second was Jason Todd, the third was, I think, Carrie Kelly, followed by Stephanie Brown, and then I think we got into Tim Drake, but I'm not gonna swear that I'm correct about that chronology. Well, Duke Thomas comes to us as the newest Robin, and so this basically gives us a chance to see how Batman is relating to him. Now, what we do here is we initially pick up in a flight. Now, in terms of the people in this flight, they're not extremely important for this first issue, but it does give us some context. Right now, we basically have Bruce Wayne and we have Commissioner Gordon talking to one another. Now, they're talking about how there was a raid on Fort Marshall, but that somebody had basically taken off with a handful of rockets. Somebody had taken off with weapons. And the question was, well, what are they going to do with them? What's the big plan here? But even then, they're not really talking too heavily about it. And so it's just kind of like, okay, what direction are things really going in here? Because Tim King is basically playing the very slow road here. He's playing the very slow game so to speak. But in the middle of their conversation, Batman and Commissioner Gordon witness the plane being blown up after a rocket seemingly hits it from behind. And so what we do, of course, is we pick up with Bruce Wayne immediately taking off, and he's talking to Duke. And what he says is, I'm sorry, he's talking to Alfred, and what he says is he needs a plan to basically figure out what's going on with this plane. And that's the basis behind this particular comic. This whole first issue is showing us the lengths that Batman goes to. And this is one of the reasons why this is so cool, is because Tom King doesn't leave us hanging. Tom King doesn't suddenly just jump from one scenario to the other. He takes us through every single step of the way. And so one of the first things he does is Batman sends out an SOS to the Justice League, specifically to Superman and to Hal Jordan, because it would make sense to us as the reader that if a plane was crashing to the ground in Gotham City, that Superman would get there in seconds, in moments. He'd be able to save the plane and everything would be fine. If he wasn't able to do it, Hal Jordan might be able to get there a little bit slower, but he'd get there pretty fast, and he'd be able to use his power ring to save the plane. But what Tom King is basically telling us here is that, or I guess he's providing an answer to all those individuals who ask the question, if Batman encounters a scenario where it seems insurmountable that he can come out on top, why doesn't he contact the Justice League? And the response that Alfred gives Batman is that nobody in the Justice League is picking up. They're all busy off doing their own things. They're fighting their own villains or dealing with their own individual problems, and they're just not available to help Batman. And so this allows us to continue on with this line of thought that Bruce Wayne is going to have to be the one to save this plane. And so what he does is he starts talking to Duke, and this again is really cool because this is not something that we see very often. With Duke and Batman conversing, what Duke says is that there is a time frame here, that the plane is, I guess that the Batman himself will have to drive at about 122 miles per hour, that he will have to hit a ramp, so to speak, or hit a bridge at a certain angle, and then he'll have to take off and he'll have to jump from the Batmobile, and you'll have to land on top of the plane. And so they're basically just working out exactly how this is going to happen. And again, this is really cool because usually, even with Scott Snyder's Batman, as great as it was, usually he simply just jumps from one scenario to the other. And the extent of detective work comes in the sense of Batman analyzing some little detail, but we don't really see them going over the mathematical angles. And all this really does is show us how smart Bruce Wayne is. That Bruce Wayne isn't simply just a guy that can put clues together. Bruce Wayne is a guy who has, mathematic probabilities, statistics rattle around in his head, and he's able to calculate those incredibly fast with the assistance of Duke. And so what we do here is we pick up with Batman jetting out of the Batmobile and landing on top of the plane. Now this is actually pretty awesome because he's talking to Commissioner Gordon, and Commissioner Gordon again is basically driving under this plane trying to get to where it's going to land, and to the best of everybody's estimates, including Batman himself, that it's going to land in the Tri-Corner Yards. And Batman's idea is to keep this from happening. And the reason why is because if it did, there are crowds of people there, and the loss of life would be insane if they all died. And so what Batman's trying to do is he's trying to get the plane to land in the Gulf of Blackgate, in a giant body of water. That way, the only individuals who will be in any real measure of jeopardy are those in the plane. And of course, the goal of Batman is to mitigate as much of that, of as much loss of life as possible. And so from this point, it's really just Batman flying onto the plane, landing onto it, attaching, different pieces of machinery, attaching little jets and so on and so forth. And the goal is to basically steer the plane in a direction to where it'll pass through two buildings and to effectively guide it, even though it can't be controlled by conventional means. Now, from here, we transition to the inside of a plane. And this is one of the reasons why I think this thing is so cool, because with Batman comics, we largely just focus on Bruce Wayne. The only real view that we get outside of his own perception of what's going on is usually from a villain. Like a villain is watching events unfold, or Commissioner Gordon is watching events unfold. And we see their perspective, but we don't really get the perspective of average people, of your average Joes. And so what happens is really just this guy who's just freaking out. I mean, the plane is crashing. The guy's, terrified, rightfully so. And he's basically saying, like, they're in Gotham City. All they have is Batman. It'd be better if they landed in Metropolis because Superman would have saved him instantly. It'd be better if they landed in, Coast City because Hal Jordan would have saved them, or Jessica Cruz, or, any number of other factors. Simon Baz, for example, probably could have saved him, but they're in Gotham City. There's a man that flies, that glides around as a bat. What can he possibly do? Because he's just a regular guy. At the same time, he thinks that, he starts saying things like maybe they deserve it because they live in a city full of criminals that have gone absolutely insane. And so this isn't really designed to point to some greater picture. This isn't really designed to point to some great big huge concept. It's simply to show that different people react to situations differently. And this just kind of gives us a bigger understanding or a better understanding of how regular Joes deal with life and death in the face of Batman doing what he can to basically save their lives. And so the result here is that while Batman is attaching various artifacts, what he does is he starts talking to Duke. And this is one of the ways in which the Batman story really starts to get cool. This is one of the reasons why I think Tom King is doing such a great job writing. Bruce Wayne's perception begins to shift away from complete confidence in the fact that they're going to be able to save the people on this plane to the possibility that he might die. And the way that this happens is as Alfred is talking to Bruce Wayne and as Bruce Wayne is talking to Alfred, what he says is, or I guess what he asks is, would his parents be proud? Now, this is basically just kind of Bruce Wayne accepting his fate. This is Bruce Wayne accepting the fact that he may not live here. Now, of course, we switch to a scenario whereby somebody is watching or standing over the body of another individual, and this person seems to have been the one that shot the rocket, that shot the plane down, and this person's dead. We don't really know who this individual is that's watching him, but the result is that we switch back to Batman's conversations with Alfred, and Batman's basically kind of getting his affairs in order. He tells Alfred that if he doesn't make it, that on the off chance that he didn't survive or that some event happened that would have killed him, he prepared a guide, so to speak, a few words of wisdom for those individuals who were closest to him, the members of the Bat family, and Alfred himself. And he instructs Alfred to pass those little bits of information on to those members of the Bat family. But he also says that if something happens to him, that Duke should go train under the direction of Dick Grayson, just because of the fact that Dick Grayson is as good of a teacher as Batman will be. Now, this gives us perception of how Bruce Wayne views Dick Grayson. We've always known that Batman viewed Dick Grayson with the utmost respect, even though they've had their falling out, even though they've had their disagreements, they haven't always seen eye to eye. He was the first sidekick, and he spent the most time alongside Bruce Wayne as Robin. And over the course of Dick Grayson's life, he's even played the role of Batman, a time or two. And the result is that he is as good of a Batman as Bruce Wayne will ever be. And this is really just Bruce Wayne confirming it in the comics. I mean, we've seen this before, but this is DC Rebirth. This is basically, DC giving us a perception of what to expect going forward. And so, Tom King is effectively telling us it's not as though with DC Rebirth, all that history and all that, importance, all that, the relationship between Batman and Dick Grayson has just kind of gone away. Instead, it's just as strong as it ever was. And so as this plane appears to crash into the ground just before it hits, or crash into the water rather, just before it hits, the plane is lifted up from the water. And Batman's initial thought is that it's Clark, that Superman has come to the rescue. But instead, he's greeted by two individuals. The man addresses himself as Gotham, and the woman addresses, or I guess he tells Batman this woman is Gotham Girl, that this is their city, and that they're here to save it. So as we pick up with part 2 of Batman with DC Rebirth, I was scrolling through the comments of the last video, and somebody had asked the question, what happened to the New 52 Batman? And this is kind of an indication to me that not everybody is aware of what went on with Batman in the New 52. And so what I want to do is take, I guess, the first part of this video to kind of clear this up and to make things easy to understand with this character, because Batman can be a bit confusing when it comes to the New 52. So as we know, in 2011, DC rebooted everything. The New 52 was a line-wide reboot. Whether you loved it or hated it, that's what we got. And what DC originally established was that it had only been 5 years between the time that superheroes first emerged and the start of the New 52. Now, with regards to DC Rebirth, the only thing we really know right now is that it was actually 10 years that were stolen from people's lives, and that was all done supposedly at Dr. Manhattan. But again, this is a very primitive story. We have no real idea of what direction DC's going in with that, and so that's really the only thing we know. I can't really offer you any more info besides that, but virtually everybody in DC Comics got a reboot. The Teen Titans were rebooted, Superman was rebooted, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, the whole 9 yards. The only two characters who were not rebooted was the Green Lantern and Batman, and that was simply because of the fact that their comics were selling so well. It didn't make any sense to reboot them. It was a classic classic adage, if it works, don't fix it. And so with the character of Batman, what DC did is they came back and they retold his origin story. We got that in Batman Zero Year. And it told us what was going on in the life of Bruce Wayne from the time his parents died up until the time he became Batman, when Batman issue #1 came out with a New 52. The issue with this is there was no explanation on his backstory. There was no, or I guess no, not really his backstory. There was no explanation about all the stories that had happened before he was, before the New 52. We didn't know if stories like Hush had actually happened. We didn't know if stories like Nightfall, if the Killing Joke, if things like that had actually happened in the New 52. Instead, DC just left it open-ended, and they're still doing that. What DC says is none of the stories that happened in Batman's history before the New 52 actually happened unless they say they did. And so during Batman Eternal, for example, we saw the villain Hush return, and DC established that the storyline Hush did happen in the New 52. We had reference to the Killing Joke in the story of Barbara Gordon, Batgirl's own line of comics, and so we know the Killing Joke happened. And we had actually seen reference to the events of Nightfall when Bane broke Batman's back, and that was referenced. What DC is basically telling us is that whenever they reference a story from before the New 52, that story happened in the 5-year window. And so this Batman that we're seeing right now is the pre-New 52 Batman. It's just DC's kind of left it open as to whether or not the stories that happened before the New 52 actually took place. I know it's a little confusing, it's a little weird, not really sure why they chose to do that, but the best rule of thumb to take here is that unless an event like Nightfall is referenced, unless an event like Hush or like the Killing Joke is referenced, it's best to assume it just didn't happen. I know it kind of boggles the mind in terms of like all that stuff happened over the course of 5 years, but you got to kind of go with it for what it is. It's comics. Don't think about it too hard. You'll make your head explode. That's how I live my life when it comes to comics. But the fact remains that now that we're picking up with issue #2, in the last video, we had basically just talked about how Batman was in Gotham City. It's his normal wear and tear where he's saving the city. Of course, Duke Thomas is the new Robin to take the place of Damian Wayne, at least at the moment anyway. And what's basically happening right now is we're continuing the event of the arrival of two characters that came at the end of the last video. The first one referencing himself as Gotham, and the second one being Gotham Girl. And so what we do is we pick up with kind of, with Solomon Grundy, basically. And for those of you guys who don't know, Solomon Grundy is, I wouldn't go as far as to say he's DC's Incredible Hulk, just because of the fact that he predates Incredible Hulk as far as I'm aware, but he is one of the strongest characters in the DC universe, and he's a very intimidating foe. But he always has a mantra that goes along with him, and anybody that's read DC Comics and is familiar with Solomon Grundy knows that mantra. Of course, the mantra being born on a Monday, christened on a Tuesday, married on a Wednesday, took ill on a Thursday, grew worse on Friday, died on Saturday, buried on Sunday. That's his thing. And so while this is happening, while Solomon Grundy is basically tearing apart this statue in Gotham City, Gotham Girl and Gotham are both trying to defend it as best they can. They're trying to I guess, stave off Solomon Grundy. And what this is designed to do, what Tom King is basically showing us, is two things. The first is that Batman isn't necessarily against them being there, but the second is that they're very inexperienced. And we would expect this. Batman has fought Solomon Grundy on a multitude of occasions. And so one, he knows the best way to deal with him. He knows the best way to interact with him, and he knows his weaknesses. But for Gotham and Gotham Girl, they don't know this. All they know is that Solomon Grundy is just a bad guy who's trying to tear things up. And so what ends up happening here is, of course, Batman subdues Solomon Grundy by using his momentum against him. Now, this is actually one of the funny things, because I was having this conversation with a friend of mine, and he had read Batman issue #2, and his thought was that Batman had actually picked up Solomon Grundy. And of course, the answer to that is absolutely not. Solomon Grundy's way too heavy for Batman to lift. This is somewhat just an example where Solomon Grundy's running at Batman, Batman uses the momentum and flips him over onto the ground. But of course, Solomon Grundy is also someone that doesn't necessarily fear Batman, but even if it's on a base level, understands that Batman's not a guy to be trifled with. And so what Batman does is once he has him pinned down, of course, he says that that if Solomon Grundy gets up, it's going to hurt a whole lot more. Now, this is where the inexperience of Gotham and Gotham Girl come into play, and this is where Tom King tells us Batman isn't really against them being there. Of course, what Batman says is that they were wasting too much time, that in Batman's mind, it's all a matter of calculations. It's all a matter of figuring things out. It's all a matter of knowing what's going to happen within a reasonable time frame. And he tells them that because they had wasted so much time, because Solomon Grundy was moving so fast, if Batman had not intervened, it would have resulted in the death of a homeless man. At least we presume he's homeless, but we would have resulted in the death of this man. And so what Batman says is he's been watching them, that they've been doing the best they can to keep Gotham City safe. And this makes sense because Batman wouldn't simply allow just two people to show up in Gotham and start acting in a superhero fashion without keeping an eye on them. Even if he doesn't necessarily intervene, he would definitely what's going on. And that's what's happened here. Batman's been watching them and he simply says, they're doing good. They're doing some very good things, but the goal is to do better. Now, he doesn't give them an actual idea of what to do on how to do better. And this is kind of a funny thing with Batman, because unless you are Robin, Batman doesn't really, take you under his wing and teach you everything step by step. With Robin, of course, he does that, because in Batman's mind, Robin is designed to be his successor one day. Tim Drake, Dick Grayson, Stephanie Brown, Carrie Kelly, Damian Wayne, they were all designed to be successors, or at least they were trained to be successors for Batman. They all went off on their own individual story arcs, and of course, as we know, Dick Grayson went on to become Nightwing. Tim Drake, I believe, went on to be Red Robin. But we know that they've taken on their own identities. But if the worst case scenario happened and Batman died, any one of them would be able to take up the mantle in his place, especially someone like Dick Grayson. But the issue here is that with Gotham and Gotham Girl not being given a clear understanding of what it is that they're supposed to do, they ask for it. Gotham simply says, if we're not doing what it is that we need to do in order to be effective superheroes for the city of Gotham, then tell us what we need to do. Tell us how to be, crime fighters. Tell us how to fight intelligently, as opposed to just kind of being, a broadsword swinging through the city of Gotham at bad guys. And so what we do is we transition later, and we pick up with Bruce Wayne when he is, monitoring various footage, or I guess different forms of footage that he has on Gotham and Gotham Girl. And in his mind, it's kind of a tough situation, because he has largely been the sole protector of Gotham for quite some time. He's had sidekicks, he's had people that helped him, but when it came down to it, we as readers always look to Batman as the sole savior of Gotham City. But to have two superheroes here who are, for all intents and purposes, more or less a version of Superman. They may not necessarily be as strong, but they fly, they have, super hearing, or I guess ultra hearing, they have, incredible vision, and so on and so forth. They have all the feats of Superman at to a lesser degree and of a different name. It's kind of a situation of, is Batman really even useful here anymore? If the time comes when they are trained to the epitome of what it means to be a superhero, if the time comes when they are as good as Batman in terms of being able to analyze the situation and being able to neutralize that situation, then of what use would Batman be? It would be as if Superman showed up in Gotham City and said he was going to start protecting it. But at the same time, he also realizes that sometimes he just needs help. That with the incident of the plane, that with the various asteroids and things like that, with all the different threats that had faced Gotham City, if they were beyond Batman's normal ability to take care of, that Gotham and Gotham Girl had done it. They had basically, they had saved the plane, they had, used, I guess, diverted asteroids, so on and so forth. They were doing the things that Bruce Wayne couldn't do. And in his mind, it's a struggle, because he's looking at these two, and he's basically seeing the fact that he's becoming obsolete. He's seeing a Gotham City that no longer needs him. And this is one of the reasons why Tom King writing is so cool, because we don't really see this very often. We see stories where Batman goes against overwhelming odds, but we don't really see stories where Batman sits down and has to ponder the fact that he could be obsolete, the fact that he wouldn't really matter anymore. Obsolescence, I'm not really sure if that's a word or not, but I'm going to use it as a word. I'm going to make it one if it's not. But anyway, with Alfred showing up, Alfred, of course, brings us back to Earth. He brings us back to, the everyday life of Batman. And that's one of the great things about Alfred in this story, is he always keeps us anchored to the present. And he basically tells us that in Wayne Manor, there was about 250 guests who were all there to see Bruce Wayne for a children's hospital gala that they've put together. And this is just, of course, we don't really see Bruce Wayne go off and do, perform in that gala, because we don't really need to. Instead, Tom King deviates our attention to building another plot, building an upcoming set of events. And what he tells us is that with Commissioner Gordon working over, staying over for about 2 or 3 hours to do whatever it is that he does in the Gotham City Police Department, that there is apparently a man who is down there waiting for him. And when this man comes up to meet Commissioner Gordon, what he says is that he is the person that set Solomon Grundy free. Now, our initial thought, or at least my initial thought when I first heard this, was that maybe this guy was just some kind of villain mastermind, that with him drawing some kind of a blade, that he was actually going to kill Commissioner Gordon. I would have found that hard to believe this early in Tom King's run, but that was my initial thought, is that's what he was intending to do. Instead, he doesn't tell us that. What he tells us is that his name is Bob Castro, that he served in the military, but the reason why he set Solomon Grundy free was because of Solomon Grundy's extreme strength, and that he had been warned that the Monster Men are coming. Now, we don't get anything more than this from this guy, Bob Castro, and the reason why is because Bob takes the knife and he stabs himself in the neck with it and kills himself. Now, this is really kind of cool here, because in a lot of Batman stories, we usually have like the one, the exposition, the one point where the guy comes in and says, here's everything you need to know about events that are coming up. Instead, Tom King doesn't do that. He's very he's very Scott Snyder in that way, in the sense that he's kind of building up to a major plot thread, and we just sort of have to read things in order to understand what all's going on. But what we do here is we transition back to Bruce Wayne at the gala, and Bruce Wayne receives the bat signal. And so while he is spending time with what appears to be a very attractive woman, he basically takes off. He leaves. And the result is that he ends up having somewhat of a conversation with Duke. Duke, of course, carries on the conversation a bit with Alfred, but in the end, he says that because of the bat signal, because of everything that's going on, that he basically needs to leave. Now, this is one of the other cool things too, is he gives us some insight in how he views Gotham and Gotham Girl. We, as readers, know that Bruce Wayne has a very hard time trusting anybody. In fact, he trusts nobody, and he even says that he doesn't trust Alfred. Now, this is a lie. We know that Bruce Wayne trusts Alfred with his life. In fact, Alfred's been such a long part of Bruce Wayne's history that unless you're reading All-Star Batman, you have no reason to distrust Alfred. I'm not going to spoil that at the moment. If you haven't read All-Star Batman, you definitely need to go check it out. But the fact remains here that, Bruce Wayne says that he does not trust Gotham and Gotham Girl. Now, it doesn't mean that he thinks they're bad. It's simply that he's waiting to see what goes on. He's playing it smart. He's playing the long game. And this is a hallmark of Bruce Wayne. He always does that. Whenever he encounters anybody new, he always plays a long game. He always waits to see what's going on, to see what their motives are before he really begins to extend any measure of trust to them. And in fact, we've been seeing that with Superman, with the pre-New 52 Superman living in the New 52 continuity during the Son of Superman story that I went over. Bruce Wayne says flat out that they don't know him. They don't know that version of Superman. They know the other version of Superman who died. They fought alongside him, but they don't know this pre-New 52 Superman. And so they don't really have a reason to trust him, but they will simply because of the fact that he has done everything he can to prove that he's a legitimate guy. Much like this with Gotham Girl and Gotham, when they show up at the bat signal, Jim Gordon is initially afraid. He's like, what in the world's going on here? You're not Bruce Wayne, you're not Batman. And Batman simply says, don't worry about it, they're with him. And so what ends up happening is Jim Gordon basically tells them what all's taking place, what all is happening, that there was a man who showed up that, killed himself after he claimed that the monster men were coming. And he initially asked Gotham and Gotham Girl, do they know anything that's been going on strange, anything that would indicate that, there are some kind of enemy force that are showing up in Gotham City. Now, of course, Gotham and Gotham Girl say no, and Batman says no, he doesn't know either, but they all sort of reference the instance where the rocket was shot at the plane, and the person who had shot that rocket had also committed suicide. And so what this seems to indicate is that perhaps there's a series of events that are unfolding. This indicates that maybe all these individuals work for the Monster Men, but in some form or fashion, they seem to be tied into the concept of the Monster Men, and they ended up committing acts in their own name. Now, what's really cool about this too, at least what we're going to see at the end of the story, is if I were to hazard a guess, and of course, not spoiling anything, to sort of live in the moment, to sort of live in right now. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say, well, maybe it's because of the fact that all these individuals, or these people are part of a larger plan. They've been assigned tasks, and they're carrying these tasks out. But whatever the case may be, in the end, Batman basically bails out without any of them knowing. This is actually what's really cool. And again, this kind of points to the inexperience of Gotham and Gotham Girl. Commissioner Gordon is used to Batman just vanishing up in smoke, just disappearing and going off to do his own thing. Gotham and Gotham Girl are not used to this. Not only that, despite their abilities, they can't find Batman anywhere. Now, we as comic book readers know that this is most likely due to the fact that Batman has honed his skills in such a way that he can avoid Superman if he wanted to. But the fact remains here that with him vanishing, this is just kind of Batman being Batman. It's just not really designed to be an extremely important moment. It's just designed to be something a little funny, something a little interesting, for us to get a bit of a laugh out of. But the fact remains that what we do here is we switch to another location. We initially pick up with a guy who's not really named, and this man is simply just answering questions. He's shown images of his face where he's scared, where he's happy, he's sad, and he's angry. And he's being asked, are you scared, are you happy, are you sad, and are you angry? And each time he replies, yes, Professor. And what we learn is that he's actually talking to Professor Hugo Strange. Now, this is not the biggest part. The biggest, kind of end of the story reveal here is that Hugo Strange seems to be working in accordance with the United States government and Amanda Waller of the Suicide Squad. And so this is just one of those instances where the plot thickens, where things become a lot more complicated. And so what we'll do is we'll find out in the next video, of course, where this line of thought is leading us to. And yeah, it's pretty cool so far. Like, the story is actually pretty interesting. So as we continue our discussion on Batman Rebirth, we pick up now with I Am Gotham Part 3. Now, when it comes to multi-part story arcs, they're usually 3 issues or more, and there's a reason for that. Odd numbers are more often chosen than even numbers, but, with DC, they tend to stick with 6-issue story arcs. But regardless of the circumstances, everything's done in sets of 3. The first 2 issues are done to sort of set up the story. The third and fourth issues are designed to effectively enhance or to add existing information, and the 5th and 6th issues are designed to conclude everything. And with issue number 3, Tom King begins the process of revealing the backstory of Gotham and Gotham Girl. What we do is we pick up at some point in the relative past, not too far, but at some point in the past. Again, we're not given a definitive date here, we just know that it was probably a decade or so. But during a time when a family was basically leaving a theater, this was very indicative of Bruce Wayne's experience. And in fact, when I first picked up this story, I thought that it was a retelling of Bruce Wayne's origin, which seemed a little strange because the boy was older than Bruce Wayne was when his parents were killed. But much like that scenario, this family is heading down an alleyway. Why they chose to head down a dark alleyway, I don't understand, but they chose to head down an alleyway. In the midst of walking down this alleyway, the most, predictable scenario happens, and they're held at gunpoint. Now, where the father steps in and tries to protect both his wife and his son, the man is basically subdued. The father is almost immediately subdued, and the result is that the gun again is turned to the mother and eventually the son. But Batman steps in here, and Batman basically saves the life of this family. Now, for Bruce Wayne, this is a big deal because this is effectively a repeat of the scenario in which he lost his parents. And this kind of situation resonates more with Bruce Wayne than any other kind of situation. Despite the things that the Joker does, that Clayface, Two-Face, the Penguin, so on and so forth, they're usually part of a bigger scheme in the comic book realm. They're part of a bigger ongoing set of events in Gotham City. But things like this that depict a family being held at gunpoint in the same fashion as Bruce Wayne's family when his parents died, this strikes a chord, and Bruce Wayne immediately lashes out. But for Batman, this is also a chance for him to be the person that wasn't there when his family died. And this is what he does, as this husband and wife and son, as they're basically consoling one another, having survived the encounter, Batman tells them that it's okay to be scared. They're going to be scared for quite some time, that everybody gets scared for one reason or another. But the important thing is to learn from that fear, to learn to fight fear, and to go forward a stronger person. Now, of course, what we know is that this young boy was basically Gotham, and the young girl, presumably his sister, who we'll find out here in a little bit, is Gotham Girl. Now, the connection between Gotham and Gotham Girl and the events that we just went over is revealed to us when we switch to Robinsonville and Gotham City. Now, with regards to Gotham as a whole, this is one of the big misnomers. Gotham is largely considered to be a singular place in and of itself. Gotham City does have suburbs, but it's still considered to be part of Gotham in and of itself. And so what we find is that the parents who had been held at gunpoint are meeting with a man from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And what they're telling us is that after the incident whereby they had been held at gunpoint, that the boy named Hank had basically become obsessed with Batman to a degree. The word that Tom King chooses to use here is enamored, but the evidence seems to contradict that. The evidence says otherwise. With all the various news clippings and all the posters and all the pinups and so on and so forth, it seems as though Hank has developed an obsession with Batman as a concept. In addition to this, while his younger sister was not present at the robbery because she was at a friend's house, in the end, the experience that Hank had basically rolled over onto her, that she sort of became just as obsessed as he did with the idea of overcoming her own personal fears. Now, Tom King's being a little thin here with regards to, the relationship between a brother and a sister in terms of how one's experiences impact the other. We can really just kind of take it at face value that in some form or fashion, he had basically reached out to her and he had informed her of her experience, or I guess of his experience, and how it changed his life. But the fact remains that his sister Claire became just as obsessed as he did, or it seems to become as obsessed as Hank did, with regards to Batman. And so this basically shaped his life, and it shaped her life, that Hank began going around and committing as many, good deeds as he possibly could, volunteering, different things like that, that he began weight training, he began exercising, pushing his body to the peak of a physical experience, that both Claire and himself began to experiment with, forensic evidence, began to read about, science as much as they possibly could. And this is really just designed to say that instead of them, having some sort of guide to take them through their own experiences. Instead, they followed the exact same road as Bruce Wayne, that Bruce Wayne taught himself a lot of the things that he knew. He also traveled around the world to gain a lot of these experiences, but he taught himself a lot of the things that he knew. And the result is that he proved himself to be a formidable combatant and take on the Batman mantle in full force. Much like Bruce Wayne, Hank and Claire have done the exact same thing. And in fact, like Bruce Wayne traveling around the world, they did the same. They went overseas, they did, some work in some very dangerous areas, and this went towards expanding their view of the world, but also how harsh humanity can be and how important it is to stand up for what's right, to do the right thing in virtually any circumstance. Now, the connection between Hank and, Claire with regards to why they're being questioned or why their parents are being questioned by the FBI comes into focus when Tom King shifts the argument. And what he does is he begins having the FBI agent ask questions about money transfers. Now, this is not usually something that's handled by the FBI. This is usually handled by the IRS, so it's a little fishy. But the fact remains here that if there's criminal issues involved, well, then the FBI would begin to involve themselves in the events. And so, at the very least, the FBI is just kind of poking around and asking the question why there's two new superheroes in Gotham and where they came from. But what the parents of Hank and Claire say is that at some point while they were overseas, they got a request to wire a large amount of money. No reason was given, but because they were their parents and they were concerned for their well-being, but also because Hank and Claire had been extremely charitable people in how they lived their lives, there didn't really seem to be any concern that anything nefarious was happening. And so they transferred the money, and then I guess a few months later, Hank and Claire appeared in Gotham City as heroes who effectively had the same power as Superman. Now again, this FBI agent's just kind of poking around, or at least a person claiming to be an FBI agent is just kind of poking around, trying to get a lay of the land and trying to understand everything that's going on. But the end result here is that we're getting somewhat of a mysterious backstory. We're not getting all the information. And so before anything else is revealed, the FBI agent effectively leaves, and as he gets into his car, we realize that he's using the alias of Matches Malone, which is also a name that Bruce Wayne uses. And so in effect, Batman's poking around at the history of these two individuals, trying to find out where they came from. Now, in truth, I wasn't really expecting this. I actually thought that it was probably some kind of a henchman of a villain or something along those lines, but this makes sense. This makes perfect sense. With Batman basically doing his research, kind of hunting around behind the scenes, it would stand to reason that he would go as far as to look up the heritage of these two people and to find out where they came from. But it also gives us a little bit of perception when it comes to Bruce Wayne. As we talked about in the last video, Bruce is not a very trusting person when it comes to anybody, to be quite frank. Of course, the vehicle that he was driving was not an actual car. Instead, it was basically a housing for his Bat motorcycle. I'm not sure exactly what it's called. The Bat wheel, I guess. I can't remember. But it's basically, this is just a multifaceted depiction of the deception, the lengths that Bruce Wayne will go to get the information he needs. It doesn't necessarily make him a bad person. It's just that at times it's necessary for him to be duplicitous in order to gain honest answers. And so what we do is we switch to Claire and Hank, who are in the middle of holding up a bridge that seems to have collapsed. And while Batman is racing and trying to get over there in order to keep things, in order to both monitor Hank and Claire to make sure they're being heroes effectively, as well as do what he can to ensure the safety of those bystanders, we also see that while he is able to do this, that the entire situation is being monitored by Hugo Strange. Now, as we had talked about in a previous video, Hugo Strange is a well-known, villain of the Batman landscape, but he usually uses his experience or his knowledge for the purpose of manipulating other people, but he's really one of these villains that's kind of the hidden hand. It's usually a circumstance just like this, where it turns out that Hugo Strange was behind everything. And so while the bridge is saved, or I guess the bystanders on the bridge are saved, while things seem to come to a close, eventually Claire and Hank are met by the arrival of Psycho Pirate, a villain capable of manipulating the emotions of virtually anybody he comes into contact with. And so the question becomes, what direction are things taking now? So as we continue our discussion on Batman Rebirth, what we do here is pick up now with the aftermath of Psycho Pirate seemingly causing Gotham to go insane. And for those of you guys who are just now joining us in this series who may have just stumbled across this video, DC Rebirth is a line of comics written by DC designed to basically take what worked before the New 52 and blend it with the New 52. And with characters like Batman, he's kind of a weird quagmire. Of course, we talked about this in the last last video, but Batman didn't really get a reboot per se in the New 52. Instead, it was just kind of up in the air whether or not his continuity had stayed intact. And we were just sort of left to our own devices. You know, stories like Hush, like Nightfall, like The Killing Joke, they weren't considered part of Batman's continuity in the New 52 unless they were referenced. And so we didn't really get any solid ground. We were really just kind of walking on quicksand when it came to his backstory. But the fact remains that as part of DC Rebirth, writer Tom King had introduced two new characters. The first was Gotham and the second was Gotham Girl. Now in the series up to this point, they had basically saved a plane that was preparing to crash into a river, and Batman was trying to keep the plane protected, trying to keep the plane from crashing, but ultimately he was unsuccessful, and he was even facing his own death in the process. But because Gotham and Gotham Girl seemed to have powers that made them almost identical to Superman and Supergirl, they were able to save the plane, and by virtue of that save, you know, however many hundreds of people. Now, what the series had done up to this point, it is basically given us a view of Batman in terms of how he sees Gotham and Gotham Girl. And in his mind, he had done a little bit of back search, you know, a little bit of investigation into their history. We saw that in the last video, where he had gone to talk to their parents, and it had been Batman himself who had inspired them. We didn't know exactly how they became Gotham and Gotham Girl, but we know that Hank was in a situation much like, you know, Bruce Wayne's parents, whereby Hank and his parents were walking out of a theater, they head down a dark alleyway, they were held at gunpoint, but Batman showed up and saved the day. After that, Hank had become obsessed with Batman, and his obsession had spread to his sister Claire. And the result was that the two of them had basically become great humans, you know, great people. They had gone on humanitarian missions. They had done as much research as they could with forensics. They had basically become their own variations of Bruce Wayne. And the result was that after some set amount of time that wasn't really given to us, you know, they had borrowed money from their parents, and then they had reemerged as Gotham and Gotham Girl with superhuman powers. And so what this does is it picks up again with the last issue where the villain Psycho Pirate had showed up under the control of Dr. Hugo Strange and had used his powers to seemingly drive Gotham insane. Now, to say that Psycho Pirate has powers is actually a misnomer, and I probably shouldn't have said that. Psycho Pirate, to the best of my knowledge, and this is where, you know, Tom King's not absolutely clear here, Psycho Pirate can be a bit confusing. In the New 52, he was infected with a virus, giving him, you know, some measure of psionic mind abilities by Brainiac. But in the pre-New 52 continuity, he was just a guy who was really good at manipulating people's emotions. You know, Tom King doesn't really give us any definitive explanation on which Psycho Pirate that we're talking about. You know, it could very well be that it is the, you know, pre-New 52, or it could be the New 52. It could be one version wearing the costume of the other. We don't really know. All we do know is that he manipulated the emotions of Gotham, and this is shown to us when Gotham had gone on a tear and basically killed 27 soldiers. Now, his sister Claire is left behind, and she just keeps repeating the same things, that she's scared, that she's very scared. And of course, this is a byproduct of Psycho Pirate's manipulations. Once he latches on to a person, once he latches on to a being, regardless of who that being is and where they hail from in the multiverse, once he manipulates their emotions, that manipulation stays intact unless someone with sufficient ability is able to remove those manipulations. Now, of course, Batman being what he is, there's been different circumstances where he's been successful in doing it and where he hasn't been successful in doing it. It really just kind of calls for what the story needs it to be. But what ends up happening is we show up, or I guess we transition to the rooftop of another building, and we find a guy who's standing on the building and seems to be in the process of committing suicide. Now, Gotham shows up behind this guy, and basically, you know, it seems as though he's going to talk him down. But Gotham keeps repeating the same thing. I can fix this. We can fix this. It's the same thing being said over and over and over again. But the guy says no. The guy says that no, this cannot be fixed, that the monster men are coming. And this is a weird situation here, because what we're going to find at the end of the story is that not everything is what it seems when it comes to the realm of the monster men. But the result is that this man has some kind of a device on his phone, and when he presses the button to activate it, it blows up the building. Now, this seems, I guess is revealed to us, to basically be a flashback in the mind of Claire. And this tells us exactly what was happening right before Psycho Pirate showed up with Hugo Strange and manipulated Gotham. And so in yesterday's video, when we had simply just picked up with Gotham and Gotham Girl in a building that was, you know, immersed in flame, we didn't really know exactly what was going on. This simply just tells us that. But what we do know is that Claire had been taken back to the Batcave, presumably at the request of Batman, where she's being cared for by both Alfred and Duke Thomas. Now, this is kind of a funny thing here, and I really liked what Tom King was doing with this. With Duke Thomas, one of the things that I've kind of misspoken about so far in the series is that Duke Thomas was supposed to be a Robin, which is sort of ironic because I covered this in my Batman Rebirth video. Duke Thomas is not actually supposed to be a Robin. That was a mistake that I made in the previous videos. Duke Thomas is a character that's just being groomed to be someone, presumably taking the place of Batman. That seems to be the common idea here. I don't recall whether or not Batman had actually actually stated that in Batman Rebirth. I'm pretty sure he did. I think he just simply said that Duke was being groomed for something else. But the overall theme here is that Batman, especially with the events that had transpired this far in the I Am Gotham series, Bruce Wayne is coming to the conclusion that with everything that's happened up to this point, with Court of Owls, Night of Owls, with the return of Joker in Death of the Family, Batman Endgame, Bruce Wayne's kind of coming to grips with his own mortality, that it seems as though he's basically losing his grip on Gotham City itself. And the result is that someone needs to be able to step up and take his place. And even if that's not the case, Bruce Wayne also recognizes that he's not immortal. He's not going to live forever. He is going to die at some point in time. And even if Dick Grayson is a great superhero, he's still got Bloodhaven to take care of. Damian Wayne is forming the Teen Titans. Tim Drake is off doing his own thing. Basically, every member of the Bat family has their own situation to take care of. But Duke doesn't have that. Duke was introduced during Scott Snyder's run of Batman. He is a character who led the We Are Robin team. He's basically kind of groomed himself to a degree to be the new Batman, and then Bruce Wayne's just sort of taking the next step and giving him the official training, so to speak. But what's interesting about this is that Duke basically relates to Claire again. She keeps repeating the same thing, that she's scared, and it's kind of funny that Duke doesn't really pick up on this, but in his mind, this is really just a girl that's experienced a very traumatic event. But what Tom King also does here is he seems to set up a possible romance between Claire and Duke Thomas, basically having Duke Thomas, comfort Claire as best he can, and then presumably this may or may not lead to a relationship. The reason why I say that is because in comics, it's usually some kind of traumatic event that leads to a relationship between two characters. Either that, or just they kind of start out as enemies, like Green Arrow and Black Canary did, and then they become, they end up in a relationship later on down the line. But it's their trials and tribulations that strengthen that relationship, of course. And again, this could just be wishful thinking, because I love the character of Duke Thomas, and Duke Thomas needs a girl. So I figure what better, character to have than a newly turned superhero to basically, add to the existing Bat family as someone that can fight alongside Duke Thomas. And so what we do is we transition back to Gotham, and Gotham is again continuing this rampage, talking about how he can fix things, and it's just sort of tearing things apart. But Bruce Wayne shows up, Batman shows up and says, look, everything you've done up to this point, you killed 27 soldiers, you cannot fix this. But what Bruce Wayne also does is he gives us his official view. He gives us an official exposition on what he thinks about Gotham. This is cool because it's something that we haven't seen before. We've seen him poking around, we've seen him doing investigating, but this is basically the conclusion that he came to. When he first met Gotham, Gotham and Gotham Girl had saved that plane from crashing into the river, and Batman realized that they can do things that he can't. They're basically Gotham City's own Superman. He had looked to them as possibly the next step, and what Tom King seemed to be doing, or at least in my mind anyway as I was reading this, is if Duke Thomas is being groomed for a replacement for Bruce Wayne, then Bruce Wayne himself looked at Gotham and Gotham Girl as, kind of a tacked on addition to that, an unexpected way for him to basically bolster the continuation of the Bat family, to kind of continue the legacy going forward. But the result is that Batman says that despite the fact that he looked at both Gotham and Gotham Girl as people that could have saved Gotham City in a way that he couldn't, in the end, Gotham killed 27 people. And it basically seems as though he is officially a villain, or in some form or fashion, a villain that has ulterior motives, or simply just lost his mind, became drunk with power. Now, the one thing to point out here is that Batman does not know about Psycho Pirate and Hugo Strange in the equation. In his mind, he simply just stumbled onto a circumstance where 27 people were killed. The word I Am Gotham was written in blood, and so Batman simply went by the evidence that existed at hand. But once he and Gotham begin to get into an argument, once they begin to, to discuss, debate with one another, what ends up happening is, of course, Gotham takes off after destroying the Batmobile, and Duke chimes in to Batman stating that he's found a pattern, among these soldiers that were killed. And what he says is that their dog tags, when the numbers are rearranged, when the numbers are, when the pattern is discovered, the number comes out to be 24. And what ends up happening is Batman puts two and two together and realizes that, this basically adds up to Task Force X. Now, the way this ties into Task Force X is actually really, really cool. And this is one of the things that I like about Tom King, because he basically expands on the clandestine nature of the Suicide Squad, but he's also, or at least also seems to be leading up to the Justice League versus Suicide Squad event, which would be the first major crossover of the DC Rebirth line of comics. But what he says, or what Duke says, is that after cracking the code, he came to realize that the unit in particular that was killed was the 24th unit of a military group, and the 24th letter of the alphabet is X. And So what Batman ends up doing here is coming to the realization that X stands for Task Force X, which is the other name, that's the official name for the Suicide Squad. And so what he ends up doing is he basically travels to where Amanda Waller, or at least we travel to where Amanda Waller is located, and she's essentially talking to a military general. Now, what's really cool about this is, Amanda Waller in this bunker, in this military base that they're at, is actually below Gotham City itself. And it's the last place we would expect to find her, to be quite honest. I mean, with Amanda Waller in the New 52, we would have expected to see her in the field. But this is what's so cool about DC Rebirth, is that it gives us the old Amanda Waller that we're used to before the New 52. And so she's the office worker, but she is cold-blooded. I like to think of her as the mob boss of the DC universe, in the sense that she's a person you don't cross. She knows all the right people. She's like the J. Edgar Hoover. She's got info on everybody, and those individuals that she wants to stay in power, and those that she doesn't want to stay in power do not stay in power. And so while she's talking to this military general, the guy says that it's impossible for Batman to find them, that they are, miles below the surface of Gotham City. Batman will never think to look for them in Gotham City. He's got soldiers, he's got huge military-grade doors that Batman can't penetrate, but all of that's wrong. And the reason why is because Batman is there. Batman managed to make his way in. Now, we're not told how Batman got in there, and in truth, we don't really need to be told right now, simply because of the fact that it just adds to the cool aspect of Batman. It adds to the fact that Batman can go where he wants, when he wants, how he wants, and there really isn't anybody that can stop him. Plus, it just kind of adds to the mysterious nature, of the Caped Crusader as we know him. But, after he begins talking to Amanda Waller, we learn that from her perspective, Gotham City has been a very tumultuous place for quite some time. And again, this is basically, DC grabbing a combination of the New 52 and the pre-New 52 continuities. Again, with Batman, it's a little finicky here, but, what we're told is that after, the Court of Owls event, the Night of Owls, the Batman Endgame, the Return of the Joker, Death of the Family, all these different events that had taken place, it had basically sent Gotham into a tailspin of chaos and what seemed to be destruction. And the result is that from Amanda Waller's point of view, the city basically needs to be saved. The issue here is that when Hugo Strange and when Psycho Pirate had been assigned to Task Force X, as part of Suicide Squad, they had abandoned their mission and they had basically taken to Gotham City, and that Psycho Pirate himself had manipulated the emotions of Gotham and sent him down a direction of insanity. Amanda Waller had sent those military personnel to try to corral Psycho Pirate and Hugo Strange back in, back to the Suicide Squad, but because they're villains and they do what they do, they ended up having Gotham kill those soldiers anyway. Now, it just seems as though what Hugo Strange and Psycho Pirate want to do is just bring down Gotham City. They just want to instill a whole bunch of violence, chaos, different things like that. But the result is that Amanda Waller turns to Batman and essentially says that he's going to help her bring down Hugo Strange and Psycho Pirate, simply because of the fact that, one, Batman wants the city saved, and two, Amanda Waller will not abide people who abandon their role in the Suicide Squad. She will have them killed if it comes to that. And so what's also really funny about this is one of the things that I really love about the pre-New 52 Amanda Waller, is she simply says that she's only going to help Batman do this if Batman says please. And this is what's so cool about this, because Amanda Waller is literally telling Batman, like, you have to ask me to help you, not because formalities, but because I just feel like seeing you beg. And that's what's so cool about this, is because you don't screw with Amanda Waller. And it's super cool. You ask any DC fan, about Amanda Waller, and they'll tell you by leaps and bounds that, number one, it's the Amanda Waller from the Justice League TV show that was the best one, the Justice League cartoon show, that was the best version of her character. But two, the pre-New 52 Amanda Waller in the comics was probably the best depiction. Of course, she does have fans for the New 52, and it really kind of goes back and forth. But, what we also learn is that where Batman believed that it was 27 people who had been killed, Amanda Waller actually says it's 28. And this is when Batman realizes everything that's going on, or at least realizes, there's a little more going on here than he thought there was. And he ends up traveling back to the home of Hank. Again, we had talked about that in the last video, when Batman had gone to interview Hank's parents to find out who he was, where he came from, what his background was, and what his motivation was for becoming a hero. And what we find is that when Gotham had gone through and killed those 27 soldiers, that there was actually 28. But one of those soldiers had survived and had gone back to the home of Gotham and had basically killed Hank's parents. And so when Hank realized what was going on, he went back to his home as well and found this soldier in the middle of, his parents' murder. And the result is that, Hank is basically freaking out. He's losing his mind. And Batman tries to talk him down. Batman tries to says, no, you can still turn back. You can still stop this. You can still set things back to normal. But Hank basically throws Batman's words back at him and says, no, you cannot fix this. You can only make it worse. And instead, he kills the soldier, casts Batman aside, and then takes off with the intention of destroying Gotham City. Now, again, we're still, we're a couple issues away from the conclusion of this story, so we don't really know the bigger picture here at the moment. We don't know if there's a much bigger role that Hugo Strange and Psycho Pirate are playing here. We simply don't know if they just want to destroy things. We don't really know everything that's happening. But what we do know is that this is going to lead to a pretty significant battle. So as we continue our series on Batman Rebirth, we pick up now with Batman I Am Gotham, the conclusion. Now, something that I want to point out here is there is a 6th issue, and that 6th issue does have an epilogue. But the issue here is this epilogue leads directly into I Am Suicide. And so what we'll do is we're actually going to postpone that 6th issue. And when we get around to the I Am Suicide story arc, then we'll use that 6th issue to kind of jump off, because what it'll do is it'll allow us to link both this I Am Gotham story and the I Am Suicide story for the new readers who are coming along at that point in time. But for those of you guys who are just now jumping on board, who are just now catching up with my video on Batman I Am Gotham, we had talked about how in previous videos, Gotham City was met with two new superheroes calling themselves Gotham and Gotham Girl. Now, we didn't really know who these heroes were or where they came from. We know that Batman was trying to keep a plane from crashing into the river. He was doing the best he could to keep that from happening, but in the end, Gotham and Gotham Girl were the ones that basically saved the plane. And so from Bruce Wayne's perspective, he didn't initially trust them, but because their first impression on him was that they were acting as heroes, he decided to let them continue without challenging them and basically learn more about them. And this is what he did. He actually went to their home, and once he figured out who they were, and began digging into their history. And what he learned was that when Hank was a child, the name of the guy Gotham, Hank had basically encountered Batman when Hank and his parents were held at gunpoint by a robber in the same fashion that Bruce Wayne lost his parents. And seeing what was going on, Batman had intervened, and he had basically saved the life of Hank and his parents. But because of this, Hank had become obsessed with Batman. Now, something to point out here is that Bruce Wayne's interaction with Hank wasn't necessarily long. It was simply that Bruce had said that that what he was feeling at the moment was fear, and that it was okay to be scared because everybody gets scared. But the difference between being a hero and being a coward is that heroes deal with their fear. They come to grips with their fear. And so Bruce Wayne had basically inspired Hank, and Hank himself had recited this mantra over and over again that it's okay to be scared, but you should always face your fear, and had used this mantra to both inspire his sister Claire to join him on a journey of bettering themselves. And this was done in a multitude of different ways. Hank and Claire had, basically trained themselves in physical combat. Hank and Claire had expanded their minds when it came to forensic science. They had traveled the world to become volunteers in a multitude of different facets. They had basically undertaken the same kind of self-training regimen that Bruce Wayne had taken when he became Batman. And so the result was that during this time, they had reached out to their parents for a large sum of money, and for reasons unknown or through a means that we didn't fully understand or was never really explained to us, they emerged some months later with superpowers. Now, while we're still not told exactly where those powers came from in this issue, what we are told is exactly how it works. And what happened is that in the last issue, because of the fact that Gotham had been manipulated by Psycho Pirate, a villain that had the power to manipulate the emotions of people, Psycho Pirate had basically screwed with Gotham's mind and ended up putting him in a situation whereby he had an irrational hatred for Gotham. Gotham City. This was compounded by the fact that one of the guards, one of the soldiers that Gotham had killed, had gone back to the home of Gotham and murdered his parents. And so because of these manipulations sort of fed in on themselves to where Gotham had a hatred of the city, and then he had a hatred of the people in the city because one of them killed his parents. He didn't realize that he was the cause of his own problem. And so the result here here was that he began traveling back to Gotham City in order to lay waste to it. And Batman had intended to stop this, but because of the fact that Gotham had fought Batman directly, the Batmobile was destroyed and Bruce Wayne was left several miles outside of the city without an immediate means of return. And so what he does is he asks Alfred to basically intervene on his behalf to buy some time. Now, of course, Bruce Wayne doesn't actually expect Alfred to fight as Batman just because of the fact that Alfred does not have the combat skills to pull that off, but he is successful in buying time. He approaches Gotham and claims to be Batman, but because Gotham has various powers, he immediately sees this bluff. But in the time between when Alfred was bluffing and when Gotham calls it, Batman shows up. And so Alfred takes off and heads back to the Batcave, and Batman and Gotham end up in a battle that basically stretches across the city of Gotham. Now, Batman tries to reason with Hank here. He tries to talk him down, say, hey, look, man, he can't be tearing the city up. We can solve this emotional crisis that you're having. But Gotham is so entrenched in his anger and so entrenched in his rage that he just can't let it go. Now, during this time, because of the fact that Gotham had killed those soldiers, his sister Claire had basically watched the events unfold. Now, Tom King's not specific here. When Claire was found by Bruce Wayne, she was basically just kind of sitting in the corner in a fetal position, basically saying that she was scared. The reason why I say that Tom King isn't really clear on this is because we don't know if her fear was a byproduct of, Psycho-Pirate's manipulations, or if it was because Gotham was kind of her backbone. He was the guy, the brother that kept her grounded and kept her confident and strong. But the result is that while Gotham Girl was taken back to the Batcave and put under the care of both Duke Thomas and Alfred, she's watching the events unfold both on the news and through various, camera devices the Batman has around Gotham City. And so in the midst of this conflict, because Gotham City is being laid waste to in such a capacity, Duke tries to reason with her. Duke tries to talk to her, but she doesn't really want to do any of that. She doesn't really want to talk to anybody. And so what Batman says is, with everything being as chaotic as it is, because of the fact that he cannot handle Gotham on his own, he tells Alfred to get a hold of the Justice League. And that's exactly what happens. In the intervening moments when things are kind of going chaotic, when Batman's holding off Gotham as best as he can, the Justice League shows up here. Of course, we have the pre-New 52 Superman, we have Wonder Woman, we have Barry Allen, we have Jessica Cruz and Simon Baz, the Green Lanterns of Earth, and Cyborg and Aquaman. Now, what's really interesting about this situation is the Justice League is a formidable force in and of themselves. I mean, they're really the cream of the crop when it comes to DC's Earthbound superhero team. And of course, with regards to Superman, sometimes Wonder Woman, and especially Simon Baz and Jessica Cruz, some heroes who operate beyond the planet Earth, or who have the potential to operate beyond the planet Earth. We would expect them to easily be able to subdue Gotham, but this is not the case. Gotham not only overpowers the Justice League, he overpowers Superman. Now, this is important because this is basically Tom King telling us how powerful Gotham is. In the New 52, the New 52 Superman that we saw when the reboot first launched was weaker than his pre-New 52 counterpart. But when the New 52 Superman was killed and the pre-New 52 Superman took his place, we saw the stronger of the two Supermen emerging. This Superman that we see here is the pre-New 52 Superman. He's the strongest version of Superman, in the post Crisis on Infinite Earths continuity. And Gotham is easily able to overpower him. Now, we didn't initially know what the basis behind this was, if it was simply because his powers were just that much more advanced, or if there was something else going on. But this explanation is given to us by virtue of Claire, of Gotham Girl herself. And what she says is that they basically bought their powers. Now, again, we're not given, an explanation on where these powers came from in this story or where they bought them from. We're simply just told that they bought them, and that the powers they bought were super strength, invulnerability, ultravision, but the use of these powers and the limit of their powers was relative to their life. And what I mean here is they basically sacrificed years of their life for higher levels of power. And so there was no limit to how strong they could be. There was no limit to how strong Gotham Girl or Gotham could be. There was no limit to their invulnerability. There was no limit to, how how well they could see, to their ultravision. But the higher they took their powers, the more years of their life they would lose. And so if they wanted to be an ordinary citizen, they could live for decades. If they wanted to be like Superman, they would have to sacrifice a few years of their life. But if they wanted to be godly in terms of powers, they would only have a few hours to live. And so what ended up happening here is Gotham has basically pushed his powers to the brink. He has pushed his powers to the extreme to where they're at their highest levels, or seem to be of the highest levels that his life can withstand, to the point that he has maybe minutes, half an hour, something like that left to live. And so what Claire says is that because his power is so extreme, he seems effectively unstoppable, and there really doesn't seem to be a way to beat him, and his goal is to effectively destroy Gotham City. And so what Batman does is he steps up here and offers himself to Gotham, and saying that, that Psycho Pirate was allowed to, commit his acts because he hadn't been killed by Batman. That Gotham's parents were killed because Batman didn't get there in time. And so he's basically making himself the victim here. Batman would rather Gotham kill him than wipe out Gotham City. At the same time, we're given a little bit of a narrative between Claire and Duke. And Duke says that, Batman's mantra is always, it's okay to be afraid, but you have to face your fear. Now, this strikes a chord in Claire because from her perspective, this was not a quote that she heard from Batman. It was a quote she heard from her brother Hank, who of course got it from Batman. And so this is again basically, clearing up the discussion earlier about how we said where Tom King wasn't really clear about, Gotham Girl saying that she was scared. This seems to indicate that Gotham was kind of her backbone. He was her foundation for the confidence that she had. And the result was that this was rooted in the idea that Hank would constantly comfort her in saying it's okay to be afraid, but you have to face your fear. The result is that once she learns that this was basically Batman, that Batman was the one that had inspired her to become a superhero by virtue of inspiring Hank, she immediately takes off to confront her brother. And so for a fraction of a moment, in order to basically keep from killing herself, Gotham Girl puts her powers to the extreme, and in the process of doing so, ends up killing her brother. And that effectively wraps up the story. That sort of brings things to an end. To be honest with you guys, this story was kind of interesting to me. It really seemed like Tom King was using this as a platform to introduce a new superhero in the form of Gotham Girl. I enjoyed it for what it was. I felt like the conspiracy of the three Jokers really should have been the first story arc to kind of bring us in, but it also feels like that would be a trump card, just because that's the one thing that a lot of people are really looking forward to. A lot of people want to know about the history of the three Jokers, the conspiracy of the three Jokers, and maybe it would have been introducing that in the beginning would have just been too soon. Maybe it was something better suited for 2 or 3 story arcs down the line, which seems to be what DC is going for. All right, so continuing our discussions on DC Rebirth, we pick up now with I Am Suicide. I kind of miss the old intro. So what I want to do here is have a discussion about I Am Suicide. This is actually really cool. This story is, Tom King, dude, this guy's kind of crazy. With Vision, it was crazy good. With I Am Gotham, it wasn't really hitting the mark. With I Am Suicide, I'm impressed. I mean, this is a good story. This is a really, really solid story. And I think it really speaks volumes to the way that he uses characters, right? Because in comic books, there's all different kinds of characters out there, and a lot of people use them in a lot of different ways. But the mark of a really good storyteller is a person who can use a character in a way that was just never really used before, a way that we never really thought to use them before. And what I'm talking about here is actually the relationship between Psycho Pirate and Bane, and we'll actually get to that here in a minute. But what this does is this gives us a little bit of a rehash with regards to Bane's origin story in DC Rebirth. Now, I do have a video on the origin of Bane as part of DC Rebirth, and you guys are welcome to check that out. You'll find the link down in the description. But again, it really just kind of refreshes us that Bane basically spent a large majority of his life in Santa Prisca prison. He escaped for a while, but it also confirms the events of Nightfall in Batman's continuity. Now, this has been confirmed already. I mean, Bane had already reappeared. I think it was part of Batman Eternal. I know that was hushed, but I actually never really read through Batman Eternal. I'm just kind of going on some of the videos that I think Benny made. But with Batman's continuity, and I actually want to talk about this for a second because a lot of people have expressed confusion on where things stand. With Batman's continuity, it can be a bit confusing. So when the New 52 launched, because remember, the DC Rebirth event is basically still the New 52 continuity. When New 52 launched, Batman got, a retelling of his origin in the form of really, Batman 0 Year. But the question a lot of fans had is if, according to New 52, it's only been 5 years since superheroes first showed up on the scene, then what does that mean for Batman's history? What does it mean for events like Nightfall and events like Death in the Family and the Killing Joke and all that kind of stuff. And DC basically said, well, everything in the history of Batman happened in 5 years. And so it really, it strained credulity. DC Rebirth has actually come back and said, well, it's actually 10 years, not 5. But we still have yet to see how DC Rebirth will expand into the overall larger DC continuity and how it's all going to come together. So again, there's a lot of questions that exist there, and there's a lot of things that still need to be answered. But at the very least, again, this kind of reminds us that Bane is a guy that did fight Batman. He did break his back during Nightfall, and so the two of them do have history together. More so than that, Psycho Pirate is not just a villain, like that, and that's why I say things are kind of cool here. Now, we don't know if this is Roger Hayden or if this is Charles Halstead. I think it is. I was actually talking to Sal and I was talking to Joel about this in the Weekly Pool chat, because I was trying to figure it out. I was like, which one is it? Is it, DC's never really said, and it doesn't really matter in particular, I don't think. But historically speaking, the Psycho Pirate's always been a guy that had the ability to manipulate the emotions of others to basically make them feel certain emotions. So he can make a person feel fear, he can make them feel anger, happiness, sadness, so on and so forth. But he was always a guy that did this for, his own particular crimes, or maybe he would go against some super powerful being or something like that. In this story, Tom King basically turns him into a drug. And it's really, really cool because Bane is literally just kind of recounting, going back and more or less giving Psycho Pirate his backstory and talking about the pain and torment that he feels over the course of the failures that he's had in his life. When he was basically forced to live in Santa Prisca because of his father's actions, when he was forced to experience the death of his mother, when he had been defeated by Batman after defeating him, all these things, all these experiences in his life has just kind of sent him into an emotional freefall. And so he basically uses Psycho Pirate to make him feel better. He tells the Psycho Pirate, tell me that I'm happy, tell me that I'm brave, tell me that I can always stop. And so instead of being addicted to like Venom, the drug that basically gave him super strength and so on, it's really just him being addicted to the emotional feelings that Psycho Pirate can engender inside of him. Now from here, we pick up with Gotham Girl, because keep in mind, throughout most all of Tom King's run, following the events of I Am Gotham, where both Gotham and Gotham Girl were introduced as a brother and sister superhero duo, where Psycho Pirate had manipulated Gotham into basically losing his mind, becoming a bad guy, and then eventually it took the whole Bat family to kill him. Gotham Girl was manipulated to feel extreme fear, and that's never really gone away. She's never really gotten over that. She's been able to temporarily get past it, but it was very much like Jessica Cruz, when she was introduced. She was just always afraid. She'd be able to get over that fear, but it was only for a temporary amount of time. It's only now in Sam Humphrey's Green Lanterns that she's finally learning how to conquer her fear, especially after the events of Darkseid War, and she's able to actually become a Green Lantern and start creating constructs. With Gotham Girl, it's much the same way. The problem with this is that because the influence of Psycho Pirate is so strong, Bruce Wayne comes to the realization, he basically says, I've got to go, and I've got to find Psycho Pirate. I basically have to go to Santa Prisca, to the base of Bane, get Psycho Pirate and bring him back. The problem is Batman can't do that on his own. Between Bane, between Psycho Pirate, between all the soldiers that they have there's no way Batman will be able to pull this off by himself. And so what he needs is a team. Now, this is where things get cool, because the story kind of takes on this like Ocean's 11 kind of feel to it. Not in the sense of like, the goofy or the jokey nature and like, thieving and so on and so forth, but in the sense that Batman is effectively putting together a team. So it's like, Batman's 4, I guess Batman's 11, that'd be a cool story. Like Bruce Wayne's 11, like I would read, like Bruce Wayne's like, we're gonna go rob casinos in Las Vegas. I would love that. But the first person that he picks up traveling to Arkham Asylum is Ventriloquist. Now this guy, Arnold Wesker, is probably like, he's the queen on the chessboard. He's the most, I guess not really the most important, but the most powerful piece with regards to the plan that they're gonna have going on. And the reason why is going to become apparent as we get to the end of this. But Arnold Wesker is a guy that DC really toys with. The reason why the whole relationship between like Woody, the puppet, and the ventriloquist Arnold Wesker was so cool, and the reason why he's always been kind of a mainstay as a villain in DC's comics, is because of the fact that DC walked the line. We always kind of knew he had multiple personality, but there were some writers who wrote stories about him where there were times where it seemed like Woody was real, like the puppet was actually real, and Wesker was just doing what the puppet wanted him to do. Being able to give the puppet life really changed everything. And so because of that, it added a whole bunch of different effects. More so than this, some of the other people that he picks up, of course, is actually a girl named Jewel, a guy named Bronze Tiger, and then another guy named Punch. Now, of course, Bronze Tiger, a lot of people are pretty familiar with him. The story as it's given here is pretty self-explanatory. He more or less suffers from delusions of grandeur, but he's still a very capable fighter. Not only that, of course, Batman's like, look, you're a little faster than I am. I need you on my team for this mission that we're going to go on. But Jewel and Punch are actually a little more intriguing here. Of course, with Batman being accompanied by Commissioner Gordon, Jewel is a girl who's basically been stuck in a catatonic state. Now, the introduction of Jewel and Punch actually came out of the possible cancellation of the Joker, and a lot of people don't know that. Back in the 1960s, it was entirely possible that because Batman's comics just weren't selling and the Joker wasn't doing well because of the Comics Code, DC thought about like killing his character off. But what they needed was a more tamed down version, but still entertaining equivalent of the Joker. And so in 1967, I think it was a Captain Atom comic, they introduced Jewel and Punch. Now they were like the Joker Harley Quinn. They were like a one-two punch combo when it came to being silly and being nonsensical. Of course, it was like the Joker and Harley Quinn about 30 years before Harley Quinn. But the fact remains here that they were basically nonsensical. They were slapstick. Jewel has these jewels that allow her to use different abilities, energy projection, manipulating emotions, and so on. These guys have their own little gadgets, their own little tricks. But what we learn here is that with Jewel having been in a catatonic state, that Commissioner Gordon is not Commissioner Gordon. Instead, Commissioner Gordon is actually Punch. And what Punch had done is he had come to the realization that if Jewel was within Arkham Asylum, a time would come when Batman would basically go to see her for whatever reason, for information or something along those lines. And when that time came, he was basically going to be at his side, disguised as Commissioner Gordon. Now, of course, Bruce Wayne picks up on this almost immediately, but allowed it to go through. And the reason why was because he looked at Punch and said, "It's astounding the lengths that you will go to rescue this woman that you care so much about. You literally tricked the entirety of the Arkham staff. You broke into an insane asylum in order to rescue the woman that you love." And he says, "I need a person that has skills like that." Now, the last person that we pick up with, and this is why when the story first launched, when I Am Suicide first launched, it was a huge deal because everyone thought this was the Joker. The story initially started off, or I guess this conversation initially started off almost exactly like the Killing Joke. I've been thinking lately about you and me. That's how the Killing Joke started off when Batman first encountered the Joker in the story, the conversation that they had. But as, Batman's talking to this person and begins to undo the mask on their face, we learn that it's Catwoman. And the reason why she's here is because she killed 237 people, and we don't know why. Now, of course, we actually figure that out, or at least we're told what it is here in a second. And the story behind this is actually really kind of cool. What Catwoman says, or at least, the way it's given to us, is kind of like in a letter that she wrote to Bruce Wayne as he's basically having all these guys, or at least he's invading Santa Prisca. It's really one of these situations where Catwoman compared herself to Bruce Wayne in a lot of different ways. That as a girl who was raised in an orphanage that was run by Thomas and Martha Wayne, she had seen, the picture of Bruce and Thomas and Martha, and had always imagined herself being a part of them. And that was always really kind of a cool element of her character, is Catwoman always aspired for better, but always tried to achieve better in the worst way possible. But the kicker to all this is that she essentially says that her parents, she never really knew them, never really had a chance to meet with them. Instead, the orphanage, the fire that was caused, was by some crazy terrorist group, and there were 237 of them. And so what she did is she started in Gotham City, and she literally went through and killed every last one of them. And then she expanded outside of Gotham City and eventually traveled the world, killing every single member of this terrorist group. They committed their act, and they had no reason, no motivation, there were no claims, no demands, no nothing. They just did it for the sole purpose of inspiring fear. Now, that's why she's in Arkham Asylum. And in fact, the next little bit of the story will really focus on Batman in terms of him originally catching her. That part's not extremely important. It is kind of interesting, but we're going to go ahead and actually leave that out of the story just because of the fact that it's not really a necessity for the main events that are going on here. But with Batman arriving at Santa Prisca, of course, it's one against 1,000. And despite how capable he is, I'm actually glad with what Tom King did here, because some writers may have been tempted. Some writers, may have been like, yeah, of course, it's ridiculously impossible. But Batman was somehow able to defeat 500 soldiers, and it all happened off panel. Tom King's like, no, that's stupid. Like that, it'd be cool to see, but there's no way. Even the most staunch of Batman fans would just be like, I don't know about that, man. I love Batman, but he's not going to defeat 500 people with automatic machine guns. It's not going to happen. And so, of course, Batman is effectively taken prisoner. Now, he's brought before Bane himself, and the kicker about all this is, remember, Bane is not using Venom right now, so he's not using the substance that allows him to take on this extreme strength. And in fact, during his conversation with Bruce Wayne and with Batman, he basically tells him this. He's like, I'm not using Venom right now, so I can't defeat you as easily as I did the first time we met when I broke your back in Gotham City. But he says I could still break your back. And that's exactly what he does. He breaks Batman's back. And so what he does is he basically takes him, drags him down to the same prison cell that Bane himself had spent so much time in, and then just kind of leaves Batman there. Now, of course, Batman is able to make his escape, you know, the comic being what it is. Batman is able to get out, but once he does, we basically learn that, you know, Selina Kyle, the Catwoman, had come along as part of this plan, and that she had personally brought the ventriloquist. The point of Batman even being caught in the first place was to basically be thrown in a prison cell and then allow, you know, himself to basically open a back door for Catwoman and the ventriloquist to get in, because in his mind, he knew that as intelligent as Bane is, you know, in Bane's mind, Batman can't escape. If Batman's back is broken, he's not going to be able to get out. And so if he's being held prisoner, there's really nothing Bruce Wayne can do. And so he can effectively just kind of throw him in there and call it a day. Now, at this point, we switch over to the conversation that these guys are having here. And again, this is really kind of cool because what this does is it actually allows Selina Kyle and it allows the ventriloquist to have this interesting conversation, because it really did beg the question, you know, who is this in control when it comes to the ventriloquist? Is it multiple personality, or is it the idea that the ventriloquist himself is really being subjected to the control of a puppet? And of course, during the conversations between the two, Selina Kyle begins asking things. She's like, you know, is it really just the puppet or is it you? You know, and in the mind of the ventriloquist, he's like, no, it's not just me. The puppet really does have control. You know, that's really the monster. He's really the one making me do these things. Now, for Selina Kyle, this is kind of cool, you know, because she's like, basically, this guy's got an out. He can plead insanity every single time because, you know, to anybody looking at him for what it is, he's got multiple personalities. I mean, you know, the ventriloquist is just a personality, a counterpart to him. Now, the reason for this is because back in the early days of Arnold Wesker's life, he was really timid. He was really meek. He was, for all intents and purposes, a coward. He was scared of everything. He was always running and hiding from all of his different problems and things like that. But eventually his parents were killed. And in the emotional turmoil, really, that came out of this experience, he basically ended up developing a second personality that didn't manifest until he came in contact with a guy named Donegan, I think it was. And this guy Donegan literally had a dummy named Woody. And the dummy began talking to Arnold Wesker and eventually helped him to escape, and the two of them just kind of went on a crime spree. But the fact remains here that by his very nature, by his very definition, Arnold Wesker is a guy who just does what he's told. He doesn't have any initiative. He has no drive, no ambition. You'd never get anything beyond what you tell him to do. He's very much robotic in that sense. And so because of that, you know, Selina Kyle basically says, yeah, I know Batman told us that you're supposed to stay with me, but what I'm telling you is stay here. And so the initial indication here that Tom King is giving us is that she's breaking out of the plan that Batman set for them. Now, of course, from here, we pick up with the other half of the plan in the sense that Bronze Tiger and Punch and Jewel had basically approached Santa Prisca Prison with the idea that Bronze Tiger himself was bringing Punch directly to Bane. Now, the reason for this is because Punch was like one of the only guys, I think the only guy, who was able to successfully break out of Santa Prisca Prison. And so because of this, it's very much sought after to essentially have him return home, if for no other reason than the fact that Bane's just collecting trophies. The kicker to all this is that, you know, while this conversation is taking place, Batman's watching it all unfold from a ventilation shaft. Selina Kyle jumps in, you know, and she basically takes out Bronze Tiger, and then she spills the beans of the whole plan to Bane, and basically says, the whole reason why these guys are here is a ruse. They're supposed to be a distraction. I'm supposed to kidnap Psycho Pirate. Batman's gonna jump back in. He's gonna fight you. And while all that's going on, I'll make off with Psycho Pirate, and we'll get him back to Gotham City, and then everybody's just gonna leave. Maybe they'll die, maybe they won't, but that's the intentional plan, is for everybody to make it out. In the middle of all this, we have what looks like Selina Kyle killing Jewel, and then turning around and killing Punch. And so it's like, okay, this is really the worst case scenario right here. Catwoman just destroying the entire plan that Batman had laid down. Now, when I was going through this, I was just kind of like, holy cow, like this is extremely bad, because what this basically means is that they're all most likely going to die at the hands of Bane. And so with Batman more or less being held prisoner here, or at the very least, you know, kind of forced to submit to a degree, it's the idea that they're effectively going to take him out. Like they're going to do him in. It seems like it's the end of the road for Bruce Wayne. Now, at this point, we have people who are just kind of spread out in different locations. And so what's going on here, and it actually took a minute for this to kind of sink in, what's going on here is the equivalent of a chess game. Anybody who plays chess knows the worst thing you could do is bunch your players up. More so than that, you should always have your pieces strategically placed in different locations, because the best way to checkmate a player is to checkmate them at a distance, but to also effectively box them into a corner, box them against their own pieces. That's one of the best ways to win. Because of this, think of these guys as chess pieces. We have Bronze Tiger, who's basically been thrown down, you know, in the pit with all the other soldiers and killers for hire under Bane's control. We have Arnold Wesker, who's still just kind of sitting down in the sewers, waiting for someone to come and tell him what to do. Jewel and Punch are dead. They're being sent off to the furnaces, and Catwoman is sitting alongside Bane while Batman begins to fight him. Now, the other half of this is that Bane is very much taunting Batman in this skirmish. You know, Bane is very much basically saying, you know, you and I are exactly the same in a lot of different ways. Now, the argument Bane makes here is good, and it's very easy to discount this, but the argument that he makes is actually pretty legitimate here, and the reason why is Bane is extremely intelligent. I mean, Bane, what we saw in The Dark Knight Returns, in terms of his strength, that was pretty cool, but in terms of his intelligence, it was nowhere near what he needed to be. At the end of the movie, he was still basically just a henchman. He was working for Talia al Ghul. Spoiler alert for a 7-year-old movie. For the comics, Bane was always wildly intelligent. He educated himself. He was able to deduce Batman's identity in somewhere between 3 to 6 months, I think it was. He's one of the smartest guys when it comes to combat, strategy, so on and so forth. And what he tells Batman is, look, over the course of my life, I thought Venom was the answer. I thought that having this substance that would grant me super strength would allow me to achieve what it is that would make this pain go away. That would make me feel like a better person because I felt like I could do anything. But he said that's not the answer. The answer is actually Psychopirate. Psychopirate will make you feel better. All you have to do is tell him that you want to be happy. All you have to do is tell him that you want to be brave. All you have to do is tell him that you can always stop. And so he tells Batman, tell me this. Tell Psychopirate this. Batman responds by saying, all I want to do is I want to break your back. And that's when all the chess pieces start moving around. We learn that Jewel and Punch are not dead. They're very much alive. The Bronze Tiger is feeding for Venom, and he basically starts attacking all these different guys. Bronze Tiger then turns around and begins making his way back up to where Batman is. Punch and Jewel are basically using their tricks and so on and so forth to basically create air bubbles using gum so they can, jump out of the furnace, they can jump into the water, come back up to the surface without having to worry about drowning by simply breathing in the oxygen that they have in there. Now, of course, this stretches the limits of credulity, but at the very least, it makes for an interesting story. Finally, we basically pick up with all these different guys moving in the direction of Arnold Wesker, and we have Bronze Tiger finally taking Wesker and bringing him to where Batman's located. On top of all this, the plan seems to have been this the entire time. Batman seems to have orchestrated this the whole time because Catwoman keeps saying, do you want me to get involved? Do you want me to get involved? And then finally Batman says, break him. And Catwoman jumps in and breaks Bane's back. And so again, it seems to be the entire plan of Batman to basically not only defeat Bane, or I guess not only take Psychopirate, but to crush Bane. To basically say, at the end of the day, you're nowhere near where I'm at. Who you are right now is a shadow of your former self. Now, a lot of the success still hinges on Arnold Wesker, and the reason why is because, again, Psychopirate can manipulate the emotions of anyone who sees him. And so because of this, if he looks at Batman, if he looks at, any of these guys and targets them, he'll send them into states of absolute insanity by manipulating their emotions. But with Arnold Wesker, it's not that way because Arnold Wesker is emotionally repressed. He doesn't allow his emotions to get out there. He's just a robot. He just does what he's told to do. And so because of this, in the middle of Psychopirate more or less taunting Wesker, we suddenly have the personality of Woody the puppet emerging in the form of a talking hand. And then this is really just Arnold Wesker's defense. His own consciousness coming out and basically saying, no one can control me. The only person that can control Arnold Wesker is, of course, Woody. No one controls the ventriloquist. And so, of course, because of this, Psychopirate's taken out, which leads to Bronze Tiger taking out Arnold Wesker to make sure that he can't become, too wildly dangerous. But again, this just kind of allows the story to come to its organic end with Batman taunting Bane one last time by basically saying, a time's going to come when you're going to want revenge, when you're going to want to come after me. And when that time comes, don't, because you're going to get more of the same. And so what the story does is it concludes with the various guards of Bane, coming running in to his aid. And the one thing he keeps calling for is Venom. And so the indication here is that Bane is going to go back to being the same Bane he used to be, where he was all juiced up and he was like 3 times the normal size of a human being, and he was breaking Batman's back. So Tom King's Batman I Am Bane is an incredibly well-written story, and in truth, it's one of my absolute favorites. The reason why is because of the fact that Tom King has a lot of similarities to Scott Snyder, but he's basically making Batman his own, and the story is really just kind of like this multifaceted thing. I mean, for the first 20 issues of Batman Rebirth, it's all about really bookending into his battle with Bane, wrapping things up and then setting the stage for the Button storyline, of course, when we basically deal with the idea of the Watchmen in the DC universe. But the cool thing about this is that, again, much like Scott Snyder, it's all-encompassing. When Scott Snyder first took over Batman with the New 52, what he basically did is, of course, he gave us like Court of Owls, for example. For issues 1 through 12, it was Court of Owls and City of Owls, but the entire 12-issue run is largely just kind of called the Court of Owls storyline. But it was a multifaceted story that basically revealed to us as the reader that there was an organization operating in Gotham City that Batman never knew about called the Court of Owls, and it was cool to turn the Batman mythos on its head, where we previously assumed that Batman always knew what was going on in Gotham, that in truth, he he didn't know everything. From there, it was The Return of the Joker, Death of the Family, Endgame. There were multifaceted story arcs that helped to kind of revamp and revitalize the Batman mythos for a new generation of readers. And that's one of the reasons why so many people look to Scott Snyder's run and say Scott Snyder and Greg Capullo had the definitive storytelling standard when it came to the Batman landscape. And so when Tom King took over, it was a tough nut to crack. I mean, it was a tough sell for a lot of people to say, can Tom King live up to Scott Snyder's run? In my mind, the answer is yes. And the reason why is because the whole first 20 issues of Batman is really kind of like this self-contained story that you have to read in its entirety in order to fully appreciate it. And so what this video is going to do is it's going to harken back all the way to really the very first story of Batman Rebirth, the very first issue of Batman Rebirth, and kind of give us an idea of everything that was going on behind the scenes with regards to Batman's final confrontation with Bane. Now, what this does is this picks up with the aftermath of I Am Suicide. There were a couple of one-shots between I Am Suicide and I Am Bane, but they weren't wildly necessary. They were just kind of setting the stage and showing a little bit of romance between Batman and Catwoman, and they were cool for what they were, but they're by no means essential. However, the goal of Batman was to basically capture Psycho Pirate. Now remember, Psycho Pirate is a guy who can basically put on his mask and then manipulate the emotions of other people, sending them into a state of either total insanity, of complete happiness, literally making them feel whatever it is that he wants them to feel. With Psycho Pirate impacting Gotham Girl, who of course we had talked about in the story I Am Gotham, with her having really powers that were almost on par with Superman, the idea was to basically have her alongside Gotham turn against Batman and send Gotham City into a state of complete and total chaos. The idea was that ultimately Gotham was killed and Gotham Girl was taken by Batman for the purpose of trying to restore her back to her normal mental state instead of just being in complete and total fear all the time. And so because of this, with Batman basically, you know, in the events of I Am Suicide capturing Psycho Pirate, what he did is he literally invaded the island of Bane, Santa Prisca Prison, and then took Psycho Pirate away from him. Now, the reason why this is so significant is because with this story picking up, of course it really has Batman engaging with Bronze Tiger. Now, on the surface, it seems as though Bronze Tiger's kind of coming out of nowhere, but this is really a ruse that's been set up by both Batman and Bronze Tiger. And the reason why is because this is designed for the purpose of basically capturing Psycho Pirate and then bringing him into contact with Gotham Girl in order to restore her mental state back to where it's supposed to be. Now, we'll see that come to its fruition. We'll see that fleshed out here in a little while, but what we end up doing is we actually switch over to Batburger, and this is a really cool point in the story. This is kind of funny, and the reason why is because of the fact we've got Bruce Wayne alongside Duke Thomas, and the guy who's serving their food, like he's asking like, do you want to Jokerize your fries and different things like that? I'd love to go to a restaurant where I can like Jokerize my fries. Like that would be amazing. It's almost like In-N-Out monster, like animal style. Oh my God, by the way, In-N-Out animal style fries are amazing, dude. They're so good. I didn't believe it before, but they are incredibly delicious. But this is really actually a meeting taking place between the Bat family. So it will really minus Barbara Gordon or Batwoman. So it's basically Duke Thomas and it's Bruce Wayne and then Jason Todd, Damian Wayne, and Dick Grayson. But the funny thing is we get this really cool interaction between them. You know, for example, Damian Wayne basically gets a kid's meal, and then when he opens it up, it turns out to be a Red Hood toy, and then he's all kind of, you know, all upset about it and everything. But it's still kind of funny. And the reason why this works is because, again, and I keep reiterating this, with Damian Wayne, he's one of my favorite characters because he's so young and he's so ruthless, but he's also still a kid, and so he enjoys kids' stuff. But again, what's basically happening here is Bruce Wayne's essentially telling everybody, look, I'm going to have to take Gotham Girl for 5 days. Like, I'm going to take her and I'm going to have Psycho Pirate. He's going to interact with her for 5 days. Bane is going to come looking for her. For 5 days, you all need to leave Gotham City. You all have to get out of here. And the reason why is because Bane will destroy anybody in his path in order to get to the Psycho Pirate. Now, the reason why this is the case, and the reason why Bane captured Psycho Pirate in the first place was because Bane is not using Venom anymore, or at least was not using Venom at the time, the serum that gives him his enhanced strength and durability and all that kind of good stuff. But coming off of Venom is very much like coming off of a drug. There are withdrawals. In this case, with Venom, it's almost like the body's on fire. And so in order for Bane to basically overcome the impact of Venom without him being on it, he uses Psycho Pirate to manipulate his emotions so his body doesn't feel as crushing as it would if he didn't have the Psycho Pirate. And so literally taking Psycho Pirate away from Bane is taking away the one thing that's keeping his sanity intact, the one thing that's keeping his body from feeling like it's destroying itself. And so because of this, again, Bruce Wayne basically says, you know, they're going to come after me. Like Bane is going to come after me, and he's going to come after you if you're around here. He's going to use everybody that he can in order to force my hand and require me to give up Psycho Pirate. Now, this is the other cool thing, because remember, Duke Thomas is still relatively new to the idea of what it means to be a sidekick or a trainee of Batman. Of course, we know his role is different from like Damian or Dick Grayson. He's not a Robin per se, but he does have history with Batman, with the I Am Robin storyline, or I guess We Are Robin storyline, you know, and all these different little events, but he doesn't nearly have the experience of Damian, Jason Todd, Dick Grayson, any of those guys. And so in Duke's mind, he's still very loyal to Batman and hasn't quite grasped the idea yet that when you're a Robin, your number one responsibility is to defy Batman. And so because of that, you know, you basically have Damian, Dick Grayson, and Jason Todd, who essentially race off to go against Bane, to try to find a way to defeat Bane, to make sure that he can't harm Batman. Now, at this point, we follow Bruce with Selina Kyle. And again, there's a lot of things that happen off panel here that we'll find out later on down the line, but this really seemed to be a little segment that came out of nowhere, in the sense that there's some flirting between the two, but we don't really know everything that goes on. We just simply know that for whatever reason, Tom King is throwing it in here. And this is one of the instances that I've been talking about when I've been saying, there we go, I can't talk, that Tom King's Batman has been hit and miss for a lot of people, because there are things that have been thrown into the story that seem totally irrelevant. You know, the couple one-shots that we had with Batman and Catwoman, where they were on a rooftop, you know, doing their own thing. You know, these instances here, they seem to come out of left field. They seem to have no place in the overarching story. But what we're going to find out is that they actually do. It's just Tom King has kind of been, you know, working off panel. And so what we end up doing, you know, as we transition back over to Wayne Manor alongside Alfred, Bruce Wayne, and Gotham Girl, is that once they get in the Batcave for the purpose of transferring her over to Arkham without anybody realizing what's going on, when they get into the cave, they find the hung bodies of Damian Wayne, Jason Todd, and Dick Grayson. Now, what this shows us is exactly what we would expect, that these three guys do not stand a chance against Bane. Not only that, in this story, we're going to see Bane at his absolute most ruthless. And the reason being, because of the fact that Bane is basically a desperate man in this situation. He's really like a rabid animal in this particular story. And it's one of the things that make him so cool. Of course, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but it's almost like a combination of like Tom Hardy's Bane from The Dark Knight Returns combined with Bane as we traditionally know him and comic book form. And it actually makes for a wicked combination. It is really, really cool. But from here, you know, of course, switching over to Bronze Tiger, essentially, of course, he kind of answers the door out of nowhere while he's still going, you know, coming off the withdrawals of Venom, only to be shot in the stomach. And so at this point, we pick up with Superman's Fortress of Solitude. And of course, we basically have Damian, Jason, and Dick Grayson being held in stasis by Batman in the Fortress of Solitude, with Superman protecting them. Now, this raises a very interesting question right off the bat when I first saw this, is why doesn't Batman ask Superman for aid? In fact, why doesn't Batman ask the Justice League for aid? And he has. But the idea behind this, and really the overarching theme behind DC Rebirth, is to have a tighter knit continuity among the various characters and stories that have been going on. That was one of the biggest issues of DCU, is you would have virtually no continuity. Batman's the god of knowledge in the Justice League, while he's not Batman in his own story because he's just kind of MIA. And so that lack of continuity threw people off. With DC Rebirth, continuity is the name of the game. DC is very much taking a page out of Valiant Comics with how hardcore their continuity has to be. And so because of that, you know, we have Batman speaking with Superman. The other half of this, though, is that if Superman were to get involved, there would be no conflict. Superman would just pummel Bane and then take him prisoner, and that would be the end of that. There would be no, you know, possibility of Batman's defeat. There would be no question of what happens next. You know, none of that stuff. It would take away from the suspense of the story. Not only that, I just want to see Batman fight Bane. And so because of that, what we end up doing is we basically have Batman telling Superman, look, I just need you to keep these guys protected. Now, of course, Superman doesn't have to be in the Fortress of Solitude. Remember, it's Superman, superheroing the whole 9 yards. Much like his, you know, connection with Lois Lane here now. If somebody were to break into the Fortress of Solitude, Superman would know and he would be there in an instant. And so again, it's almost like a security system of sorts in terms of Superman's powers. But switching back over to Arkham Asylum, this is when we basically have Alfred dressed as Dr. Arkham alongside Gotham Girl, who's disguised as Hush, Thomas Elliot, you know, Batman's childhood friend who, you know, eventually became an enemy, when they basically make their way into to a cell where Psycho Pirate's being held. And the idea here is for Psycho Pirate to basically use his ability, you know, use his mask to begin restoring the mind of Gotham Girl. Now, this is one of the reasons why this is so cool, is because Psycho Pirate spent a prolonged amount of time with Gotham Girl, manipulating her mind, but it wasn't 5 days. You know, manipulating her emotions didn't take a full 5 days. But in this instance, it will take that to undo the damage. And the reason why is because of the fact that not only is fear really one of the most potent emotions when it comes to DC Comics, we know that with regards to the Sinestro Corps, the Green Lantern mythos, the emotional spectrum, but also because of the fact that Gotham Girl has been dealing with this altered emotional state for quite some time. And so the damage is pretty intense. And so the Psycho Pirate is going to have to basically blast her with the full potency of his abilities in order to basically restore her mind back to where it needs to be. And of course, this basically picks up with him telling her, you know, you're brave, you're very, very brave, and that kind of thing. Now, transitioning over to really to what I consider to be the kind of highlight of this conflict, we basically have, you know, a few of Bane's henchmen who are traveling around and rounding up individuals who were either part of Batman's team when they first broke into Santa Prisca prison and stole Psycho Pirate, or individuals who were just close to Batman. So like Commissioner Gordon, Catwoman, Bronze Tiger, who was shot and has basically been taken prisoner. But what ends up happening here is Batman's effectively just kind of perched up on the Arkham Asylum clock tower. And then Bane just pops a flare and reveals that he has Catwoman, Bronze Tiger, Duke Thomas, and Commissioner Gordon held hostage. Now, this is where the story gets really, really cool. And that's one of the things about this is Tom Taylor, when it comes to like setting up a story, he does it pretty well, but it seems to kind of drag on a little bit. And so what this ends up doing is just kind of going from 0 to 60 really fast. Now, one of the most important things that he does is he juxtaposes the history of Batman and Bane together. And this is what's so cool because no one's ever really done this before. Usually what they do is they say, hey, here's like the origin story of Bane, and it's like a one shot or something like that, or it's somehow intertwined into the story. But we don't see Batman's origin and Bane's origin side by side with one another. And the cool thing about this is that Tom King doesn't really change anything. I mean, he doesn't like retcon the origin of Bane in order to make it fit the story. He just takes the origin of Bane as it exists in DC Comics and then puts it side by side with the origin of Batman as it exists in DC Comics. And what we find out is these two are almost identical. And that's the coolest thing about this. At a young age, they both lost their parents. Of course, Bane had lost his mother, but you know, the motivation behind them becoming who they were is rooted in the loss of their parents. You know, they both are motivated to become better people. They struggle with their surroundings. But when it comes to the idea of where they end up branching off, this comes in the form of the fact that when they basically undergo the process of improving themselves, they enhance their minds, they enhance their physical bodies. But where Batman looks to his experience and says, I'm going to train myself to become someone more capable, I'm going to train myself to basically wage a war on crime, Bane's idea is that he's going to conquer crime. He's going to conquer anybody out there who could pose a legitimate threat, just for Bane to do nothing more than establish his dominance as a person in the world out there. And so again, that's where really their roads kind of started to fork off. But even then, they're not that dissimilar. At that point, it really just kind of comes down to semantics. You know, when it's Batman waging a war on crime, he might as well be conquering criminals. When it comes to, you know, Bane conquering criminals, he might as well be waging a war on crime. The only difference is the end result. Where Batman looks to criminals and says they can be rehabilitated, Bane says, you now work for me. And so that's one of the cool things. It's really one of these awesome juxtapositions between these two characters in terms of how similar they are. Now, the other half of what goes on here is actually just a direct fight between Batman and Bane. And Bane pulls no punches. I mean, he absolutely wrecks Batman. And it's one of the coolest things here because Bane goes on this tirade. You know, he basically says, I'm not a joke, I'm not a riddle, you know, I'm not a bird or a cat or a penguin, I'm not any of your foes out there. I'm not some butler tending to your wounds and telling you everything's gonna be okay. I'm not some sidekick that's there to have your back when things go under. I'm not some weakling, I'm not some rich kid that's basically trying to save the world. I am Bane. And that's the coolest thing about this, is because it's Tom King basically saying, this is the Bane you know and love. This is the Bane you want. You don't want the Bane that's kind of coming off Venom. You know, people don't want the Bane that's just kind of, you know, has enhanced strength to a degree. People want like the Bane who broke the bat. They want Nightfall Bane. And that's the coolest thing. That's one of the reasons why I love this so much. That's why I think Batman Rebirth is the best thing coming out of DC Rebirth right now, just because of the fact that we get this awesome, amazing segment between these two characters who historically have had so much history between one another. Now, what ends up happening here is that because of the fact this is taking place over the course of 3 or 4 days, that Batman's basically kind of left unconscious, and that's it. Bane tells his guys, kill everybody. So, you know, Commissioner Gordon, Duke Thomas, you know, kill them all. Well, then of course we end up finding out that what was happening off panel with these different encounters between Catwoman and Batman was that they were setting this up. That Batman knew Bane would come for Catwoman. It's one of the reasons why he kept her there, simply because of the fact that Catwoman knows that she's very capable when it comes to escaping her confines, when it comes to her agility, so on and so forth. She's really the one person person in Batman's corner who's almost guaranteed to make an escape if she's captured by Bane. And so because of this, what she did is she freed Duke Thomas, Commissioner Gordon, she freed all those guys, Bronze Tiger, and then took Bane's guys hostage. And so what this does is it thins the playing field. What it does is it basically sort of puts everything on the side of Batman, with Bane really having no allies left on his side. Now, of course, the conflict ends up leading directly to Arkham Asylum itself, and this, I think, is really where the story begins to reach its climax. And the reason why I say that is because of the fact that with Bane entering into Arkham, we get this really, really cool segment from Maximilian Zeus. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, Maximilian Zeus is basically just a crazy guy, but he has these amazing monologues. He has like some of the best monologues in DC Comics because he runs off like all these historical lines and stuff like that. But in this one, he's actually running off a segment from, I want to say, the Inferno aspect of Dante's Divine Comedy. But it basically ends with, you know, all hope abandoned, ye who enter here. And so it's really just like anybody who comes in here is going to get decimated by Bane. The reason why we know this and the reason why Zeus is even free in the first place is because in order for Batman to buy time, he freed all the criminals in Arkham Asylum. And so it's basically Bane against everyone. And it's like the coolest thing ever. It's one of the coolest things because Two-Face is the first one to encounter him, right? You know, and Two-Face says, look, we're of two minds. You know, the rational side of me says, Batman said that he would basically improve my sentence if I stopped you, but then his chaotic and his dark side says, but if you have something better to offer, let me know and I'll take your side. Bane punches him, knocks him out, and says, I offer pain. That's what I offer. I offer pain to those who get in my way. And that's exactly what he does. I mean, that's, God, man, fanboy. That's why this is so cool, is because Bane is just a force of nature right now. I mean, Solomon Grundy, not a chance. Amygdala, not a chance. These are two powerhouses in DC Comics. Two individuals with insane levels of strength, and Bane takes them both out because remember, Venom enhances his strength and he just starts pumping that juice, and that's the end of them. One of the other cool things that we get too is we have like Solomon Grundy, you know, I'm Solomon Grundy, he starts running off the Born on a Monday thing, you know, Amygdala's like, I'm Amygdala, so on and so forth. Bane says, I am torment, I am ruin, I am plague, I am venom. And that's what's so cool about this, is because it's just, God, I love seeing this version of Bane. It's just, it's so awesome because that's one of the things that we've always wanted to see, right? I mean, Bane has always been like a thinking man's villain. I mean, he's always been extremely strong, extremely durable, but one of the greatest aspects of Christopher Nolan's version of Tom Hardy's Bane in The Dark Knight Returns is just how insanely powerful he was. I mean, just his sheer force of strength was the ability for him to just overcome Batman, and there was no fight. I mean, you guys know just as well as I do, the first fight between Batman and Bane, that wasn't a fight, that was a murdering, and it was the coolest thing to see because it was just Batman getting completely dominated because he was not prepared. What we get in this is still the thinking man's Bane, the one that we know from Nightfall. We get the smart Bane, the educated Bane, the Bane who's wildly intelligent and uses that to his own ends. But because of the fact that he's desperate to regain the Psycho Pirate, he's now fallen down into this path of being intelligent, but also being a man filled with nothing but rage. And so because of this, he starts taking to everyone. And that's what makes this so interesting. Now, switching back over to Bruce Wayne, of course, it's kind of crazy because Bruce is talking with Alfred, and Alfred's like, dude, why did you free all those villains? And Batman's response is, well, we're just kind of buying time. Now, in truth, this was a really smart move by Batman. I mean, when Bruce Wayne knows right off the bat, these villains are not going to stand a chance against Bane. Right? I mean, they're not going to be able to hold him down. I mean, as long as he has that juice pumping, he's going to be an unstoppable force. But it's not the idea to stop Bane. The purpose is to basically have a stopgap measure. It's to basically slow Bane down in order for Bruce Wayne to recover, even if only temporarily, to basically kind of regain his mind, to bring himself back together, and then to fight off Bane again. And so again, you know, with Bane continuing on, it's Mr. Freeze gets taken out, Firefly gets taken out. It's one villain after another. Man-Bat, Victor Zsasz, the Mad Hatter, all these guys keep getting crushed. You know, Copperhead, no one is able to stop him. No one's able to keep Batman from pulling off what he needs to pull off. Now, what Tom King also does here is he begins the process of setting up the war of jokes and riddles for the larger Batman mythos. Of course, it's really, really small here. It's basically Bane taking Riddler and having Riddler put his mind to task with cracking this massive door where Psycho Pirate is supposed to be held captive. But what Riddler also says is once the door is open and Bane makes his way in. He simply just kind of runs it off. It's a quick little line. It's not too huge, but he says, tell Batman I still remember the war of jokes and riddles. I still remember what he made me do. And you guys know just as well as I do that he deserves this. And so again, what this does is lead up into this sort of final conflict between Batman and Bane. And again, that's why all this makes sense, is because with this story, Batman basically ponders his own death. Issue number 1, when he first encountered Gotham and Gotham Girl, you know, when this plane was about to crash, you know, into the Gotham Harbor, when these two people showed up seemingly out of nowhere with enhanced strength and durability and the power to fly, you know, basically all the same abilities as Superman, Batman looked at them and said, that's my way out. And that's why Gotham and Gotham Girl were so significant. And that's why Batman is, at least it seems to be, going to the lengths to basically preserve, to restore Gotham Girl back to the way she was before. Because in that story, Tom King basically said the one thing that we've known for years and years and years and years, and all the time that we've been reading Batman. Bruce Wayne does not want to be Batman forever. Eventually, he wants to walk away. He wants to retire. That's the basis behind why Duke Thomas is here, and it's the basis for why he paid special attention to Gotham and Gotham Girl, because if he trained them adequately, they could be the first in a new generation of heroes who could protect Gotham City the way it needs to be protected, with Batman finally relinquishing control and stepping out of the shadows and allowing himself to live a normal life, or at least a life as normal as he could live. And so because of this, it's basically Batman kind of looking on at this idea that everywhere he goes, destruction, death, and failing is not far behind. But if it means that he can defeat Bane, if it means that he can restore the mind of Gotham Girl, then it was all worth something. At the same time, again, he continues to ponder his death. You know, I mean, he tells Bane, you have any idea how many times I've been told, I'm gonna kill you, you're gonna die tonight? I've been told that every single night since I've become Batman. It's wearing thin, it's getting old. But what he also reveals here is that all of this was done for the purpose of buying time. When he first came up with the idea of taking Psycho Pirate from Bane, he knew that there was going to be fallout. He knew that there was going to be consequence. All this stems with the end of the I Am Gotham storyline. As soon as Gotham Girl's mind had basically been warped by Psycho Pirate, Batman said, we have to get Psycho Pirate back. Psycho Pirate is a source for Bane in order to allow Bane to overcome his addiction to Venom. Because of that, Bane is going to be a wrecking machine as soon as we take Psycho Pirate. All these fights, all these conflicts, everything that's happened in the story so far is just for the purpose of buying time. But it's also bringing to an end this massive battle between the two. Now, the other cool thing about this is that Batman recollects on his own history. He looks back at his own past and really begins to realize how similar he is to Bane, but their roads led them down two different paths. And that's really what Tom Taylor's hitting home here. When it comes to the characters of Bane and Batman, yes, they're very similar. Yes, their origins are almost entirely identical. The difference is that Batman is ruled by his past and Bane is not. Now, that's kind of crazy because we would expect it to be the other way around, because what this does is it basically forces Batman into the situation where he's governed by his own destiny. He doesn't control his own destiny, he's controlled by it. You know, Batman is ruled by fear. Batman's ruled by fear of the fact that somebody else out there will experience the same situation he experienced with his parents. Now, that gives him strength to do what he does every day, but instead of him controlling his own life, controlling his own destiny, he's governed by it. His road was set the instant that his parents died. Now, with Bane, it's not necessarily the case. Bane chose his path. Bane chose to go onto the road of becoming a bad guy, chose to go on the road of becoming a villain. But then that asked the question, what would have happened if he had chosen a different path? What would have happened if he had chosen the same road as Batman, where he decided to wage a war on crime? What would have happened if the two of them had come together as allies? What kind of work could be done in Gotham City if they both function together? And so that's why this story is so cool, is because it begs those questions. But in the end, of course, Batman, you know, as Bane continues saying, you know, I am Bane, Batman's response is, yeah, I know I've heard it before, but I'm Batman, and just headbutts the hell out of Bane and essentially knocks him unconscious. And so what this does is it basically brings an end to the battle between these two. There's something to be said about the conflict here, because it's really kind of like this final battle, almost indicative of, you know, the Batman versus Joker in Scott Snyder's Endgame. And that's one of the reasons why I say, you know, Tom King is very similar in terms of how he's more or less mirroring Scott Snyder's Batman in terms of how he adds in Bane, but it's still its own style of storytelling. And so it's really kind of cool. It's one of those cool situations where they do stand side by side, but they are still different at the same time. But what this does is it really kind of has Batman sort of having this imaginary conversation with his mother, who's now deceased. And the idea is, you know, it's really him coming to grips with her death in a lot of ways, you know, where he basically says, look, all this has been about is saving Gotham Girl. You know, is keeping this girl's life intact, is giving this girl a chance to live a normal life. And of course, it really sort of ends with his mother telling him, look, you don't have to die in some grandiose way to make me proud. Everything you've done has made me proud. The fact that you've lived up to our entire legacy, done the best you could for Gotham City, both financially as Bruce Wayne, as well as Batman in terms of your war on crime. And so again, it's really just kind of him coming to grips with his own history, coming to grips with his own life. But again, it's really kind of one of these interesting things. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I like this story, is because it basically just sort of wraps up everything that's happened in the last 20 issues, and then it sets the stage for the next phase of Tom King's run, which will focus on, you know, the whole Button story arc, the idea of the Watchmen being in the DC universe. Oh my God, Rob Core. Okay, so check this out. This story is called The Brave and the Mold. Like, if that gives you any indication of what it's about, and I swear to God, this story is hilarious. It's like the best thing coming out of DC Rebirth right now. Like, it's absolutely one of my favorite stories with Batman. Now, here's the funny thing. This has Swamp Thing, and like, I've never read Swamp Thing. I'm a little ashamed to admit it. I have never read Swamp Thing once in my life. Like, I've never read a single comic of his. I heard that like the new 52 Swamp Thing is really, really good, but I've never read it before. And it's kind of weird because he's like a pop culture mainstay, right? Like most everybody knows what's going on, like who Swamp Thing is when they see him, but like I've never read anything about him. So this is like my first real exposure in comics to his character, and it's amazing. So here's a cool thing. So initially this picks up, I mean, technically it's kind of like chapter 2. They kind of split into chapters like the old anthology books from the 1940s and 50s and 60s, where you would have like a singular book that would go on for 30 pages, but you would have like part 1, which would be like 4 pages. A part 2 might be 6 pages, or chapter 1, chapter 2, something along those lines. But all that really happens here is just like some guy in an apartment is shot in the head, and he's kind of singing this really haunting song. This is actually picked up on by Jim Gordon and Batman. Now, this is where things get hilarious, because with the character of Swamp Thing, from what I've read and from what I understand, he's tied into something called the Green, and that I'm pretty familiar with just because of the whole Injustice stories. But the way it works, as far as I'm aware, the way it originally worked is Swamp Thing was just kind of like this outlier in DC Comics. He was just kind of out there in no man's land, like Hellblazer in the Vertigo stories. He was just kind of out there by himself, and he really wasn't tied into like the rest of DC. But with the New 52, DC rolled him into the shared universe, and what they did is they came up with an idea called the Green. And what they basically said was that in the realm of DC's landscape, you've got the green, which is plant life, you've got the red, which is animals, you've got the black, which is rot. It was almost kind of like this Earth-based equivalent to like the emotional spectrum from the Green Lantern mythos. But the fact remains that Swamp Thing is tied to the green, much like Poison Ivy. And so what this means is that he is effectively immortal. I mean, as long as plant life exists, he will exist. And he can literally just kind of like reconstitute himself, take on additional mass. He has strength of a level that's never been calculated before. He's incredibly capable in terms of what it is that he can do. But that's about the extent of my knowledge on his character. After reading this story, I'm almost inclined to go back and read the New 52 Swamp Thing just to see if it was really that good. I have no idea how long it went on for. I can't imagine it went on too long. 52 issues is what everything ran for in the New 52 because they were all monthly titles, so it's not like it was a super lengthy thing. But the fact remains here, the Swamp Thing basically just kind of reconstitutes himself or you know, forms out of some plant matter and just kind of makes his presence known to Jim Gordon. Now, this is the funny thing because Batman knows who Swamp Thing is, right? So Batman's just kind of like looking at the crime scene and analyzing things, and Jim Gordon is just like, okay, like, this giant swamp monster just kind of emerged behind us, and I really feel like that needs to be said right now. Like, I really feel like we have to acknowledge that this happened, and it's just funny to see people reacting to this. And that's one of the things that I love about King's writing, is because he gives the characters so much character. Like, Jim Gordon is just this guy that's like, okay, look, I mean, I guess it was only a matter of time before something like this happened. We live in a world where bullets bounce off of a man because he's an alien. We've got a guy who flies around at night, or just like glides around at night, dressed as a bat, beating people up. It makes sense that there would be a giant guy who's composed of, you know, plant matter appearing in the middle of a room in a crime scene. But it's kind of cool because while this is happening, Batman's just like, is there a problem? he's totally responding to Swamp Thing as if he's a normal person. Now from here, we switch over to Alfred, and this again is another funny scenario because Swamp Thing being composed, you know, of compost, you know, being a giant compost heap, is just kind of like leaving marks and stuff on the ground, leaving plant marks on the ground, you know. Alfred cleans this kind of stuff up, but it's just like, yeah, it's all par for the course when you're Alfred. It's just kind of the way it goes, you know, messes get brought in by the giving tree, things just come in, messes get made, and that's really it. But again, it's one of these kind of cool things. Now, the interesting thing about this is that Tom King is so good at characters. And this is where the story really kind of starts to shift a bit towards the character development. And the reason why is because with Swamp Thing, there is no such thing as death. At least as far as he explains it here to Bruce Wayne, there is no such thing as death. A person comes from the earth, or they come from life evolution, however it is you want to look at it, they come from divine intervention, they die, so to speak, but they become one with the earth, and in turn, they feed plants and they feed trees, which provide life-giving oxygen or nourishment to different, you know, critters and organisms across the world. And so there's always kind of like this cycle of life and death, so to speak, but no one's ever really dead. And that's what makes this so cool, is because in his mind, he basically says, look, you know, this man who was killed is my father. He sent me letters, he tried to talk to me. I've spoke to him maybe once after the whole instance with the swamp where I became Swamp Thing, and that was really it. Like, this guy never really had a role in the life of Alec Holden. Instead, he was just kind of this guy that Alec knew about, but never really did anything with. Now, the reason why this matters, and the reason why this is so cool, is because what it does is it bridges the gap between Bruce Wayne and Swamp Thing. Swamp Thing is this guy where he's basically like, I have this man who's my father that I'll never be able to talk to anymore. I'll never be able to like converse with. I'll never be able to learn more about him. Not that I ever did know much about him in the first place, but now that I want to know about him, I can't, because he's effectively gone. I'll never be able to speak to him in the conventional sense. You know, with Bruce Wayne, it's much the same way. His mother and father were killed in front of him. He'll never be able to talk to Thomas Wayne. He'll never be able to talk to Martha Wayne. He'll never be able to get their opinions, get their ideas, ask them, do I make you proud? That's one of the most significant moments about the button. That's why the encounter between Thomas Wayne from the Flashpoint universe and Bruce Wayne from the main DC universe was so significant, because even if it's not his biological father in the traditional sense, it's still his father. You know, it's still the Thomas Wayne that he knew, albeit just a different version of Thomas Wayne. And it was emotional, and it was visceral, and it was amazing. And so because of that, it creates some real emotional tie to these characters, if that kind of makes any sense. And so ultimately what ends up happening here is Swamp Thing basically says, look, I'm just kind of here because I'm interested in solving this murder. And that really kind of seems to be it. I mean, it's like, look, my dad was killed. I want to know what's going on. Now, the initial indication here from Bruce Wayne is that this man was murdered on like the 84th floor of a building. And there's only a handful of people who could have been the ones responsible for that. Now, the first one he goes after is Kite Man. And Kite Man, dude, Kite Man is amazing. Kite Man's so cool. All this guy does is fly around and yell, Kite Man, hell yeah, that's all he does. Like, that's his thing. That's his whole ordeal. Now, of course, the cool thing about this is that Tom King very much plays on the idea of like what Batman's about, right? Like, we know as the Batman is the guy who doesn't kill, but the bad guys don't need to know that. The bad guys just need to believe they're gonna die. And if you're Kite Man and you're soaring 500 feet above the ground and Batman latches onto you and will not let you go, the only thing racing through your mind is you're going to smash into the ground and Batman's gonna let you die. He's gonna bail out, you know, a second before it happens. He's gonna live, but Kite Man's gonna be done with all his living. And so it's kind of cool because, I mean, we know this is not gonna happen. We know he's not gonna die, but the questions that Batman has is, you know, who is it that committed this crime, or how would they have gained access to the resources necessary to commit this crime? Because Kite Man didn't invent his own stuff. He got his stuff from somewhere else. And so again, it's really kind of like one of these whodunit mystery sort of things. And so what Catman basically says is that he grabbed his stuff from a guy named Mooney Money. Now, of course, Mooney Money is clearly a comic book stand-in for Guy Fieri, but the fact remains here that going through all these different sources and jumping through all these different guys, eventually Batman, you know, basically realizes that this murder seems to have been done by a guy by the name of Headhunter. Now, Headhunter is a guy that I know nothing about. I don't know if he's new. I don't know if he is a character that was recently created. I really don't like using Wikipedias just because anybody can edit them, but I don't know anything about that guy. But really, the only explanation we need is what's offered here, where he's basically just like a mercenary, and he always executes his victims by shooting them twice in the head, and no one knows why he shoots a second time. But the funny thing about this is that Bruce Wayne kind of hints at this and says, look, this guy's going to be hard to find because he basically commits his crimes, he goes underground, he goes on the run, and then he only resurfaces whenever he's ready to commit another murder. And so the guy is sporadic. I mean, he pops up here, he pops up there, but there's no pattern to what it is that he does outside of the murders that he commits. And so it's really kind of a cool scenario, because what this shows us is that even within the realm of Gotham City, or even the world as a whole, there are some people out there who are just that good at evading Batman. They're just that good at evading him. And again, it makes Bruce Wayne more realistic. It makes him more grounded. It makes him more tangible, and basically telling us that despite all of his vaunted resources, all of his wealth, all of his capabilities, at the end of the day, he is still only human, and he can only do what a normal human can do. And so because of this, Swamp Thing basically chimes in and says he's currently entering the Gotham Museum of Art. And when Batman's like, how did you find that out? Swamp Thing's response is that the grass told him. And that's the coolest thing about this, because Batman's like, all right, look, man, the grass, all right, if you're talking to the grass, that's cool, whatever, man. Do what you do, man. You be you, I'll be me, and we'll call it a day. And so it's just really kind of funny to see these interactions between these characters who would normally never meet, because they're so starkly different, right? I mean, Batman is hanging out with plant matter as they're going to investigate a murder. And so again, it's interesting to kind of see how these characters relate to one another, how they deal with one another. Now, of course, once they get to the Gotham Museum, they immediately encounter Headhunter, and Headhunter really just kind of starts talking about how he had killed this guy, he had killed the father of Swamp Thing, just because of the fact that he was sort of bragging about how he knows heroes, or he has an in with superheroes, so to speak, only insofar that he knew his son was Swamp Thing, and that was really about it. But it was one of these scenarios where it was this situation where a guy was basically spouting off of the mouth in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Headhunter effectively killed him, basically killed him for that purpose. Now, in response to this, Swamp Thing immediately kills Headhunter. Like, he just immediately crushes him, and Batman's kind of begging him to stop the whole time. But as soon as he's done, Swamp Thing starts crying and basically talking about how his father's dead, he's never going to be able to talk to his father again. Batman's immediate response is like, what happened to, like, there is no death? What happened to, like, everything lives on, to, like, light descending and all that stuff? Like, what happened to that? And Swamp Thing's like, nah, man. He's just dead. That's basically what it is. And Batman's so pissed. Like, Batman reads in the riot act. He is so pissed off because in the mind of Batman, Swamp Thing used him, right? Like, Swamp Thing shows up with this whole dog and pony show of, oh, well, nothing's ever really dead. Everything just kind of lives on, in the form of plant life and different things like that, but it's basically him just kind of turncoating here and just being like, that's it, man. Everything's dead. There's nothing to it, man. Like, you die and then that's it. Like, that's just the end of you, and it's kind of crazy because while Batman's reading him the riot act, Swamp Thing's like, I gotta go. And he basically just bails out. And that's it. And it really just kind of ends with Batman screaming at him. And that's pretty much all there is to it. It is an amazing story. This is so good. It is a perfect ending to a Batman story. And I really hope, this question goes out to you guys who are Swamp Thing fans. My question is this: is the new 52 Swamp Thing like this? Or is it just like kind of weird and dark and so on? Because this is an amazing story. And I absolutely love this. I love seeing Batman reading Swamp Thing the riot act. Because like Swamp Thing could crush him like a bug, right? Like Swamp Thing would be like, you know what? I'm tired of you, Batman. And then that's just the end of Bruce Wayne. It'd be so cool. Like it's such a cool scenario to see Batman just not caring and just screaming at Swamp Thing, and then Swamp Thing just being like, I'm out, peace, and then just bailing. Rob Core, man. Y'all know what I'm getting ready to say. Batman, the best thing coming out of DC Rebirth right now. Oh my God, dude, this story is so good, man. This story is so good. Like, Tom King, man. Let me tell you something, man. This man's living up to his namesake. He's the king of writing Batman right now. Mostly because he's the only one writing the Batman comic. Detective Comics is good. Detective Comics is amazing. Love Detective Comics. But this right here with Batman is amazing. In all seriousness, though, this is a beautifully written comic. I mean, a beautifully written comic because there's no, like, villains. There's no Bane coming. There's no, oh, the Joker. No, none of that stuff. This is Batman at his most real. This is Batman, like Batman's character is tangible. You can feel it. The cool thing about this is this really kind of offers like a follow-up to the whole events with Gotham Girl. And it was always like this unresolved plot line, right? Like it is this thing that's been going on forever and ever and ever and ever, and it's just never really been resolved. Even now, we still don't know a lot about her. All we really know is that in the beginning of Batman Rebirth, that Gotham and Gotham Girl had just shown up in Gotham City, and they had these powers that made them almost akin to Superman. They could fly, they had durability, enhanced strength, so on and so forth. Now, over the course of the story Gotham, of I Am Gotham, what we had learned is that somewhere along the line, they had effectively sold years of their lives in relation to power, which meant that if you wanted like absolute power, you would have to basically say, here's the X amount of years that I'm willing to give away. What that really means is that the more she uses her powers, the more she drains years off her life. And so she's kind of at this impasse because if she decides to become a superhero, she's going to start losing more of her life. If she doesn't, she can live out the rest of her days or whatever days she has left as a person. And that's really the crux of this story in a lot of ways, with the exception of the ending. But the cool thing about this is that with the character of Gotham Girl, because she's so powerful, she was one of these people that basically had her emotions messed with by Psycho Pirate. And so as a result, she spent most all of the storylines after the events of I Am Gotham, she spent all the other storylines just kind of sitting in fear. Now, of course, this is really kind of King's way of putting her on the back burner, of just saying, hey, look, we're going to save her for later. But for right now, if we had somebody fighting as part of the Bat family that had strength and power that basically made them equivalent to Superman, then it would just solve all the problems that are coming along. Batman fights Bane, Gotham Girl swoops in and saves the day. It would cause all kinds of issues because fans would be like, well, why doesn't Gotham Girl just do anything? So it allows her to be put on the back burner. But having recovered from her whole experience with regards to the machinations of Psycho Pirate puts her in a position now to where she can basically decide what she wants to do next, because it's really kind of a fresh start for her. And the cool thing about this is that it really asks all these important questions with regards to Bruce Wayne as a character, because with Gotham Girl kind of pondering what she's going to be next, is she going to be a superhero? Is she going to be live a normal life? She asks these questions to Bruce Wayne because he's really the first guidance that she's ever really had in being a superhero. Keep in mind, Gotham Girl and Gotham gained their powers. They decided they wanted to be superheroes, but they didn't have any real training. They didn't go to the Justice League and say, teach us how to be superheroes. Batman was the first time they encountered a superhero. And Batman is a very unique case among the superhero community because he's so capable, but he's also just mortal. All it would take is for someone to know Bruce Wayne's identity and then to be sitting on a rooftop on a building somewhere with a sniper rifle. Bruce Wayne gets out of his car, he goes to walk into Wayne Enterprises, he gets shot in the head, and that's the end of Batman. I mean, that's all it would take. A story like that wouldn't be very fun. Like, it's just the death of Batman. That thing is 3 pages long. It would not be interesting at all. But, you know, that's what it takes for this character. But he's so unique. He's so interesting because he's so smart. He's so easily killed. That's what makes the thing so cool about him. But in a lot of ways, he's also the first superhero that Gotham Girl has really encountered that can teach her what it means to be a superhero, to go out and live a normal life. And it's kind of interesting, you know, because she asked the question, what would I do? Like, you know, where would I go? And it's kind of funny because she says, I was hoping you would just point me in the right direction. I was hoping that all of this would be done, that my emotions would be back under control. You know, you would give me a piece of paper and say, follow these rules and you'll have a normal life. That's what she was hoping for, was for him to basically hold her hand and guide her to where she needed to go to become a hero. But at the end of the day, it's not like that, because it's not like that for anyone. There's no rule book on how to live life. There's no guidebook on what you should do and what you shouldn't do. I mean, it's not like you're born, you know, and then you get to the point where you go through elementary school and middle school and high school, you know, and you're ready to go off to college, you're 18 years old, you get your first job, and your parents say, okay, here's the book of life, have fun, and all you have to do is just go through the pages as you encounter situations, how to pay bills, what credit means. I mean, there's no guidebook for that kind of stuff. I think I'm going to start a YouTube channel like where I do that. the guidebook to life. I have no idea. But nonetheless, you know, these are things that she's literally learning. Now for her, the idea of paying bills, things like that, I mean, that's not essential, but you guys understand what I'm saying. There's no guidebook on how to be a superhero. And that's the kind of crazy thing, is because that's why each member of the Justice League is so significant. You know, despite the fact that he's basically the security guard slash guy that hangs around, you know, and just like watches whatever he watches on TV, Black Mirror, I have no idea. Cyborg plays a role in the Justice League. Superman is the backbone. He's the guy where everybody knows no matter how bad things get, it's not over unless Superman's incapacitated. Wonder Woman, the one who will fight until the bitter end. Batman is the brains of the operation. Green Lantern, he's the one that's like, look, if things get really bad, I've got a whole army behind me that I can just bring in to unleash absolute hell. Everybody has a role to play. With Gotham Girl, she's figuring out her role. She's figuring out her life. She's really kind of just having this existential crisis right now. She doesn't know where she belongs. She doesn't know who she's supposed to be or what she's supposed to be about. And Batman says that. Batman says, look, when it came down to it, following the death of my parents, sure, Alfred said, hey, look, here are things that you're supposed to do. You know, here's how you live your life. Here's how you become a man. But when it came to him becoming a superhero, there was no guidebook. Batman did the best he could. He suddenly came across a guy who was donning this Red Hood. They got into a fight. Red Hood fell into a vat and became the Joker. You commit to actions, you do things, they have consequences, and you navigate and chart those waters as best you can. But the funny thing about this is that this creates a lot of questions in the mind of Bruce Wayne. Remember, we did the Button. At the end of the Button, or during the events of the Button, he came face to face with his own father, Thomas Wayne. But that version of Thomas was more significant than the actual New 52 version of Thomas that was shot in that alley. And the reason why is because the Flashpoint version of Thomas Wayne saw his son die. He saw that version of Bruce Wayne killed. His wife, Martha Wayne, became the Joker. These are the kind of things that he dealt with. And so when he sat down with Bruce and he said, go live your life. Do not live your life as Batman. Do not live your life fighting crime. Go and live a life. Go make a life for yourself. Find a woman, settle down, start a family, pass your knowledge on to the next generation. Let somebody else be Batman. Go and live. What he's finding himself doing here is reiterating that exact same advice to Gotham Girl. And she's in turn asking, well, then why don't you follow it? If that's advice that you think is so sound, if it's advice that you think is so legitimate, then why aren't you following it? And this is the beauty of all this. This is the beauty of the whole conversation that they have. Batman says, because I don't know how to not be Batman. I don't know how to be anybody else. That's who I am. That's what I am. My parents were shot in an alley. I'm terrified. that I'd have to relive that experience. I'm terrified of losing the things I care about. The only way for me to cope with that situation is to become Batman. Batman became an ingrained part of Bruce Wayne, so much so that Bruce Wayne is the costume, it's the face he puts on when he goes out in public. When the sun goes down, when the criminals come out, Batman comes out. And that's who Bruce Wayne really is. He doesn't know how to be anything else. And that's what's so cool about this, is because it's hitting home. It's telling us the one thing that we as Batman fans always knew. It didn't take a genius to know that like Batman was the character. Bruce Wayne is just the guy that we see occasionally. That's the way it's always been. But it's so cool to just kind of see that thrown on, in pen and paper and ink, that's what it is. That Bruce Wayne is just, he doesn't know how to be anybody else but Batman. Not only that, the idea of failing to him is a massive calamity. It's something that he's absolutely terrified of. Not only that, while he tries his best to live a normal life, while he tries his best to do the things that ultimately work for him, at the end of the day, he's afraid of what it means to not be Batman. And because of that, he fails. He basically sets himself up for failure. He sits down in his home, in the comfort of his own home, in front of a fireplace with a glass of scotch, and asks the question, I wonder what life would be like if I wasn't Batman. But he looks around the city of Gotham and he says, I'm the last bastion of hope here. I'm the last man standing. I'm the last fig leaf. If I stop being Batman, this city gets overrun. The cops can hardly do the job on their own. The only reason why the city is where it is now is because I operate outside of the law. But I can bend the rules. I can break the rules. I can make people talk who wouldn't talk. I can make people talk who wouldn't talk to the cops. They wouldn't be able to get the information they need. I can swoop in the dead of night. I can make people so scared to commit crimes that they don't rob banks, that they don't mug people in the streets. Some do. But at the end of the day, the biggest threat to the city of Gotham are the big guys, the Joker, the Penguin, Two-Face. Those are the kind of things that we have to worry about. And so in a lot of ways, he's done his job, but his biggest fear is that if he steps down and he walks away, then Gotham's just ripe for the pickings. Word gets around that the Batman's gone. Oh my God, the Batman's gone. Dude, the city is ours. And suddenly it just descends into absolute madness. And so while he wants to live a normal life, he can't, because he's afraid that if he does, he'll fail the city of Gotham. And if he fails the city of Gotham, he'll fail his parents. And that, again, is why it's all so important, because at the end of the day, it's like that same line. It's like the line that we saw in Injustice 2. That thread doesn't change no matter what universe we're in. If Bruce Wayne is Batman, then it's the same thing all the time. No matter what he looks like, no matter what, huge calamity he's engaged in, no matter what enemy he's fighting or how big his Justice League team is, at the end of the day, the man under that cloak and cowl is a little boy who's crying because his parents got shot in an alley. That's what's so cool about it. And that's what makes it so interesting, is because that's who Batman is. And so taking this advice, when he says, look, this conversation's not about me, and Gotham Girl says, that's the problem. The conversation's not about you. We need to make it about you. Batman has to really ask himself, take a good look at the mirror and say, am I really doing everything I can to live a normal life? Am I really in this position where I've tried everything that I can? And so what he ends up doing is he goes to Catwoman. And this is why it's so gorgeous, because it's not like a knee-jerk thing. It's not like, King was sitting writing this story. He's like, you know what? I wonder what would happen if like Batman proposed to Catwoman. Let's just see. Let's just have it come out of nowhere. No, it's a gradual work in. It's a gradual thing. It starts, really all the way back, I would dare say, with Scott Snyder's run. But it really picked up steam with Batman Rebirth. It starts with the introduction of Gotham Girl. The possibility existing that Batman can train these two new people so that he can go and have a life for himself, only to find out that one of them goes crazy, ends up being killed by his sister, and the sister's emotions are manipulated by Psycho Pirate, and she ends up having to be taken care of. And it's right back to the way it was before, right back to the way things were before. Bruce Wayne's got to be Batman, and he's got to keep Gotham City safe, and he's got to train Duke for whatever it is that he's got to do. And then suddenly it's Bane. Oh my God, Bane's back. And it's the same thing over and over and over and over again. And then he goes to Barry Allen and says, hey, let's do some investigation about this button. Eobard Thawne shows up. Eobard Thawne just wreaks absolute havoc on Batman, disappears, reappears, rants about having seen God. Barry Allen and Batman jump into the time stream. Batman runs into his own father, Thomas Wayne. Thomas Wayne says, go live your life. The world, the universe, the multiverse is screaming at Bruce Wayne, go live a life, man. Quit being Batman. Go live a life. Go do your thing. And so what does he do? He finally, after so many years, follows the universe's advice, follows the multiverse's advice. Everybody says, go live a life. And he does. He goes to Catwoman in one of the most beautiful moments that I've ever seen in a comic book. He goes to Catwoman and says, from the time I first met you, I knew that you were going to be the one. Whether it was because opposites attract, whether it was because she was just so willing to do whatever it took in order to pull off whatever goal it was she was trying to achieve, at the end of the day, he says, I'm terrified of what it is that I'm about to do. I'm so scared that I might lose you, the one connection that I have to what it can mean to have a real life. I'm terrified of what it means to possibly take this step because it means I'm going to step down from the life that I've had. But regardless of it all, he tells Catwoman he loves her and he proposes to her. The reason why this is so visceral is because any man who's ever proposed to a woman will tell you that. Any man who's ever proposed to a woman will probably tell you it was the most terrifying moment of my life. Because what if she says no? But for Bruce Wayne, it's not terrifying because maybe she'll say no. It's terrifying because of what this represents. It's terrifying because of what this means. With Bruce Wayne being Batman, the reason why he's kept so many people at arm's length, the reason why he's kept so many people distant is the possibility of losing them. So much loss in his life. He looks around and says, if I propose to Catwoman, if I take this step, if I lose her, it could shatter me. It could break me in a way that I never imagined. But in the end, he doesn't. He takes that step because he's ready for something new. He's ready for a new era of his own life. And that's why this is so great. Because what this does is it bolsters the Batman story now. Because now he's got his own Lois Lane. He's got his own Mary Jane Watson. He's got his own love interest in his life that he has to hold on to because she's now the closest thing he has to what it means to live a normal life. But with that being said, guys, if you are new here to Comics Explained, make sure you guys hit the sub button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like. God, this was an amazing story. This is actually going to lead into the War of Jokes and Riddles, which I'm really, really excited about. But oh my God, was this beautifully written. DC Comics, bravo, bravo. This was amazing. It's the best thing coming out of DC Rebirth right now. Absolutely stellar. I really hope that we get more stuff like this. It's one of the reasons why I love King's Batman so far, because it's just been astronomically amazing. And this is just the cherry on top. It's the icing on the cake. Beautifully done. Okay, so the War of Jokes and Riddles is amazing. This story is incredibly good. In this video, we're covering part 1, and then we'll probably upload a second video either later on today or later on this week that will be part 2, the conclusion of the whole thing. But the War of Jokes and Riddles is incredible. Dare I say, the best thing coming out of DC Rebirth right now. It is probably one of the best stories that I've read in a long time involving Batman. But this comes directly out of the aftermath of Zero Year, which we've covered, and you'll find that down in the Batman playlist in the description. What this also does is it basically follows up to the idea that Bruce Wayne has only been Batman for a very short amount of time. And so this story is basically a retcon. Now, for those of you guys who are familiar with comics and you know what that is, bear with me for a second for the people who don't. Retcon is basically, it's short for retroactive continuity. And what it means is that a writer will basically go back to a particular character and put something in their comics that wasn't there before. This is basically a story that was never told before. It was a set of events that had never been hinted to. We didn't know anything about it. And it's basically just throwing it in there now, saying that this actually happened. And it's essentially a war between the Joker and the Riddler. And it is, God, it is incredible. So the cool thing is that when it came to Batman Zero Year, when it came to like the origin of the Joker, different things like that, the idea was that it was telling the story of how the Joker became the Joker. But it fit in with the notion of the fact that the Joker's a guy that will always be one of Batman's main villains, if not his most significant villain. And so because of that, following the events of Zero Year, the Joker had just sort of taken off. You know, the guy who would become the Joker eventually became the Joker, and then he would just fight Batman later on. What this does is it takes place before a lot of the Joker stories that we saw after Zero Year. What it also does is featuring, you know, kind of talking about the Riddler for a second, the idea was that the Riddler was a little more involved and a little more complex and more developed in terms of, you know, his storytelling. Now, the reason for this was simple. The idea was that when New 52 first launched and writer Scott Snyder was basically crafting his run on Batman, the idea was to bring the Joker back later on down the line during Death of the Family. Technically speaking, Death of the Family is the first major storyline that we see that features the Joker when the New 52 first launched back in 2011. Following that was Batman Endgame. But the idea was that because the Joker was basically put on the back burner to be used at a later date, Snyder started focusing on things like the Court of Owls and the Night of Owls and different things like that, Two-Face and Riddler and so on and so forth. So Riddler got a lot more attention from Snyder, and it basically dealt with the idea of the Riddler taking over Gotham City, setting up all these traps using the various abilities of different villains, and then ultimately being caught and then being arrested and thrown in jail. The cool thing about this is that Edward Nygma, in a lot of ways, I would say, is more dangerous than the Joker is. The reason for this is because of the fact that yes, the Joker is crazy, and yes, the Joker is zany, funny, and yes, you never know what he's gonna do. But Riddler is all about elaborate schemes, elaborate traps. He may start a sequence of events, and the conclusion of those events will not become readily available or won't even be understood until maybe months or even years after they originally start. And that's the cool thing about him, is because while he's in jail, what he actually starts doing is making friends and talking to people. Now, it's really friends in the sense of the fact that because he was so good at figuring out puzzles and riddles and so on, that what he did is he became a source for various cops who were trying to figure out ways to solve crimes that they could not solve on their own. And what it did, it made him kind of an essential figure in the sense that a lot of cops began to get to a point where they needed him. One cop in particular is basically killed by the Riddler, who in turn begins engineering his own escape. And that's kind of the danger of it all, is because what we end up finding out is that one of the guys the Riddler was talking to, the Riddler didn't ask for anything in particular. He wasn't asking for money, he wasn't asking for resources, he just wanted information about other cops. And the reason why is because when he goes to make his escape, he starts running off the names of all these different cops' family members, their wives, their children, their son, basically being told the names of these people, which in turn he's going to use as part of his plan, work perfectly for him, because he doesn't have to lift a finger, he doesn't have to shoot a person or anything. All he has to do is just say, I know who the people are that you care about, and bad things will happen to them if you do not let me go. And ultimately, that's exactly what they end up doing. They end up just stepping out of the way, they unlock the door, and the Riddler goes about his business. Now, the other half of this is the nature of the Joker himself. Again, because this takes place after the events of the first 0 Year story, which dealt with the origin of the Joker himself, this is when he's full on in the scene in Gotham. And so at this point, people are well aware of who he is. But remember, Bruce Wayne has only been Batman for a very short amount of time. And so that trust between society and Batman, such as it is, has not really been built up yet. The other half of this is that because they basically figure out the location of where the Joker is, what they end up doing is basically blowing up his base of operations, just infiltrating the place, trying to take it down, only to realize the Joker's not there. The problem with this, and the issue the Joker struggles with, is that he's lost his ability to laugh. Not in the literal sense. It's more of a metaphorical thing in the sense that the Joker doesn't really find anything funny anymore. And so the goal is to basically find something funny. Now, what this does is it sets the Joker on the path of looking at Batman as a guy who's basically the butt of every joke, where it basically begins a process of pitting the two of them together about how Batman needs the Joker needs Batman, that kind of a thing. And that's why it's cool, is because at the end of the day, the Joker taking up residence and doing whatever it is he needs to do, and then ultimately he and the Riddler encounter one another. And the proposition offered here by the Riddler is pretty cool. For them, the idea of cops being corruptible is a very simple thing. All they have to do is make enough money to pay off cops, and then those cops are just sorted, and that's it. But Batman cannot be bought. You know, he's not a person that you can just go commit crimes and then talk him out of arresting you. It doesn't really work that way. And so because of that, the goal is basically the two of them sitting down and saying, hey, look, we can make something that's greater than the sum of its parts. We can literally come together and we can kill Batman. When we do, you'll get whatever it is that you need that will make you laugh. I'll finally topple the bats and we can just conquer the city together and just rule it all together. The problem with this is that this feeds into the unpredictability of the Joker. One of the things that makes the Joker so dangerous is he is just as likely to shoot you as he is to work with you. And in this instance, Riddler doesn't know what the Joker's gonna do. There's no predictability there. There's no real pattern there. The Riddler says there is when he basically says, look, I was able to figure out you were the one that was committing all these acts, and I figured out that you can't laugh because you were basically killing comedians and you were attacking places. You were trying to find a joke that you could laugh about and you couldn't find it, but I can help you solve this riddle. Ultimately, the Joker turns on Riddler, actually just shoots him, and then is just done, and that's it. The problem with this is that, remember, back during this point in his career of being Batman, Bruce Wayne was still very new to the whole thing. He was still very unsure of himself in a lot of different ways. He was still figuring it all out. In this instance, he believes the Joker to be more of a credible threat than the Riddler, also because the Riddler was shot and it looks like he's just gonna bleed out and die. Instead, because of the fact that Batman goes after the Joker, the Riddler's able to escape. He's able to get away, and so is the Joker. And so again, that hits home at the inexperience of Batman, the fact that he doesn't really know what road to take. And so ultimately, this massive war breaks out between the Joker and the Riddler, where various villains are essentially forced to take sides. Now, of course, the other half of this is that this also comes out of the idea of Batman's conversation with Catwoman, in the sense, because of the fact that the two of them are supposed to be getting married to one another, the question is, will she actually do it? And it's one of those things where Batman's just kind of dumping his heart out to the world and telling her everything about himself, his deepest, darkest secrets, so that she goes into a marriage with Batman, basically being sure of what it is she's getting into. And that's why it's cool, because at this point, we basically continue to pick up with the Joker in probably one of his most ruthless moments. Now, on the surface, it doesn't seem that ruthless, it doesn't seem that hardcore, but he actually ends up walking into a home that currently belongs to a family, the Templeton family, walks into their home, and the Joker eliminates them all, literally takes them all out, because he's just trying to find something that's funny. The Riddler ends up coming back by basically getting some surgical work done by a disgraced doctor who had long since lost his career. But the other half of this is the perception that it gives us of the Joker in relation to how the rest of the criminal empire views him. When the Joker calls up a guy by the name of Carmine Infantino, he basically says, look, you have an hour to kill the Riddler, and if you don't do it, bad things are gonna happen. And immediately Infantino's on the job and has his guys taking care of it. He does it reluctantly, but he ends up doing it anyway, because he knows that the Joker will follow through with his scheme. This is essentially a scenario where people are just building up soldiers to their side. When it comes to the Riddler teaming up with Poison Ivy, this was already established in Zero Year when he used a lot of the things that she had to his advantage in order to basically pull off taking over Gotham, a lot of the traps and different things like that. But when Infantino's guys run up on Riddler and Poison Ivy, they're taken out almost right off the bat. And so of course, because of that, once Infantino shows back up and the Joker's sitting in his office and he says, an hour's passed and the Riddler's still alive, we end up finding out that the Joker had traveled 3 hours to Metropolis to find the mother of Carmine Infantino, killed her, and then took all of her teeth out of her mouth. That was what he did in response to Infantino not following his directions like he said. And that's why people are so terrified of the Joker, is because of the lengths he will go to in order to pursue his goal. That's why he's so dangerous. And so ultimately, with Batman essentially discussing this whole thing, it turns into just this massive war. I mean, on one side, you have the Riddler, and you've got, Deathstroke, and you got Two-Face, and you have Scarecrow, and you got Victor Zsasz, and, all these different guys. On the sides of the Joker, you've got Mr. Freeze, you've got Solomon Grundy, you got the Mad Hatter, you got Deadshot. You have these guys who are basically criminals that just kind of go about and they do their own things. But all these different villains that exist in Gotham City are perfectly aware of the fact that the Riddler and the Joker are two of the most dangerous, if not the two most dangerous villains that exist. And so because of that, they basically fall rank and file. They essentially choose their sides with whoever it is they think will ultimately win. Now, the other half of this is something this does is it actually switches over to a completely different guy, a guy by the name of Kite Man. And Kite Man is the best character ever. I love Kite Man. Hell yeah, I love Kite Man so much, but he's got like the saddest story ever. Now, a little bit of history here. Kite Man goes all the way back to 1960 with Batman issue number 133, and he was really more of just like a joke character that was created by Bill Finger. The idea was that Kite Man was like the man who can fly anything, is really what it was, and he would just commit crimes by using contraptions largely associated with kites, and then that would just really be it. He'd be caught by Batman, he'd get beat up, and then he would get thrown in jail, or he would end up getting out. He played some roles here and there. He would, he had involvement like Infinite Crisis, different things like that, but for the most part, he was just this background small-time joke character. In this particular story, his origin is traumatic, and he's really this incredibly interesting character because the whole idea of the war of jokes and riddles is not necessarily just the Joker and Riddler going to war against one another. It's the people caught in the middle, and there have been a lot of people caught in the middle of this whole thing. Focusing more on the idea of Charles Brown, the whole purpose of this is that he's one of these guys who had previously worked on the Joker-mobile for the Joker, so he's got ties to one of them already, and in his desperation, Batman actually snatches him up, subdues him, and then sends him in to essentially spy on the Joker. The problem with this is that him spying is immediately figured out by the Riddler because of the fact that they have spies on both sides. And so brought before the Riddler, he basically spills the beans. He's eventually brought before the Joker, who figures out where he basically explains everything that's going on. And so again, it creates kind of a weird scenario because ultimately what ends up happening is we basically find out that because the Riddler had realized that Charles was basically a spy for Batman going to work for the Joker and had already been taken by the Riddler, ultimately the Riddler had actually poisoned his son. And so the result is that he basically ends up losing his son. And that's what's so crazy is because what this does is it unhinges him. He's not Joker crazy. He's basically just sort of lost his mind to a degree. And so what ends up happening is he actually just kind of takes massive pieces of fabric, starts cutting them out into the shape of a kite, gives himself a bodysuit, and then just starts calling himself Kite Man. And so as funny as it is, at the end of the day, it's basically this idea that he is a guy who was was really stuck in this crossfire and experienced one of the worst traumatic experiences that a parent can ever have, which is losing their child. The other half of this is that we'll actually find out there's a lot more going on with the creation of his character than we originally thought. But with regards to the major event itself, the idea is that with Commissioner Gordon looking at the fact that you basically have the Upper East Side, the Upper West Side, which have been taken over by the Joker and the Riddler, the goal is to find a way to bring the war to an end, to basically preserve Gotham City so nobody else has to experience a casualty like this. The crazy thing about it is that when Jim Gordon goes to meet with the Joker, when he goes to meet with the Riddler, he's given demands by both sides in terms of how he's supposed to show up. The Joker just says, show up in your underwear. Because it's the Joker, and when you're the Joker, that's what you do. The Riddler is a lot more complex, as his character should be. Now, the cool thing about this is that this is designed to display two diametrically opposing sides and juxtapose them next to one another. The Joker is simple. He's just a crazy guy who wants to take out Batman. That's it. The Riddler is complicated. He's intriguing. He's got all this lore and all this mythology to him. The other half of this is that the war of jokes and riddles is being fought on a multifaceted level. You basically have criminals fighting in the streets of Gotham City. In this instance, it's Deathstroke, a genetically modified super soldier, against Deadshot, who's just a super accurate guy. But because they're the two greatest mercenaries in the world, their fight spans 5 days and 62 people die in the process. So it is a massive calamity between these guys facing off against one another, and it's a pretty big deal. At the end of the day, it all basically comes down to Batman. It comes down to him as a character having to figure out a way to end this war, knowing that it's not going to stop until the Joker or the Riddler achieve their goal of essentially taking him out. Now, the cool thing about this is that because Batman has the Wayne family fortune at his disposal, what he actually does is he orchestrates a sit-down between the Riddler and the Joker. It's basically just them bickering with each other the whole time. Just taking pot shots, and like the Riddler making fun of him and that kind of a thing. But it's interesting to see this happen because it goes down exactly as we would expect, in the sense that they just sort of argue and carry on different things like that. But it's basically them making the case as to why it is that they should be the one to take down Batman. And that's the proposal that Bruce Wayne offers here. Again, they don't know that Bruce Wayne is Batman. They have no idea that the two of them are the same person. And so going through and basically pretending as though he doesn't care about the Batman concept, he doesn't care whether Batman lives or dies, that his loyalty is directly to Gotham City itself, he basically says, both of you guys make your arguments on who it is you think should win, and I'll give $1 billion to the winner, and that'll allow them to pay off all the criminals in Gotham City, pay off the cops, do whatever it is they need to do in order to basically take out Batman. And it's kind of crazy because what we end up finding out is that prior to this sit down, the Joker and the Riddler had basically both brought in hostages under the idea that if something were to happen to them, the hostages would be killed. What ends up happening is the Joker agrees to free his hostages, and the Riddler believes he killed his before he showed up. Which he did. It's pretty, I mean, it's not funny, but it's messed up. I mean, it's pretty messed up. I mean, it's kind of rough. But the fact remains here that it is interesting to me because, again, it really hits home with the notion that Bruce Wayne is having to do a lot of things that he never thought he would. When it came to the character of Batman, the idea was to basically be a guy who could essentially walk the middle ground. He could walk the middle line where he was basically always doing the right thing. He'd have to make some questionable choices here and there, but there would be the good guys and the bad guys. And the cool thing about the whole War of Jokes and Riddles story so far is that what it shows us is the lengths that Batman has to go to from now on, to basically be the guy that could take out the criminals, is he will have to become the anti-hero, who will have to blur the lines, that sometimes he's going to have to make questionable choices that will force him to ask the question, am I really a good guy? And so that's kind of the crazy thing about this. And one of the major choices that he makes is he sits down and he says, if I have to pick a winner and if I have to bring this war to an end, and the only way to stop it is to basically take out one of these guys, then which guy do I side with? He basically makes the smarter choice and sides with the Riddler. Because the Joker is so far gone in a lot of different ways, because he's just so crazy, if Batman were to take up sides with the Joker, then the Joker may very well just kill him. At this point, the Riddler and the Joker both want to win, so it's really one of those things where it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but there's no guarantee the Joker would see it that way. If the Joker and the Riddler are at war with one another and their ultimate goal is to take out Batman, but in the short-term goal is to take out the other person, the Joker may bypass all that. The Joker may say, well, I mean, the ultimate goal is to take out Batman, and so I'm just gonna take him out and be done, and that's it. And then whatever happens, happens. That's the crazy thing, but the Riddler is a lot more fluid in his thought, analytical in terms of how he looks at things. The Riddler's immediate goal is to take out the Joker, after which then he'll focus on Batman. And so because of that, Batman sides with the Riddler. It's just the smarter choice to make. Now, the other half of this is also using the resources of the Kite Man against both Joker and Riddler, using kites to fly into where the Joker's at, and then in turn, in the middle of the whole conflict, once the Joker Joker's temporarily defeated, and the most logical thing happens when the criminals of the Riddler turn against Batman. He basically set things up so that Kite Man could modify the packs, kick him into action, and they would basically yank the criminals out of Gotham City into the air, where they'd be swooped up by Alfred and the Bat Blimp, because apparently the Bat Blimp is still a thing. But the idea here is that this ultimately boils down to the Joker and the Riddler fighting against Batman. But the crazy thing about this is that this is essentially everything Bruce Wayne has been talking about. When he's been going through and recounting this entire story to Selina Kyle, to Catwoman, basically saying, this is where I committed the act that I swore I never would have committed before, we end up finding out that in the middle of this conflict, the only option Batman feels he has in order to successfully take out the Riddler is to kill him. And that's exactly what he ends up doing. He harkens back to the idea of the Riddler killing Kite Man's son. He harkens back to the idea that this war has cost so many lives and has seemingly been pointless. And in that anger, in that wrath, while he is of clear and sound mind, he takes the action of trying to kill the Riddler. Now that's huge for Batman, because it'd be different if Batman just let himself go, right? Like if he just acting out of rage and wasn't thinking clearly and had a temporary moment of insanity and went to go kill the Riddler, that would make a lot more sense for the Batman character in terms of fans letting it slide. I mean, Batman fans will let Batman get away with anything, but in terms of, people looking at it and saying, okay, this is not something Batman normally should have done, him being of clear and sound mind shows us how far and how fast he was able to fly. But again, it really hits back home to the nature of the fact that he's inexperienced, because Batman as we know him now, which is to say, if you go crack open a story from DC Rebirth and you read I Am Bane or something along those lines, Batman is calm. He's almost in complete and total control of his faculties, and he never allows himself to get carried away with wrath or anger, and if he does, it's momentary. It's never a major thing. In this instance, he's still young, he's still reckless. Allowing himself to get carried away falls in perfectly with the idea that he's still trying to figure out his place in this whole pantheon of superheroes in the DC universe in relation to all the criminals that exist in Gotham City. Trying to kill the Riddler is a pretty big deal, because what ends up happening is the Joker actually gets in his way, and the Joker stops him, and in his insanity finds the whole thing hilarious. But that's what's crazy about it, is because the Joker stopped Batman from killing the Riddler, and that's nuts. It's wild to really think about it that way, that the Joker was the thing that kept Batman from falling over the edge. Now this hits home with the nature of the Joker, right? Like it's a well-established fact. The Joker needs Batman. He needs to have him there. He needs to keep him there. And so it makes sense that he would go that length. But spilling all these beans to Selina Kyle, basically telling her that he allowed himself to fall to that point where he almost became the villain that kills people, he ultimately ends up saying, look, if we're going to do this, you have to know what you're getting into. I've fallen before. I've made that mistake. But Selina Kyle's argument is everyone has. The fact that you did this, all it does is it makes you human. You get carried away. You get angry. You get sad. You get filled with emotion just like anybody else. It's not a failing. It's the fact that you recognize that you fell that makes you great, because it means that you know where you can get down to and you don't want to be there anymore. And that's why it's cool, is because it's her saying, if you get to that point, if you feel yourself slipping, then I will be your guide. I will be the anchor by which I can pull you from the bottom of this ocean of despair, and I can bring you back to the light. And so when the question's asked, will you marry me? Selina Kyle says yes. Okay, so I'll be honest, man, this writing regarding Batman and Catwoman, it's so cool. Like, it's really amazing. Like what Tom King is doing is probably the best thing coming out of DC Rebirth. So the whole idea of Batman and Catwoman, it really throws into sharp relief the nature of like marriages in comic books, right? Because there's two types of marriages. There's the ones that are going to be difficult but interesting, and then there's the ones that are too easy. Like, for example, Superman and Wonder Woman. I mean, granted, Superman and Wonder Woman never got married, but they were dating for a while when the New 52 first kicked off, and fans didn't really like it. What story could you write that would involve Superman and Wonder Woman that could be compelling and last any real measure of time? Like, oh no, Lex Luthor has green kryptonite and he's attacking Superman with it. You know what? Wonder Woman shows up and she knocks out Lex Luthor, and she grabs her green kryptonite and she throws it into space, and Superman gets up and says, thank you, Wonder Woman, and the story's over. That's it. Whereas when you have Superman and like Lois Lane is human. She has no powers. She's just a reporter, and she's in danger a lot of the time, but she can also hold her own. But the fact that she has no powers forces the writer to rely on Lois Lane's ingenuity in order for her to pull it off. And it's cool, because with Batman and Catwoman, it's much the same way. It makes sense that Batman and Catwoman will get together. Now, this whole idea of Batman marrying Catwoman, or at least proposing to Catwoman, does set in stone this idea that there can be some pretty compelling stories. And this initially picks off with the two of them just kind of roaming through the desert and having to put a horse down because it just can't walk anymore. Now, it's it's kind of intriguing because the interaction between the two of them in some ways is almost like an Aaron Sorkin TV show, like an Aaron Sorkin script, right? Like if you guys ever watch a show like The West Wing or The Newsroom or something like that, the way that Aaron Sorkin writes interactions between people never talk that way. But it is interesting to see. And with Batman and Catwoman, it's much the same way, where they sort of have these interactions, like they'll finish each other's sentences or they'll know what the other's thinking or something along those lines. And it's almost like a fictional account of how you imagine a relationship to be. But it works with these two characters because they've been enemies for so long, but there's always been this kind of romance between the two of them. And it works. And it's really, really cool. But the other half of this is the Bat family, right? Like we talked about in Red Hood and the Outlaws, that in a lot of ways, Jason Todd doesn't see himself as a tried and true member of the Bat family. He is, but he doesn't necessarily see himself that way. But in the middle of the Bat family hanging out, doing whatever it is that they do in their off time, I guess hanging out in the library and just, kicking their feet up and just talking about stuff, Alfred shows up. Now, Alfred showing up is always interesting because Alfred's like the father figure for Bruce Wayne, right? And I mean, while he is there to serve the Wayne family, keep in mind, Bruce doesn't really treat Alfred like a real butler, which is to say he's not like, your job is to come here, do these things, and then you leave. No, he's a father figure. Bruce Wayne is almost always inclined to take the advice of Alfred unless it runs contrary to what Bruce Wayne wants to do, which is actually about pretty far from like a father figure. I mean, it's actually kind of far from... Okay, so I don't know how you reconcile those two things together. But switching back to Batman and to Catwoman, because again, this will bounce back and forth between those two groups to a degree. We basically pick up with the Tiger. Now, the Tiger is a really interesting character. In fact, he was introduced in the early days of the New 52 when DC was experimenting with the character of Dick Grayson. One thing to remember is that when DC rebooted in 2011, they were switching things up for a lot of characters. A lot of it was looking at characters who had existed for a long time and said, how can we make them more intriguing? And Dick Grayson was a really good example of that. I mean, you got to think about it. Dick Grayson appeared back in 1939, 1940, something along those lines. So he was basically Robin for like 45 years. And then eventually he became like Nightwing, becoming Nightwing, having his own story, holding his own character. He did that for, over 20 years. And then eventually when DC rebooted everything in 2011, they made him a secret agent. And while a lot of people didn't like it, it was interesting because it provided different levels of storytelling. Now, Tiger was introduced as like the best spy of Spiral, which is the organization that Dick Grayson worked for. But it is kind of cool because it's always been this theme with his character that he's the best broker of information in the world. He knows everything that goes on. And so the idea is that Batman and Catwoman are searching for a particular person. Now from here, we jump back to the Bat family. And this is really funny. This is like a pretty cool situation because Alfred is just kind of like, all right, look, Bruce Wayne left and he went on this illegal mission and there's something that he did that I'm not supposed to tell you about, but I'm going to tell you anyway. And everybody's guess is like, okay, so like it's going to destroy the Bat family, right? Because that's usually what happens with Batman's secrets. The big, huge revelation that Alfred drops is Bruce Wayne proposed to Selina Kyle, to Catwoman, and she said yes. And people are just like, what? Even Ace the Bat Hound is just like, what? They're like, no way that happened. That's crazy talk. It's really funny to see that whole relationship unfold. From here, picking back up with Bruce Wayne, with Batman and Catwoman, they basically kind of stumble across this guardian of the desert for the most part. And again, it's very ambiguous here in the beginning. It's kind of like, what's this guardian hiding? Nobody's supposed to get in there. There's a pact that was struck between the Justice League and the United Nations where it was, you stay away, we stay away. No one goes in there. So it's like whatever's inside this cave has to be a pretty big deal. Now, the other half of this, and one of the things that Tom King is really, really good at, is messing around with the character of Catwoman in the sense that a lot of people view her as like a little girl. Like you're here to have fun, but you're way in over your head. When in reality, Catwoman's pretty rough around the edges. And this guy probably has about 4 feet on her and she beats the crap out of him. It's amazing. It happens off panel, but it's pretty hilarious to see it all take place. But again, the other half of this is that of course, Alfred gets a response to the Justice League saying, hey, look, somebody went into the cave when they weren't supposed to and so on and so forth. And this kind of tips the Bat family off that somebody needs to intervene or at the very least needs to show up. Now, of course, with Tiger leading Batman and Catwoman into this cave, it is kind of cool because basically it's this idea that Damian Wayne wants to be the person to go in there. Damian Wayne knows exactly what Batman's looking for, and his response is, we have to go and get him. But the fact remains here, the person that Batman's searching for inside this cave is Talia al Ghul, the daughter of Ra's al Ghul. Now, this is a very big deal because Talia al Ghul is the mother of Damian Wayne, i.e. the mother of Bruce Wayne's child. And of course, it was one of those scenarios where Bruce Wayne was kind of duped, and then ultimately, Talia al Ghul slept with him, and then eventually it led to Damian Wayne being born about 9 months later. But the fact remains here is it's a meeting of the exes. The other half of this is that Tom King is really, really good at building on the nature of Batman and Catwoman. I mean, one thing to keep in mind here, you basically got a man who has a hard time trusting anybody who is engaged to a woman who's a professional thief. And so it's almost just kind of like oil and vinegar. You would never expect them to mix, but they do. And it works so well. The other half of this is that with Talia al Ghul basically being told Bruce Wayne has proposed to Catwoman and he's brought her here, it's almost like a bit of jealousy. You know, it's almost like a little bit of, well, that's not cool. Like, why would he bring his ex here or bring his fiance here? Which it does kind of make sense. Of course, with regards to like all the guards that Talia al Ghul sends after them, I mean, they make pretty quick work of it. This is by no means meant to be a great big huge point of the story. It's just really designed to show that working together, Batman and Catwoman as a couple are greater than the sum of its parts, which is to say they're better together than they are separate. This leads to the arrival of Superman. And of course, basically Superman says, look, Batman's not supposed to be in there, but the worst thing that we can do is dig a deeper hole so nobody else is going in there. Now, in truth, this is kind of Tom King's way of basically keeping things pretty limited. If Superman allowed Damian Wayne to go in, well, then Superman would probably have to go in. And suddenly you have this veritable army of people running into this cave, and it would overcomplicate the story. And so Superman kind of showing up saying, look, you can't go in there. Of course, he takes off to Central City because of some alien invasion, something like that. You know, and this ultimately leads to the whole idea of like Damian and Dick Grayson are considering going in, but of course Dick Grayson chimes in and says, look, Superman can still see you from Central City. So he'll be back here in a heartbeat if he sees you going in there, which is kind of funny. You know, and again, this is the cool thing is because the character writing here is interesting. And it's what Tom King doesn't forget about. In this scenario where Damian Wayne's like, everybody wants to kill you using kryptonite, I would use magic. But Superman's response is, well, I mean, you got to think about it, Damian. If you killed me, then Jonathan wouldn't like you anymore. And like, that's enough to stop Damian. Your friend won't want to hang out with you anymore. Now, the other half of this is also the relationship between Dick Grayson and Damian. Remember, when Damian first came up, him and Dick Grayson bumped heads in the extreme. Over the years of Damian's development, starting in the pre-New 52 era, going all the way up to the launch of the New 52, a lot of it's been the evolution of Damian Wayne. It's the evolution of a kid who was raised in isolation, who was raised outside of tried and true human interaction and being forced to interact with people and not really knowing how to do it. I mean, again, kind of the epitome of social awkwardness. I've met a few fans from the Rob Corps who are socially awkward, and they'll tell you, man, that doesn't fly with me. To sidetrack here for a second, we've done meetups, and they'll be like fans who just kind of sit around in the background because they're nervous and they don't know what to say. And I'm like, nope, I'm gonna get you to talk one way or another. I'm gonna get you to talk, and I'm gonna answer your questions on which character is my favorite superhero and who can beat who, and we'll get ice cream and all kinds of cool stuff like that. I love hanging out with fans. It's one of my favorite things to do. Anyway, Batman correctly deduces the idea that these guys showing up and facing off against him and Catwoman are not to kill them, it's to tire them. Because Talia al Ghul finally makes her presence known and says, I challenge the both of you. Now, in truth, she overcomes Batman pretty quickly. And I would surmise Batman actually lets that happen. That under normal circumstances, Batman could easily take out Talia al Ghul. And the fact that Batman was so easily overtaken by Talia al Ghul indicates that he let her overtake him. Because from there, her focus shifts to Catwoman. Now, I would not believe that Batman would let Catwoman die. For me, I think it's more of a test. Where does she reside? And that kind of seems to be how this goes, you know, with regards to the way the story ends. But the battle between Catwoman and Talia al Ghul, the battle itself isn't really so great as much as the dialogue between the two. Because one of the things that happens is Batman says, look, we're here for a girl named Holly. Catwoman was accused of killing 237 people. She took the rap for a girl named Holly. We're gonna get Holly to basically confess to her crime so that Catwoman can be free and she can marry me without having to live underground and worry about cops chasing her down all the time, to give her some measure of freedom that's out there. But the whole dialogue between the two is Talia al Ghul starts to run over this whole scenario where she says from the time that she could walk all the way up to the time that she became the formidable fighter that she is, her father Ra's al Ghul would throw her a sword and say, fight, and you keep fighting until I tell you to stop fighting. And if she died, he'd throw her into the Lazarus pits, resurrect her, bring her back out, and start the whole process all over again. But the whole scenario, the whole thing that Talia al Ghul is hitting home is that there's a difference between the way that Catwoman lives and the way the world really is. It's a battle of ideologies. There's two kinds of people out there. There's people living their heads in the clouds, and then there's people who understand the world the way it really is. And that's what this is designed to be. Talia al Ghul is the darker side. She's the part that she believes matches Bruce Wayne, because Batman has the dark side. He's got the brutal side, the part that doesn't really want to let bad guys live, because if they live, then they'll probably go back to committing their crimes again. It's that side of Bruce Wayne, whereas Catwoman is really kind of like the caring side, the loving side. And that's what's so interesting about this, is because there is this conversation that takes place between Dick Grayson and Damian Wayne. Dick Grayson asks Damian Wayne, do you know why Batman proposed to Catwoman? And Damian Wayne's initial response is, I mean, I don't really know. I mean, you can offer an opinion, but at the end of the day, it's just your opinion. And Dick Grayson's response is, because it makes him happy. But the reason why he didn't tell us is because it means he's asking for something. And that's the coolest thing, is because Dick Grayson sits down and he says, look at Batman's history. Look at everything that Bruce Wayne does. All he does is give and give and give and give. He sacrifices himself for the betterment of others. It's always been giving things up. It's always been losing things. Batman's never really been able to say, this is mine. Batman lost his parents. He lost Jason Todd. He lost Alfred for a time. It's always giving things away, losing things. Whereas with Selina Kyle, Batman's being selfish and he's earned it. Batman's earned happiness, and it's not easy for Batman to ask for things. And again, that's the funny scenario about this, because Damian Wayne's response is, well, Batman's happy, and Dick Grayson's response is, no, he's not happy. He's not happy at all. He's never been happy. Ever since he lost his parents, he's never been happy. It's always been on the quest to stop crime. But look at everything he's lost in the process. He's never really had any measure of a long-term romantic relationship. His parents have been dead for years, and you'll never get him back. He's lost Robins over the years for whatever reason. He's always lost these important figures in his life. He's lost friends, he's lost superheroes, he's always lost things. What he wants is something to hold on to, somebody that he can have that wants to be there too. And so again, it's really interesting because this is probably the most human analysis of Batman that there's ever been. And that's why it's so cool. That's why it's so amazing, because it's this philosophical perception that Batman just wants to be happy. Batman wants to finally come home and he wants to hang his coat up and say, I'm done. And that's what this all really seems to be about. Tom King is knocking on the door of this possibility that when Batman gets married to Selina Kyle, that a time will come when he will just walk away from Batman and just say, I'm done now. I'll be an advisor, I'll pop into the comics occasionally, but from this point going forward, somebody else will be Batman. I doubt it'll stay that way for any measure of time, if it even happens at all. I mean, I personally think this is gonna end with something terrible happening. Catwoman's gonna die or something sad like that. I have no idea. But, in my mind, it is beautifully done. It's a great analysis because Batman just wants to be happy. He's just like everybody else. He's tired of fighting. He's tired of, struggling, tired of giving things up, tired of losing things all the time. He just wants some measure of peace, some small measure of peace. And that's why it's cool, because at the end of this whole battle, ultimately, Selina Kyle's able to overcome Talia al Ghul. But ultimately, Selina Kyle approaches Holly and of course says, look, I'm trying to find happiness myself. I'm trying to get away from this life that I've been living of thievery and crime and so on and so forth, but I can settle down with a man that I love and I can find happiness, and I need you to help me do that by confessing to the crimes you committed. Now, the other half of this is Talia al Ghul. Talia al Ghul kind of sits down after the fight with Catwoman, sits down next to Bruce Wayne and is like, look, man, you didn't make that bad of a choice. She's pretty cool. And so that's why it kind of seemed to be a test of sorts. Is this one of those things where she really is legit? Now, honestly, it's not like Talia al Ghul's word is law. It's just one of those lines that's just kind of thrown out there like, hey, I mean, she's a pretty good choice. But it is kind of interesting in terms of the whole connection between the two, because Damian Wayne kind of asked his father, when Batman emerges with Catwoman, he kind of asked the father, are you happy? And so, of course, this really hits home with the idea that Damian Wayne is finally getting involved into the nature of his father's role. Does he care that his father's happy or unhappy? Whatever the case may be, it is interesting in terms of the evolution of these characters, how they relate to one another. Damian finally beginning to view Batman as a legitimate father figure instead of a person who is his father that he just happens to live with. So this story is like the greatest Batman story ever told. Really, it's like a Batman Superman story, but it's like the greatest story ever told. I love this story so much. Now, I mean, I haven't read everything about Batman, so I guess maybe it's not, I guess I can't really say it's the greatest story ever told, but of the stories I've read, it's like the best Batman story ever told. It's so cool because this is all about like bromance between Batman and Superman, as well as like Catwoman and Lois Lane. Okay, what would be the woman equivalent of a bromance? Like, I don't know what the woman equivalent of that is. Like a womance, I guess? I don't know. Like maybe there's friends. I don't know. Like BFFs. I have no idea. Like what the equivalent of that is. But it is cool because like initially this kind of kicks off with like Superman and Lois Lane kind of going back and forth, right? And the whole reason why is because Lois Lane is like, you should call Batman. Like, we need to hang out. Like, we need to like get together and like we need to like hang out and have some fun and just like have like an adult's night out, because like it would be fun. And it's kind of funny because like Superman avoids it, right? He's just kind of like, oh well, I mean, I'm busy. I've got stuff, that I've got to do. I mean, I've got, superhero things. Like, it's just making up reasons for why you can't call Batman. And at the same time, Batman does the same thing, right? I mean, Catwoman and Batman are facing off against some guys, and it's like, well, you should call Superman. Like, he's like the best friend you have. Like, we need to hang out. We got to get together. And that's what's kind of funny about this is like, when it comes to the way these stories are done, you have like Lois Lane and Catwoman who kind of stand in as the voice of reason. And we wouldn't normally expect it to be that way, right? Like, we would expect it to be like Batman and Superman who are like the voices of reason. But they're like two guys who just can't bring themselves to call each other because it's all kind of based on pride and all that kind of stuff. But as this goes on, it kind of begins to sort of dwindle things down to where we get to like the heart of the matter of why they won't necessarily call each other. I mean, Lois Lane wants to meet Catwoman, and like Catwoman wants to meet Lois Lane. And so really to kind of like bring the two together, sort of going through their husbands, it's really funny, you know, because when it comes to like Lois Lane, she sits down and says, look, you know, I've looked into Catwoman. You know, I've looked into what she's about. You know, I've looked into who she is as a villain, basically, like Selena Kyle, and I'm curious about her. Like, I want to know what would lead a person to want to marry Batman. I want to know what level of insanity would drive a person to that clause. I need to know why this is the case. And again, it is fun because we would kind of expect them to just, you know, Superman is kind of be like, okay, cool, let's call, let's see what's up, like let's get together. But once we start to go through into these little nicks and crannies, you know, these little tidbits, these little small things that sort of make these characters who they are, what we end up finding out is like Batman and Superman in a lot of ways idolize each other. Like, I mean, you got Superman fighting against some radiation guy, you know, I don't really know his name, I don't really care enough to look it up, but you got Superman fighting some radiation guy, you've got Batman going against this various group, you know, and really these roads are kind of leading them to each other, but it's not really the villains they're facing. That's not the important part of this. The important part of this is that they sort of highlight the other's existence. They highlight the other's purpose, the role they play. They highlight who they are and what they're about. When it comes to Batman, he sits down and he simply says, or at least when Catwoman speculates, it says that you're ashamed of me. Of course, Batman's response is, of course not. That's crazy talk. I am not ashamed of you at all. That would land me in the doghouse if I said yes, even if I was joking. But still, from Batman's perspective, he almost sees Superman as like a better man than him. And that's what's so interesting about this. But at the same time, Superman sees Batman as a better man than him. Each one puts the other on a pedestal. And that's what's so cool about this, because all they really see are like the great aspects of each other. Now, that's just a hallmark of having a friendship that stood the test of time for so long. I mean, that's really kind of the thing that goes into all this, is that you've got Superman and Batman, who were like the 1-2 punch of DC Comics. And they've been, you know, they've been enemies, they've been friends, all those things, but all that is kind of built up over the years into this tried and true friendship that's had its ups and downs. But each one respects the other to such a degree that they don't really see the flaws in the other person. I mean, they know they're there, but they don't really look at those aspects. They look at what makes them great. Batman is the detective. He's like one of the smartest men, if not the smartest man. I would argue that maybe Lex Luthor is a little bit smarter depending on what circumstance we're talking about, but by and large, like Mr. Terrific, Batman, Lex Luthor have like the top 3 spots. But still, in the eyes of Batman, Superman is like the hero. He's the good guy. Like, he's the Boy Scout. And even if Batman will give him a hard time over it, there's respect found in that. There's respect found in the idea that Superman will put all others above himself. And Batman will too. But where Batman is kind of like the dark and brooding side of really of like a singular person, Superman's kind of like the uplifting side. That's the cool thing about this. You juxtapose these people, you put them into like one person, and suddenly like they're just two sides of any one individual person. They keep each other balanced and they keep each other grounded. And so what ends up happening is that the villains they face basically lead them to like one particular building, and they take 2 different entrances to get in there. Batman sneaks in because, you know, he's Batman. Like, that's what you do when you're Batman. You don't just walk in the front door. That's crazy talk. If Batman were gonna go grocery shopping, for example, Batman would not go to like, you know, Kroger's and like walk in the front door. He would like jump on top of the building and like sneak down through like the ductwork and then like sneak around and get what he wants and then like swipe his back credit card and be out before anybody knows he's there. But like when you're Superman, you're like, yeah, man, we gotta go grocery shopping because we're low on lettuce, you know, and then like you go in there and you buy the stuff you need and then you leave like a normal human being does. But still, like, they end up running into each other, and it is kind of funny because what ends up happening is like they're kind of standoffish, right? Like, well, I didn't expect to see you here, Batman. You know, and it's then you have like Selena Kyle and Lois Lane, and Lois Lane's like, you must be Catwoman. It's nice to meet you. And like they immediately break the ice and start shaking hands. Now, of course, these villains show up, and of course they make quick work out of them. But Superman's response is, well, let's get some dinner. This is where the story gets amazeballs. It gets so cool. They show up to the Gotham County Fair, and it's superhero night. Now, all right, I want to be honest with you guys. I've been to a lot of fairs. All right, I've been to a lot of fairs, a lot of carnivals in my time. I have never seen a carnival or fair where it's like, you can't get in here unless you're dressed as a superhero. I really want to go to one of these. Anyway, when these guys get in here, it's kind of funny because they're immediately turned away, right? They're like, hey, look, it's superhero night. You have to be a superhero. If you're not dressed as a superhero, you can't come in here. And they don't believe they're superheroes, even though this guy is talking to Batman and Superman. Lois Lane and Catwoman have this genius idea where they're like, well, let's just switch costumes. Batman can be Superman and Superman can be Batman, and like Lois Lane will be like Catwoman. And it's like the the most beast idea ever, right? Because like the whole time Batman's like, no, we're not doing this. Like we're not doing this. All right, we're not switching into costumes. We're not trading places. We're not doing any of this stuff. We're just gonna sit and be sad because like I'm Batman. That's what I do. I mope. And so like, you guys know it. Batman mopes, but still, like the funny thing is that where Batman's adverse to it all, Catwoman's like, well, you guys misunderstand what he's saying when he says no. When he says no, what he means is that he knows his fiance is really hungry and she's being very patient right now, but her patience is running out very, very fast, and he recognizes he needs to remedy that, and so he's going to do that. Aren't you, Batman? Because it's in your best interest to do that. And so like they do. As any married man will tell you, if the wife ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. And so it's funny because like they basically switch costumes, and like the whole time this happens, it looks amazing. Like it's so cool because you've got Batman who's cheery and Superman who's just like mopey. You know, like I'm just gonna call him Batman Superman now. I'm gonna confuse the heck out of you guys. But you got like Bruce Wayne Superman who's just like, this is not going to be fun. But I mean, look at this. It's like the most fun ever. Like they're eating corn dogs, and like Lobo is doing the hammer machine thing that like people always fail at and they feel bad. I mean, it's cool with this thing because like they go into the tunnel of love. And it's like a married couple versus a newlywed couple. Clark Kent and Lois Lane come out. This is so weird to me, like seeing them like this. Clark Kent and Lois Lane come out. They're like, well, that was nice. Man, Bruce Wayne and Selena Kyle come out and they're going at it like rabbits in heat. It's amazing. But the best part of this is the batting cage. Right? When they get to the batting cage, like they're just like smacking baseballs left and right. And then Superman's like, hey man, I mean, I could pitch to you if you want. Like you wouldn't hit it, but I mean, I could pitch to you if you want. And then Batman's like, no, dude, like if you pitched to me, Superman, I would smash that baseball. Like you don't have a chance. Like there's really nothing you could do here. Like I would absolutely smash that thing. Something else I also want you guys to notice too, Superman is dressed as Batman wearing his glasses. I think it's hilarious. I think it's amazing. Batman wearing glasses, Batman wearing specs. Dude, this is like the most fun I've ever had covering a story before. This is amazing. But the other half of this is like we pick up with Lois Lane and Catwoman, right? And this is cool because for the most part, again, like they're foreign entities to each other to a degree. And the biggest question that Lois Lane has is like, why Batman? Like of all the people you could marry, why would you marry Batman? And the answer of Catwoman is so simple and it's so amazing and it's beautifully done. Her response is, it's just because he catches me when I fall. And it's you know, the question is like can you relate to that? And it's so cool because like that's the story of Superman and Lois Lane. And we've said it a million times before. Lois Lane falls, Superman catches her. But it's that he's always there for her and she's always there for him. It is the definition of what it means to be like a tried and true partner, you know, a tried and true love. I mean, that's kind of the nature of life, right? I mean, when people get together and people get in relationships, they're not really waiting on Superman, right? I mean, like a lot of women out there aren't really waiting on Superman to show up and whisk them away from all the dangers of the world and to give them all the money they need so they'll never have to worry about things. I mean, there are some who are, but like by and large, if a woman out there is waiting on Superman, it's because she's Superwoman. She's looking for a partner. She's not looking for a superhero, a white knight to show up and rescue her from all of life's struggles. You know, the idea of a relationship is coming across problems and solving them together. And that's why this works, is because the relationship between Selena Kyle and Batman is juxtaposed right next to the relationship between Lois Lane and Superman. And where we would think they would be starkly different, and where we would think it would all be predicated on two completely diametrically opposing views. Instead, they're the exact same. Everybody's looking for the same thing. Everyone is looking for love. And where Lois Lane and Superman found it, Selena Kyle and Batman have found it. But it's one of those things where like when you cut below the personality of Batman, when you cut below the whole, you know, I'm putting this wall up because I'm Batman and this wall's here because I protect myself from the world. When you cut past all that, and when you cut past, you know, Selena Kyle who does the same thing, they're just two people looking for love and they found it in each other. And that's why this is so beautiful and that's why this is so cool. Now, from here, like it's kind of funny because as they're walking along, this guy dresses the Question runs up and snatches the purse of Lois Lane. And it's hilarious because it's like, the question isn't who's going to let me, the question is who is going to stop me. And it's, dude, it's hilarious. Honestly, if I saw this, like if I were at like this superhero themed comic book I guess like a comic book convention at a theme park, like if I were there and I saw this, I would try to get it. Like I would try to record it and like I would upload it as a front bumper on my channel. I'd be like, guys, you have to see this, you know, and then like I would put it in the video, but like people would love it and it would be amazing. And I would just be like, yes, all those likes, I am feasting on them. But like it'd be hilarious because in response to all this, Superman and Batman are just kind of watching this happen. And then like Superman's like, okay, so like here's how far this guy is, how fast he's traveling. And Batman's like, got it. Throws a baseball, knocks the dude right out. And somebody dresses Green Lantern is just kind of like, damn, Also, maybe it's just me. That guy looks like he's dressed as Alan Scott Green Lantern. Oh my God, they're referencing Alan Scott Green Lantern, like the old Alan Scott. Not the new Alan Scott. The new Alan Scott's not as good as the old one. The old Alan Scott. But once the night starts to wind down, like once everything starts to come to a close and it really starts to come to an end, it's really more or less everybody just saying, hey, look, this was amazing. Like this was a great time. You know, I had a blast. Batman's just kind of like, no, I did not have fun, even though I did. I'm just not going to tell you. I mean, that's brooding Batman. But you know, when the whole thing winds down, it's funny because Superman's like, hey man, like I'd still love to like pitch at you sometime, to like throw a baseball and see if you can hit it. You know, I mean you can't, but like, I mean we'll see what's up. You know, it's like I know a place. So they end up at like a baseball pitch, right? And this is the coolest thing ever. We end up at a baseball pitch and like Superman goes to throw the baseball. And Batman's like, dude, I'm gonna hit it. I mean, that's just the way it is, you know. And Superman's like, whatever, man, nobody can hit this baseball. Like, you're not gonna hit this baseball, Batman. And Superman throws the ball, and he's like, here's to the impossible. And then the comic ends, we never find out what happens. That's not true. I don't know why I told you that. What ends up happening is Batman smashes it. Why? Because he has prep time. Okay, so we are picking up with actually what I think is one of the coolest stories in DC Rebirth so far with Batman, which is called The Gift. And this actually sees the return of Booster Gold. Now, Booster Gold also did appear in the booster shot with Superman, but we haven't really covered that yet. That actually comes in the aftermath of the Oz effect. So we'll probably cover that sometime in the next couple weeks or so. But when it comes to like this is really, I think this does a better job of kind of hitting home at the nature of Booster Gold, really for like a lot of new fans. And the reason why is because for people who are getting into DC Rebirth or really getting into DC Comics because of DC Rebirth, there's a very good chance that you have no idea who Booster Gold is. Now, he was in like New 52, and you did see him there, but really, a lot of fans' mind, at least how they think of Booster Gold, really comes from like before the New 52, right? Like it comes in the post-crisis landscape. And the reason why was because that was when Booster Gold really blew up. I mean, Booster Gold was introduced in 1986, so he's a post-crisis character. But the idea here is that when you had the original Justice League back in Brave and the Bold, and then they got their own solo series, you know, really from like 1960 going forward, when Crisis on Infinite Earths happened, DC canceled the Justice League in its entirety. They got rid of the traditional Justice League team, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, all that kind of good stuff, the Flash, and they relaunched it under Keith Giffen and J.M. DeMatteis as Justice League International. And the reason for this was because by the time Crisis on Infinite Earths happened, the core members of the Justice League were hugely popular. I mean, they didn't really need a Justice League team. It was cool to have, but the concept of the team could be used for other purposes, namely bolstering the popularity of characters who just really couldn't sell their own books because the name Justice League was so huge. And so handing it over to Giffen and Matteis and then having them revamp it as Justice League International meant the name remained the same, but the roster changed. Now, of course, in order to keep wary readers from walking away in its entirety, they threw Batman on as leader of the team, and that was enough to keep people interested. And then once, the roster began to take form and you had like Guy Gardner and you had Booster Gold and you had Blue Beetle, the kind of comedy / serious nature of the stories proved to be hugely popular. Justice League International was massive when it first showed up. People loved it. Now, as time progressed, people began to lose interest. And that's the reason why in 1998, Justice League International was just basically wiped away. All the Justice League teams were removed in their entirety. And then you got JLA by Grant Morrison, Justice League of America. It was the return of the original Justice League team. But nonetheless, when it came to the character of Booster Gold, he was really popular because one, he was a glory hound, and two, like he was basically a crook. He was a guy from the future who would use his knowledge of current events because he was from the future and showed up and then was just like, I know how to save everything. And it was funny for what it was, but it was really more the relationship between Blue Beetle and Ted Kord that helped to make Booster Gold hugely popular. Like that's really what kind of set things off. This sort of like, buddy cop duo that the two of them formed made them wildly popular for a lot of fans. And so really like that aspect of Blue Beetle almost always remained. There were a lot of great stories that dealt with the idea that he felt like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, but for the most part, it was just kind of like that comedic element. And so he always had that little bit of humor here. So what this story does is it initially does not pick up with Booster Gold. Instead, it picks up with Green Lantern. It picks up with Hal Jordan. And he basically offs himself, which is actually kind of wild because it's like right off the bat, I mean, one, he's kind of grinning and looks pretty sadistic and screwed up. But two, he's just kind of like, look, the rings don't let you take yourself out. But if you overcome the willpower of the ring, like you can do whatever you want to do. And like that falls in line. Like we know that from the Green Lantern mythos. Now, of course, we end up finding out he does this in the face of Booster Gold. But this is kind of crazy because everything is screwed up right now. And it's kind of wild because it's like, what in the world is going on? And so ultimately you end up having Blue Beetle who's just kind of like, okay, look, we got to go find Batman. We got to go find Batman and we have to show him, everything that's going on and what have you. And then of course he he's taken out from behind by Batman, but Batman's wearing guns. And so right off the bat, the idea that Batman's strapped with like massive bullets, he's got grenades, he's got, you know, these huge guns. He looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger from Terminator blended with Cable from Marvel Comics, which is actually pretty cool. He looks like the Punisher. Can we all just admit here that if Batman became the Punisher, it would probably be the coolest thing ever? Like, that's a story we need to have. But basically, it's this idea that is almost reminiscent of Flashpoint. When you had the Flashpoint event and we got this alternate reality, we had a circumstance where Bruce Wayne died instead of his parents, and Thomas Wayne became Batman, and Martha Wayne became the Joker. It was an amazing story when it came out. It was maybe it was like a 3 or 4 part story. I think it was 4. But with this thing, it's cool because this version of Batman is just like ruthless, and it's very reminiscent of how Thomas Wayne was. Thomas Wayne was cutthroat. He would kill people. He would do whatever he had to do. But while you end up having like Booster Gold and Batman who are facing off against one another, we transition over to Jason Todd. And what we end up finding out here is Jason Todd is not the Red Hood. Instead, what's been going on here is Jason Todd is actually like, he owns a tire company. And this tire company specializes in basically creating tires that shock Jokers from stealing people's rims, basically. Now, again, this is cool because this is blending a lot of small things together, right? Like, I mean, if you look at DC, like if you've been reading DC for a while, then like it's taking all these little threads, all these little tidbits and sort of bringing them all together. For example, the concept of the Jokers, that probably comes from Batman Beyond. In Batman Beyond, the Joker had long since been dead, and in his place came like the Joker gang. And so you had like all these people, men and women, who would dress up as Jokers and then go out and commit crimes. Also notice here that it's basically Joker with like a rod in his hand, which is kind of like a throwback basically to like the Death in the Family story arc where Jason Todd originally died in DC Comics. But this is kind of cool because what this indicates here is that of course Jason Todd never became Red Hood, which indicates that Jason Todd was never adopted by Batman. If that wasn't the case, then we don't really know where he ends up coming from. Instead, we just know he kind of becomes a tire mechanic. The other half of this is Booster Gold talking to his machine, Skeets. Now, Skeets is the means by which Booster Gold travels back and forth through time. And we'll actually get a little bit of clarification on that here in a minute, so we won't spoil it for right here and now. But the thing that I want you guys to notice here is really the relationship between the two of them, because this was a hallmark of Booster Gold. The fact that he and his machine would bicker with each other. Booster Gold was always a character who seemed kind of childish. And when taken out of context, and really, when sort of just thrown out there by himself, it can be hit and miss. In a lot of ways, he can be like Deadpool. I think the success of Booster Gold really comes into play when someone takes his character and they throw it into a comic where he has someone to bounce off of. And that's why Booster Gold always works so well, because in a lot of ways, the relationship between like Booster Gold and Blue Beetle, or like Booster Gold and Batman, or even Superman, is very much akin to like Cable and Deadpool. They just kind of bounce off each other. It's serious combined with like humor. Now, Booster Gold's taken by Batman, kind of whisked away. And it's kind of like hung from a balcony. And that's when you end up finding out this Batman is actually Dick Grayson. Now again, this is one of the things that I love about stories like this, is because we're not going to find out how Dick Grayson became Batman. And that's why things like this are so cool. Why the miniseries of like White Knight and things like Nightwing's New Order. The reason why those little things and tidbits like this are so cool is because they keep us wanting more. And that's actually a genius move. To kind of sidetrack here for a second, one of the big issues that Marvel's been struggling with for the last while is they've really kind of reverted back to where DC used to be maybe 50 or 60 years ago, in the sense that they're like very, very linear stories. And Marvel was like that when Stan Lee and Jack Kirby were writing stories. Well, they're very linear stories. It's just kind of like, you know, here's an event that sets off the story, and then here's a story happening, and then the story ends. Done. And like, that's it. It doesn't really give you any reason to want anything more than what you already see. But with stories like this, the reason why these are a great reprieve is because you're just kind of like, well, then how in the hell did Dick Grayson become Batman? Where's Bruce Wayne? Like, what's going on with Bruce Wayne's character? Like, those are the kind of things that you want to know. And they keep us coming back, and they keep us wanting more. And then we end up tweeting the hell out of the writer, give us the answer to this question. Give us a one shot, man. Like, do something. That's where we kind of get a real cool interest with those things. Now, again, the other thing to bear in mind here is that when Booster Gold makes his escape, one thing to remember is that while he is a glory hog, and while he is somewhat nonsensical, he is not incapable. Booster Gold is very much a capable superhero in a wide variety of different ways. What we also end up doing here, and this is really more of an aside than anything else, we actually pick up with Duke Thomas. And this is kind of interesting here. I think this was really done just for the purpose of showing where Duke is and what Duke's doing, but he hasn't really had that many significant roles in DC Comics that there's a reason for fans to care about what's going on with him here. But again, it is kind of a cool thing to see. I mean, at this point, Duke Thomas has basically had his head cut open, he's been lobotomized, and someone's just kind of spoon feeding him, and that's it. But the fact remains here, what we end up doing is switching over to Bruce Wayne. And that's when we find out in this line, in this current set of circumstances, Bruce Wayne never became Batman. And the reason why Bruce Wayne never became Batman is because Bruce Wayne's parents never died. Thomas and Martha Wayne Wayne are still very much alive. And Booster Gold shows up and he's like, hey man, like I got a present for you. What I did is I went back in time and I saved your parents from dying. And so like your parents are alive now because of what I've done. But I did that because you're getting married and I wanted you to see what happiness would be like. So like now we have to go back and we have to like let your parents die. It's kind of screwed up. It's kind of messed up. Like, hey man, this life you're living is a lie, but this is the gift that I gave you. And now I'm going to take this gift and take it away. It's like giving a person $1 million and just saying, I wanted you to see what it was like to hold $1 million. Thanks. And then just take the $1 million and leave. But like, that's Booster Gold. Now, the funny thing about this is the response of Bruce Wayne is like, I've always known that that was the case. I've always had this itch under my skin. There's always just like this phrase on the edge of my tongue. I knew that something wasn't right here. It was an itch that I couldn't scratch. Things are not the way they're supposed to be. And so the result is that he's like, okay, I mean, I guess things could go back to normal, but I don't want them to. So he destroys Skeets, traps Booster Gold in the modern day and leaves him there and then just leaves and goes back to his life. And we pick up a year later and then we end up having Booster Gold who breaks into Arkham Asylum to free Catwoman. And so picking up with Thomas and Bruce, it's kind of cool here, but we also end up finding out some somewhat seedy things are going on. Of course, Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, basically is president of the United States, but still, like, Thomas has done some seedy things. And that's the interesting thing about this, is when you go through and you look at the various iterations of Thomas Wayne in DC Comics, and even when you go back and you look at like the origin of Batman, the indication is that Thomas Wayne was always a good guy. Now, a lot of that was because we didn't get a whole lot about him, and it's only really in like expanded flashbacks, which is to say flashbacks that give you more information about his dad, that there seems to be the possibility that maybe he did some seedy things, that maybe he wasn't really as legit as we thought he was. But still, like in this, he's been working to try to make Gotham a better place, but there's just kind of something off about him. But in the midst of all this, because of the fact that everything's crashing down, because villains are going awry, because everything's going crazy here, what we end up having is, one, he suffers a heart attack, and two, the revelation is that like Oswald Cobblepot is going to bring in the forces of Ra's al Ghul, who have basically conquered Europe and Asia, combine them into a single continent, and then use those forces to essentially quell any kind of rebel threat that exists inside the United States. But the hidden letters here, the hidden wording, the invisible ink really kind of says that like Ra's al Ghul, like once he gets in, he will not leave. And so he'll get his forces in here and then he could potentially conquer the United States. Not only that, of course, picking up with Booster Gold, he's really kind of rambling on to Selina Kyle, but we start learning some things that are going on behind the scenes, that when Booster Gold traveled back in time and stopped the parents of Bruce Wayne from dying, that of course that meant Bruce Wayne never became Batman. And because Bruce Wayne never became Batman, Bruce Wayne never joined the Justice League. And because Bruce Wayne never joined the Justice League, that meant that there was no one there to save the Justice League when they first faced off against Starro. And when that happened, Starro killed the Justice League. They're all dead. And so it's kind of crazy. I mean, you end up having like, Green Lantern, of course, who was alive, but like the indication seems to be here. Wonder Woman, presumably Martian Manhunter, the Flash, they're all dead. But again, this is one of those things where it's just like, well, I mean, like, I want to see him. I want to see this climactic battle and I want to see how it happened. I want to see how they died. Like, those are the kind of things that are kind of interesting, because I'll be honest with you guys, if there's a story where like the Justice League dies, or like a superhero team that I really love, if there's like this dystopian future where everything goes bad and they die, like I want to see how it happens. Like I want to see I want to see that take place. But Booster Gold's idea is, okay, we have to take you, Catwoman, we have to get you to Bruce Wayne, because Bruce Wayne's going to marry you. And if we get you to him, then everything will be fixed and everything will be fine, and the two of you will get married. And so his line of logic is, I'll take you to Bruce Wayne and everything will be sorted out. And so of course, picking up with Bruce and Martha, this is actually one of those instances when you see a harder side of Martha that you never really see. Martha was always kind of given to us as like this tender person. Of course, it's kind of funny because she puts on this hard edge. The doctor comes out and says, if you'll come with me. And she's like, well, what about my husband? He's like, well, I need you to follow me. And her immediate response is, we are Waynes of Gotham City. We do not follow anybody. You tell me what I want to know. Not now, but right now. And it's cool because it's just like, bam, Martha Wayne, just boom, just like that. And I like that. I like seeing that hard, gritty edge of Martha Wayne because it's like a side you never really see. And it's kind of a way to say, look, like the Waynes are still very powerful in the city of Gotham. They're still like probably the #1 family in Gotham City. They're a very big name. And so again, we end up finding out that Thomas survived the experience. He's not dead. But then from there, you basically end up picking up with like Booster and Catwoman traveling to the house of really to like Wayne Manor to pick up with Thomas and Martha and Bruce. The problem with this is that Booster Gold is only ever paying half attention to what's going on, and he doesn't realize the reason why Catwoman was in Arkham Asylum isn't because she's just like an incorrigible robber or anything like that. It's because she's an insane serial killer. And so as soon as she gets into Wayne Manor, she starts killing everybody. Alfred's the first one to fall, which is always the case. Guys, writers, can we please stop killing Alfred? I love Alfred. All right, please stop killing my main man, Alfred. Catwoman goes through there and she literally just starts tearing people up and just starts like taking everybody out. Now, of course, Batman's followed them there. And what this does is it turns into like a bloodbath. I mean, this is a massacre. Batman goes after Booster Gold and Catwoman. Catwoman goes after Bruce Wayne and Thomas and Martha Wayne, and she kills them all. Like Alfred, like Catwoman kills Alfred, she kills Thomas, she kills Martha, she kills Batman, she kills them all except for Booster Gold. But then you end up having Bruce Wayne who gets the shot off on Catwoman, and so Booster Gold's unconscious and everyone else is dead. And it's just like, Jesus, like this is insane. Tom King knows how to write. Tom King knows how to write crazy stuff. But it's cool though, because from there you basically pick up with this idea that Batman, or I guess Bruce Wayne, is now completely and totally resolved. And what he's actually doing is taking shots at Batman and taking shots at Catwoman by various statues that he's created and honing his skills. But this is really Tom King's way, or it seems to be Tom King's way of saying that like Bruce Wayne does not have the various skills with weapons use and things like that we would expect. He's literally like learning how to shoot here. And it works for what it is. And the reason why is because it fits in perfectly with the way the story is being told. That with Bruce Wayne having never lost his parents, he never had a reason to become Batman, which meant he never had a reason to learn all that kind of stuff. And so because he never had a reason, he's basically learning those things now. And so he's not as capable as we would expect him to be. But he's also got Booster Gold just kind of chained up inside this giant cave. And that's really about it. He's just kind of keeping him there. And so what he ends up doing is having guys basically clean up Booster Gold. They fix Skeets, and the response is, you're going to take us back in time. And you're going to take us back to the point where my parents died, and we're going to fix it. Now, here's the funny thing about this, is the time machine of Booster Gold is not an absolute thing. You just kind of have to say, like, send us back to like about this general point in time. Like, send us back to this point where I did a thing. Like, that's how his time machine works. And so where Bruce Wayne kind of offers out, or at least that's how Booster Gold puts off the perception that this time machine works. And so where Batman's, where Bruce Wayne's kind of like, okay, look, fine, then like take us back 10 minutes before my parents died. Then you in turn have Booster Gold. He's like, okay, we can do that. Now this is one of the funnier moments in the comics, because then like as that happens, he just kind of like, he's like, Skeets, do that. Send us 10 minutes before Bruce Wayne's parents died, and then winks. And so like you get this hilarious exchange, because he's just like, Bruce Wayne's like, what? Did you just wink? Why did you wink? And then just kind of like this going back and forth. They're like, well, what do you mean? Like, I mean, I didn't wink. It's like, yes, you did. It's like, well, I mean, I winked, but there was a fly in my eyes. Like, there was no fly there. Like, it's funny to see this going back and forth. This is a moment when I say that Booster Gold works really well, when he has someone to bounce off of like this. From there, like you end up having them basically jump back 10 minutes before, and then we end up finding out it's not 10 minutes before the massacre in Wayne Manor. It's 10 minutes before Booster Gold basically saved the parents of Bruce Wayne when he was a kid. And that's kind of the tragic thing here, is because Booster Gold kind of has to make this choice, right? I mean, he's kind of like, look, basically, I just have to buy time. He's got to kill 10 minutes, but he's not telling Bruce that. Bruce has no idea where they are right now. All he knows is that they're on a rooftop somewhere. He doesn't know exactly. I mean, he could kind of look around the skyline and get a pretty good idea of where they're located at, but like with this time passing, suddenly you have Booster Gold when he originally showed up here, and so you got two boosters fighting at the same time. And so of course he shows up, the intention is to basically save the parents of Bruce Wayne, but instead Bruce responds exactly as you would expect. He takes out that version of Booster Gold. And so from there it's like, okay, now we basically have to like let these events unfold. You end up having like the original Booster Gold facing off against Bruce Wayne alongside Booster Gold as he exists now. And all the while where this fight's taking place, you have Thomas and Martha who hear the gunshots of like Bruce Wayne when he's facing off against these two boosters. And the response is, well, things are kind of weird. So like, let's go this way instead. And they run into Joe Chill. Joe Chill, that whole circumstance unfolds exactly as we would expect it to. Thomas and Martha Wayne are dead. And this is kind of crazy because it's basically Tom King's way of saying like Bruce Wayne kind of engineered the death of his own parents. Bruce Wayne basically just kind of has to look down and realize that his parents are dead, that like there's no way to escape this. And so ultimately Bruce Wayne turns a gun on himself, and that's the end of that. And so in turn, like Booster Gold basically fixed things. And so of course Booster Gold jumps back, everything sets back to the way it was supposed to be. And then of course Booster Gold reveals everything to Bruce and says, hey, look, here's what I did and here's how I screwed up, and so on and so forth. But it's kind of cool here because this is designed to do two things: one you expect and one you don't expect. The one you expect is, it basically just kind of shows Booster Gold, despite his best intentions, usually ends up screwing things up. Booster Gold tries to do the right thing and ends up doing all the wrong things instead. But to me, and I don't know if this was Tom King's intention, but to me, this clarifies the events of Flashpoint and what Dr. Manhattan did. At the outset, people will look at this and they will say, okay, how can Booster Gold travel back in time and allow Bruce Wayne's parents to survive, and then travel back in time again and allow them to die, and things go right back to the way they were before? Like Flashpoint showed us, if you go into the past and you screw things up, like you'll change the future. But when you go into the past and you try to fix them, the future will still be different originally, like from the way it was supposed to go, because the very fact that you traveled into the past changed how the future is going to turn out. Like you've altered the course of the future, so you can never make it exactly the way it was supposed to be. You've altered the direction things are going to go. All right, here's why I think this works. If you look at Flashpoint for the way it was originally written, that logic is sound. The way that you think about that is 100% correct. It is absolutely accurate. But what DC Rebirth has said is that when Barry Allen went into the past and saved his mom's life and then initiated the Flashpoint universe and then went back in time after realizing that his mom has to die, things were supposed to go back to normal. Nothing was supposed to change, but Dr. Manhattan changed it. And so this fits in perfectly with that, because what it basically says is like, that can happen. Someone can go into the past, they can change things, realize that what they changed was wrong, go back to the past again, set them back to rights, and everything will be okay. Everything will be fine. It's the fact that Dr. Manhattan changed things due to Flashpoint, that's what really throws a wrench in the works. That's why everything seems so different now than the way it was originally supposed to be before New 52 happened, before the events of Flashpoint took place. So I wanted to throw that out there because to me it works. I think it works really, really well. I think it actually fits in perfectly. I think probably one of the reasons why Tom King may have done it like this is so that in future stories, when the whole DC thing gets lined out, we get that huge explanation from Dr. Manhattan about what he did, why he did it, and so on and so forth. And even if things don't go back to normal, this will fit in very nicely with that. It'll fit in nice and snug with everything that's been done so far, and it won't really stand out, and it won't really, be out of place. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna go ahead and bring this video to an end. If you are new here to Comics Explained, make sure you guys hit the sub button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like, and I will catch you all later. Peace. make sure you guys hit the subscribe button if you guys are enjoying the content that we're throwing up. And make sure you guys hit the like button if you enjoy the video. And yeah, let's begin. So what I wanted to do here is have a discussion about Marvel's first black superhero, the Blue Marvel, Adam Brashear. However, before we get into this video, I want to let people know ahead of time that some of the phrases used in this story to describe African Americans and other non-white cultures may be considered a little offensive. And while the intention is not to be malicious, I'm
Holy moly, what is that? That's the mysterious super titan that can eat 10 Shimos for breakfast, multiple Godzillas for lunch, and a bucket full of Kongs for dinner. Hello, people. It's been a while since we ventured into Hollow Earth, but we are back with another Monsterverse video. And as you can tell, we have zeroed in on the gargantuan skeleton from Godzilla x Kong, The New Empire, as today's hot topic. While nothing about the Mega Titan has been revealed by the makers, its sheer inclusion in the movie confirms that Hollow Earth is riddled with mysteries that neither Kong nor Monarch has been able to wrap their heads around. So, what is this Mega Titan that can eclipse even Godzilla Earth? Let's explore a couple of theories. Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us, it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin. How big actually is this Mega Titan? The latest MonsterVerse movie brought Kong face to face with others of his own kind, and he particularly bonded with a smaller young ape named Suko. But before they became friends, Suko was operating under Scar King's command, which made him attack Kong when he ventured close to the Ape King's territory. Suko, however, did not stand a chance against Kong and instead had to lead the way for Kong to Scar King's lava-laced lair. On the way, Suko and Kong had to walk over a giant Titan skeleton that works as a bridge between the two ridges. This bone scaffolding was so humongous that it made Kong look like a toy figurine. Mind you, Kong towers at a height of 337 feet in Godzilla x Kong, and his height only covers about half the height of the skeleton skull. This means just the tallest portion of the Titan skull measures at least 660 feet, and that's just the head that we are talking about. Moving on, this giant skeleton acts as an overpass, and it takes Kong quite a while to get from one end of the skeleton to another. Kong has a foot width of 17 meters and somewhat double the foot length, and it takes him at least a couple of steps to cover one single vertebrae of the skeleton, which also gives an idea about how mind-bogglingly gigantic this Titan is. From the looks of it, it seems that this Titan carcass is the length of about 30 to 34 Kongs, which makes it almost 3.5 kilometers long. This means a human walking at an average speed will take at least an hour to cross the length of this Titan. In its upright position, the Mystery Titan will be the height of 11 Godzilla Earths placed on top of one another, and Godzilla Earth is the biggest Godzilla incarnation ever. If we look closely, the Super Titan skeleton has shoulder blades, which is visible from the top shot. This scene also reveals another, smaller bony structure lying nearby the skeleton, which, from the folds of it, looks like the remains of gigantic limbs, suggesting this creature had arms. At the first glance, this monstrous creature appears like a serpentine titan, but if we join the puzzles, it's got a fanged reptilian skull with a huge torso and a rather long tail, which is evident from the tapering bones. And this leads us to our next mission, determining its species. Is it a Titan inspired by myths and legends, or a mutated species? In the absence of any details about the Mystery Titan from MonsterVerse, fans are going berserk with theories, and the most common suggestion is that it is some sort of serpentine creature. Some are of the opinion that this behemoth is an overgrown version of the Manda, the sea serpent that first appeared in the 1963 Toho film Atragon as the guardian titan of the underwater empire of Mu. By the time the 2004 Godzilla Final Wars was released, the Manda incarnation measured almost 1,000 feet in length. In both films, the Manda battled the iconic Japanese warship Gotengo. The Manda is a completely aquatic creature, and fans believe that at some time in the past, the Manda landed in Hollow Earth through the many underwater tunnels and couldn't return to the sea. Another wacky theory suggests that it is a mutated Titanoboa, the giant prehistoric snake that roamed the Earth some 56 to 66 million years ago. They looked like boa constrictors, hunted like crocodiles, and measured some 50 feet in length. The Titanoboa was one of the first gigantic creatures to come into existence after the dinosaurs went extinct. Well, in that sense, our MonsterVerse Super Titan could definitely have been the next big thing after dinosaurs. Other ideas floated by fans include that this monster mayhem is a ginormous warbat, the flying serpentine creatures so prevalent in Hollow Earth. These subterranean apex predators reside in the rainforests of the Hollow Earth. Kong was attacked by these extremely aggressive creatures when he set foot in Hollow Earth for the first time. The Warbat has a snake-like body, and it comes with a pair of membranous wings. Structurally, what makes the Titan skeleton similar to the Warbat is the lengthy spine that forms a snake-like appearance. But there's no detail to suggest that this Titan ever had wings, so the Warbat theory doesn't really check out. Now let's explore another idea. What if Monsterverse has crossed over into Norse mythology and designed this Titan as the Hollow Earth version of the Jormungandr? This legendary creature is known by several names, such as the World Serpent and the Midgard Serpent. This serpent was so huge that it could wrap itself around the earth by biting its tail and forming an endless loop. As per Norse myths, the Jormungandr represents the primal forces of nature and untapped mysteries of the world, much like the unexplainable Titan. Considering Hollow Earth is the Midgard of the Titan world, this gigantic creature could very well be something inspired by the Midgard serpent. Now that we are brainstorming, what if the unidentified Titan is inspired by Asian myths? As per the skeleton analysis, this creature has got somewhat of a reptilian skull and an amphibian body. Could it be a Hollow Earth version of an Asian dragon? One that makes Monsterverse's resident three-headed dragon King Ghidorah look like a joke? Because Ghidorah only towers at the height of 521 feet, and this giant beast presumably runs for the length of around 11,000 feet. Why the skeleton of Godzilla x Kong is way more important than you realize. While the aforementioned theories are interesting monster banter, you should know that the real clue was planted in Monsterverse years ago. In the 2021 movie Godzilla vs. Kong, the ape titan stepped into Hollow Earth for the first time and discovered the ancient temple of his ancestors. Accompanying Kong were his human buddies, Dr. Eileen Andrews, Nathan, and the Iwi girl, Gia. This eerie, haunting temple was littered with the remains of an ancient battle between Godzilla's kind and Kong's ancestors. The wall paintings inside the temple suggest that is where the Hollow Earth's people worshiped the Kongs, and it was also ground zero for the epic war between the two Titan species. As Kong walked across the carcass-scattered room, he chanced upon a weapon, a battle axe, which has now become his trusty accessory. The ancient axe was stuck into an irradiated skull of a skeleton, and a closer look reveals that it somewhat resembles the giant Titan skull from Godzilla x Kong. Monsterverse lore makes it clear that Kong's species and Godzilla's ancestors battled each other in ancient times, and it's highly likely that the skeleton which Kong encountered inside the Hollow Earth Temple was a Godzilla ancestor. This is further confirmed in the novelization of the movie, which reads, she had seen pictures of such skeletons from the Philippines and elsewhere. She'd seen bones like this covered in muscle and scale. It was a species that resembled Godzilla. Kong noticed the remains. He stared at them first without comprehension, but then she saw fury dawn on his features. He stood over the skeleton for a moment, and then, with great deliberation, he bent down toward the reptilian neck. She saw something was lodged there, and as she watched, Kong took hold of it, pulled, and then yanked it free. It looked like some sort of outlandish scepter sized for Kong. This brings us to our next point. If the giant bridge-like skeleton skull from Godzilla x Kong resembles the skull in the throne room from Godzilla vs. Kong, then it leads to only one single, albeit mind-boggling, possibility. That it's the skeleton of an ancient Godzilla, which multiplied in size by thriving in the Hollow Earth environment. If you notice, the makers haven't really referred to the skeleton inside the temple to be specifically Godzilla's. They say that it's one that belongs to a species like Godzilla. This further introduces the possibility that in the ancient past, Godzilla's kind was a much larger species, kind of like a cross between dinosaurs and reptilian species who dominated Hollow Earth. And this carcass is the remains of one such specimen. To put it simply, our mystery titan might just be an ancient Godzilla who had fangs like the OG 1954 Godzilla. We would like to explore another theory here. The battle axe is not the only thing that Kong discovers inside the Hollow Earth Temple in the 2021 movie. He also chances upon a throne built just perfectly for him as he takes his rightful position as the king of Hollow Earth. Kong's axe begins to emit a neon blue glow. For those who need a refresher, the blade of the ancient axe is actually a Godzilla dorsal plate, which is strapped to the handle with hide wrappings. When Kong places the axe into the casing carved into the floor, the axe begins to charge up instantly with the raw Hollow Earth energy. And an interesting phenomenon takes place. The Hollow Earth energy lights up in the shape of a serpentine creature that circles Kong's throne. This glowing mystic creature silhouette has a mouth that looks like it's about to release atomic blasts, has prominent dorsal fins, and comes with a tapering end. This striking detail can be proof of the fact that a different, larger species of Godzilla existed in the past, and maybe the mysterious Titan carcass was one of them. Furthermore, this activation of the Hollow Earth energy also alerts Godzilla up on the surface, who drills a hole all the way from Hong Kong directly into Kong's temple, leading to pure monsterverse chaos. Given that it's been just a few years that humans have ventured into Hollow Earth, Monarch is yet to venture into large pockets of uncharted territories. This giant Godzilla carcass could come from one of these undiscovered pockets, which could have possibly been dragged onto the Hollow Earth surface by Kong's kind to form a bridge between the Green Realms and the lava-laden lands. From Godzilla x Kong, we know that Scar King was an ancient titan who commanded an ape army with fear and brutality and inhabited one of these lava-laden territories. He also controlled the ice titan Shimo with his crystal whip and could have possibly forced Shimo and the ape army to lay out the super titan carcass as an overpass. We know it sounds kind of far-fetched, but hey, anything is possible in Monsterverse. What are the implications of this Mega Godzilla discovery? If the Super Titan indeed turns out to be the god of all Godzillas, then it means that kaiju fans are in for a giant pleasant surprise in the next Monsterverse movie. We'd love nothing more than to see this Mega Godzilla as the villain of the next Monsterverse entry, but it's already dead, so how will that be possible? Let us explain. We know that Titans live on for millions of years, and let's imagine that one of these Mega Godzillas managed to survive in the uncharted territories of Hollow Earth, just like Scar King did. Maybe it has been hibernating in a hidden lair and soaking up Hollow Earth's energy for centuries. And all the Hollow Earth chaos caused by Scar King and Kong and Shimo and Godzilla in the last movie woke up the Mega Godzilla from its peaceful slumber, and now it must unleash its wrath upon the world. Can you imagine what would happen if a Godzilla of this size escapes through the Hollow Earth portals and lands up on the surface world? In Godzilla x Kong, the G-Man literally feasted on the Titan Tiamat to absorb its neon pink energy in preparation for battling Shimo. But some fans are of the belief that Godzilla has been preparing for a much bigger threat than the Ice Titan. Yes, G-Man's pink energy surely helped him fight Shimo, but maybe that was actually in preparation for something bigger, badder, meaner, like the Mega Godzilla. The last Monsterverse movie ends with Shimo and Kong becoming besties, and Godzilla coiling up at the Colosseum for a nap. If the Mega Godzilla rises up as the villain, it will be really awesome to see a Kong Godzilla Shimo team-up fight this Super Titan. Marvelous verdict. Whether this Mystery Titan is a Mega Godzilla or a new species altogether is for Monsterverse to decide. But either way, we are thrilled at the possibility of witnessing a brand new Titan in action that makes every other movie monster look like miniatures. What are your thoughts on this? Please share with us in the comments section below. Your fellow Monsterhead is signing out for now, but you stay tuned for more Monster Mayhem right here on our channel. See you super soon. And if you like our content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to us if you haven't already. Have a good one and be safe. Thanks, everyone.
Have you ever wanted untold magical powers, but studying for them sounds way too nerdy for you? Not enough of a theater kid for bardic arts? Not enough of a nepo baby for sorcery? Well, Warlock might just be the class for you. Warlock is the most evocative class in D&D when it comes to roleplay, giving both you and your DM amazing plot hooks to create a story for your character. So why are they so boring? I'm Antonio D'Amico, this is Pointy Hat, and we're gonna answer that question in this episode of D&D with a Twist, Warlock Edition. So when I think of Warlocks, I think of...
Escucha las palabras de las brujas, los secretos escondidos en la noche, los antiguos dioses invocamos ahora.
Warlocks are the class for sugar babies and those that think all the other casters are not edgy enough for them. Instead of working out at the library or learning how to paint with all the colors of the wind, Warlocks no-clip out of bounds of arcane tradition and speedrun their way to being a full caster. Asterisk next to full caster, we'll get into it. Warlocks don't get their magic through main character syndrome like sorcerers or by actually working for it like bards and wizards, but by making a pact with something. In terms of gameplay, Warlocks are build. They are sold to you as the Build-A-Bear class of all Build-A-Bear classes, with not just your choice of subclass, but your choice of Eldritch Invocation and Pact Boon. Warlocks are extremely customizable and offer many, many options to build your character. In theory. Yes, as you can tell, this is where I have a problem with them. But there's 1,000 things I think that Warlock does better than any class. So let's get deep into Warlocks. Well, no, not like that. I mean, whatever. Let's talk abilities. So Warlocks are full casters. Just kidding, they're not. Just kidding, they are. Just kidding, it doesn't matter. Fun fact for those that are D&D YouTube poisoned, like me, full caster is not even a thing in D&D 5e. It's a thing that people that play the game use as a term to have civilized and edifying arguments on Reddit. So whether Warlocks count as full casters depends on how you define them, because Warlocks are different from any other spellcasting class. Very different. They are not like other casters. They love beer and pizza and sports, and they also literally don't have the spellcasting ability. They have Pact Magic instead. Pact Magic is what makes Warlocks not like the other casters. Instead of having normal spell progression, Warlocks get like 2.5 spell slots ever? I'm kidding, kinda. Warlocks get significantly less than other classes that are considered full casters, while Wizards, Bards, Druids, and Sorcerers have 4 level 1 spell slots and 2 level 2 ones by level 3, say that 3 times fast, for a total of 6 spell slots. Warlocks have, one sec, let me crunch the numbers. Yeah, they have 2. Warlocks get significantly less spell slots, only going up to 3 total spell slots at level 11. Yep, 11. Have fun. To mitigate this, Warlocks regain all their spell slots on a short rest and not on a long rest like the other classes. Oh, you mean like the Wizard's Arcane Recovery? Shh. Don't say that out loud. You'll make the Warlocks player sad again. Don't listen, sweetie. The size of your spell slot list doesn't matter. It's what you do with it. And Warlocks overcompensate for their small spell slots by blasting their magic all over the place the moment they cast it. I'm having way too much fun with this. Warlocks don't choose at what level they cast the spell. They simply cast it at the highest possible spell slot level all the time. This means that they benefit the most out of spells that either remain active for a long time, like summons, or scale in damage and effect by spell level. So that's the bread and butter of Warlocks and their signature ability. But as I said before, this is the Build-A-Bear class to beat all Build-A-Bear classes. So of course they'll get 1,000 things to pick from, namely Eldritch Invocations. Let's talk about them. But in order to put any Eldritch Invocation to use in combat, you need, wanna guess? I bet you won't, because it's so important and so crucial to gameplay, it might not even come to your head right now. You need a map, a battle map, or your DM does. Did you know there are people out there that specialize in making maps like you've never seen? Some cartographers are content with duplicating what already exists in the world on parchment, but there are others that don't stop there. With magically loaded ink and lay-weaved parchment, they go beyond portraying and actually create completely new spaces. Through expert brushstrokes, legendary cartographers conjure from their own imagination impossible scenes, from underwater palaces to tax agencies in the depths of hell. The most famed of these cartographers being none other than the 2 that have created more than 4,000 of these impossible locations. Their name? Cheipeku. That's right, I'm impossibly proud to say I get to talk about Cheipeku because I've used their maps before I had a YouTube channel at all. Cheipeku is a Patreon that gives you access to, in my opinion, some of the best maps for D&D or Pathfinder or anything. For $5 a month, you get, as I said, more than 4,000 4,000 of these. 4,000! And they range from stuff you will always need, like roads and cities, to truly incredible stuff that might spark a whole encounter or adventure just by how beautiful the map is. You are bound to find either the thing you're looking for or something that inspires you and brings your tabletop games into the next level. And I'm really talking next level. Maps come with variations for seasons, time of day, weather effects, everything for each of the maps, so you can use them whenever. Not only that, but some of these maps are actually animated. Imagine the immersion of pulling that up on a VTT or printing any of the non-animated ones for IRL play. And talking about immersion, they also have a completely separate patron for scenes. Not battle maps, but scenes that you can pull up for ambience and to increase that immersion. So now all those exploration and talking scenes that take hours to play also get incredible immersive visuals. So whether you are a DM in need of maps or scenes, or a player that wants to get your DM a belated Christmas present, go check out their Patreon below. It's the first link in the description. And now that we have a map to actually play our Warlock on, let's get right back into Eldritch Invocations. As a Warlock studies occult lore, which is code for cosplaying a wizard, Warlocks learn Eldritch Invocations. You get 2 at 2nd level and keep gaining more as you go up in levels, and they are really, really fun. They're extremely varied. Some mitigate the Warlock's basically no spell slots problem, some change the way you play completely, and some make the class less fun. But all of them have that good, edgy coat of paint that all Warlock players love. Let's look at some. Armor of Shadows allows you to cast magic armor on you at will. No spell slot required, making you a bit less squishy. Eldritch Mind gives you advantage on concentration checks, so you don't have to take the Warcaster feat as a hexblade. This is it. This is the one. Use this one. Take this one. This is a good one. Mask of Many Faces allows you to play as Magic James Bond and cast Disguise Self at will. Beguiling Influence makes you hotter, giving you proficiency in deception and persuasion skills, and reminding you that this is indeed a charisma-based class, in case you forgot. Nothing more charismatic than being Cthulhu's sugar baby. And those are some Eldritch Invocations. There are a ton of them, and most of them are super flavorful, allowing you to really give your Warlock a unique vibe to fit the idea you have of them in your head. Oh, what's that? I haven't talked about the good ones. The ones that make your Eldritch Blast better. Oh, don't worry. I'm getting to it. But the pick and choose aspect of Warlock doesn't end with Eldritch Invocations. It only starts there and continues with a Warlock's Pact Boon. A Pact Boon is basically a second subclass, like a baby one. You choose between 4 options, and these really change how you play your Warlock, so listen up. You pray to the sugar daddy of mystical power you have decided to lend your soul to for God knows what reason, and in return, he gives you a boon. Pact of the Blade turns you into an anime character, complete with magical sword of darkness and bane. Any anime abilities a weapon could have, your pact weapon has. You are super mega proficient with it, it's magical so you can hit ghosts with it, and get this, you can summon it to your hand from whatever pocket dimensions anime weapons go to when the protagonist summons them out of their hand. This is for a very specific subsection of players, but God does it hit just right for the people that want this. Pact of the Tome allows you to further cosplay as a wizard and kinda sorta mitigates your micro spellcasting issue. You can pick 3 extra cantrips from any spell list and cast them at will, as long as you don't return that book to whatever library you stole it from. This gives you more cantrips than basically any other caster though, so you can stick it to him. Who's the bad spellcaster now, huh? Who said you need higher education? And the other 2 are, in technical terms, worse. Pact of the Chain gives you a slightly more powerful familiar. You get the spell to summon it, and you can cast it as a ritual, which, I mean, you still need the components, but at least it won't take one of your 2 spell slots. The familiar you can cast is stronger than like the chicken, rat, or octopus the normal find familiar allows you to cast, giving you access to an imp, a pseudo-dragon, a quasit, or a tinkerbell. And they certainly can be useful in combat, kinda, for lower levels, but their usefulness is gonna sharply decline the moment monsters get up there in CR, at which point it's just basically just as useful as any other familiar. Honestly, only pick this if you really love it and there is no wizard in the party, or the wizard just doesn't cast Find Familiar. For some reason, it's one of the best spells they got. But anyway. And finally, Pact of the Talisman. Yes, I know you forgot about this one, and for good reason. This gives you guidance, allowing you to add a d4 to a failed ability check. Yes, only to you. And also, it's somehow capped to your proficiency bonus. A worse version of a cantrip. Cool! So you could take this, or, hear me out, take Pact of the Tome and just pick Guidance. Something you can cast as many times as you want and on other people other than you. And if you tell me that the fact that it doesn't require a verbal or somatic component to cast makes it worth it, I'm just gonna banish you for being a liar and a contrarian. You know it doesn't make up for it. Moving on. Okay, so that's all Warlock ability. What? There's more? Okay, no, we gotta speed this up. Hey, everybody, lightning round, now.
Lightning round.
Ability score improvement. It improves your ability scores. Neat, moving on. Eldritch versatility, an optional ability. Bars. It's basically a respec. Whenever you get an ability score improvement, you can switch out a cantrip, return to the store the packed boon that your sugar daddy got you, and get a different one because he's old and doesn't understand that you're going for the clean girl aesthetic, or change a spell you got through Mystic Arcanum. What's that? Mystic Arcanum. At level 11, you have proved your talents as an elite class sugar baby, and you are bestowed with one 6th level spell. You can now cast this 6th level spell once without using a spell slot, and then it's time to mimir until you can cast it in this way again. If you didn't get extra spells to cast this way at levels 13, 15, and 17. And the 17th one is a 9th level spell. Cool ability. Shame it comes literally after most campaigns end. And those are all the Warlock's abilities. As you can see, the class is structured around choice, and Warlocks as a result end up feeling extremely different from one another. Or they should be. But their abilities are not the only reason why Warlocks feel so customizable and unique. It's their subclasses. So why don't we take a look at those? All Warlock subclasses are based on who their patron is. As we covered, Warlocks get their magic by making a pact with something. And what that something is determines their subclass. This makes it so that Warlocks get possibly the most flavorful subclasses that influence the character the most out of, yeah, all the classes honestly. So let's take a look at what these have in store for our potential Sucrose infants. First up, the OG, the Blueprint, the Pink Print, the GOAT? Not really. It's the Fiend. If the whole make a pact with a thing for untold power sounds a lot like what devils do on the regular, you are correct. The Warlock's poster boy is the Pact of the Fiend, and Fiend does cover not just devils but also demons and the other ones nobody really cares about. Making a pact with a devil is such an iconic story structure, and it has been done 1,000 times for a reason. It's exciting, it's fun, it incorporates tons of drama, and basically gives your DM a ready-made antagonist with a deep connection to one of the players from the word go. It's cool. But what does Pact of the Fiend give us in terms of abilities? Well, it's the fire type of the Warlock subclass, with spells like Burning Hands, Scorching Ray, and the ever-present and meme to death and back. Other than fire, you get stuff like Dark One's Blessing, which makes it so that you gain temp HP when you steal kills from your party members. Real talk, I understand the impulse of designing abilities like these, but I think they more often than not lead to bad behaviors at the table, like everyone waiting around so that the Warlock can kill the guy or whatever. Don't love it. Dark One's Own Luck is also there, and it allows you to go cry to your demonic sugar father whenever things don't go your way. As in, whenever you fail a saving throw or ability check, you can ask the devil of your choice to give you a d10 to add to your roll. It's a once in a long rest ability, so nothing to write home about, but it's very flavorful and goes with the whole theme of the subclass, so points for that. Fiendish Resilience gives you just resistance to a damage type you feel like having, and you can change it every long rest and short rest. You can pick slashing, bludgeoning, or piercing damage from this, by the way, so it's even more powerful than you thought it was. And finally, Hurl Through Hell, which, what a name, is one of the funniest abilities ever made. What is it with early 5e and making unintentionally funny abilities? Anyway, whenever you attack a creature, you can choose to send them straight to Turbo Hell, Castiel style. That's right, you just send them there, free falling into hell for 6 seconds. No save for this, by the way. You just do this. At the end of your next turn, they come back and they are so
anyway. As long as you can survive momentary contact, you're good. That's all these are for, not total protection. A lightsaber can slice through anything we've seen in the Star Wars narrative, given enough time, meaning we don't have any obvious way to estimate the blade's maximum potential. So what makes me so confident Superman is finally going to be the one obstacle to stop everybody's favorite sci-fi superweapon dead in its tracks? Well, it all comes down to one of Clark's weirder powers. Have you ever glanced over any of those scenes that involve Superman lifting something far in excess of his fairly normal body size, only to ask yourself, wait, what exactly is going on with the physics here? Actually, scratch that. Doesn't narrow it down at all. Everything is going on with the physics here. Einstein and Newton are rolling in their graves so fast the Flash is getting nervous. More specifically, have you ever wondered why the object Superman is holding doesn't collapse under its own weight or crumble around him? I mean, he might be strong enough to lift it, but he's still focusing all of that force into a really small surface area relative to the entire thing. He should basically just punch a hole through it, right? That's what the math says. Truth be told, that's even what Batman says. And nobody's more thorough than Batman. According to his private research documents, Bruce's favorite theory right now is that Superman reflexively projects a field of negative mass that spreads out and cradles an object when he's trying to lift it, effectively negating the weight and protecting them both from forces like inertia and momentum. Negative mass is this weird hypothetical property that only really seems to exist in exotic matter, used in fancy theoretical physics equations. The idea is that it behaves like the polar opposite to anything with regular mass. For example, we know every object in the universe with mass pulls matter toward it. That's how gravity works. But something with negative mass would push matter away from it instead. Projecting and controlling his own personal field of that stuff would do more than augment Superman's already impressive strength and durability. It would explain how he rescues people from falling without killing them, how he handles normal objects at super speed without causing them to burst into flames, or even how he and Lois Lane safely, yeah. Exotic matter's also unique in that it's currently a necessary ingredient for humanity's best possible models on theoretically achieving faster-than-light flight, or time travel, both of which are things we know Superman can do under his own power. It's a reasonable assumption, but at the end of the day, Batman's just speculating about the specifics of this force that Superman's clearly manipulating when he moves large objects. Other leading scientists have also confirmed something's there, but they usually call it his bioelectric aura. Apparently, it's fairly complex and difficult to analyze. Nobody's been able to firmly classify the phenomenon in its entirety. There's definitely room for negative mass in the equation, but we also have good evidence there's an electromagnetic component as well. Maybe it's both. Superman demonstrates just as much resistance to energy attacks as he does physical assault. Heck, Desaad once said he thinks Superman's bending space itself around his body. Whatever this thing is, it's definitely covering its bases. When charged with enough energy, Kryptonians have been seen expanding and manipulating their personal complex field to affect things from a distance, almost like a form of telekinesis. Superman can push his aura outward to damage any surroundings, build constructs, or even take apart machines. In a passive state, it radiates just beyond his skin until something dips too close, and sorry to disappoint all the wannabe Sith Lords out there, but this bioelectric negative mass literal plot armor is the first thing that's going to stop you from ever killing Superman with that lightsaber. Because for all the talk we've had about the sheer devastating relentlessness of the galaxy's most versatile, force-sensitive weapon, there is one thing lightsabers have always struggled to cut through since their very first appearance. Other lightsabers. It's no secret, these things look complicated. But lightsabers are personal weapons. For the most part, every Jedi has one or two that belongs to them alone. And creating your own lightsaber is part of the Jedi tradition to ensure maximum battle proficiency. So it's rare to find two that look exactly alike. As a result, the inner mechanisms can be fascinating. Some variety is practically guaranteed from builder to builder, but components also have to remain relatively consistent to ensure the weapon works right. This makes certain weaknesses unavoidable. Like, I don't care how crazy the car you just built is, I know it has an engine somewhere. It has to. That's not something you can modify out of the process. And lightsaber blades have to bounce off of other lightsaber blades. It's part of a necessary function that keeps the device operational. But maybe all this would be easier to understand if we took a moment to step back, open the hood ourselves, and look a little closer at the details. See, every lightsaber draws energy from a power cell, usually located in the bottom half of the hilt. The power field conductor and inert power insulator make sure the energy travels up to the following chamber with as little loss as possible, channeling it toward a specially chosen, delicately placed Kyber crystal. Practically nothing in the battery bleeds off to non-essential parts of the weapon. Kyber crystals are unique. Permutations found within the Kyber lattice bear similarities to the neural patterns of a functioning brain, and they've been compared to living cells. These crystals bridge the gap between organic and inorganic, exhibiting a sort of semi-sentience and a natural connection to the Force. There isn't anything like it in the galaxy. When properly prepared, they'll respond to an influx of energy by amplifying it, and creating a type of plasma, which is then concentrated into a tight, narrow beam by the focusing array. Normally, something like this would violate the first law of thermodynamics, but the crystal isn't just making more energy out of nothing, it's drawing it from every living thing in the universe. The force exists all around us. We live in it and move through it. It flows through us and binds the galaxy together. As for the plasma, that stuff's far from a made-up sci-fi buzzword that sounds like it belongs on a heavy metal cover from the 90s. In case you haven't heard, plasma is actually the most common state of matter in the universe. By a long shot. But it's also the least popular in 5th grade science class because teachers tend to focus on solid, liquid, and gas. That's right, there's a 4th one. And we banned it from the curriculum because it just makes things more complicated. If you really want to get annoying about it, some people say matter has 6 states or 7 or more, but we're not here for that. Most of you probably know that you can heat a solid until it becomes a liquid, and you can heat a liquid until it becomes a gas. Well, plasma is what happens when you heat a gas until it becomes so excited that its electrons break away from their atoms, resulting in a high-energy cocktail of unbalanced positive nuclei, or ions, and unbound negative electrons. The key word there being unbound. Plasma by its very nature is composed of heavily charged, free-floating subatomic particles, meaning it's really responsive to things like magnets or electricity. And that's where the rest of the lightsaber comes in. Using a combination of various magnetic fields, the blade is created by accelerating plasma through the emitter matrix, stabilizing it, and containing it within an unseen permeable shaft of energy that repels the substance from all sides, eventually forcing it to arc back into the hilt through a negatively charged high-energy flux aperture acting as the path of least resistance. That's right, just like Superman earlier, the lightsaber is also surrounded by an invisible field of energy that no one ever talks about. Otherwise, it'd basically be an uncontrollable plasma hose. Except plasma behaves more like a gas than a liquid, so you'd be on fire, your enemy would be on fire, and everything would be on fire because the room exploded. At first glance, the main difference between Superman's barrier and the lightsaber barrier seems to be that Kryptonian cells want to keep things out, while lightsabers don't really care what passes through as long as the plasma stays in. And that's what makes one great for punching and the other great for slicing. But there are exceptions. Specifically, when it comes to the lightsaber, these things really struggle against other electromagnetic fields, like deflector shields or combat shields, electro staffs, electro swords. The problem isn't that the blade can't melt its target, it's that it never gets an opportunity. The field a lightsaber uses to keep its plasma contained repels other electromagnetic charges. And that's why you never see one blade slice through another during gridlock. It's like pushing 2 magnets together. Even this basic, non-lethal Z6 riot control baton, definitely not designed for fighting Jedi, can successfully counter lightsaber strikes thanks to its electric current. If there was any way to modify the lightsaber so that you could pass through your opponent's blade during combat, the Sith would absolutely have done that by now. What we're really comparing is a notoriously obstinate, consciously controlled energy barrier, known for pushing back against everything from bullets to lasers to doomsday, versus a powerful blade of plasma contained within a field specifically known for struggling against other energy barriers. The most likely outcome, by far, is that your lightsaber bounces off of Superman the same way it would bounce off of another lightsaber. You're gonna see a glowing effect at the point of contact, might even hear that classic lightsaber clashing sound, but Superman won't feel a thing, because you're not even technically touching him. That might seem anticlimactic at first, the same could pretty much be said for trying to hit him with a stick, but the lightsaber is unique because your weapon isn't just being repelled by Superman's natural biology, it's also being repelled by the weapon itself. You've unironically chosen one of the worst possible things to attack this guy with. The stick would be more effective. That being said, Superman's field doesn't just block everything. He can choose to wrap it around others, of course, and most of his greatest weaknesses are rooted in elements that can pass through without any resistance at all. Actually, now that we're on the topic, it's probably a good time for me to mention that the Force isn't magic. And if you won't take my word for it, then try asking High Republic Jedi Knight Gela Natai, or the shaman, witch, and dark sorceress Mother Talzin. Magic can occasionally bypass Superman's bioelectric aura if it's been supernaturally designed to ignore opposing forces and the scientific principles that they operate on. Like a sword enchanted to cut through any barrier. But that's obviously not what the Force is. The Force is a natural energy field generated by all living things. A fundamental aspect of existence, similar to how certain philosophies characterize consciousness, aura, ki, or even the universe itself. That might sound like an arbitrary distinction to somebody born and raised in the modern West, where reality is still mostly understood through Enlightenment-era thinking, but it boils down to this. Real magic actually exists in the Star Wars galaxy, and it's almost always treated as something different from the Force. Plenty of rituals, spells, and incantations don't have anything to do with tapping into the Force. Sometimes they do ask you to tap into the Force, but only if it's one of multiple steps and ingredients. The best argument you could make is that magic is some sort of unusual manifestation of the Force that most Jedi can't normally access. And we don't have especially good evidence that the lightsaber blade incorporates pure Force energy into its cutting power anyway, so there's just no reason to think this weapon will cut through Superman any easier than a regular laser sword designed by Brainiac, Batman, or Lex Luthor. But there is one other possibility worth considering. Kryptonite. Bad news, you can't just use this to power a lightsaber. Like we mentioned earlier, lightsabers only work because they're designed around the unique properties found within kyber crystals specifically. Kryptonite's clearly not the same thing, and it lacks most of the features that a lightsaber would normally capitalize on during standard operation. If you loaded this stuff into the hilt instead, you'd basically just be shooting energy into a rock, which might fry the entire device. But none of that's a deal breaker, because get this, Superman isn't weak to kryptonite in the first place. Not strictly speaking. What he's really weak to is kryptonite radiation. And that nuance has the potential to completely change this conversation. See, every possible manifestation of electromagnetic energy can be charted on a spectrum according to wavelength and frequency, ranging from the long wavelength low frequency radio wave to the short wavelength high frequency gamma ray. This electromagnetic spectrum encompasses everything that isn't gravity or one of the two nuclear forces. Meaning somewhere along the continuum, we should be able to find whatever radiation kryptonite's giving off. And we should also be able to find the radiation lightsabers are using to keep their plasma contained in the shape of a blade. Usually when we're talking about harmful radiation, we're primarily interested in the amount of energy it carries. The lower end of the spectrum is basically safe, the higher end very, very dangerous. Humans aren't typically bothered by radio waves, microwaves, infrared, or anything in the visible light range. But once you start soaking up that ultraviolet stuff, too much of that over a long enough period of time can damage your DNA, eventually resulting in cancer and other health problems. X-rays, those are even worse. And gamma rays are practically nothing but bad news. They're the reason Ground Zero of the Chernobyl disaster probably won't be habitable for thousands of years. So upon first glance, the question looks pretty simple. We find the frequency for kryptonite, find the frequency for lightsabers, and if kryptonite sits on a lower part of the spectrum, then we can safely assume lightsabers are harmful to Superman, right? Well, it's not that easy. The problem is Superman encounters different types of radiation all the time. He's constantly fighting supervillains with all manner of convoluted death rays and laser guns. He's taken nuclear explosions to the face. He can even be found chilling inside the sun on occasion. But perhaps most notably of all, it's a well-known fact that Superman travels for long periods of time through deep space with nothing but the clothes on his back. Doesn't need a ship, doesn't need a suit, doesn't need an atmosphere. There's no way he isn't getting bombarded with all kinds of cosmic radiation during these trips, but he comes back just fine. In short, kryptonite can't be Superman's trademark weakness just because it releases an energy signature too far on the spectrum for his body to handle. He's been all up and down that spectrum with relatively few complications. So his reaction to this radiation in particular must have something to do with the very specific range it occupies. Makes things harder for the lightsaber, but not impossible. That's how Godzilla managed to beat Superman during their first confrontation, by giving off an energy signature similar to kryptonite. Kryptonians are like big cosmic sponges. They may look human, but their cells are vastly different from anything found on Earth. They're capable of absorbing, storing, and processing absurd levels of energy, with no clear limit to the amount or type. And they can do it so well that they often violate that pesky first law of thermodynamics by giving off more than was initially put in. How do they do it? Nobody knows. But Superman's powers are a manifestation of yellow solar energy that his body's been stockpiling and using as fuel. Kryptonite radiation seems to somehow interrupt that process and starve his cells to death. It functions more like carbon monoxide poisoning than standard radiation sickness. Human cells run on oxygen, for comparison. When air is pulled into your lungs, that oxygen binds to a protein called hemoglobin, which distributes it throughout your body via the bloodstream. But carbon monoxide can also bind to hemoglobin. It has a higher affinity for doing so than oxygen, and it forms a stronger bond. Meaning if both gases are present in your system, not only does carbon monoxide get priority, but it stays attached to the hemoglobin for longer. preventing it from transferring anything else. Too much carbon monoxide, and eventually no oxygen is being distributed anywhere in your body, causing you to slowly suffocate. It's difficult to know the precise wavelength and frequency that gives us kryptonite radiation, but we do have a few clues. For starters, kryptonite is almost always described as radioactive, meaning it's made up of unstable atoms that are trying to shift to a more stable configuration by slowly releasing particles and energy. Secondly, Superman's cells can't absorb the radiation if it's hidden behind a barrier of lead, but it has to be lead or something equally dense. And perhaps most importantly, we know kryptonite isn't entirely harmless to humans because Lex Luthor once developed cancer after prolonged exposure to the stuff. Take all these factors into account, and we start closing in on an answer. A radiation signature that might be found in certain nuclear weapons. That just happens to overlap with Godzilla's atomic breath. From Alpha to Omega, there's no question about it, kryptonite lies somewhere on the gamma spectrum. Where on the gamma spectrum? Not sure. But it doesn't matter because this just isn't where the lightsaber is. Radiation in this section is dangerous, and not exclusively when you're being stabbed with it. If the Jedi were using gamma radiation to keep their blades functional, then the lightsaber wouldn't be an effective weapon. Warriors would become weak and frail by using them too often. Innocent people would end up in the hospital just because they were standing next to a Jedi that was probably trying to protect them. All those non-fatal lightsaber injuries we see throughout the series would suddenly become lethal weeks after healing because cancer would tear through the victim's body. The only remaining option, the only way your lightsaber is going to make contact with Superman at all, is if the wavelength and frequency it gives off matches the energy type that he actively absorbs. And if that happens, then stabbing Superman would probably make him stronger, which is literally the opposite of what stabbing somebody normally does, but maybe that's for the best. Did you know kyber crystals are never naturally red? Some glow green, some blue. In fact, they can be a wide variety of colors, but they only shift to red after being forcefully dominated through a process called bleeding. It's a cruel and twisted ritual that involves a Sith pouring all of his hate into the crystal, breaking its will because these things won't normally cooperate with the dark side. This isn't a weapon designed to hurt people. It's designed to protect. It's powerful, terrifying, virtually unstoppable, but good. So is it really so strange that it can't hurt Superman? They're practically cut from the same cloth. Heck, Superman absorbing it almost makes the most sense. If this thing's really built around the same radiation that gives Superman his powers, then the Jedi are basically defending the galaxy with essence of Superman. And that wouldn't be out of place in the slightest, because no matter who you are, no matter where you are, in the sprawling streets of Metropolis or the distant planet of Tatooine, if you're in danger and you see one of these in the distance, you're seeing hope. And that's pretty super. May the Force be with you. Or instead of being with the Force, you could stick around with me for a while. We're cooking up brand new content for the Imaginary Axis, and you'll hear about it soon.
Hey, surprise! It's GM Jim. I'm here with you on a Saturday in the early afternoon, my time, to do a live stream. I've heard about these 44 rules of D&D that have been going around, and I felt compelled to make some content about it to, get in on the popular thing that's going around right now. Anyway, I've just skimmed through them. I did some very light. There were a lot of dirty words in these 44 rules, so I went through them and I did some search and replace to get rid of some of the dirty words so that I can read them. But if you join in the chat, feel free to, I don't know, it's kind of a weird time of day. There's probably not a lot of people joining, but if you do, feel free to throw any questions at me if you like. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on air. But let's read through these 44 rules of D&D and see what they're all about. So some backstory, if you haven't heard of these, although you probably have, because this is the hot, sexy new hotness in the TTRPG community. Some Dungeon Master, hello. Good evening, good afternoon from Colorado. Hope things are lovely in Scotland. Anyway, so some very frustrated, very angry Dungeon Master posted a list of 44 rules for playing in his or her games. I'm assuming it's a guy, probably. And these made the rounds on Reddit and then got taken down. So I've had to go to a couple sources to find all these rules. But let's read through them because there's some humdingers in here, like my grandfather might say. Number 1, I'm timing turns. I don't give a foosball. Like I said, I replaced some of the language. Sunny in Scotland, nice. I'm timing turns. I don't give a foosball. If it's unfair in your opinion because your spells are hard or you don't know what square to move to, you get 1 minute to know all the actions you want to take, or I skip your turn. Look, I get being frustrated with players taking a long time sometimes to know what they want to do, but 1 minute, that's not a lot of time. Number 2, if you want harder fights, bring a second character sheet and I'll put or, I think maybe you meant or there. Bring a second character sheet or expect to twiddle your thumbs when you die. I'm not going to baby anyone. I could see this happening. Maybe the players were complaining about fights not being hard enough, so the DM was like, fine, I'm going to make them super hard. And then when you die, don't come complaining to me. Well, that's what balance is. There's a thing called balance. And sometimes it's in the eye of the beholder. Sometimes it's on the Dungeon Master to balance as you go, make things more or less challenging. Number 3, if you call me or my rolls unfair, I'll get up and go home, just like Cartman. And if you got to ride with me, you can find your own way back and suck it up. And that's brutal. You got to be able to be wrong sometimes. Sometimes as a Dungeon Master, you do things that are unfair. And that is just part of life. Number 4, I'm going to take your character's loot away as regularly as you want it given out. Rule 3 will apply here. Take away your character's loot. I'm guessing maybe the DM had maybe some thieves take some of their gear while they were sleeping, or maybe they ran into rust monsters or something like that who ate some of their gear. I've played in games before where the DM was like, I accidentally gave you guys way too much loot. And if you do that, tough crap. You just have to make encounters harder to balance. But giving toys and then taking them away, man, that's mean. Number 5, if you don't act out any of your persuasion or intimidation or any other social checks, you fail before you even roll. You fail immediately because you aren't even trying and you're making the game lame for everyone else. I mean, I get this to a certain extent. I agree with like 5%, but the way you're just saying that if some people are socially awkward and they just don't want to role play because it makes them uncomfortable. And if you force someone to role play a persuasion or intimidation check, that's just mean. Is it making the game lame for everyone else? I mean, sure, everybody wants that like fully engaged, everyone role playing experience. Or I mean, a lot of tables do, but some people just aren't comfortable with that. Number 6, if you don't pick up cues for side quests, that's not my problem. Get over yourself. It's not a video game. It's a role-playing pen and paper game, pen and paper based game with miniatures. I'm not holding your hand if you choose not to pursue poop. Poop and foosball are my two substitute words here if you haven't picked up on that already. For the other words, this DM thinks it makes them sound really cool to swear a lot, which it doesn't. If you don't pick up cues for side quests, that's not my problem. It's not a video game. So I guess the pick up cues for side quests. Well, how would they know that they didn't pick up a cue for a side quest? Unless I'm guessing here this dungeon master at the end of the session was like, you guys could have gone left past that waterfall. You guys could have done that, which is a dick thing to do as a DM. Don't do that to your players. Don't chide them for the things that they could have done or the things that they missed. That's a terrible thing to do. Number 7, if you move to a square in combat, there's no takebacks. I almost kind of get this, especially if there's something like stepping on a square activates a trap. You can't be like, move to that square and then activate a trap and then be like, wait, actually, I didn't mean to move there. But like, if you maybe move to a square and then you realize, oh, maybe going over here would have been way better, just let the players do it, especially if they're new. I mean, I could understand this more if it's like very, very experienced players, but just don't be a jerk. Number 8, you tell every single person what you're doing before you do it. You don't foosballing, roll dice, and then say you're casting Fireball. You tell us all. This one I agree with, actually. Yeah, I mean, of course I don't agree with this DM's tone here. What a terrible, terrible way to phrase everything. But this one's actually pretty realistic. You can't roll the dice, get a good roll, and then say, actually,